Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1485 to chapter 1530. The fire veins caved in piece by piece and exploded. The crow nest was split into pieces. The golden crozier were completely wiped out, not a single one able to escape. There were many people in the distance, but right now, the world was deathly silent. They had personally witnessed this battle and were all alarmed. Bloody mist curled about. The sparkling white bone fragments were a ghastly sight, indicating that the Golden Crow race had suffered great losses. The group that arrived in Big Dipper was almost completely wiped out. Not a single person spoke. They were all intimidated by Yifan's might. They all stood in the distance, not daring to approach. Yifan turned around and left with large steps, disappearing into the horizon. Longma, the golden-winged Ping and the others followed him, leaving this world. After who knew how much time had passed, this place erupted with noise. The news seemed to have grown wings, quickly spreading in all directions and shaking the 5 continents. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all in an uproar. Yifan had returned. This news quickly spread. He first took action in outer space, and then came to the northern region to unleash a great slaughter. The time interval was short, and only after everything was over did the news truly spread. There was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground and a flash of lightning in the clear sky. Without a doubt, the news was too shocking, exceeding everyone's expectations. Before, it was only spread within a small area, but now, a hurricane swept through the central continent, southern mountains, and eastern wastelands. More than 100 years had passed, yet Yifan actually appeared again. Many people were a bit stupefied. He could still return after walking the ancient path? This was rarely seen since ancient times. Just how powerful was he? He crushed the Golden Crow race with a single fist and killed the Golden Crow Old Divine King with a single shout. It was too shocking. The news of Yifan's return created a storm that immediately engulfed the great earth, shaking everyone's hearts. More than 100 years had passed, and the mortals had already experienced 1 or 2 eras. However, the cultivators of the past were still here. Regardless of whether they recognized him or not, they were all shocked. This news created a crazy wave, immediately spreading through the realm gates. As long as there were cultivators, they all knew about it. The world was in an uproar. Most of the people in the world have passed away. Yifan sighed softly. As he walked on the familiar land of the eastern wasteland, time changed. It was impossible for the mortals of Yifan's generation to still be alive. In a sense, it's time to sever my mortal heart, said the Black Bear Saint. How can one's heart be divided into mortal and transcendent? It's all about the human heart. Yifan gazed at the land. The mountains and rivers were still the same, but an era had passed. His return caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions. The world was in an uproar as discussions broke out. No one dared to believe all of this. Is the human race's sacred body already comparable to the great sage? It was too shocking. It had only been 100 years or so. Yifan didn't hide his whereabouts, walking on the great earth. He gazed into the distance at Origin Ancient Mine and Jade Pool, but he didn't go there. He didn't have the time now. Then, he appeared in the central region, leading the 12 saints. He walked on his own, leaving a few cultivators shocked. They watched from the distance, secretly giving him pointers. The heavenly village was outside this region, so he couldn't find it at all. He could only take the initiative to appear in the world, let his old friends receive news of him, and only then could they meet and find him. Jade Pool, Jiang family, Wind Clan, Great Yen, 10,000 Beginnings, and many other holy lands all learned of this. There wasn't a single great leader who wasn't shaken. Meanwhile, those of the same generation as Yifan were stupefied. Did an extraordinary supreme being rise up? The distance between him and their generation was widened, a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. He should make a trip to our Jade Pool. Yi and the Divine Core are both things he is worried about, just that he doesn't have the time right now. My Wind Clan has a past with him. Will he appear? Wherever Yifan appeared, he would stop for a long time, walking extremely slowly. He was scared that he would miss his old friends if he moved too quickly. Serene Moon City was located in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland, one of the central region's 10 great ancient cities. Yi Fan strolled about. The ancient streets were still the same, not much different from before, only the people had long changed. The instant Yi Fan entered the city, the entire street became quiet. Longma, Golden Lion, Green Lawn, and the other 11 saints followed behind him. All of them had strange appearances, drawing sidelong glances. Divine Child, is it really you? In the distance, a timid voice transmitted over. Little K'er. Yi Fan stared at a certain part of the void. That place immediately split open, and a dirty young lady appeared. Her clothes weren't very particular, and only a pair of large eyes were bright, revealing a radiance of excitement. This was the heavenly village's heaven's proud daughter. Her aptitude was extraordinary, and she had been carefully nurtured by Qi Luo. She was regarded as the future murderous realm's great sovereign, someone who could easily defeat many king bodies. It was clear that little K'er hadn't been doing too well recently, or else she wouldn't be so careless, dressing herself up like this. Which young lady didn't love beauty? It's me. Yi Fan didn't expect little K'er to be the first to appear. The various events of the past were still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened just yesterday. At that time, little K'er was only 2 years old. Her steps were unsteady, and she was charmingly naive. She held a pacifier in her mouth and hummed as she faced the morning glow while cultivating. You aren't a fake? As the successor of the celestial court, little K'er majored in assassin treasured scriptures. Naturally, she could sense everything, but she only asked this out of excitement. She rushed over quickly with tears in her eyes, like a wronged child who had seen the closest person to her. She couldn't help but want to cry. Don't cry, it's no big deal. I'll help you vent your anger. Yi Fan's emotions were also fluctuating violently. He didn't expect to see one of his own so soon. Divine Son, we've lost the Black Emperor, Yi Tong is being hunted down, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. Huahua has also been sent away. Great-grandfather Qi Luo has been severely injured, and the 2 silver blood emperors are being forced by the ancient race to acknowledge their ancestors. Little K'er was sobbing. She was very emotional, as if she had endless grievances. Not only was little K'er emotional, but Yi Fan's emotions were also surging, and his eyes were sore. Little K'er didn't know how to return to the heavenly village because the Black Emperor had lost her in the distant galaxy. Naturally, she had also abandoned them. As a result, they couldn't return to their homes and couldn't find a place to go. It's as unreliable as ever. This was Yi Fan's evaluation. The result made little K'er smile through her tears. She couldn't help but laugh. This dog was indeed unreliable. It tricked people until it finally tricked itself as well. It researched the formation and transported itself to the other side of the starry sky. It couldn't find its way back. Little K'er's innate talent was extraordinary. Although she went to temper herself on the ancient path of the starry sky, she was now in the desperate state of a saint. Moreover, she cultivated the great killing arts of the celestial court and became the most outstanding saint killer in this world. She had once heavily injured an old golden crow saint king and almost succeeded in killing him. She had also gone to the western desert to rescue Huahua, but in the end, she couldn't ascend Mount Meru and was almost captured instead. The 2 uncles Li Heishui and Dong Fengyi were almost sent away by the Buddhist sections. Yan Yishi and Li Tian were even injured by a group of arhats and ancient Buddhas and almost lost their lives. Little K'er recounted her encounters in the western desert. She was so angry that even the roots of her teeth were itching. Her old friends hadn't fallen and were still alive. This was the best news. As long as they were still alive, everything was not a problem. After listening to the end, Yi Fan was slightly relieved. The others were fine except for Yi Tong and Huahua. Yi Tong was still the one he was most worried about. That day, I fought alongside him and killed many golden crows. However, in the end, we couldn't defeat the 4 old Saint Kings and could only escape separately, little K'er said. The last time they fought side by side, they were both heavily injured. Yi Tong might have been rescued by Jiang Ting, little K'er speculated. Little Ting Ting, did you bring her to the Jiang family? Yi Fan was stunned. No, she didn't return to the Jiang family. Little K'er shook her head. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sun star. Could it be that they had gone there? Don't be anxious. It's not a big deal. All of this is nothing. Yi Fan comforted little K'er. He had the confidence that he could solve all troubles. These are all experts of the Saint King realm? Little K'er wiped away her tears and looked at the golden-winged rock and the others. She was very surprised. Yi Fan nodded. The other saints also revealed friendly smiles at her. Of course, Longma was an old friend, so there was a special joy of reunion. Come, let's go to the Sun Star. This time, Yi Fan brought little K'er, Gu Jinping, and the others with him. They shook off everyone else and went straight into the Sun Star. The temperature here was scorching. It was as if fire phoenixes were dancing in the air and burning all things. Ordinary saints could not get close to the core. Yi Fan and the others went straight in and finally arrived in front of an ancient temple. They felt a terrifying aura when they were still a distance away. Golden Crow. Little K'er was shocked. This aura was even more terrifying than that of a Saint King. The stone temple emitted a holy radiance like a divine sun. This was an ancient temple for worshipping the sun god. It was rumored to be related to the Sun Saint Emperor. There was a teleportation matrix in the temple. An old golden crow sat cross-legged and waited quietly. His aura was terrifying. He was surrounded by essence fire of the sun and looked like an ancient god. Yi Fan naturally knew that the teleportation matrix led to the most mysterious place in the Sun Star. It was surrounded by chaos and essence fire, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. That was Duanda's resting place. A peerless matrix had been set up with broken imperial patterns. It was also protected by the sky-devouring demonic cover. Even the human demons had stopped in their tracks and could not get close. The old golden crow had discovered this place. He definitely could not get close to Duanda and could only guard here. Who is it? The old golden crow opened his eyes and glanced coldly at Yi Fan. His blood energy surged like a vast ocean. Is my disciple inside? Did you block him here? Yi Fan asked instead of answering. It's you, the human race's divine physique? You've actually returned. Good timing. The old golden crow's name was Jinyu. He was one of the ancestors of the race. As the great sage, his magic power was monstrous. Although he had never seen Yi Fan, he had seen his statues. Jinyu attacked directly. At this time, he was a golden-haired old man. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a giant claw, grabbing at Yi Fan and the others. Bang! Yi Fan's fist smashed over and collided with his golden claw. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Wind and thunder raged. It was extremely terrifying. Even the sun was shaking. You. The golden crow, the great sage, stood up. His right hand was covered in blood. It was almost shattered by Yi Fan's fist. This shocked him. As the great sage, he had actually suffered a big loss at the hands of a Saint King realm brat. It was really strange. Great sage of the Golden Crow clan, you want to kill my disciple? Why don't you go to sleep with your descendants? Yi Fan said calmly. What did you say? What happened to my clan? Jinyu shouted angrily. I said that your descendants have been killed by me. It will be your turn soon, Yi Fan said calmly. What, you? Jinyu was furious. His vision went dark and he almost fainted. While the stones of the Sun Divine Hall were simple and unadorned, the flames here made this place look holy and bright. It was a treasured land of immortals. Jinyu was furious. His Taoist robe made of golden feathers fluttered in the wind. His face was full of murderous intent. His clansmen that had come to Big Dipper had all been killed. This was a bolt from the blue, his blood rushed to the top of his head. His entire body glowed as he trembled. He pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, Evil creature, you are so cruel. I swear I will take your life. Those who kill will be killed. Yi Fan looked at him calmly, his words calm. For your disciple, you killed all the experts of the crow nest and stained the earth with blood. How cold is your heart, the great sage Jinyu shouted. Yi Fan frowned and said, If your clan did not kill my disciple and cripple his body, why would I act? You swore to take his life. The young ones could not win, so the old ones came out. From top to bottom, from the old to the young, the entire clan wanted to kill him. This child had no place to hide in this world. His blood splashed in the sky and he had to flee with his broken body. Have you ever had a shred of mercy? Your hands are stained with the blood of the Golden Crow clan. The heavens cannot tolerate this. If you are not killed, it will anger both men and gods. Jinyu's golden hair danced in the wind. His face was twisted and frightening. Yi Fan's gaze was deep and strangely calm. He said, if there is a heavenly law, your clan should not exist in this world. Your lives are lives, but are the lives of others not? Your face is ferocious, and your clan is cruel. As for the portion of the Golden Crows that came to Big Dipper, if your Fire Mulberry planet insists on being enemies with my bloodline and goes to battle, I will kill your entire clan. You, arrogant. Jinyu's eyes were frighteningly red. When had the Golden Crow clan ever tasted such a blood crime? Being ridiculed like this today made him extremely angry. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he said, I never bully others. If others respect me, I will treat them tenfold. But if anyone dares to act like a tyrant over my head, I will chop them down with my saber. I, Yi, am a man of my words. If your Golden Crow clan insists on forcing my hand, then there will definitely be a battle on Hwasong planet in the future. After discussing the Tao to the death, I will make a trip there myself. Remember your own words. Sooner or later, someone will kill you. Jinyu said coldly. Although our bloodline doesn't bully others, we don't fear challenges. If anyone dares to force us, we will dye the heavens with blood and kill them all. Yi Fan's killing intent surged as he pressed forward with large steps. In the face of his enemies, he would not speak of benevolence. That would be hypocritical. A virtuous divine lord always liked to stand on the high ground and give orders, so he could ignore it. In the process of the tit-for-tat confrontation, the two's auras rose rapidly, reaching a critical point. Neither of them dared to underestimate the other, so they used this time to adjust themselves and reach their strongest state. Meanwhile, at this moment, they even more so walked out from the stone palace, rushing out from the sun star, both arriving in outer space. It was because they couldn't move freely there. Jinyu attacked. 10 beams of divine light shot out from his fingertips, piercing through the stars. This was the Golden Crow bloodline's world-shaking divine technique. 10 split the world. Yi Fan let out a soft cry. His hair danced in the wind as he spat out a Tao diagram from his mouth. This was the Taiji, the embodiment of his Sea of Reincarnation Tao laws. Now, he was using the divine carving technique to display it. Pop. The two collided. Although it was only a light sound, it created a terrifying shockwave. The old Golden Crow's 10 beams of divine light were destroyed and the surrounding meteors were turned to ash. In the end, this entire star domain began to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out like landslides and tsunamis, shaking the hearts of everyone. When everything disappeared, Jinyu's 10 fingers had been shattered and were dripping with blood. He stood in the distance without a single word, his body trembling and his face ashen. Yi Fan's Tao diagram had also been shattered, but he himself was safe and sound. His clothes were not stained with blood, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were clear and bright. Jinyu's mind was shaken. The human race's divine body gave him a bad premonition. This was only the Saint King realm, but he was already a match for him. If he continued to grow at this speed, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. In the future, he would become the Golden Crow bloodline's most terrifying enemy. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that their emperor would emerge from seclusion sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely be able to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jinyu flapped his wings, revealing his magical body. A giant golden crow appeared behind him, as if it had been chiseled from a golden mountain. It shone with dazzling light and an oppressive pressure. The golden crow let out a long cry, shattering many of the surrounding meteors. The nearby smaller ones all exploded. It whistled through the world, causing the sun and moon to tremble as it pounced over. Yi Fan was fearless. He stood where he was and moved his arms, displaying his own technique. His palms and fingers drew out mysterious trajectories, and a precious mirror appeared above his head, dazzling and resplendent. With a wing-long sound, the precious mirror flourished with dazzling light. It rushed towards the golden crow, illuminating its golden divine feathers and causing them to fly everywhere. Clang, then, as Yifan's hands moved, a celestial sword with a dragon's head as the blade and a dragon's tail as the hilt appeared. It blossomed with the most brilliant multicolored light in the world as it cleaved downwards. With a puff, the golden crow's head was chopped off. Its body was split into pieces, dripping with fresh blood as it was chopped down from the sky. This was Yifan's technique in Dao. He had refined the fighting character formula and turned it into his own. He performed the Void Mirror and Tai Sovereign Sword in succession, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles and swallowing the Milky Way. On the other side, Great Sage Jinyu's body swayed. His magical body was chopped, and his true body was also affected. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body trembled as he retreated who knew how far before stabilizing himself. Only those in the middle or later stages of the Great Sage can suppress you. Jinyu's expression was cold. His Taoist robe was stained with blood, and a trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes. He suddenly let out a long roar, and his forehead shot out rays of light that shot into the sky. A fist-sized golden crow flew out, illuminating the dark universe. It held a special weapon and charged towards Yifan. There was actually a wisp of Emperor's Qi pervading the air, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. It was as if the entire universe had collapsed, rumbling and destroying all things. Yifan's expression changed for the first time. This was indeed a wisp of Emperor's Qi, and it was terrifying to the heavens. Ordinary Saint Kings and the initial stages of the Great Sage would undoubtedly be turned into dust if they were to face it head-on. The fist-sized golden crow was Jinyu's primordial spirit. It held a precious fan, and the dozen or so golden feathers on it were too dazzling, making one feel suffocated. The divine might was emitted by them. Yifan instantly knew what they were. They were the divine feathers of the quasi-emperor, and they could suppress the world. They had been refined into weapons, and they were incredible. If the Great Sage were to face them head-on, he would die without a doubt. Jinyu's eyes were cold, and he revealed a cruel smile. It was as if he could see the fate of Yifan being torn to pieces. He could only unleash the power of such a weapon with the full power of his primordial spirit. It was absolutely terrifying. However, his smile quickly froze. With a soft clang, Yifan pulled out a dark red killing sword from behind his back and hacked down. Boundless sword chi fell like a river of stars, drowning the universe. Crack, the dozen or so golden divine feathers broke on the spot, and then suddenly exploded. The fist-sized golden crow primordial spirit was filled with fear. It could not escape this kind of disaster at all. Under the double effects of the golden divine feathers explosion and the sword chi, it did not even have time to scream. Before it turned into dust, and its spirit was destroyed in the cold universe. Behind them, Jinyu's real body lost its master in an instant. It stood there like a wooden pillar, and then suddenly collapsed. Following that, golden light shone brightly, and he revealed himself. A giant golden crow lay in the universe. His physical body was unharmed, but his primordial spirit had been destroyed, and only his form was left. Yifan reached out a large hand and grabbed the giant golden crow. Then, he used a Taoist technique to shrink it, and rushed toward the sun as if he was carrying a wild duck. Little Kair was very uneasy, but when she finally saw Yifan, she immediately revealed a joyful expression, and all her nervousness disappeared. "It's the Great Sage of the Golden Crow?" Her mouth was round and full of surprise. Longma, the Golden Lion, the Black Bear Saint, and the others all revealed surprised expressions. In their eyes, this was definitely a great supplement, and the world's rarest delicacy. Yifan nodded and revealed a gentle smile to reassure little Kair. He led the group back into the stone hall and stepped into the formation. Immediately, flames rose, and chaotic chi danced. On the other side of the formation, Yifan saw the light cocoon again. It was Duanda who was in a deep sleep and had not woken up yet. The heaven-devouring lid was hidden in the darkness. This place had an incomplete formation of the Great Emperor level, and it was protected by the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even the Great Sage could not barge through. Yi Tong. Little Kair was surprised. Yifan was relieved. His eldest disciple was indeed hiding here, but he was not in good condition, and was unconscious. There was another person besides him, and it was little Ting Ting. He did not know how the two of them did it, but they actually passed through the incomplete formation and were close to Duanda's cocoon. It was also because of this that the great sage and Jinyu stopped. Yutong sat there cross-legged, and he was wrapped in the sun's spiritual essence. He was motionless as if he had passed away in meditation. On the other side, Jiangting was solemn, and her whole body overflowed with strands of extreme qi. They sat across from each other, separated by 10 feet. One could see that strands of vitality permeated from Jiangting and flowed into Yutong's body, replenishing his life force. In addition, the most peculiar thing was that the two of them cultivated separately. The sun and moon were naturally released, and the 10 feet between them blended into a piece of chaos, forming a Tao diagram. Sun and moon, which is the weaker one? Yin and yang complement each other, and the world is ruled, Yi Fan muttered to himself. These two people both had rare constitutions, and either one of them would shake the world. As long as they cultivated to a high level, they would certainly be among the strongest in the universe. The ancient Sun Emperor and the ancient Moon Emperor were enough to prove everything. The two blended together to form chaos. How terrifying would the true chaos be? Yi Fan's mind drifted for a moment. Then, his mind became empty and he calmed down. There had always been legends of the flawless chaos body from the mythological era, but he had never seen one until now. Yutong's injuries are very serious, little Kair said softly. Just as she finished speaking, her body swayed, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yi Fan felt an aura. It was the power of Buddhism, scattered among little Kair's limbs and bones. Usually, she suppressed it and prevented it from causing trouble. But after seeing him today, little Kair's mind was shaken, and she could no longer suppress it. What a powerful and pure Buddhist power. If an ordinary person is hit and purified by Buddhism, they will die if they don't submit, the Golden Lion said in surprise. His ancestor had been purified by Amitabha, so he understood this kind of power best. Divine child, am I going to die? Little Kair's eyes glazed over, and she fell backward. With me here, you will be fine. Yi Fan supported her and pointed a finger. A wisp of golden light entered her body and began to purify the Buddhist power. Big brother. At this time, Jiangting woke up and saw Yi Fan and the others. She felt like she was in a dream. The chaos Tao diagram in the middle trembled, and Yutong was also awakened. He said in a trembling voice, Master, is it really you? They had been separated for more than 100 years, and now they met again. It was as if they were in a dream. The two opened their eyes, slightly dazed. It felt so unreal. I'm back. Yi Fan nodded. He was also deeply moved. In his eyes, the two of them were still children. But after all, many years had passed. The two of them had long since become saints. Time had changed too much. Yutong shouted. He finally confirmed that this was real and not a dream. But soon, he groaned in pain. Cracks appeared on his body and blood splashed out. Brother, it's really you. Jiangting's eyes were filled with tears. She had thought it would be difficult to see him again. She had never thought that the moment she opened her eyes, that familiar face and strong figure appeared again. Master. Yutong endured the pain and choked with sobs. Don't cry. It's no big deal. None of this counts for anything. Yi Fan consoled. He was talking about the current situation, but he knew that these were tears of joy and excitement. The two of them could not come out at all in the Imperial formation. That day, they had escaped here and been sucked in. Yi Fan shouted at the cocoon of light, Fatty Duan, let them out. Although all the signs indicated that Duanda might be an ancient celestial being with intelligence, Yi Fan could not feel any respect for this unscrupulous Taoist. As before, they treated each other as equals. So noisy. If you dare to shout again, I'll dig up your ancestral graves. A shout came from the cocoon of light. This shout immediately silenced the scene. Yutong and Jiangting looked at each other. They had lived here for so many years and had never heard Taoist Duan speak. How come he had woken up so quickly? As for the Golden Lion King, Gu Jinpeng, Black Bear Saint, and the others, they were dumbfounded. Who was this master? Even his threats were so unconventional. It really made them speechless. Even Yi Fan was a bit startled. He had only said it casually. He had not thought that Duanda would really wake up and say such words. He shouted, "Since you're awake, why haven't you come out yet? Wicked Taoist, I'm back. Let's see if you're still alive. If you can't, I'll bury you." Longma laughed and taunted from the side. "I hid in this place, but you found me. I can't live in peace," Fatty Duan cursed. The giant cocoon trembled and refused to come out. With a hum, light flashed. Yi Tong and Jiang Ting were teleported out of the Imperial Formation. It was obvious that Duanda was in charge here. "I can't get out of seclusion yet. I reckon I'll have to sleep for a few more years. The Immortal Ascension path is about to open, and I haven't completed my metamorphosis. If I go out, I'll definitely be asking for trouble," Duanda mumbled. The Black Emperor had once said that Duanda broke down and established, and then broke down, repeating the cycle. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, he had experienced many tribulations, and his background was great. "Kid, you're back." Duanda seemed as if he'd just awoken from a dream, and he was slightly dazed as he said eagerly, "What did you encounter on the way to actually come back alive?" "What are you talking about? Don't tell me you want me to die outside?" Yi Fan replied impatiently. He then tempted, "I saw the demonic emperor's tomb on the ancient road and saw the human sovereign. Are you interested in going there?" "Immeasurable, that celestial being, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Duanda seemed to wake up. He softly chanted to remind himself, "Calm down, everything else is just fleeting clouds. I am the only one who is true. I won't be swayed." Yi Fan laughed loudly, expressing his disdain for such a self-deceiving attitude. Longma was even more direct. He told Fatty Duan that they had entered the demonic emperor's tomb and entered the ancient celestial being's sea of bitterness. "You obtained the ancient celestial being's divine spring elixir?" Fatty Duan seemed to be very anxious. "Give me some immediately and sprinkle it on the cocoon." Yi Fan had originally come to find a disciple, but Fatty Duan had interfered and became the center of attention. The cocoon struggled, wanting nothing more than to rush over. Yi Fan could tell that the ancient celestial being's divine spring elixir was very important to Duanda. He didn't say anything else and immediately took out a jade bottle and tossed it into the cocoon. There was no emperor formation to stop it. With a crashing sound, the jade bottle shattered and all of the crystalline liquid splashed onto the cocoon. It was like a raging flame, making the cocoon even more dazzling. "Immeasurable, that celestial being's killing intent is too strong. It's almost burning me to death. Could it be that the spirit treasure celestial being's divine spring is too domineering?" Fatty Duan snorted. "Grave robber, when are you coming out of seclusion? We've already encountered the demon emperor's tomb on the ancient road of humanity. There should be other ancient roads as well. I'd like to invite you to be our technical guide. How about we do something big?" Longma asked. "Don't tempt me," Duanda said hatefully. "I really want to go, but I don't want to miss the path of immortalization. I won't leave Big Dipper." "Alright, hurry up and disappear. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to sleep." After saying this, he stopped moving. He was like a worm in a cocoon waiting to transform into a butterfly, waiting for the day of its awakening. Little Kair's injuries were not ordinary. There was a terrifying Buddhist power roaming around her that she couldn't get rid of. However, after Yi Fan's domineering energy rushed in, it gradually dissipated. "Divine child. I'm much better. I don't need to use my origin power anymore." Little Kair opened her eyes, looking much more spirited than before. Yi Fan nodded and tapped on her forehead. A spell immediately appeared in the depths of her consciousness. "With this secret art, you won't have to worry about injuries in the future. This is..." Little Kair was confused at first, but she soon revealed a shocked expression. That was because a paragraph of text had appeared in her consciousness. The title of the text was, "Secret Art of Swordsman." Yi Tong's injuries were also severe. He was cursed by the Golden Crow clan. He had tried to destroy his own body several times, but he couldn't get rid of the curse. This power had entangled his primordial spirit. Yi Fan's hands moved, and a powerful blood chi filled the air. He let out a clear whistle and instantly entered Yitong's body, cleansing and removing the curse. He then tapped on Yitong's forehead and imparted the secret art of swordsman to him. Little Kair and Yitong sat cross-legged and recovered on their own. Divine power surged throughout their bodies. "Big brother, how have you been all these years? Was it dangerous to compete on the ancient road?" Jiang Ting asked. Concern was written all over her face, and her heart was incomparably excited. Being able to reunite with him made her feel very unreal. She was also injured, but they weren't very serious. However, Yifan still treated her and removed the curse power. He also imparted the secret art of swordsman to her. On the ancient road, there were bitter battles, but there were also rewards. It was an unforgettable period. Yifan recounted his experiences over the years. At the same time, he also asked little Ting about her situation. Little Kair and Yitong had also woken up. After their old injuries were removed, they were in high spirits and many times more spirited than before. Reuniting was always a joyous occasion. Everyone had endless things to talk about as they talked about their experiences over the years. The general situation was more or less the same as what Yifan knew. At present, they couldn't go to the heavenly village because they didn't know the exact coordinates of the outer realm. They had lost the Black Empress, and since they were in the Big Dipper, they couldn't go back. Killing St. Chi Luo sought justice for Yitong, but in the end, he was heavily injured by the Golden Crow clan and went into hiding. Dong Fengyi, Yan Yishi, and the others should be fine. They might be recuperating in the southern mountains barbarian tribe. What made people more worried was Huahua. Several batches of people had gone to rescue her, but all of them had failed. Moreover, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and Little Kair had almost met with misfortune. They attacked the Buddhist sect and suffered heavy casualties. The waters of Mount Meru are unfathomable. Little Kair had personally participated. The heavenly village could also be considered extremely powerful, but they had almost been destroyed in the Western Desert. They saved my disciple. I must go and demand an explanation. Yifan told them to set their minds at ease. In short, his eldest disciple was safe and sound, which made him feel half relieved. Next, he began to consider going to the Western Desert to ascend Mount Meru and rescue Huahua. They've gone too far. When I come out of seclusion, I'll personally meet them and dig up all the great tombs of the Buddhist ancestors and Buddhist grandchildren. The voice naturally came from the cocoon of light in the imperial formation. Everyone was speechless. Close your seclusion. Yifan stood up and led his disciples away. If you really want to attack Mount Meru and raise the Tempest Temple to the ground, inform me when the time comes. I'll go and help. I seriously suspect that there's something good buried under Mount Meru. Duanda's nature was hard to change. The world was instantly in an uproar when Yifan appeared in the world with Little Kair and rescued his disciple, Yitong. The strength of the human race's divine physique made all the saints fearful. He had found his disciple so quickly and destroyed the Golden Crow bloodline. Anyone would be afraid. Yifan did not hide his tracks. At this level, he was upright and fearless. Of course, the most important thing was to tell Li Tian, Li Heishui, and Dong Fengyi where he was so that they could reunite. You guys wait for me here. Yifan landed on the ground in the southern region. He raised his head and looked at the 108 mountain peaks in the distance. It was a magnificent scene. That was the Taishan sect. Yifan entered the Taishan sect alone and ascended to the humble peak. Weeds grew everywhere and ancient temples collapsed. It was still desolate. On a stone platform, a thin middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His aura was not very strong and he was very calm. He was comprehending his own laws and path. Wenchang, Yifan called. Yifan, it's really you. The rumors are true. You've really returned. Zhang Wenchang opened his eyes. He was very shocked. He invited Yifan to the stone platform and handed him a praying mat. They hadn't seen each other for many years. The two naturally had endless things to talk about. They only calmed down after a long time. Where's Senior Li? Yifan asked. Master has been missing for almost 100 years. I guess he might have entered the starry sky, Zhang Wenchang said. Yifan started. Could it be that he would meet this old friend in the future on the Emperor's path? Wenchang, your cultivation level, Great Circle of Dragon Transformation, Zhang Wenchang replied. When Yifan heard this, he really didn't know what to say. He had long seen through Zhang Wenchang's cultivation level. It was just that he really didn't dare to believe that so many years had passed and the world had changed so much. This old classmate of his could actually still be so calm. Zhang Wenchang himself was very open-minded. He said, at least I'm much stronger than mortals. I can also fly in the sky and tunnel underground. It's very convenient for me to travel. In addition, the cultivation art of the humble peak is special. The suppression in the early stages is very strong. I'm prepared to spend 400 years tempering the sea of reincarnation, Dao Palace, for extremes, and Dragon Transformation Realm. After that, I'll think of a way to break through to Immortal Foundation. Yifan had an urge to vomit blood. This old classmate of his was too calm and steady. He was actually prepared to spend 400 years in the Dragon Transformation Realm. He wasn't the slightest bit anxious. This was the essence of Li Ruoyu. Honestly speaking, when Yifan heard this, he didn't know how to persuade him. He really didn't know what to say. In that case, let's take it slow. Keep these well. Yifan gave him a bottle of life spring divine liquid from the ancient celestial being. After that, he left behind the scroll of the Great Tao of Nature and passed it to him. The scroll of the Great Tao of Nature had once been given to Li Ruoyu. In the end, Yifan took it away when he became a saint. Now, it was like a cycle. Yifan once again sent this scroll to the humble peak. When he left the humble peak, Zhang Wenchang sent him off. Yifan inclined his head. Not far away, the stellar peak was still radiating with radiance. He thought of Hua Yunfei. He was precisely from there. All of a sudden, Yifan's expression stiffened. He saw a child about 8 or 9 years of age standing on a small mountain beside the stellar peak. The child had delicate features and was strumming a zither in his hands. This child bore a great resemblance to Hua Yunfei. It was like the walls were carved from the same mold. Yifan personally killed Hua Yunfei and saw some scenes before his death. The greatest wish of this person was to return to the past, yet become a carefree zither attendant. Yifan walked forward, and Zhang Wenchang accompanied him as they ascended the short mountain. The stream gurgled, and green vines climbed up the walls. The fragrance of grass and the smell of the moist earth mixed together. This place was natural and pure. The terrain in front was flat, and there was a clear and translucent pool. Wild flowers were scattered along the shore, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A child sat there quietly. His face was filled with immaturity as if he was thinking. He was very delicate and pretty, even prettier than a girl. His starry eyes sparkled, and he looked like a little immortal child that transcended the mortal world. Ding! He seemed to have thought it through, and a pair of delicate fingers began to pluck the zither strings. The tinkling sounds were like the dripping of a clear spring, and also like the sprinkling of moonlight. It was sweet and refreshing, making people feel at peace. Not long after, the music changed and became more and more transcendental. It was as if a banished immortal was knocking on an immortal stone. It was clear and pleasing to the ears, and the sound shook the surroundings. The entire mountainous region suddenly became clear. The area in front of the pool seemed especially tranquil, without a trace of vulgarity. Many flowers bloomed amidst the popping sounds. Birds were attracted over one after another, circling around his head and landing around the zither. They circled around him and chirped softly, attracted by the superb music. "What is his name?" Yifan asked softly. This child was very similar to Hua Yunfei in both appearance and spirit. It could even be said that there was no difference at all. Even his music was superb, and his temperament was outstanding. "Hua Yunfei," Zhang Wenchang said. The same person, the same name, caused Yifan's heart to move. Was it a similar flower, or was there something else? The name is the same, but the person is no longer the same. Zhang Wenchang explained. This was Hua Yunfei's younger brother. He was born recently, and was given the same name by the master of the Star Peak. In front, the towering Star Peak stood out like a crane among chickens. It was even taller than the other mountains. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there would be large amounts of silver-white light sprinkling down from the sky. That was the power of the stars. Ding! At this moment, the child stopped playing. A pair of black gem-like eyes looked at them in confusion. He stared at Yi Fan, not knowing when they had arrived. On the star peak, a middle-aged man's clothes fluttered in the wind. He crossed the waves and landed on the short mountain. "Greetings, Senior Hua." Zhang Wenchang bowed. Star Peak Lord was truly extraordinary. He was dressed in blue clothes and his hair scattered about. He looked 40 to 50% similar to the Hua Yunfei of the past. His expression was calm as he nodded his head and then looked towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan faced him calmly. This person was not ordinary, but with his current cultivation base, he could naturally deal with him calmly without any pressure. Yunfei is a good child. He was grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and couldn't escape. I didn't protect him well enough. The middle-aged man was extremely sad. Yi Fan did not blame him. Yi Fan was. Hua. Yunfei peek. I don't blame you. Yunfei wanted to kill you first, but you ended up like this. I have nothing to say. I only hate myself for not being able to protect him when he was young. I didn't see a child's desire, nor did I see his sorrow, the middle-aged man said softly. This young child's name was Hua Yunfei. This was enough to explain the problem, the grief in his heart. The 8 or 9-year-old child got up and quietly walked over. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "Have we met before? Why do we seem to know each other?" Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he revealed a look of disbelief. "Yes, you are the holy body that people often talk about. You are quite similar to what I imagined." The child blinked his big eyes curiously. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this a coincidence? Even though they had the same father and mother, they were too alike. Especially the look in their eyes, they were exactly the same. This child only loves the zither. I will follow all his choices and let him be a happy zither attendant, said the Star Peak Master sadly. There were actually tears rolling down his face. He caressed the child's head and was filled with love. However, it was unknown whether he was saying this to his son or to Hua Yunfei in the underworld. Yi Fan left Tai Xian and sighed softly. All living beings struggled in this world of mortals. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. How could they escape? He was also just a stowaway. You have to be careful and take care of yourself. Zhang Wenchang warned. The world was in chaos and many saints were descending. The path of celestial ascension was about to open. Only the heavens knew what kind of terrifying war would occur. Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself, "This child's appearance has given me a difficult problem." "Why?" asked Zhang Wenchang. "I only believe in this life. But he is another flower that is the same as my previous life after my disciple Hua Hua. Are you trying to shake my faith?" Yi Fan muttered to himself. If there is a next life, a zither attendant and a reincarnation is the best ending for him, said Zhang Wenchang. Yi Fan left just like that and met up with Yi Tong, Little K-er, and the others. There is a next life if you believe in it, and if you don't, it won't. In the cycle of time, there will be 2 identical flowers in the world. Whether they are the same flower or not is up to the later generations to judge, Yi Fan said softly. He recalled the words of the old monk from the western desert. He knew that one day, this would be a difficult problem on his path to the emperor's realm that he would have to solve. Yi Fan had a special feeling for the southern region. Back then, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and fell into the forbidden area of the primordial era. He had embarked on the path of cultivation from this area. He brought his disciples and secretly came to the spirit ruin grotto heaven. He wanted to pay his respects to Elder Wu Qingfeng. This was Pang Bo's master and the first person who had taken him in. In the past, he had visited many times. But this time, he had been away for too long. It had been more than 100 years. He wondered how the old man was doing. However, when he came here, he only saw a grave. The old man had passed away many years ago. His lifespan had come to an end. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was a law that could not be broken. Yi Fan had once given the old man the divine spring in the forbidden area of the primordial era. Even so, he could not break the law of nature. Senior, Yi Fan stood in front of the grave, feeling lost. His heart felt empty, sour, and bitter. He revealed a sorrowful expression as he knelt down and kowtowed seriously. If one did not become an immortal, one would eventually return to the yellow earth. This should be just the beginning. In the future, as time passed, he might see more graves where friends and old friends were buried. This was a law of nature that could not be defied. This time, Yi Fan lingered for a long time. He had Longma, Gu Jinping, and the others leave first and wait for him in the distance. He lingered outside the spirit ruin grotto heaven alone, feeling sorrowful. With his current cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. He walked past the place where he had once cultivated and finally arrived at the Azure Emperor's grave beside the spirit ruin grotto heaven. The Yang grave had already been broken. The treasure that the Azure Emperor had left for future generations no longer existed. However, the Yin grave was still there. A deep black pool connected to the 9 underworlds. It was rumored that the ancient desolate tower had once suppressed it and carried the Azure Emperor's corpse into an even further region. Who is it? Suddenly, Yi Fan turned his head and seemed to see the back of an old man in front of the Yin grave. He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. However, when he got closer, he only saw that the pool was as black as ink and unfathomably deep. There was no one around, and it was empty and silent. There was nothing at all. Yi Fan was bewildered. With his current cultivation, how could there be someone faster than him? It was simply inconceivable. Was this a real figure, or was it an illusion caused by his uneasiness due to grief and thinking of the elder who had led him onto the path of cultivation? He stood on the spot for a long time before finally leaving. Yi Fan brought little K-er, Jiangting, Longma, and the others to the north, attracting the attention of the world. As soon as he returned, he exterminated the Golden Crow clan, causing a great storm and attracting the attention of the world. This group of people did not hide themselves and headed north. On the same day, the killing Saint Chi Luo appeared, or perhaps it should be called the killing Saint King. One of the old assassin's eyes was empty, as if a universe was opening in it. The other eye was filled with tears. "You're back, it's good that you're back." It was rare for the old assassin to reveal his true feelings. All these years, he had been exhausted. Now that he saw Yi Fan become an existence half a step away from the great sage, he was sincerely happy and teared up. Who said that assassins were heartless? Time had dyed their hair white. He risked his life to seek justice for Yi Tong and the others, but he really couldn't resist the great sage and almost died. Later on, he went to the western desert to save Hua Hua and almost died under Mount Meru. His aged body was on the verge of collapse. Old Saber Hancho supported his grandfather. They all had internal injuries on their bodies, but to Yi Fan, it wasn't a problem at all. Ancient Heavenly Venerable's life-spring divine liquid sprinkled down. Specks of light flickered, and the Buddhist willpower was completely eliminated. "Senior, rest in peace." "I'm here," Yi Fan said firmly as he looked to the west. On the same day, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others appeared and came looking for him. The news of Yi Fan killing the Golden Crow had long since spread. Now that he was walking on the earth like this, it was naturally easy to find him. "You brat, you really came back. I thought it was some bastard who wanted to trick us." Dong Fengyi was the same as before. He wore beast skin battle clothes and was bare-chested. His bronze-colored body was strong, and he carried a wolf-tooth club. He looked like a savage. He was very vigorous and had already stepped into the Saint King realm. Just his physical body alone had the power to capture flood dragons and subdue pungs. His masculine energy was so strong that it rushed into the sky like smoke signals. Dong Fengyi was very strong and could definitely walk unhindered among the Saint King realm. But even such a person had suffered greatly in the western desert and almost died. Fortunately, his constitution was special. After a few years of cultivation, his body had already recovered. Yi Fan laughed loudly and went forward to punch him. "Yi, you owe me a divine girl. When are you going to pay her back?" Li Tian came forward, still as evil as before. "There are so many divine girls of the ancient race. How many have you settled?" Yi Fan laughed loudly. "I'm not interested in them anymore." Instead, I took a fancy to a few nuns in the western desert. They're really brilliant. It's a pity that those monks were too unscrupulous. They were all jealous of me and chased me for 300,000 miles, Li Tian said with a grimace. Serves them right. Li Tian's injuries hadn't healed yet. Needless to say, he had fallen in order to save Hua Hua. Yan Yishi's temperament was extraordinary and his appearance was excellent. Like Li Tian, he was injured, but his expression was calm and composed. Yi, you're finally back. Brother Monkey has left and GZ has gone far away. If not for Yi Tong and Hua Hua, we would have entered the starry sky to look for you, Li Heishui said, revealing his true feelings. There's no rush. Take your time. In the future, everyone will go to the human race's ancient road. Yi Fan smiled. When they gathered again, even though there were still a few people missing, it was already quite lively. He felt waves of warmth. Everyone naturally had endless things to say. They talked about many things, but there was one thing they all agreed on, and that was to curse the Black Emperor. They all cursed that this dog was too unreliable. The waters of the western desert are deep, and it really isn't easy to attack. Our heavenly village is so powerful and prosperous, and we definitely can't be considered weak in the present age. However, we suffered a great loss in the western desert, and our entire army was almost wiped out. If we want to go west, we have to be careful. This was the common opinion of the old friends. Mount Meru was exceptionally terrifying. It was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It was difficult to attack and needed to be cautious. Such a group of people gathered together, noisy and lively, swept away the previous desolate coldness, and made people feel a kind of warm camaraderie. Although Black Emperor's character is unreliable, his formation runes are superb. He repaired 2 more corners of Emperor Wusher's killing formation and has 30% of its power. If he was still here, he could kill everyone. Li Heishui sighed. Yi Fan also sighed. He wasn't worried about Black Emperor's safety, but he really wanted to find him. Because of the battle in the ancestral temple, the coordinates of Ziwei ancient star region had fallen into his hands. Attacking the western desert requires long-term planning. We can't act rashly. In fact, after gathering his friends, Yi Fan didn't head west at all. Instead, he headed north. The heavenly village was missing 2 important figures. They were the Black Emperor's disciples, the Silver Blood Emperors. After so many years of training, the 2 of them had been wailing like ghosts and gods. However, the effect was obvious. They had returned to their ancestral roots. Wang Shu and Lei Bo were the descendants of the Silver Blood Emperors. They weren't ordinary clansmen. Otherwise, the Yuan Taoist master wouldn't have brought the 2 babies back 10,000 years ago, and there wouldn't be the Wang and Lei families. Now, the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in the north. Yi Fan had to go there to see what was going on and summon them back. Lei Bo and Wang Shu only went to the northern region after our great defeat in attacking the western desert. Due to the problem of their bloodline, they often came into contact with some of the Gu clan. Who would have thought that they would be detained this time when they wanted to ask for reinforcements? When Yi Fan and the others arrived at the central region, purple chi was rolling in the west. A group of great demons roared as if they were 100,000 celestial soldiers. In the middle was a person wearing a deity battle robe and a purple gold crown. His demonic aura was soaring, and his eyes were sharp. He was surrounded by a group of ancient demons like the moon surrounded by stars. The clouds rolled as they rushed over. Brother Yi, are you really back? This person was Xiao Yuekong, the current master of the Sky Demon Palace. It's me. Brother Yuekong, it's been 100 years. How have you been? Yi Fan smiled. Boring. I wanted to go to the stars to find you guys and fight with you, Yao Yuekong said. Yao Yuekong said. As the palace master of the Sky Demon Palace, he naturally had his own imposing manner. However, when he saw his old friend, he did not put on any airs. Monster, why did you bring so many people here? Dongfang Yi asked while holding a big stick. In front of them, the faces of the group of great demons all darkened, but there was nothing they could do. These friends of the palace lord had no taboos, and only they could address him as such. Aren't you going to attack the western desert? Bring more people this time, Yao Yuekong said. Last time, he had tried his best, but he had suffered heavy casualties and wasn't of much use. We need Emperor weapons to attack the Western Desert, Li Heishui said. Everything else is useless. Go find Yanryu and see if you can borrow Emperor Qing's weapon. Otherwise, we probably won't be able to climb Mount Meru. Her Highness's whereabouts are uncertain. Some people even said that she went to the outer domain. I have been sending people to search for her, but there was no trace of her. Yao Yuekong said helplessly. You owe me 10 monsters. When are you going to exchange them? Li Tian interrupted. Master, when are you going to summon us? The demons couldn't take it anymore. They left and waited for Yao Yuekong's orders. Only Yao Yuekong went with the people of the heavenly village. On the way to the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan looked at the Black Mountains. They stood side by side, towering into the sky, majestic and terrifying. Strangely enough, after all these years, even though there were powerful fluctuations coming from this life-restricted region from time to time, there was never a single supreme being that walked out. It was like the calm before the storm, waiting for the path of immortalization to open. When the time came, there would be an earth-shattering battle. The St. Cliff was the same, desolate and desolate. But no one dared to step on it. This era will definitely be the most terrifying era since ancient times. The 7 great restricted regions all have supreme beings of the past hibernating, every single one of them possessing exceptional ability. Yi Fan said to himself. Whether the Big Dipper galaxy could still exist in the future was a question. Once these people attacked, the galaxy would collapse and all living things would be destroyed. The Big Dipper was a special place. It was known as the Emperor Burial Star. There were ancient emperors' formations and weapons. Under normal circumstances, it could not be broken. However, when the path of immortalization opened, many things that were impossible might not be true anymore. This is the accumulation of 10,000 eras, the accumulation from the ancient times to the present. Everything will be concentrated at a certain time in this era and explode. Everyone sighed. No one could see the future clearly. Presumably, even if the wisest great emperor was able to predict this era, he might not be able to predict everything accurately. There might be some omissions, and there might be unexpected changes. In the south, it was like spring all year round. But when they arrived at the northern region, the northern wind swept through the land. Yellow leaves fell from the various oases. It was autumn's desolation. When they weren't far from the northern region divine city, the heavenly drums beat and flags fluttered. A group of people rushed over from the central continent. Their draconic aura was vast and mighty, shocking the 9 heavens. The one in the lead walked with a majestic gait. His figure was well built and had a majestic aura. It was the great Xia Prince, Xia Yiming. He wore the ancestral dragon crown on his head and the 9-dragon robe on his body. He exuded might even without being angry. Imperial draconic aura curled around his body. This was a mist formed from a peerless offensive technique. Brother Yi, it's been so many years. I've missed you. The great Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, had also arrived. Brother Xia, you are even more elegant than before. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. This is worthy of celebration. Yi Fan went up to greet him. The great Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, directly stated his intentions. He was willing to help them and contribute some strength. However, he also stated clearly that he couldn't use the Tai Sovereign Sword. That was the supreme treasure of the great Xia. He alone couldn't make the decision. The effects of using an extreme imperial weapon were too great. He needed to discuss it with the important figures of the clan. He couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. In reality, he only brought a few attendants with him this time. He didn't represent the entire great Xia divine dynasty. In the distance, there was a girl dressed in snow-white clothes. This was Xia Yilin. Her eyes were large and full of life. The little nun of the past had long since grown up and returned to secular life. The brother and sister had both come. They were deeply shocked that Yi Fan had returned from the ancient path. They came to meet him and were willing to lend him a hand. Sister Yilin, long time no see. I missed you. Li Tian greeted her passionately. In the end, she rolled her eyes at him. Good, your strength has grown. The old assassin Qi Luo nodded. Both Yao Yuekong and the great Xia Emperor had extraordinary statuses. They didn't need to do anything. Just by heading to the western desert, they would create a huge pressure. The divine city was majestic. This time, Yifan wasn't just passing by. He had actually entered. This immediately caused a huge uproar. Back then, he had carried out a great gamble on stones here. Even now, rumors still circulated. Master. Not long after entering the city, someone shouted loudly. He was panting and extremely excited as he rushed over. This was a young Taoist priest. He immediately bowed and called out Master with tears in his eyes. This was none other than the little Taoist master Xianxia. He was a disciple Yifan had brought over from Earth. After so many years, they were reunited in the divine city. Yifan helped him up, feeling guilty. This disciple had been released. He had brought him to the Big Dipper Academy and taught him techniques before leaving. He hadn't given him any proper guidance. Not far away, there was another figure. He was tall and straight with a head full of golden hair. His appearance was handsome and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. He carried a dragon spear on his back and looked extremely valiant. He was like a god from the heavens. Everyone was shocked because this person was extremely powerful. Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, Longma, and the others could all sense that this person was about to enter the great sage's domain. He was a heavenly king. This was the divine knight from Earth. He was one of the people who had traveled with Yifan back then. Yifan wasn't surprised that his cultivation had reached such a level. This was because the divine knight definitely had this kind of foundation. He had been suppressed on Earth for a long time. If it had been any other place, his cultivation wouldn't have been as low as the Tao-severing realm. He had been suppressed for too long. On Earth, there was no way to take the shortcut. Vitality was exhausted and it was almost impossible to cultivate. However, the divine knight had reached such a level. One could imagine how deep his talent and accumulation were. Yifan could already see that it was inevitable for the divine knight to become the great sage. Now, he could take that step at any time. He was intentionally controlling himself and hadn't crossed the tribulation. Congratulations, Tao brother. After cultivating for 2,000 years, you have broken free from the cage and finally cultivated an extraordinary Tao fruit, said Yifan. The divine knight wasn't good with words. He directly told him that he would go to the western desert with him to fight. Alright, more and more people are coming. Yi, why don't you issue a proposal to gather all the heroes here and attack Mount Meru together? Li Heishui suggested. Yifan nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. The Buddhist sects are powerful and need everyone to attack together. He wanted to create a great momentum and invite all the heroes of the world to raise their banners and attack the Great Thunderclap Monastery together. Of course, he knew that few people would actually take action. However, it would definitely stir up a storm. Many people wouldn't participate, but they would definitely add fuel to the fire. This was enough. The great momentum of the world had to make the Western Desert apprehensive. If they could surrender without fighting, that would naturally be the best. If Mount Meru was stubborn to the end, then it wouldn't be too late to fight again. The Buddhist sects of the past used their bodies to feed tigers and cut off their flesh to feed eagles. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, possessing great compassion. Now, Mount Meru relies on magical power and no longer cares about black and white. It uses its strength to bully the weak, tramples on Buddhist principles, makes people into slaves, deceives the world and steals its name. Its conduct is like that of a devil. When the crusade was issued, the entire divine city erupted into commotion. The world was in an uproar, triggering shocking waves. We support the heavenly village in attacking the Western Desert Buddhist lands. Mount Meru is no longer peaceful. There should be a battle. The world was in an uproar. Many people wished for the world to be in chaos. It was just as Yifan predicted. They wouldn't take action, but they were adding fuel to the fire. Voices of anti-Buddhism rose everywhere, as if they wanted the whole world to attack together. Those with ulterior motives were in the majority. They incited the world and even the saints from outside expressed their support for the common banner. Crusade against the Western Desert. Apart from this, the ancient races were also like this. They feared Mount Meru the most and supported it with words. They all wanted to borrow Yifan's hand to size up the unfathomable Buddhist sections. This was a crazy wave. Discussions rose everywhere, as if the whole world was really going to attack together. The entire world was in an uproar. "Master, I'm here." Long Yuxuan hurried over. This was one of the two unnamed disciples that Yifan had brought over. Behind him was the old Pung King. The former golden-winged little Pung King had died. The old Pung King had placed all of his hopes on Long Yuxuan, so he was naturally heartbroken. Later on, he saw the little Pung King's characteristics in Long Yuxuan, a member of the dragon sparrow race. He earnestly gave him pointers. Moreover, he himself advanced by leaps and bounds after the great changes of the world, reaching a shocking height. Divine light filled the sky. The Peacock King and the Crimson Dragon Daoist arrived together. Now, these two could be considered unfathomable. They led many demonic race experts to respond to Yifan and come to provide assistance. Rumble, a terrifying aura erupted. A woman appeared. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She was elegant and extraordinary, and her figure was graceful. However, she emitted the aura of the great sage, shaking the northern region. The divine silkworm princess had arrived in response to Yifan's call. After so many years, she had used the great changes of the world to successfully enter the great sage realm. On her shoulder was a strange little thing. It was the divine silkworm that Yifan had cut out before. Now, it had turned into a little monkey. No matter how one looked at it, it looked a little like a sacred battle ape. It was unknown how many times it had changed. Its large eyes rolled around, but it still didn't choose to take human form. Other than the divine silkworm princess, she also brought a drunk young Daoist. This was the son of the ancient emperor, the divine silkworm Daoist. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. Even a Daoist like this had joined in. The news seemed to have exploded and quickly spread to all parts of the world, shocking everyone. Mount Meru won't be as calm as before. Now, it must be feeling restraining fear. This is a chaotic current, but also a great power of the world. Clearly, the storm was getting more and more intense. All kinds of people stood out, advocating for the whole world to fight against the western desert together and slaughter their way up Mount Meru. We've come to the northern region. Are the Silver Blood Emperors still being detained? They haven't been released. Hazy mist shrouded Huntian Lake. Terrifying ancient fish beasts would reveal their backs from time to time in the water, drawing out terrifying ripples and releasing an aura that made one tremble. This was the Huntian race's important land. Not to mention reaching this place, even approaching the outer region would result in a great calamity. The Huntian race was one of the 10 great king races and was known to be able to turn the world upside down. They were second only to the Silver Blood race and the first king race. The mountains here were majestic and ancient peaks stood tall. The large Huntian lake rarely had any waves. It was located between the mountains and had waves of primal chaos rising from it. Even though we are strong, we don't have ancient imperial weapons after all. We must join hands to go further on the path of immortality. Only by joining hands and forming an enormous power network can we contend for hegemony in the future and fight our way into the immortal domain. The aura of primal chaos pervaded the air beside the lake. Several hundred people were sitting on praying mats, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. They gave off suffocating fluctuations. During these days, there had always been discussions and secret discussions here. It couldn't calm down. Over 100 ancient races had gathered together to discuss the future of the ancient race as well as the various possibilities after the path of immortality opened. There were no ancient imperial races like the Primal Lake, Fire Chelan Cave, or Blood Phoenix Mountain. There were only king races. They were extremely powerful, but the only thing they lacked was an imperial weapon. They needed to join hands. All of the powerful royal clans had sent people over. They were all very serious about this alliance, wanting to form a super terrifying alliance of powers. Everyone should have heard that the human race's sacred physique has returned and is extremely powerful. The Great Lake was as black as ink. Terrifying fish beasts would occasionally splash up a few waves. The shore was dusky and the mist was very thick. It enveloped the hundreds of people sitting on praying mats, making them look hazy. It was difficult to see everyone's faces here. They were all hidden in the mist and looked very indistinct. This added to the mysterious atmosphere. The human race's sacred physique has really grown. It's a pity that we couldn't find him back then. Otherwise, how could we let him reach the steppe? He should have been killed a long time ago. In the past, the ancient races had sent out many large forces to kill Yi Fan, but they didn't succeed and allowed him to escape. The most severe time, all the saints attacked together, but it resulted in serious consequences. The supreme being of the human race, Gai Jiuyo, was killed. So what if he's back? What does it have to do with us? If he's forced, someone will take care of him. Someone said coldly. Is there really an elder who doesn't appear? Why hasn't there been any movement yet? We should be fighting Gai Jiuyo to death. Let's see who in this world dares to challenge the prestige of our supreme ancient immortal realms. Everyone sighed softly. It was rumored that there were still old seniors of the ancient races alive in this world. But after so many years, they had yet to appear. It's a pity that the ancient imperial clans don't care about these things. They're all accumulating power and waiting to break through to immortalization. Otherwise, they would be able to wield imperial weapons and use their clan protector holy bodies. Everyone was silent. Yi Fan's return was a miracle in itself. He had fought on the ancient road and survived. This made everyone feel a heavy pressure. What about the Silver Blood royal family? Now that the human race is sacred to come back, will they give up? If there's no other way, just let those two leave. Don't force it. How can that be? We've formed an alliance with hundreds of royal races. We need the ancestral blood of all races to merge and the great Tao fragments to create a supreme being. These two are very important. Do you think that with so many races, we'll be afraid of a human sacred too? That's right. The ancestral blood of the Silver Blood royal family is very important. We need them to join us. We need an endless supply of blood. The scene was filled with arguments. No one could come to a conclusion. Not far away, the Silver Blood emperors were imprisoned and couldn't move at all. We all have our ancestral planets. The Silver Blood royal family isn't really extinct. There's definitely another bloodline in the depths of the universe. We don't need these two to join us. Demon Bull King, what do you mean? Are you compromising? Nowadays, it's very difficult to enter the star region and even more difficult to find this race. Moreover, the blood might not be suitable. What's so scary about the human sacred too? With so many races, why should we be afraid of him? That's right. I heard that he will definitely fight with the Buddhist sect. Could it be that he wants to offend us before that? The scene was noisy. People had different opinions. It was noisy and chaotic. Actually, it's best to let these two go. We can get on good terms with the human sacred to let him fight with the Buddhist sect in peace. We can use him to find out the real situation of the Tempest Temple. It's best. That's right. There's a great terror in Mount Meru. In the past, there was an ancient emperor who pushed aside the fog and saw a corner of the future. He said that a great sect would appear in the western desert and shock the world on the path of immortality. However, even the ancient emperor couldn't see the final truth. Humph, I don't agree to compromise with the human sacred. What right does he have? He was just a small cultivator in the past. Now, does he need to make us fear and look up to him? Yi Fan arrived outside of Mount Huntian. He had learned of the whereabouts of the two Silver Blood emperors. He had only been in the Divine City for a few days before he rushed over with his people. He didn't hide his tracks at all. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he reported his name directly. Some of the ancient race youths guarding the mountain gate were shocked. Yi Fan had killed ancient people and divine princes in the past. It was shocking and left a shadow in the hearts of this generation. Not good. The human sacred is here. Someone came to report from the shore of Mount Huntian Lake. Immediately, there was a great commotion. Many people immediately shut up. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Yi Fan arrived without being invited. He directly entered the mountain gate as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He arrived at an important place filled with dense fog. The noisy crowd quieted down. Some were hostile, some were cold, and some were expressionless. None of them said a word. The great sage and Jinyu were dead. This made many people's hearts heavy. Now that they were facing the human sacred, they were all silent. They were no longer as noisy as before. Should they fight or not? Many people had no idea. I've heard many rumors about you in the past 2 days. Some of them are your accomplishments on the ancient road. I don't know if it's true. An ancient king from Mount Huntian Lake asked. My master is unrivaled on the human ancient road, the little Taoist master Xianxia replied. When these words were spoken, the lakeside immediately became deathly silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The rumors were true. This was a rising supreme being of the human race. His future was unpredictable. Those who had spoken out against him just now had gloomy expressions. They found it hard to say anything. They felt deeply worried for the future. This news was extremely terrifying. Qi. Qi. Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed forward. 2 streaks of light flew out and entered Lei Bo and Wang Shu's bodies. The two immediately trembled and regained their freedom. They immediately stood up. Yi Fan, they shouted and quickly rushed over. The ancient race people's expressions were unsightly. Yi Fan had rescued the Silver Blood Emperors in front of him just like that. Many people wanted to stand up and stop him, but they all sat back down. The scene was very quiet. In the end, no one stopped him. Yi Fan smiled and cupped his hands towards everyone. Many thanks for everyone's help. After saying this, he calmly led Wang Shu and Lei Bo towards the mountain gate. Many people felt bitter. The human sacred physique carried exceptional tyranny within its gentleness. It actually intimidated over 100 races into not daring to act rashly. This was a terrifying result. He didn't lead an army here. He only brought a few disciples and just barged into this place. This was a great boldness. Without a doubt, from today onwards, once the news spread, all the races would revere him to the extreme. Brother Yi, please wait. An old king stood up. Dao brother, do you need something? Yi Fan turned around. We heard that you want to attack the Western Desert. We are very moved and will definitely support you. At the crucial moment, we can lend you a hand. The old king hesitated and said, during the archaic years, there was a rumor that a great sect would rise in the Western Desert and reveal its brilliance on the road to immortality. Alright, I understand. Many thanks. Yi Fan turned around and left. After a long time, the old king laughed coldly and said to everyone, now, it's better to not do anything. So what if we give him 2 people from the Silver Blood race? We will just watch from the sidelines and see what the Western Desert's real situation is like. The divine city was in turmoil. It swept through all directions and stirred up huge waves. When Yi Fan's crusade came out, the world was shaken and everyone was in an uproar. The various races were in an uproar that reached the heavens. This wasn't to say that Yi Fan was the only one in the Big Dipper and that all races were responding. It was just that many people harbored evil intentions and wanted to use him to size up Buddhism. This was something that was obvious. Yi Fan understood from start to finish. He only wanted to create a general trend and took these factors into consideration. As expected, it caused a commotion. Regardless of whether it was the saints from outside the region or the ancient races, they all added fuel to the fire, causing the situation to boil to the peak. It was as if the entire world was going to attack the Buddhist sect. Of course, some people were destined to take action. They wanted to fish in troubled waters and cut down the Buddhist sect to test the waters. In the following days, the Western Desert Buddhist lands were restless. Mount Meru was filled with a solemn aura as if it was facing a great enemy. They were treating this great storm seriously. Yi Fan used the world's general trend to incite such an uproar. This made the Buddhist sect feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. A single mistake could cause them to become the target of the entire world and shake the foundation of their ancient sections. At this moment, all directions were in turmoil. The entire world was paying attention and many people were looking forward to it. May I ask the Buddhas of Mount Meru, why did you imprison my disciple and make him a slave? Can you let him go? Yi Fan asked. He didn't seem forceful at all and carried a tone of discussion. The Western Desert refused and wouldn't let Hua Hua leave the mountain. Yi Fan laughed coldly. On this day, he led the army in a grandiose manner towards the Western Desert. Longma, Gu Jinping and the other 11 saints stood side by side. Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian were all saints. There were also saints like Little K Yi Tong, and Jiang Ting. There was also Princess Divine Silkworm, Daoist Divine Silkworm, Peacock King, Great Xia Emperor, Yao Yue Kong, and many other powerful reinforcements. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying army. Their auras shook the heavens and earth as they descended upon the Western Desert together. During this time, others joined in one after another and Jiziyue was among them. In the past, Yi Fan had only gazed at Mount Meru from afar but had never climbed it. Now, he was leading the army and was about to attack. Mount Meru, this was a grand and majestic name, the highest immortal land of the Buddhist path. There were too many legends related to it, leaving behind endless mysteries in the world. This ancient celestial mountain was not only famous in the Big Dipper star field, but it also had countless legends in the other ancient star fields. It represented the foundation of Buddhism and was of great significance. Now that Yi Fan had led his army here, he was truly facing Mount Meru. He was shocked to see its true appearance. Mount Meru was too large, towering into the heavens, majestic and boundless, able to pierce through the heavens, able to fill up the oceans, spanning the past and present, everlasting. Standing in front of it made one feel insignificant, like an ant looking up at the galaxy. It was out of proportion, and one could deeply feel one's own weakness. It is said that Mount Meru is 84,000 meters tall. Dongfang Yi said while holding a big stick. The barbarians felt like Bayan was facing a towering tree. A mountain was about 13,000 meters above sea level. In this way, the altitude of Mount Meru was simply an astronomical figure. Of course, its height must have been exaggerated by others. The magnificence of this mountain was evident. It could be said to be the most majestic ancient mountain in the northern Dipper Star region. There was no other ancient mountain that could compare to it. It was vast and boundless, majestic and vast. Mount Meru was only the main mountain. There were several other mountains around it, all of them similarly magnificent. There was a silver waterfall cascading down, Buddhist chants continuously sounding, making the central Mount Meru appear even more grand. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by water. It didn't seem like much from afar, but when one got closer, it was shocking. This water body was vast, and it looked like a sea. This must be the 7 treasure pool, Li Heishui said. According to the Buddhist scriptures, there was a 7 treasure pool in the land of Pure Land. This pool was natural and not man-made, so it was called the 7 treasure pool. It was also known as the 8 virtue pool because it was filled with 8 virtue water. The water was sparkling and translucent, also known as the 8 flavors water, or the 8 stabilizing water. There were 8 types of water: clear, cool, sweet, soft, moist, peaceful, quenching hunger and thirst, and nourishing the roots. The 8 virtues water was very precious, and all the pilgrims longed for it. Drinking it had all sorts of miraculous effects. It could rid one of impurities, purify one's body, purify one's soul, nourish one's 6 roots, and keep one's illness at bay. To ascend to Mount Meru, one must first cross the sea, cross the 8 Merit Sea. Longma called out, "Let him drink it all, let's see how he can show off his nobility and rarity." At this point, it opened its mouth and prepared to swallow everything into its stomach. It also took out a magic tool to collect the water. However, the 8 virtues sea emitted a boundless Buddhist light and waves of deafening Buddhist chants. It immediately blocked his spell and didn't absorb a single drop of water. Everyone knew that Mount Meru was not easy to attack, but they did not expect that just the water at the foot of the mountain was so extraordinary, like an impregnable pass, lying in front of them. The main mountain stood towering in the middle of the clear and transparent sea. It was towering and enormous, grand to the extreme. Indistinctly, one could see a few grand temples situated on the mountain. As for the Great Thunderclap Monastery, it couldn't be seen. It was located at the top of the mountain, 84,000 kilometers above the ground. Even with the heavenly eye, it couldn't be seen because it was blocked by the mountain. It's too vast. I can feel a vast ocean-like power flowing on the mountain. I think even without any defensive formations, I might not be able to penetrate the Buddhist power. Yan'ishi's white clothes fluttered as he couldn't help but sigh. The entire mountain was shining. Auspicious and pure psychokinesis lingered, and there was a large expanse of light rising. This was no longer an ordinary land, but an immortal's land. Layer after layer of silver radiance rose, and there was even a faint golden radiance flowing. This was the purest power of faith. It supported the mountain, so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. This kind of power was so vast that it made one's mind tremble. It couldn't be measured at all. The entire mountain had long been deified. Every blade of grass and every tree had a Buddhist nature and was thoroughly nourished by the radiance. This was the convergence of the psychokinesis of all the Buddhists in the universe for tens of thousands of years. After the accumulation of endless years, only then did this inconceivable scene appear. In the depths of the universe, many ancient lands of life had Amiba's orthodoxy. Endless faith crossed the void, unaffected by distance, and in the end, all of it flowed towards Mount Meru. The divine realm of the other side paled in comparison to Mount Meru. The difference was too great. This was the true divine sea formed from the power of faith. At this moment, the layers of radiance were vast and mighty, filling the entire ancient mountain. It seemed dignified, sacred, and shocking. Dang, a large bell rang out, shaking the heavens. It came from an ancient temple on Mount Meru, like a scripture entering one's ears. It was deafening and made one alert. How arrogant. Is the monk of Mount Meru warning us? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. She seemed to have a deep prejudice against Buddhism. This couldn't be helped. The victorious fighting Buddha was her husband, and after entering Buddhism, he never looked back. There were many different opinions in the outside world. The most ridiculous and terrifying one was that the victorious fighting Buddha might have lost himself and lost his true self. Amiba, why did benefactors muster such a large force? Buddhist Pure Lands cannot endure this type of blade radiance and sword shadows. An old monk appeared, standing at the foot of Mount Meru, chanting Buddhist names. In response, Yifan directly took out a precious bow. This was an artifact refined on the human race's ancient road. He took out a holy bone arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and pulled it back. It was like a full moon as he shot it out. This was a terrifying beam of light that contained Yifan's divine power. Accompanied by lightning, thunder, and violent winds, it directly rushed towards the old monk at the foot of Mount Meru. Rumble, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A holy bone arrow directly tore apart heaven and earth, as if it could destroy everything in its way, shattering the void in front. The old monk's expression changed. He flicked his sleeve, and the vast power of faith from Mount Meru turned into a waterfall, directly smashing into the holy bone arrow. With a pop, it exploded and turned into powder. Everyone's expressions changed. How powerful was Yifan? The arrow he shot out was enough to threaten the initial stage great sage, but it was directly destroyed by the power of faith. This place was too terrifying. The boundless power of faith was even more vast than the ocean, even more abundant than the starry sky. It was incomparable. Benefactor, what is the meaning of this? Using force in the pure land of Buddhism and shooting this old monk with an arrow is a bit too much. The old monk said. Yifan said coldly, I was shooting at your falsehood. Buddhism talks about the true nature, but you clearly know why I came, yet you still talk about some knife light and sword shadow, asking me in return. I will help you cut away your distracting thoughts. Amiba. The old monk chanted, continuously admitting his sins. Bald thief, stop chanting. Hand over my nephew, or else I will sweep through your Mount Meru. Dongfang Yi shouted. His upper body was bare, and his bronze body was like coiling dragons, flickering with luster. He raised the wolf-toothed club. This poor monk knows his mistake. I have committed the sin of anger, so I will release myself. The old monk said. With a soft pop, his body shattered and turned into specks of mist, ultimately merging into Mount Meru. Everyone was startled, and then they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was only an illusion, a shadow born from the faith power of Mount Meru. It wasn't some real ancient Buddha. This Mount Meru was formed from the convergence of the faith power of countless Buddhists. It was truly unfathomable. Dang. The bell rang slowly, and the sound waves traveled tens of thousands of miles, cleansing everyone's souls. At the waist of Mount Meru, the mist dissipated, revealing an ancient temple. This was obviously not the Great Thunderclap Temple, but a very important one of the Buddhist sections. A middle-aged monk stood in front of the temple. He put his palms together and chanted, "Benefactors, please return. There are only monks and Buddhists here, not the person you are looking for. Monks don't lie. You are a Buddhist disciple, yet you speak irresponsibly. Huahua is on this mountain, why do you say she isn't here?" Yi Tong shouted. He was heroic, and a blazing sun bloomed in his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was shining. He questioned loudly, and his aura was astonishing. It was as if he was a deity descending to the mortal world. The false reputation of the past has become smoke. There is only Buddha and reason here, the middle-aged monk said. Everyone could already see that this was a real person with flesh and blood. He wasn't a pure manifestation of faith power. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Huahua and convert people into slaves. Do you think there is only Buddha and reason here? Li Tian sneered. There is no Huahua in the pure land of Buddhism. Benefactor, please return. The middle-aged monk's expression was calm. If that's the case, we will break through the mountain gate and search for her ourselves. Lama shouted. Ba, this is a place for monks to cultivate. You have all cultivated rudely, please leave. The monk in the middle put his palms together and said. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, Buddha said that all living things are equal. Everyone has the nature of Buddha and can become a Buddha. What is the difference between us and you? We can ascend Mount Meru, so why aren't you moving out of the way? The middle-aged monk's expression froze, and he said, You are all demons who came with murderous intent. You have lost your true nature, so how can we let you in? What a joke. Who is the demon here? You suppressed my junior brother and turned him into a slave. We came to save him, but you labeled us as demons. I think you are the one who has gone mad. Yi Tong scolded. At this moment, a young monk walked down from Mount Meru. He wore a moon-white monk robe and looked otherworldly. He said, Benefactor, you are wrong. Buddha delivers all sentient beings and pays particular attention to benevolence. Today, the one who is fated to enter Buddhism is his good fortune. How can it be called suppression? Buddha enlightens the great suffering of the world and dispels all misfortune. However, what you enlighten is humans and suppress them into slaves. The difference between the two realms is too great. Greed, anger, and arrogance are all present. Amitabha Buddha established a sect, establishing a Buddhist sect. Believers were everywhere, gathering faith power. This was a type of magnanimity, but it wasn't to suppress one's will, but rather to mutually give and take. He was enlightening a great world, delivering all living things from suffering, obtaining faith power. However, he also made his believers full of vigor, their bodies light and healthy, mutually beneficial. Now, this type of enlightenment aimed at Huahua went against the scriptures, long becoming unrecognizable. It was completely crude suppression, cleansing the primordial spirit, making her lose her sense of self. If it was to enlighten and stop fighting, then there is no harm. However, Huahua doesn't have any evil, so what does it have to do with you all? However, she was crudely suppressed. Today, there must be an explanation, or else this Mount Meru will be overturned. Heaven Village's people shouted, their voices like lions roaring. Benefactors, your obsessions are too deep, distorting the Buddha's will. Why bother? This place is empty and lonely, there is no need to be distracted. The young monk said. It was clear that his status wasn't ordinary, and his magical force was great. He carried a type of calmness and confidence. Chong, suddenly, Yi Fan, who had remained silent this entire time, moved. He pulled out a dark red immortal sword, directly hacking over. Immortal light shot out several dozen li. With a pu-chi sound, it struck this person, removing his head. Mount Meru was extremely powerful, endless faith power flowing. However, against this Emperor artifact's sudden attack, it still couldn't completely defend against it. This place is empty and lonely, why bother coming? Yi Fan said calmly. Pooh. The young monk's head turned into a bloody paste, his body breaking apart, completely dying, full of unwillingness. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. You all clearly covet my disciple's Buddhist divine ability, yet continuously speak nonsense. I might as well help you become nothing. Yi Fan's words paused, and then he continued, I also have a method to purify the great suffering of the world. I wish to establish a sect in Western Desert, deliver all living things from suffering, starting from Mount Meru. How many years had it been since Mount Meru was bathed in blood? This place was sacred and flawless, never once stained with blood. Yet today, something like this happened. No one expected Yi Fan to be this straightforward, directly drawing his sword and killing that young monk, turning him into a bloody paste, dying a violent death on Mount Meru. This was definitely a huge disaster. Since ancient times, who dared to do this? Even if there was a battle, no one dared to kill Buddha on Mount Meru without the slightest scruple. Ba. The middle-aged monk at the waist of the mountain chanted, his face full of sorrow. He was chanting the rebirth scripture to carry out deliverance. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shooting out two oppressive rays of light as he shouted, How can a great demon like you disturb the pure land of Buddhism? Wang Long Glong, the heaven and earth shook violently, as if there was endless lightning resonating. Mount Meru released endless light, and the power of faith swept out like a vast ocean. Tens of thousands of silver waterfalls poured down. This was an ocean of faith. The power of faith was like an ocean, but also like a blade, surging violently, radiance reaching 100,000 zhang. It was divine and majestic as it overflowed the heavens and attacked forward. You think I'm afraid of you? Dongfeng Yi released a long roar, his messy long hair dancing in the wind. He raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it forward. This weapon had previously been damaged, but now, it had already been repaired. It was a great holy artifact that possessed great power, ferocious and domineering. It was as if a pillar that supported the heavens collapsed, rumbling with noise, smashing until even primal chaos surged. Boom, with a violent tremor, the ocean of faith ahead was obstructed, and the wolf-tooth club's supreme power pushed forward for more than 10 li, but it was also dissolved. With a final loud sound, tens of thousands of zhang of lightning exploded, heaven and earth split apart. The savage took a few steps back, and the surging power of faith also disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was Mount Meru, almost impenetrable. One has to know that the savage was a saint king, and what he used was a great sage weapon. However, it was completely blocked outside by the power of faith drawn by a middle-aged monk, unable to attack. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. If it was the leader of Mount Meru, or the matchless old monk that walked out from the great thunderclap temple at the peak of the mountain, what kind of terrifying situation would it be? Buddhism was unfathomable, everything they relied on was in this Mount Meru. Who dares to barge into my Buddhist sect's pure land? Although my temple is merciful, we cannot tolerate a great demon of the world causing trouble. The enormous mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall. It was so huge that it was terrifying. A shout came from above. Buddhist powerhouses appeared. This time, dozens of arhats appeared one after another. Every one of them had attained the golden body. Rings of Buddhist light formed behind their heads, and every one of them looked dignified. The one at the center was an old monk who wore a Xianxia. There were sun, moon, and stars moving about on it. His eyebrows were snow white, his face full of wrinkles. There was a type of dignity as he indifferently looked downwards. Monk, don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Let Hua Hua out, or I will trample Mount Meru. Li Tian shouted. When these words came out, the dozens of arhats behind the old monk could not remain calm. For so many years, who dared to speak like this? What did they think Mount Meru was? That child has fate with my Buddhist sect. Leading him into the sect and allowing him to withdraw from the world of mortals is a great natural luck. The old monk calmly said. You all are rebelling, speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Guiding disciples, scheming divine abilities, despicable and shameless, yet you can still speak in such a dignified manner. Are you Buddhas or demons? Li Tian berated. He opened his mouth and spat out. A sparkling and translucent furnace flew out and enlarged in an instant. Immediately, Nanmingli fire overflowed, vermilion bird divine fire surged, Samadhi true fire surged, and five elements essence flames engulfed everything. This was a flaming cloud, a blazing ocean that covered the sky and covered the earth. The goddess furnace tore apart heaven and earth, enlarging to the size of an enormous mountain. Its entire body was sparkling and releasing auspicious brilliance. It pressed down, bringing with it an endless flame attack that wanted to break through Mount Meru. Buddhism has the virtue of cherishing life, but you all are demons, stirring up chaos in the world. I have no choice but to use weapons to suppress you. The old monk said. He released a light shout. The dozens of arhats behind him all moved, each of them releasing endless Buddhist light, guiding the endless power of faith to resist the goddess furnace. This was a great collision. The goddess furnace was extremely powerful, but in the end, it was blasted flying, unable to break through. Mount Meru was too divine, like a boundless emperor weapon. With the support of so much faith power, it was impervious to all methods. It also possessed endless pressure towards the outside world. Monk, are you really not going to let my disciple go? Yifan revealed a cold smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Killing intent was revealed. In this life, he is destined to be my Buddhist sect's disciple. The relationship between you and him as master and disciple has already been severed. The old monk said. He stared at the dark red killing sword on Yifan's back, feeling great restraining fear. Then don't blame me for unleashing a great slaughter. Yifan shouted coldly. If reason didn't work, then he could only fight a bloody battle, slaughter his way up Mount Meru. Ba, excellent, excellent. Benefactor's viciousness is too great. You need to cultivate your heart and learn to let go. The old monk advised, putting on a compassionate appearance. Let go? Bull *T. Lama roared, like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears until they felt numb. He added, hypocritical to the extreme. The expression of the old monk on Mount Meru became sluggish. The dozens of arhats were even more dumbfounded. Who was this person? He was too vulgar, roaring at Mount Meru, speaking such malicious words. If I can stop the war by killing and bring peace to the world, this old monk is willing to be a sinner, even if my hands are stained with blood. Ba, I will first apologize to the Buddha. The old monk chanted continuously. Then, he raised his head and chanted an incantation. The entire Mount Meru became different. The silver-white holy light began to change into a golden color. Mental force surged violently, vast and immeasurable. There was a great pressure that pervaded outwards, as if a great emperor was awakening. It actually vaguely aimed at Yifan, blocking the dark red killing sword in his hands. Mount Meru was incomparably powerful. This kind of mental force actually had strands of emperor chi mixed together. It was terrifying and overflowing. It wanted to freeze numinous treasure celestial beings' killing sword. Moreover, a void door appeared on the mountain as if it was connected to another world. Waves of roars came from it, as if a group of primordial beasts were about to come out of the gate. They spread out a world-shocking aura. The 8 divisions come into being, protect the Buddhist sect and suppress the demons, the old monk shouted. A large black hole appeared on Mount Meru, and groups of experts rushed out from within. All of them had strange appearances and were definitely not humans. There were pythons, Yikshaws, Asuras, golden-winged bird deities. All of them had terrifying auras and were mysterious and unfathomable. 8 divisions of heavenly dragons. Chi Luo's expression changed. They had seen them last time and suffered quite a bit. These were the Yikshaws, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, and other 8 divisions of heavenly dragons. They were all mysterious and powerful races that had become protectors after submitting to the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect really isn't good people. These should all be rare ancient race experts, yet they were converted into followers and reduced to thugs. Who said the Buddhist sect had come into being? These were all experts. When they gathered together, they became a toppling power. When they took action at the crucial moment, they could sweep through a region. Yifan had long since drawn his sword and pointed it at Mount Meru. However, it was as if an ancient emperor was truly awakening there, releasing an incomparably majestic power to stop him. On Mount Meru, the 8 divisions took the initiative. All of their baleful auras overflowed into the heavens like a surging flood. They rushed down the mountain, each and every one of them shockingly powerful. They are all saints, and there are so many of them in just one division. Just how powerful is the 8 divisions? Yi Tong's expression changed. A long roar sounded. The ancient golden pung beside Yi Fan flapped its wings. Its golden feathers were dazzling. It spread its wings and rushed into the sky, pouncing towards the golden-winged bird divine division and unleashing a fierce attack. Hung long, it struck its wings horizontally like a clenched fist, killing several golden birds. Blood dripped everywhere, and feathers flew everywhere. This seems to be a type of fist technique. Its power is so great. Yan Ishi said softly. The people behind were moved. Great Ping King Fist, this was what the ancient golden Pung sensed when he watched Yi Fan create the celestial emperor fist. It stood on his shoulder and comprehended a divine ability under the Bodhi tree. At this moment, it was displayed, sweeping through everything before it. Pooh, pooh, blood splashed everywhere, and divine feathers were in disorder. The golden-winged Ping used the King Fist, killing all the bird deities cleanly and efficiently. Everyone was shocked. The old monk and the arhats on Mount Meru also changed expressions. This ancient golden Ping had reached the heavenly king realm and was about to become the great sage. Moreover, this divine ability was too powerful. A roar came from Mount Meru. Many golden bird deities rushed out from the void gate again, making up for the 8 divisions. This shocked Yi Tong and the others. These aren't their true bodies. They aren't the original 8 divisions, but formed from the willpower of Mount Meru, Princess Divine Silkworm said. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Follow me and kill the 8 divisions so that they can never appear again, Longma shouted. He took out an ancient tablet with the 2 words. Heavenly Soldier, carved on it. He activated it together with the 9-tailed Crocodrogon, the Golden Lion, the Black Bear Saint, and the other 10 Saint Kings. In an instant, a violent wind blew, and a baleful aura covered the sky and earth. There were figures everywhere, and their shouts shook the heavens. 100,000 heavenly soldiers appeared out of thin air, charging forward like dark clouds. After so many years of practice, Longma and the others could truly display a portion of the heavenly soldiers' ancient tablet's divine might. These 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the great army of the 8 divisions could be said to have the same effect. They were endless and boundless, shocking the world. Blade light and sword shadows, a rain of blood, war drums were like thunder, and magic treasures filled the sky. This place was in chaos, and the shouts of war were deafening. It was as if the universe was about to be overturned. In the end, the 8 divisions dimmed, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers also slowly retreated. They returned to the stone tablet, and peace was restored. They clearly saw blood splattering and murderous aura, but in the end, all of this disappeared. Ba, benefactor, you are too stubborn. You must know that the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved, the old monk advised earnestly with a face full of sorrow. Let my disciple return, Yi Fan said calmly. The fate between you 2 master and disciple has come to an end. You must know how to let go in life. Turn around and leave, the old monk said with his palms pressed together. He stared at the dark red sword in Yi Fan's hand with extreme fear. Damn monk, shut up. Longma scolded. When he heard the other party's benevolent words, he couldn't help but want to curse out loud. There was no reason to speak of. Is this what you meant when you said that there is only Buddha and reason left in this place? Yi Fan sneered and evaluated, it is as empty as silence. At this moment, he started to step forward. He stared at the boundless Buddha light of Mount Meru and advanced against the great pressure. He held the dark red celestial sword in his hand and pointed it at the old monk, ready to attack. Stopping the war by killing is not what I want. I have sinned, I have sinned. Ba. The great demon is forcing me, so I have no choice but to start killing. Please forgive me, Buddha. The old monk chanted. With a rumble, boundless Buddha light appeared behind him. He let out a loud roar and the earth shook. The entire Mount Meru seemed to have awakened, and he wanted to use the power of the sect to suppress Yi Fan. With a honglong sound, Mount Meru's faith power surged. A small Mount Meru appeared behind the old monk, completely formed from spiritual force. Even though it was called a small one, it was still incomparably large compared to an ordinary mountain. It towered into the clouds, directly suppressing over, faster than everything, majestic and intimidating. Everyone's expressions changed. This was clearly a type of extreme power. Strand after strand of Emperor energy descended, leaving everyone shaken. Moreover, this mountain's suppression was too ferocious. It was so large, directly crushing down. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, almost impossible to avoid. Longma cursed out, saying, "Damned Baldy, you really are a hypocrite, full of benevolence, all for the sake of buying time to refine this mountain. Damn you." Yi Fan moved, his entire body erupting with endless radiance. He stepped on a golden formation, taking large steps forward. This was the heavenly origin divine formation, the patterns he used to support his magical force and spiritual essence. Chi, a streak of scarlet multicolored light flew out. The long sword in his hand released a streak of resplendent immortal light, directly hacking at the small Mount Meru. Meanwhile, he himself was also moving forward. This was a head-on clash not only in name, but also in spirit. He couldn't cower back. It was because the old monk was definitely not the leader of Mount Meru. If even he felt restraining fear, then there was no need to continue the following battles. Yi Fan had prepared for such a long time, also raising his magical force to the peak. The two of them could be said to have used their most powerful attacks. When they collided, the world collapsed, mountains collapsed, sword radiance shattered. It was as if a vast sea surged. Between the two, a terrifying great collision taking place. It was incomparably majestic. Everyone's expressions changed. Just how terrifying was Mount Meru, to actually stop the attack of an emperor artifact? The power of faith was tremendous and tyrannical, absolutely horrifying. The aura of a great emperor is spreading, this will power is the seed Amiba Buddha planted. After being supported by all life, it is already heaven-defying. The divine silkworm Taoist suddenly spoke. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The divine silkworm Taoist was drunk, in his hands a wine gourd, looking quite dispirited. This was the first time he spoke in front of others. Western Desert is deep, it is true after all. I really don't know what kind of terrifying arrangements Amiba Buddha left behind on this mountain. Chi Luo said to himself. Everyone's hearts sunk. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. The old monk was very calm as he stood halfway up the mountain. The monastery behind him shone brightly, making him look holy and peaceful. Yi Fan snorted coldly. This time, he directly rushed forward, the killing sword in his hand trembling intensely. He continuously slashed out 4 times, divine force surging, all of it landing on Mount Meru. Almsgiver, you are being stubborn. As the saying goes, who can sing high in life, there must be a choice. Amiba. The old monk chanted. Behind him, another Mount Meru formed by mental power rose and pressed forward. In the back, everyone was grinding their teeth. This kind of hypocrisy was even more detestable than a true vile person. Longma hated him so much that she wanted to stomp his 16 petals out of his face. Yi Fan sneered again and again. This time, the sword chi was especially vigorous. 4 Daos merged into one, cutting open a path. He actually wanted to charge into Mount Meru. You can't. The people behind him cried out. The old monk smiled. The vast sea of psyche power around him surged, dazzling and dazzling. The psyche power had awakened, and he was about to become one with the entire Mount Meru, controlling endless power. Chi, 10,000 streaks of sword radiance clashed with the power of faith. It was as if rivers and seas were overturned, and the entire sky was destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. The sword chi and power of faith rushed into the 9 heavens, causing the stars in outer space to tremble. And at this time, Yi Fan was completely silent. There was a myriad chi cauldron floating above his head. The mouth of the cauldron was facing downwards, and streaks of radiance that resembled silver rivers poured out. Hong Long, a third type of power appeared in this place. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. It was also the power of faith, just that it was incompatible with the one on Mount Meru. The two collided, burning intensely and devouring each other. In just a split second, a vacuum appeared in front of him, and a path was cut open. The monk's expression changed because Yi Fan rushed over with lightning speed. The immortal sword in his hand trembled, cutting through the sea of psyche power and pressing straight towards him. The appearance of the third type of power broke the balance in that instant. Yi Fan was forced to a certain distance, and his sword shook, about to kill the monk. During this process, his consumption was extremely great. The accumulation of so many years in the cauldron almost reached its bottom in an instant. It couldn't compare to the boundless power of faith on Mount Meru at all. Yi Fan didn't ascend Mount Meru, because that place was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. He couldn't enter at all. Even if the psyche power in his cauldron was 100 or 10,000 times greater, it still wouldn't work. The difference was too great. However, when he approached, the enormous mountain was right next to him. The power of faith broke the balance from before. Even though the opportunity was only a split second, for Yi Fan who was proficient in seizing opportunities, it was enough. Sword chi tore through the sky, erupting with resplendent radiance. Even though most of it was neutralized, one strand still hacked into the monk's body. With a pu sound, a head tumbled down, and blood splashed everywhere. No! The old monk cried out loudly, not daring to believe this reality. He was standing at the waist of Mount Meru, yet he was actually killed. This was just too terrifying. Just a split second of opening was seized by someone, and his life was taken. He only had time to let out one last cry before his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Yi Fan's body swayed, and he used the Xing formula under his feet. When the overwhelming power of faith counterattacked, he decisively retreated, and at the same time, slashed with the killing sword to block the psyche power. Master! Ancient Buddha! At the waist of the mountain, dozens of arhats shouted loudly, but they couldn't change anything. The old monk turned into a pool of blood, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Good kill. This bald bastard talks about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but he's too hypocritical. He should be killed with a sword. Longma cried out in satisfaction. Yi Fan retreated, and looked at the myriad chi cauldron again. The psyche power that had been accumulated over the years was almost dried up. Against Mount Meru, it actually melted into nothingness in a matter of seconds. This mountain is very terrifying. Yi Fan sighed softly. Fortunately, he had never cared about the power of faith, and had never intended to refine it into his body. This time, using it to test the waters was not painful. Dang! The bell rang, and the light of Mount Meru became many times brighter. It was like a mythical pure land, and it made one feel suffocated. At the top of the mountain, the light of Buddha shone everywhere, illuminating the entire vast western desert. Yi Fan and the others retreated, and then rose into the air, continuously flying upwards until they were level with the mountain peak. The ancient temple at the top of the mountain was grand, simple, and magnificent. It was like an immortal palace, and the roof tiles and ridge were dyed with a layer of holy radiance. A rusty bronze plaque hung on the centermost ancient temple. A few words were engraved on it, and they were written in strong strokes. It was Great Thunder Temple. Everyone frowned. Not to mention the others, but this bronze plaque was extraordinary. It had been nourished by the Emperor's chi, and even now, there was still a terrifying fluctuation spreading out. The bell was long and deafening. It was huge, and it hung behind the Great Thunder Temple. Buddha's light shone on it, and Emperor's chi curled around it. It's not an emperor weapon, but many things have been used by the Amitabha Buddha, and some were even personally refined. It is terrifying and shocking. Everyone sighed. This Mount Meru would definitely be difficult to attack. Even with emperor weapons, they might not be able to resist. At this time, the bell stopped vibrating. The peak of Mount Meru was peaceful, and there were waves of chanting, as if the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas were singing together. In front of the Great Thunder Temple, there was a withered tree. Its branches were like dragons, and it was extremely mysterious. Bodhi Immortal Tree. Yi Fan's heart jumped, and then he understood. This was the Bodhi Immortal Tree's previous incarnation. It was different from other immortal medicines, and each time it underwent nirvanic rebirth, it would leave behind a withered body and give birth to a seed. The chanting continued, and the entire Mount Meru temple seemed incomparably solemn and dignified. It was holy and pure, and spiritual force pervaded the air, existing together with all living beings. The violet gold tiles and the majestic temple flickered with a metallic luster, making this place seem even more mysterious and unfathomable. At first glance, it was imposing and majestic. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha, Amitabha. An aged Buddhist chant rang out in the great thunder temple. Following that, the doors opened, and many golden arhats appeared. Buddhist light shone behind their heads, sacred and dignified. Next came the guardian Vajra and the others. The four most famous Vajra positions were actually inherited by someone in this generation. Dharma splashing Vajra, absolute victory Vajra, vigorous Vajra, and eternal Vajra. Each of them was more solemn than the last, and Buddhist chi pervaded the air. The four were incomparably tall and intimidating. Behind them were the guardian deities of the Buddhas, and the most famous were the four heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra of the east, Zenith growth of the south, Virpka of the west, and Vasra of the north. All of them were glaring angrily, looking extremely divine and holy. The hearts of the people from the heavenly village sank. The foundations of the Buddhism were too deep, and even these Tao immortals had appeared. Behind them were the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas. This made people rejoice because there were only a few of them, and they couldn't be compared to the ancient times. It was said that in the era when Amitabha the Great was alive, there were many Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas. They sat cross-legged in the heavens, and the light of Buddha illuminated hundreds of millions of miles. However, before everyone could completely relax, they immediately sank again because an old monk walked out of the great thunder temple. It was obvious that he was the great sage. This was an ancient Buddha. Although his aura was restrained, he still gave people an oppressive pressure. Unlike the other monks, his head was bright, and he actually had some sparse yellow hair like wild grass. His face was full of wrinkles, like a dried orange. He was very old, and his body was withered, but the hidden vitality was terrifying. "It's him, great ancient Buddha Moku. You are indeed still alive." Princess Divine Silkworm immediately raised her eyes. "Amitabha Buddha, this old monk's cultivation has yet to reach perfection, and I can't attain nirvana. I can only continue to live in this world with my dying breaths." This old monk with sparse yellow hair put his palms together, looking sorrowful. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had fought a fierce battle with him, and in the end, he was suppressed under Mount Meru. She didn't expect him to escape now. As expected, everything was caused by you. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes were ice cold. This poor monk's worldly desires are void. I wonder what you mean by this, benefactor. Ancient Buddha Moku had a benevolent expression, and he was calm and composed. Clang, at this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm's body shone with 9 types of celestial light, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Piece after piece of armor covered her graceful body, and the aura of an ancient great emperor was released, causing many people to almost collapse on the spot. Even this Mount Meru shook. Ancient Emperor Battle Robe. This was the celestial robe of the ancient emperor who had undergone 10 transformations in the Divine Silkworm Ridge and was invincible in the end. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm was dazzling, and her entire body flowed with treasure light. She was like a heroic goddess of war, and the aura of a great emperor filled the air, terrifying to the extreme. Even sages trembled when facing her. This was an irresistible aura. On Mount Meru, many golden arhats were trembling, finding it difficult to bear. However, after ancient Buddha Moku called out Buddha's name, everything returned to normal. A treasured pestle appeared in his right hand, and a purple gold luster flowed, revealing an aura that could suppress the ages. This was a weapon personally refined by Great Emperor Amitabha, demon-subduing pestle. The arch artifact had actually fallen into Moku's hands. There was no worse news than this. Tap, tap, powerful and rhythmic footsteps rang out, and another person walked out of the great thunderclap temple. All the arhats, Vajras, Bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas bowed respectfully when they saw him. Even great sage Moku, who held the arch artifact, was the same. He was very respectful to this person and bowed half a master's greeting. The footsteps were powerful, synchronizing with the pulse of this world. The golden arhats, Bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt the boundless Dharma, its majesty vast and mighty from past to present. Meanwhile, the people outside the mountain felt as if they were facing an abyss, as if they were facing the underworld. It was extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, this was an exceptional expert. The aura that was naturally released made all enemies tremble. Every movement he made was compatible with the Tao, coexisting with this world. This person's figure was tall and slender. On his head was a golden crown that was resplendent and dazzling. A Buddha Tao verification diagram was carved on it, containing the secrets of becoming an emperor. It was dignified and divine. Around his neck was a necklace made from divine beads and fine jade. It was like a coiling horned dragon, engraved with the figures of bodhisattvas of the heavens. Waves of scripture chanting could vaguely be heard. This was a powerful and mysterious figure. His entire body was luxurious, and great Buddhist artifacts hung from his body. He naturally circulated with world-shocking fluctuations, powerful and holy, making others feel reverence. Meanwhile, this person was actually a woman. Her face was like a silver plate, and her phoenix eyes were like lightning. She was beautiful and noble, and even more so possessed a type of great dignity. She wore white clothes that were sparkling and dazzling. Yi Tong, Longma, and the others were all stupefied. They never thought that the one who walked out in the end would be a dignified woman. However, they didn't dare to look down on her. Their minds became serious, because they felt an incomparable pressure. Her cultivation was world-shocking, possessing a type of unmatched might. Who is she? This was the question that Yi Fan and the others had in mind. This woman was too powerful. Even if she wasn't quasi-emperor, she wasn't far off, surpassing all the heroes of this world. This was a formidable opponent on the level of the demonic human and the old madman. It was because there was a type of supreme aura about her, as if she could do as she pleased in the heavens above and under the earth below. After she walked out from Great Thunderclap Temple, she no longer moved. A golden peacock appeared in front of her, carrying her on its back. Brilliant light shone endlessly. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This type of style, this type of attitude that overlooked all things, fully displaying her unmatched nature. It didn't seem like something a Buddhist would do, but from the decorations, it was definitely someone from a Buddhist sect. She wore white light clothes, appearing otherworldly and calm. She stood on the back of the golden peacock, her eyes releasing two terrifying divine radiance that swept towards Yi Fan and the others. Clang! Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he waved the dark red killing sword in his hand, slashing apart this formless killing gaze. Who is it? Qi Luo was bewildered. He had never heard of such an expert in the western desert, but he had heard of him in ancient legends. His heart immediately turned cold. The woman sat cross-legged on the back of the golden peacock. Buddhist light shone from her body, making her look even more majestic. Any of the pendants on her head was a terrifying artifact. The dangling earrings were like clouds, and there were sounds of wind and thunder. Meanwhile, divine multicolored light shot out from his arms. There were bracelets on his arms that looked like 9 dragons coiling around him. They were dormant, swallowing clouds and spitting out multicolored light. He carefully listened to the echoes of scriptures. This was an extraordinary woman. She hadn't even made a move or opened her mouth, but she had already intimidated many people. Who are you? Princess Divine Silkworm asked coldly. She wore the ancient sovereign battle robe and flowed with 9-colored divine light. The vast and mighty aura she exuded was peerlessly powerful and pressed straight towards Mount Meru. As the great sage, she wore the peerless immortal clothes that the 10 transformations of the divine silkworm had shed. She could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No matter who she faced, she had the capital to be so powerful. This is the Tao protector of my sect, Great Mahamayuri, the old monk Moku said. Even someone as powerful as him, the great sage, had to pay half a master's greeting to this person. I've never heard of such an expert in the Buddhist sect. Yao Yuekong, Xia Yiming, and the others were all bewildered. Their inheritances were extremely ancient, and they had only heard of an unparalleled peacock in the ancient times. Could it be that this woman was a peerless figure that had been sealed in the source of God? She had lived until this era and had just awakened. No matter what, this was a great enemy. I come from the outer realm. As if she understood what everyone was thinking, Great Mahamayuri revealed a faint smile that made people feel even more reverence. She wasn't an ancient figure, but a world-shaking divine ability that she had cultivated in this era. This person was indeed terrifying. If she didn't have an emperor weapon in her hand, who could resist her? Yi Fan firmly believed that this person was extremely powerful and had an unrivaled aura. This was a type of shock that came from the depths of one's soul. Are you from the Emaba Star region? Yi Fan had heard many legends when he was training on the star path. That place was the origin of the Buddhist sect, and it was still flourishing to this day. There was no lack of peerless experts. The peacock race had a deep relationship with the Buddhist sect. Now, they could almost be considered part of the Buddhist sect. It was fine if they didn't produce any outstanding characters, but once they did, they would definitely shock ghosts and make gods weep. Correct. Great Mahamayuri nodded. Her entire body radiated with boundless Buddhist light. The golden peacock she was sitting on let out a soft cry, making her seem like a deity, sacred and inviolable. Facing a supreme saint of the Buddhist sect, everyone's hearts were heavy. Mount Meru was becoming more and more difficult to fight. With such a powerful character overseeing it, it was truly terrible. Facing such a powerful character, it wasn't good to be rude. Heaven Village's Chi Luo saluted and spoke seriously. He directly told Mahamayuri to let Hua Hua leave the mountain. Impossible. He can only stay in the Buddhist sect for the rest of his life and can never leave Mount Meru. Great Mahamayuri's tone was resolute and directly refused. I respect you as an ancient sage of the Buddhist sect, so I don't want to be rude. Do you really think you are someone? What's there to be proud of? At worst, we'll just fight. Dong Fangyi shouted. He had the personality of a barbarian who feared nothing. He raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand and was about to attack. I thought that an exceptional ancient Buddha would understand things, but it turns out that he's nothing more than this. Buddhist sect's damned baldies, die. Lama shouted. With a clang, the immortal sword in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly and released a resplendent waterfall. He pointed it at Mount Meru and expressed his attitude. He didn't hesitate to fight to the death. I don't care who you are. So what if it's Mount Meru? Do you think you can command the world and make the heroes kneel? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. The battle clothes on her body clanked non-stop, and the armor moved rhythmically. The cold metallic luster shocked the world. The ancient emperor's aura filled the air and pressed down on Mount Meru. This was a terrifying fluctuation. After all, it was a flawless emperor's robe. Many golden arhats on Mount Meru trembled. Even the great bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas frowned. They quickly mobilized the power of faith to stop the killing intent. Great Mahamayuri needs the respect of the world. Originally, she only needed to take a step to become the quasi-emperor, but for the future Buddha, she retracted that foot. As soon as the old monk Moku said this, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but be horrified. How powerful was this divine ability? Clearly, Moku was an extremely difficult person to deal with. When everyone's aura was at its peak, he casually pointed out such a fact. It really had the effect of a stick and a shout. At the critical moment, it intimidated people and struck their fighting spirit. After a short silence outside Mount Meru, Yi Fan sneered and said, not to mention not becoming the quasi-emperor, so what if he did? That's only the most virtuous of your Buddhism. What does it have to do with us? You can close your doors and pay your respects. That's right. If you want to pay respect, it's only your Buddhism. What does it have to do with us? Today, if gods block us, we'll kill them. Princess Divine Silkworm was very domineering. Her eyes shot out a terrifying splendor. Divine Silkworm Ridge had once shaken the world and produced invincible emperors. What kind of prosperity hadn't they seen before? They naturally wouldn't be suppressed by the Western Desert Buddhism. Hypocritical Baldi, you enslaved the disciples of others, yet you still speak of benevolence and morality. It's disgusting. Now, we can only fight to flatten Mount Meru and plant the flag of our celestial court on the mountain peak. From then on, there will be no Buddha. Lama's words were too harsh. This was truly blasphemous. Mount Meru was immediately filled with coldness and silence. Everyone glared at him. A small horse dares to roar at the heavens. Great Mahamayuri spoke. He stretched out a large hand and directly grabbed towards the outside of the mountain. This hand covered the sky and the earth. It was as if Mount Meru had flown out. It directly covered the clouds and covered the sun. It was a dark mass and could even shatter the sky. It was powerful and invincible. Clang, Yi Fan attacked. Facing such a person, he could only use an emperor weapon. The dark red celestial sword shot out a killing light that was like an ocean wave. Wave after wave, it directly hit the large hand high up in the sky. Humph! Great Mahamayuri snorted coldly. Mount Meru's Buddha light was vast and mighty. The power of the heavens surged up and surged along his arm, covering the large hand. It was as if she was wearing an emperor's robe made of the power of faith. She faced the sword she had on and her arm was unharmed. This was a peerless terror. In the next moment, she directly took a step forward and actually left Mount Meru. However, the power of faith was endless. It surged like the sea and was vast like the ocean. It swept behind her and drowned her. This kind of person borrowed the power of Mount Meru to attack. It was truly extraordinary. Great Mahamayuri's entire body shone as endless power of faith entered her body. Meanwhile, this sacred Mount Meru power emitted strands of emperor energy. When it merged with her, it immediately shocked the world. She charged straight at Yi Fan. Her might suppressed the sun and moon and shook the 9 heavens. A great battle suddenly erupted just like that. This was a great pressure. Even though Yi Fan controlled the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being, he still had to be extremely careful. The slightest carelessness could result in a bloodbath. This emperor weapon was only one of the 4 killing swords. It couldn't be considered a complete emperor sword. Moreover, the other party was too powerful. She borrowed the power of Mount Meru and was like a god descending into the world. Clang, boom, dazzling divine light continuously surged between the two of them. The sky dome shattered, black holes appearing high up in the sky. Vast and boundless black domains appeared one after another. Any strike from these two individuals was enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, they were in the boundless sky. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Great Mahamayuri was truly too powerful. Emoku said that she almost took that step, but she pulled it back in the end. It wasn't without reason. She was outside Mount Meru, so the amount of Mount Meru power she borrowed wasn't as much as expected. However, it still brought about the most terrifying pressure. It was as if she was tearing through dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was also because Yi Fan had experienced hundreds of battles and wielded an emperor weapon. If it was any other great sage, they would have been slapped to death with a single slap. There was no suspense at all. Great Mahamayuri's might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was otherworldly and her eyes were as sharp as heavenly blades. This wasn't like a woman at all. She was more like an unrivaled overlord. She drew on Buddhist energy and faith power to fight a great battle against Yi Fan. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the world lost color. Mount Meru towered into outer space and the surrounding small planets exploded one after another. They couldn't even withstand the power of a casual wave of her hand. This scene was terrifying and shocking. It made people shiver all over and they couldn't help but tremble. Battle cries shook the heavens and a great battle broke out. Princess Divine Silkworm charged straight for the main peak of Mount Meru and attacked the bodhisattvas of the heavens. She wanted to cut off the power of faith and destroy the great Thunderclap Temple. The sounds of battle boiled. Dongfang Yi, Qi Luo, Gu Jinping, Longma, the 10 Venerables, Yao Yuekong, and the other heroes all made their moves. The saints covered the sky and their artifacts shone. Light rays shot out as they fought fiercely. Dang, immortal multicolored light splashed in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head was almost sent flying. His body trembled violently as the killing sword in his hand slashed horizontally, finally blocking the boundless psyche power. The great Mahamayuri was too powerful and simply couldn't be defeated by humans. She fought against Yi Fan with her bare hands, pressing forward step by step with matchless divine might. With a wing sound, she directly slapped over with a palm as white as jade. However, it was extremely terrifying as it carried the boundless power of faith from Mount Meru. directly colliding with the emperor weapon. Yi Fan held his sword horizontally as golden blood surged all over his body, raising his battle prowess to the extreme. The dark red longsword in his hand became scarlet red as strands of sword radiance were shaken out, slashing forward. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. The great Mahamayuri's gaze was intimidating as her jade-white palm condensed with the power of faith. When she slapped down, the sparkling sword chi was shattered. Sword chi crisscrossed in this place as killing intent swept across 100,000 li. The two were like two balls of light dancing in the air. One wrong step and blood would splatter on the spot, destroying both body and spirit. Emperor chi pervaded the air. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. The enemy was too powerful. She almost became the quasi-emperor. As expected, she was above the world. The great Mahamayuri formed a seal with her right hand and swept upwards towards Yi Fan's chest with astonishing might. Yi Fan continuously slashed out several sword radiances, only dispersing the psyche power when they struck the precious seal. Boom! Yi Fan let out a long roar. The long sword in his hand contained the true meaning of the celestial emperor fist, erupting with incomparable radiance. He continuously slashed forward, a total of 8 times. The radiance was dazzling and the momentum was like rushing thunder, causing the sun, moon, and stars to lose their luster. This kind of might shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. Many meteorites in outer space exploded and turned into fine powder. The small planets in the distance were even more so, split apart and turned into dust. However, it was precisely this kind of powerful attack that was blocked by the great Mahamayuri. Her white and flawless hands brandished the Mount Meru psyche power, slapping over and over again, forcing Yi Fan to retreat. The great peacock's might suppressed the 9 heavens, his divine appearance intimidating. He was extremely powerful as he soared above the heavens. His gaze was like sword beams, clanging as he fought, becoming more and more courageous. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he tried his best to resist. The battlefield was very far away from Mount Meru, deep in the firmament. Mahamayuri had only borrowed a portion of the power of faith and not the entirety of Mount Meru. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have been in grave danger. The psyche power of Mount Meru was omnipresent. If all of it was used on one's body, it would be as if one was wearing an emperor's robe. This was the accumulation and precipitation of thousands of years. It was rumored that the eminent monk of the Buddhist sect stood in the great Thunderclap Temple, innately undefeated and invincible. Mount Meru was too tall, known as 84,000. Even though this was an exaggeration, it wasn't without reason. It towered into the boundless heavenly domain, directly entering outer space, many small planets circling around it. The battle between the two became more and more intense, but Yi Fan was retreating, deep into the starry sky, far away from the main mountain, so as to weaken the influence of Mount Meru's psyche power. Without a doubt, if Mahamayuri stood on Mount Meru, Yi Fan wouldn't have a chance at all. That would be equivalent to an existence that was about to become the quasi-emperor, killing him with a flawless emperor weapon. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm led her people to launch an all-out attack on Mount Meru. It was even more intense. She had a flawless emperor's robe, and 9-colored immortal light danced around her body as she forcefully clashed with Mount Meru. At this moment, the old monk Moku, who was the great sage, shone all over. He held the weapon of Amiba the great emperor, the demon subduing pestle, and launched the fiercest counterattack. Battle cries shook the heavens. Mount Meru didn't show any weakness. The golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas all attacked, taking the initiative to attack Yi Tong, Dongfang Yi, the divine knight, and the others. The people of the Ji family, Sky Demon Palace, and Great Xia Empire had also joined the battle. The people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge were also attacking. This place collapsed and cracked. Divine light shot into the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. For many years, Mount Meru had been very peaceful. At most, it was just a conflict of ideals within the Buddhist sect. But now, there were countless powerful enemies, and a large army was invading. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan glanced at the battlefield on the other side. He wasn't too worried, but he himself was in big trouble. The Buddhist sect wanted to get rid of him first, and then Mahamayuri would turn back to deal with the Princess Divine Silkworm, who was even more difficult to deal with. After so many years, there hadn't been many people who dared to see him as a weakling. But now, he experienced it. The other party wanted to kill him first, treating him as prey. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't dare to be careless, but he wasn't afraid either. He used the row formula and went straight into the sky. He appeared above the dark sky and was a distance away from Mount Meru. Mahamayuri let out a clear cry, and Mount Meru below rumbled. Boundless Psi-Force shot up into the sky, following her into the outer realms, causing many small planets to tremble. Although her Psi-Force had weakened, it still allowed her to be incomparably domineering. Her killing intent soared, shocking the world. Bzz, on the head of the great Peacock King, the golden crown she wore emitted boundless Buddhist light. Waves of chanting rang out, as though there were 3,000 Buddhas chanting, so loud that even the deaf could hear. On the golden crown, there were many vivid and lifelike diagrams. They were none other than the diagrams of Buddhas achieving the Tao. They contained the laws of heaven and earth, and the secrets of becoming an emperor. This was a terrifying magic tool, the strongest weapon of the great Peacock King. At this moment, it flew up, and the power of faith from Mount Meru drowned out the heaven and earth. The Tao tool was too terrifying. Vaguely, a Buddha walked out, pointing to the sky and the earth. He chanted sutras, and only he was supreme, wanting to suppress Yi Fan. At this moment, the boundless Buddhist power of Mount Meru surged over like the sea. It didn't decrease much because of the distance, especially when this tool appeared. It was easier for him to use the Buddhist power. The great Peacock King's might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she stared at Yi Fan and then at the divine silkworm princess. Yi Fan retreated again, holding the dark red killing sword to defend himself. The great Peacock King became more and more powerful. Buddhist light shone around her. She was graceful and luxurious, and the golden crown could crush the ages. She kept closing in, suppressing with the massive Psi-Force of Mount Meru. At the same time, she took off an arm bracelet. It was translucent and dazzling, comparable to a diamond chakram. It shattered the sky, and with the power of faith, it destroyed countless meteors and went straight for Yi Fan. The situation had reached the most critical moment. The great Peacock King launched a thunderous attack, wanting to quickly finish off Yi Fan. This was because she didn't want to be too far away from Mount Meru, as her Psi-Force would decrease as the distance increased. Suddenly, Yi Fan put away the myriad chi cauldron, and a rusty green copper cauldron appeared. It was broken and appeared above his head. With a rumbling sound, under the tremendous pressure and the will force that contained Emperor energy surged over, the damaged green copper cauldron revived. Its entire body shone, green and sparkling, almost translucent. Immortal multicolored light shot out, releasing undying radiance. All the pressure that Yi Fan endured was blocked. A cold light shot out from his eyes, and he pounced forward with the dark red killing sword in his hand, going straight for the great Peacock King. Clang, divine light suddenly appeared, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. Yi Fan slashed out and cut off an arm bracelet. The great Peacock King's body shook, and she couldn't help but let out a long cry. This was a very important tool to her, and she didn't expect it to be destroyed just like that. There were still a few arm bracelets on her arms that had been refined in pairs. It wouldn't be perfect if one was destroyed. What was even worse was that the power of faith was swallowed by the green copper cauldron. Even the golden crown was in danger, and the Buddha's Tao attainment diagram that had just appeared dimmed. Yi Fan raised his sword and slashed straight at her most powerful tool, the golden crown. Clang, clang, the great Peacock King threw out the last few arm bracelets. They were all sparkling and resplendent, and they collided forward to block the sword chi. However, at this time, Yi Fan not only had the immortal sword in his hand, but also the green copper cauldron. The two emitted light together, and their auras became many times stronger. Their whole body was like a celestial furnace that smelted all power and pressed forward. Crack, the power of faith retreated, and the few arm bracelets were cut off and turned into fine powder. The great Peacock King could only hurriedly put away the golden crown. She rode on the 5-colored divine light and disappeared into Mount Meru. Yi Fan chased closely from behind. He used the row formula to the extreme, and the Emperor's sword in his hand was raised to slash at the great Peacock King from behind. Boom, after all, they weren't too far from Mount Meru. As soon as the great Peacock King approached the peak, she mobilized all the power of faith and blessed her body. It was as if she was wearing a true emperor's robe. Compared to before, she was countless times stronger. Her pure white clothes were torn apart by some fluctuations during her retreat, and a pair of forearms were revealed. This made her expression incomparably cold. Everyone was shocked. The great Peacock King was invincible, but she was chased back by Yi Fan. This made everyone horrified. Zoons. Immortal Ascension Cauldron. It's the green cauldron of ancient heaven. Many people cried out in surprise, including the experts of the Northern Dipper race and the Outer Realm saints who had come to watch. Summon the exorcism pestle, the great Peacock King said coldly. She stretched out her hand to borrow the Emperor's weapon from Emoku. She stood on Mount Meru and was enveloped by boundless telekinesis. As long as she didn't leave the mountain, it was equivalent to having a flawless Emperor artifact protecting her. Yet, she still wanted the demon-subduing pestle. It was obvious that she wanted to rush into the sky to kill Yi Fan. Emoku hesitated slightly. He held the Emperor artifact with both hands and sent it over. During this process, the power of faith on Mount Meru surged to resist Princess Divine Silkworm's attack. With a whoosh, the great Peacock King turned into a ray of divine light and charged toward Yi Fan again. The power of faith behind him swept over like a sea. Without the Emperor artifact, you're only relying on the power of faith to protect Mount Meru? You're underestimating us. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. She was the great sage, and with the immortal robe of her race, her divine might was unparalleled. With a rumble, the aura on her body was extremely terrifying. She was about to step onto the pure land of Meru. The shockwaves surged like raging waves. Some golden arhats were too far away and directly turned into meat paste. Blood mist drifted in the air. Facing the overbearing great Peacock King, Yi Fan was retreating, avoiding his attacks and buying time for Princess Divine Silkworm and the others. However, he suddenly saw a cold smile at the corner of the great Peacock King's mouth. He immediately felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Oh no, there's a change on Mount Meru." There was no need for him to say anything. Princess Divine Silkworm had already sensed that Mount Meru was filled with endless killing intent. It was a phoenix's nest and couldn't be touched. There was a great emperor killing array here. Rumor had it that the Mount Meru killing array was limited by materials and had been destroyed over the years. There wasn't much left, but she didn't expect that to be the case. Clearly, the great Peacock King had done it on purpose just now. It looked like he was going to risk everything because the artifact had been destroyed, but in reality, that wasn't the case. He had set up a trap with Emoku to lure her into it. Boom, Princess Divine Silkworm's attack was fearless. Because they were well prepared. She took a step back and wanted to leave Mount Meru because she had only taken a few steps. You can't leave. The great sage Emoku said coldly. He fully activated the array and mobilized the power of faith to suppress Princess Divine Silkworm. Clang, 9 kinds of divine lights danced on Princess Divine Silkworm's body, shining brightly. She stepped on the great Emperor's pattern and retreated, but she felt a great pressure. The killing array was activated and directly attacked. Let's see where you can go. Pfft, suddenly, a blazing immortal light flew over from the void and shone on Mount Meru. It shone with the 9 colored rays of light on Princess Divine Silkworm's emperor robe. The two of them fused together and opened up a passageway. Princess Divine Silkworm took a step out. She wasn't surprised at all. In the void, Jizu's close fluttered. She held an ancient great emperor's mirror in her hand, shining the most resplendent light in the world. She was the one who had taken action and brought out the Ji family's supreme artifact. The original plan was to use the great emperor's weapon and the ancient sovereign artifact to directly charge into Mount Meru and rescue Huahua at lightning speed. They didn't expect Mount Meru to be much more terrifying than they had imagined. Legend had it that most of the great array left behind by Amiba had been destroyed, and not much was left. However, recently, it had overturned people's understanding. Kill this peacock first and cut off its path of return. The effect will be the same. Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly and rushed into the sky. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Every piece of Princess Divine Silkworm's armor flickered with a cold metallic luster. It shone with 9 different immortal lights, as if the galaxy was flowing in reverse. The might of her attack was incomparable, causing the entire Mount Meru to shake. In an instant, she rushed to the sky above the outer realm. Mount Meru towered into the outer realm, surrounded by many meteorites and divine islands. This was the embodiment of the Buddha's great power and the current situation of the Pure Land. In Buddhism, it was believed that Mount Meru was the center of the universe, and everything revolved around it. Crack, the ancient emperor's battle robe shone and trembled continuously, causing the many small stars surrounding Mount Meru to explode. Princess Divine Silkworm was like a god with boundless magic power that was unstoppable. This was just a fluctuation that was naturally released by wearing the ancient emperor's armor. It was already so terrifying and destructive, shocking and revering everyone. Buzz. Princess Divine Silkworm's beautiful hair danced in the air as she pounced towards Mahamayuri. Her eyes emitted cold lightning that was sharp and oppressive as she slapped her palms over. The world was rumbling, and the galaxy was trembling. The ancient emperor's battle robe fluttered rhythmically as 9-colored immortal light danced in the air. Its might was shocking as it swept through everything in its path. Mahamayuri let out a clear roar and charged over with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was invincible, displaying an aura of looking down on the world and being the only one in the world. Clang, the demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddhist light and collided with the 9-colored immortal light emitted by Princess Divine Silkworm's hands. It was like 2 metal stars colliding, producing flames that caused the universe to tremble. This was an invincible might. It was the most terrifying confrontation, causing the hearts of all the saints to tremble. Their legs trembled, and they almost couldn't stand. A few streaks of blood splattered. These were the saints who had infiltrated the universe with ill intentions and were waiting for an opportunity. They hadn't expected these 2 women to be so powerful. They had killed their way here and shattered under the fluctuations of the Emperor weapon. The 2 women were like lightning, making all the heroes sigh in admiration. Their beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and their eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, piercing through the universe. They spread their wings and soared into the sky. Boom, the great Mahamayuri smashed down with his demon-subduing pestle, tearing hundreds and thousands of large cracks in the universe. Dazzling rays of light exploded in all directions with the point of destruction as the center. The Divine Silkworm Princess faced the enemy with both palms, slashing over like 2 heavenly blades. The 2 collided violently. Divine waves were boundless, and the divine sea was boundless. This was a great collision of the extreme path. Bang, Mahavira Mahamayuri's realm was profound, and he had the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand pressed down, and at the same time, his right leg swept out. Behind him, a vast amount of Mount Meru's power covered the sky and the earth, pressing forward. Amidst the rumbling, Mount Meru trembled, as if an ancient great emperor was resurrecting, emitting a terrifying and monstrous might. This leg was slender and perfectly straight, appearing extremely elegant under the spotlessly white light clothes. However, right now, it was murderous and seizing one's soul. Vast and mighty Buddhist power was wrapped in endless radiance as it descended. The Divine Silkworm Princess's phoenix-like eyes widened in anger, and her entire body shone. The ancient imperial battle robe clanged and vibrated violently. A pair of divine wings stretched out from her back like the divine wings of a phoenix, tearing apart heaven and earth. Clang, she was like a phoenix spreading its wings, dazzling and resplendent. A pair of divine wings tore apart the endless power of faith, sweeping forward to resist the great enemy. The Divine Silkworm armor had a total of 9 transformations, corresponding to the realm of the Divine Silkworm. This time, it displayed the divine transformation of the ancient emperor's transformation from a silkworm to a phoenix. Legend had it that after the 9 transformations' ultimate realm, there would be a 10th transformation where the 9 transformations merged into one. However, it was very troublesome for the ancient imperial battle robe to appear in this most powerful state. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to do so. Mahavira Mahamayuri's expression changed. He didn't expect that this armor wasn't fixed and would actually change according to the battle situation. The crimson phoenix divine wings that cleaved down were dazzling, tearing apart the defense. Clang, she swung the demon-subduing pestle and smashed it down. The two emitted boundless light and produced an earth-shattering sound, almost shattering this universe. It was impossible for Emperor weapons to truly collide. They fought through the immortal light they emitted. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand that kind of divine might, and the wielder would be shaken to death. Surround and hunt her. The divine silkworm princess was very decisive. After experiencing Mahavira Mahamayuri's power, she decided not to fight alone. This was because her main purpose was to save someone, so she could use all means at her disposal. In a battle between emperor weapons, one's cultivation wasn't the most important. However, this was an existence that almost became quasi-emperor after all. Moreover, she could use the power of faith. Whoever fought her alone would die without a doubt after a long time. Yi Fan naturally took action. He had been watching covetously all this time. In order to save his disciple Hua Hua, there was nothing more to say about dealing with the Buddhist sections. Jiziyue also moved when she heard this. The emperor mirror hung above her head, like a divine moon releasing an immortal radiance. Her physique was special, and she could draw the essence energy source that filled the sky, activating the emperor weapon to attack Mahavira Mahamayuri. Chi. The void mirror condensed the universe and concentrated the source of all Daos. The surface of the mirror was warm and sparkling. It shone with a light that cut through the ages and shot towards Mahavira Mahamayuri. This light was eternal. Once it shone, heaven and earth wept, killing demons and gods. It was like a war song rumbling, destroying everything in its way. Mahavira Mahamayuri's entire body shone, displaying a matchless divine ability. 5 beams of divine light rushed out from his back, condensing with the endless power of faith from Mount Meru and pressing forward. In that instant, the primal chaos surged and heaven and earth shattered. It was as if a new universe was being opened, and all material things were destroyed. An intense collision occurred. The eternal immortal light shot out by the void mirror struck the 5-colored divine light, splitting apart the power of faith. It was as if a glass divine platform had been shattered, and patterns suddenly appeared. Dang, at the crucial moment, it was still the demon-subduing pestle that took effect. It swept over with ferocious power, colliding with the immortal light. Immediately, boundless Buddhist light swept across the starry sky, causing the universe to tremble. They were too far away from Mount Meru. Even though the power of faith was endless, it wasn't as terrifying as standing on the mountain. It couldn't block the emperor weapon's attack. This was a shocking battle. All the saints were shocked, and the 10,000 ancient races trembled. No one would have thought that so many emperor weapons would be used in this battle. It shook the world. Boom, Mahavira Mahamayuri roared, and the golden crown on her head shone with resplendent light. The Buddha Tao attainment diagram circulated, as if it was about to come back to life. She held the demon-subduing pestle and went straight for Jiziyue. Buddhist light shone, as if all the stars in the sky were pouring down. Princess Divine Silkworm went forward, waving her divine wings and hacking down to block this unparalleled magic power. Jiziyue herself wasn't afraid either. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful and moving face shone with astonishing brilliance. Her white teeth bit her red lips, and her hands formed a seal. The emperor mirror on her head became even more resplendent, becoming one with the universe as it pressed forward. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The Ji family was extraordinary indeed. Not only did they send their holy daughter here, they even sent out their void mirror. This was a huge move. One had to know that regardless of whether it was the Xia imperial family or the Jian family, although they had sent out some of their family's experts to help, they couldn't use emperor weapons. This was because the implications were too great. The Ji family dared to do this, not hesitating to go to war with the Western Desert Buddhism. They were staking it all on one throw, tying them to their clan's war chariot. This required great courage. Everyone knew how terrifying the Western Desert Buddhism was. Since ancient times, very few people dared to attack them. Shocking immortal light appeared, and the battle in the sky became more and more intense. Chi. Yi Fan had already joined in. A shocking sword radiance slashed down, forcing Mahavira Mahamayuri to use the demon-subduing pestle to defend. At the same time, she quickly descended towards Mount Meru. She faced 3 people at the same time, and even with emperor weapons in hand, it wasn't enough. She didn't have enough faith power, so she had no choice but to retreat. Chang, the cauldron on Yifan's head shone with green light, protecting him as he rushed forward. He raised his sword and slashed down. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. His attack power was unparalleled. Mahavira Mahamayuri didn't want to continue fighting, because if this continued, she would die without a doubt. She avoided the three people's attacks and wouldn't fight them head-on. She chose a target and wanted to break through from Jiziyue. Comparatively speaking, her realm was slightly lower, so it should be easier. Rumble, the demon-subduing Pestil's light was boundless, and pure psychokinesis surged like a river of stars, protecting her body. She bravely moved forward, pouncing straight at Ji family's pearl. She didn't even hesitate to leave some openings for Princess Divine Silkworm and Yifan just to break out. Without a sound, a phantom appeared behind Jiziyue, activating the void mirror together with her. Emperor's Chi erupted, shaking out a monstrous might. With a rumble, the sky collapsed, and the demon-subduing pestle trembled violently. Mahavira Mahamayuri's path of attack was blocked, and the blood in her body was churning. It was an old man. His entire body was faint and extremely blurry, as if he was about to pass away. Even his body wasn't real. A person who is about to decay. You shouldn't belong to this era. Are you the great sage that was sealed in the source of God by Ji family hundreds of thousands of years ago? Mahavira Mahamayuri said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the ancient races, their hearts churned violently. This was the difference between a family that had produced a great emperor. They had the divine origin liquid that others couldn't reach and could seal the outstanding experts of the ancient times. This was their unique foundation, and now, the great sage had actually appeared. Everyone's hearts rose and fell, especially the saints, because they weren't just looking at the surface, but also understood some shocking information from within. The path of immortalization was about to open, and it wasn't far away. Otherwise, the great sage of Ji family wouldn't have escaped from the source of God. The ancient great emperors had deduced that in this era, this was the protector they had left for their descendants. Only at this moment could the terror of a family that had produced a great emperor be reflected. In the post-primeval era where the world dried up, only those who had become great emperors could refine the divine origin liquid and use it to seal the outstanding people of the younger generation. In peaceful times, all the holy lands were on equal footing, but in this critical period, it was obvious who could reign supreme. The great emperor's family was the true ruler. The path of immortalization is about to open. This kind of commotion quickly spread, engulfing the vicinity of Mount Meru. All the saints and ancient race experts were shocked, and they were even more shocked than when they saw the battle between emperor weapons. That might not be the case. Maybe this person broke free in advance because of other matters and appeared in the world. While everyone was shocked, the great battle continued and became even more intense. Although the great Mahamayuri was unmatched, they were now competing in emperor weapons. Even a god couldn't stop them. Even if she had endless power of belief to protect her body, this still wouldn't do. She could only retreat and not clash head-on, or else she would undoubtedly die. She attacked unhindered, wanting to retreat to Mount Meru. She displayed the extraordinary divine ability of an unrivaled expert, coming back to life in a land of death as she roared between heaven and earth. Boom! Princess Divine Silkworm's armor changed again, and there were talismans flickering on it one after another. The phoenix clothes turned into true dragon armor, coiling around the heaven and earth. A dragon swung its tail, causing the great Mahamayuri to tremble violently, and blood flowed out of its mouth. Chi! Yifan charged over, brandishing his sword. Killing intent surged for hundreds of thousands of miles, engulfing the heaven and earth. The boundless sword waves were like a vast ocean. Her fine black hair danced in the air, breaking under the great Mahamayuri's golden crown. She hadn't shaved her head, and at this moment, a section of her hair was cut off, flying everywhere. Her head was almost cut off. This sword shocked the soul. Sword Chi traversed tens of thousands of miles and almost touched the great Mahamayuri's head. Her black hair danced in the air, scattering in the air and turning into 5-colored divine peacock feathers. Each of them flickered and fluttered before shattering in an instant. The great Mahamayuri was furious. As the protector of this generation, who could harm her? She had received the worship of all living beings for many years, but today, she was suppressed again and again. She brandished the demon-subduing pestle, her eyes incomparably cold as she charged at Yi Fan. The aura of this supreme weapon overflowed into the heavens, simply suppressing the past, present, and future. The boundless Buddhist power was boundless, each strand like a galaxy. Weng, the green cauldron above Yi Fan's head swayed. Green multicolored light surged as if a universe was opening. The rust disappeared, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent, shining on its own to resist the pestle. Meanwhile, the killing sword in his hand also revealed its sharpness. This sword was very special, its killing intent far exceeding that of any emperor weapon. The immortal slaughtering diagram on it shone, vivid and lifelike, cutting through the universe. This was a terrifying collision. Light swallowed and spat out, surging violently. On the side, the divine silkworm princess and Jizi also activated their emperor weapons to kill the Mahamayuri. Chi. At this critical moment, although she was furious, she could only choose to retreat. Boundless power of faith covered the sky and earth, forming a bridge that led to Mount Meru. She stepped on it, crossing space and time, crossing over. Where do you think you're going? Several emperor weapons surrounded her. They all shone and slashed forward, especially the blurry phantom beside Jizi. It was even more terrifying, melting into one with the void and being everywhere. This time, he personally moved forward with the Emperor Mirror, blocking the way forward. Your entire body is covered in the aura of decay. You can't change your fate even if you live to this age. People like you should have long returned to the Yellow Earth. The great Mahamayuri shouted. Behind her, 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky, condensing the power of faith. She held the demon-subduing pestle, and the three merged into one, smashing down. With a loud boom, ocean-like power surged down, densely covering every inch of space. It was as if a galaxy in the universe had collapsed. This elder's expression didn't change. His figure became even more indistinct and dim, but the void mirror shone resplendently like a blazing sun. It turned into a shield, blocking in front of him. All types of symbols appeared on the surface of the mirror, reflecting radiance. Something surprising happened. The overwhelming divine power that was rushing over was reflected back. The imperial mirror used the enemy's Tao to attack the enemy. It was a horrifying performance. The great Mahamayuri's expression changed. He hastily retreated and even used the demon-subduing pestle to block the attack. As a result, he was shaken so badly that his chi and blood surged and his body trembled. And at this moment, Yi Fan and Princess Divine Silkworm arrived again. Their attacks were great, and the fluctuations of the arch weapons were vast and mighty, swallowing heaven and earth. 3 or 4 emperor weapons shook at the same time, cutting off the great Mahamayuri. Their aura surged, auspicious energy surged, immortal multicolored light brilliant, illuminating this place in a multicolored haze. Kill. A Buddha character appeared on the great Mahamayuri's white forehead. His aura surged to the extreme, drawing upon the psyche power of Mount Meru to attack with all his might. Rumble, Mount Meru shook, as if the copper furnace that smelted heaven and earth had overturned and was about to destroy the world. Endless divine power surged up, resonating with the Buddha character on his forehead. The great Mahamayuri moved the heavens and the earth, avoiding Yi Fan, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others. He didn't clash head-on with them, turning into divine multicolored light and rushing down, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, their defenses were too tight, and he couldn't break through at all. Ba, excellent, excellent. The old monk of Mount Meru, Moku, chanted the name of Buddha. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He rushed up into the sky, using a forbidden technique. It was unknown how much faith power he drew from Mount Meru, wrapping it up. Thunder rumbled, and terrifying divine might shocked the 9 heavens. At this moment, Moku was like a Saraira, emitting boundless light, causing Mount Meru to boil. Light pierced through the clouds. To be more precise, he was holding a strange Saraira in his hand. He was worshipping it devoutly, maintaining this special posture as he flew up into the sky. It was astonishing. The great Mahamayuri felt that kind of majesty. At this moment, the entire Mount Meru seemed to have been revived, turning into a huge life form. Divine might surged over. She attacked with all her might, converging with Mo Ku, who was coming up to support her. This shouldn't be the Buddha's Saraira, right? It actually caused so much faith power to boil up from Mount Meru. It's heaven-defying. The spectators could see it the most clearly. At this moment, the faith power was countless times stronger. It turned into a bridge that connected to the heavens, directly reaching the firmament and closing in on the great Mahamayuri's feet. No one had expected the old monk Mo Ku to have such a heaven-defying method. He actually wanted to rescue the great Mahamayuri, exceeding everyone's expectations. The saints from the outer realms were envious. They really wanted to interfere at this moment, causing the two sides to collide fiercely and injure each other. However, the emperor weapon was too powerful. Who dared to take the risk? Boom! Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. In that void sky, a wave of terrifying aura suddenly erupted, shattering the void and cutting off the endless faith power, cutting off the path forward. This was a demonic jar that released an aura that made even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. Strand after strand of dark light scattered down, crushing the endless heavens and shattering the courage of all heroes. The jar's body was simple, as if it was made from pottery. The engravings on its surface had beautiful lines, as if a young lady's elegant immortal body was engraved on it. It released a fluctuation that made countless unmatched heroes feel fear. Heaven-swallowing demonic jar, this demonic jar that made everyone's expressions change upon hearing its name appeared here, attacking the old monk, shattering the path ahead. It began to devour endless faith power. Who didn't know this great emperor? Who didn't know about her? She slaughtered her way through the 9 heavens 10 earths, making the supreme beings of all heavens and 10,000 regions tremble. All creatures bow down in worship, shocking past and present. Even though she had passed away, no longer in this world, the demonic jar that was forged from her body was still alive. It was to the extent where some people said that this was the same as a vicious great emperor's unconventional long life. The faith power was shattered. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar released a light noise. The instant the lid was opened, heaven and earth swallowed, everything refined, nothing it couldn't break through. The 13 great bandits, mysterious old undying, old blind, Tu Tian, Jiang Huiran, and others appeared, activating this extreme Dao Emperor weapon, making it release the most terrifying heaven-shocking divine might. This was a hidden chess piece, displaying its might at the crucial moment. Duanda didn't come, currently unable to break out of the cocoon. However, he borrowed the heaven-swallowing demonic lid. The 2 half-emperor artifacts clashed, their divine might matchless. This unforeseen event was too sudden. Everyone thought that all of the emperor artifacts had appeared, all of them appearing, never expecting another one to appear at the final moment. It was a shocking event. Today's battle was definitely going to be recorded in the annals of history. Forget about everything else, just the simultaneous appearance of so many emperor artifacts was already a formidable great event. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar directly smashed over, scattering the faith power. The old monk Mo Ku maintained a strange posture, both hands holding the sparkling saraira in his fist. He knelt in the void, watching the battle in the sky. At this time, he was suddenly attacked, his expression immediately changing. He couldn't stop this attack at all, only able to quickly fly out, forcefully condensing faith power to carry him. Then, he formed a psychic battle armor, even more so using the saraira to protect the space between his brows. He was a great sage, borrowing endless faith power to take action. It was equivalent to fighting with an emperor weapon. However, when he suddenly suffered an attack, it was a bit too late. Strands of dark light descended. Even though they didn't directly hit him, they still pierced through the psychic battle armor, brushing past his body, immediately making him cry out loudly. Pooh! The old monk Mo Ku's legs shattered, and then they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. The mist spread along his body, not even the faith power able to stop it. He couldn't help but roar out. It looked like he was about to break down to his waist. In that instant, his body broke apart, everything below his head exploding, turning into a bloody paste. However, things were even worse than he had imagined. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar was too terrifying. Even if a strand of energy brushed past him, there was still no medicine that could save him. In the end, his head also exploded, only leaving behind the fist-sized saraira he held. It released multicolored light, carrying divine radiance as it rushed into the boundless heavens. Only now did this mysterious Saraira truly awaken, possessing life. The great Mahamayuri roared towards the heavens. Even though she was a woman, she possessed a starry river-devouring aura. Her beautiful hair that was cut off danced about, the Buddha character on her sparkling white forehead flourishing even more brilliantly. Meanwhile, that strange Saraira that rushed into the sky unexpectedly temporarily merged with her Buddha character. It was like a dream, making her directly disappear from her original location, releasing a strange Buddhist power. What? This is Emperor-level fluctuation. Could it be the Saraira left behind by the Amiba Great Emperor? Everyone was shocked. The things that happened today were too shocking. First, many Emperor weapons appeared, and then there was a supreme treasure that was suspected to be an Emperor's Saraira. It made everyone's eyes burn with passion. What will happen if it merges with the Psyche seed left behind by the Amiba Buddha? At the side of Mount Meru, the divine silkworm Taoist held a large vermilion gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, muttering to himself in a drunken manner. From start to finish, he didn't participate in the battle. He was like a dispirited passerby, watching his clansmen fight. He didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Where do you think you're going? The armor on the divine silkworm princess changed again, turning into a Kuan Pung. It reached out a pair of giant claws, tearing downwards. Even though she lost the great peacock king's figure, she still took action based on her intuition, identifying that direction. At the same time, the void mirror shone, incomparably sparkling and translucent. It shone in the sky, quickly drawing out an expanse of immortal radiance, illuminating the location of the great peacock king's true body. He had actually already descended from outer space, not far away from Mount Meru. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar at the very bottom trembled, black light bursting out like a perfect great Tao vase. Tens of thousands of strands of energy landed on Mount Meru, erupting with heaven-overflowing radiance. At the same time, a weak streak of black light brushed past the great peacock king's legs, immediately causing half of his body to explode into a bloody mist. Chi. And during this process, Yifan also took action. The emperor's sword in his hand descended, turning into a shocking scarlet radiance. With a pu sound, it chopped off the great peacock king's right arm, causing it to explode on the spot. Clearly, this was a disastrous result. The great peacock king was struck by the heaven-swallowing demonic jar and the spirit treasure celestial being's killing sword. Not to mention that she wasn't the quasi-emperor. Even if she truly entered this realm, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Her mutilated body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mess. According to common sense, her body and soul would inevitably be destroyed, dying without a burial ground. However, something astonishing happened. The Buddha's relic on her forehead shone brightly, illuminating the entire Mount Meru and protecting her head. Together with the evil subduing pestle and the others, she fell under the withered Bodhi tree in front of the great Laying temple. What is that? It actually dissolved the emperor's weapon's murderous intent? Not only were Yifan and the others astonished, even the outer realm saints and ancients were indescribably shaken. Who cares what it is, as long as it isn't the Amiba Buddha coming back to life? Otherwise, it's useless even if the deities come. The people on Yifan's side were about to launch another attack. However, a vast Buddha's body rose in front of the great thunderclap temple. Its terror overflowed into the heavens, and the enormous life fluctuation suffocated everyone. The people on Yifan's side, such as Li Tian and Longma, wanted to slap their own mouths. They felt like they had jinxed themselves. What nonsense did they say just now? This was truly an emperor-level life fluctuation. The whole world was shocked, and everyone was trembling. Many saints knelt down and involuntarily kowtowed. They simply couldn't withstand this kind of matchless might. Mount Meru was incomparably majestic, its peak piercing into the boundless cosmos. Multicolored mist circulated around it, like an immortal platform. At the peak, a temple sat there, majestic and majestic. Its tiles flowed with a purple-gold luster, as if they were cast from metal. A holy and auspicious aura pervaded the air. In front of the great thunderclap temple, an ancient Buddha towered high into the sky, its enormous figure stifling. The power of a great emperor pervaded the air, and a vast ocean-like life force surged. The saints all knelt down, their souls trembling. Facing such fluctuations, they felt like ants looking up at a giant dragon. They deeply felt how insignificant they were. Buddha. Everyone was dumbfounded, all of them like wooden statues. Great waves surged in their hearts. This was too shocking. Boundless Buddhist light blossomed, illuminating all directions. Every strand of aura shocked the world. The great Buddha was majestic, tens of thousands of zhong tall. Buddhist power flowed from every pore of the golden Buddha body, pouring down like a waterfall, submerging Mount Meru, turning this place into a vast lake. The pure land of Mount Meru became an ocean of Buddhist Dharma. Great compassion, great virtue, great kindness, at this moment, filled the 9 heavens. Everyone couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship, especially the saints. In this boundless world, this was a miracle. After the initial trembling, everyone gradually returned to peace. They had a feeling of wanting to convert to the Buddhist path, never leaving Mount Meru, distancing themselves from the clamor of a mortal world, living by the ancient Buddha lamp. A type of compassion, a type of Dharma, pervaded the air, guiding people to become good, to become enlightened, to convert people to the 3 treasures. The divine and holy aura shook the world. At this moment, the millions and millions of creatures in the western desert were startled awake. They gazed at Mount Meru and kowtowed together. The saints were shaken, and all the heroes knelt down devoutly. Those with higher cultivation levels felt fear, while the weaker ones could only admire and kowtow. No one would have thought that the peaceful Mount Meru would have so many major events today. Not a single one of them could be recorded in the annals of history. Is this real? On Yifan's side, several emperor weapons had already been gathered together. Everyone was solemnly on guard. Only with the defense of these emperor weapons could they not be infected by this atmosphere. Even those as ferocious as the savage and evil as Li Tian were stupefied, continuously blaming themselves for being a jinx. Whatever they said would appear, this was just too inauspicious. The Buddha's head and face were blurry and shrouded in the chaotic mist, making it hard to see clearly. However, one could vaguely make out that it was similar to the Buddha statue worshipped in the temples. The other parts of his body shone resplendently, and every inch of his skin was so terrifying. It made people wonder if he could break through the universe with a single movement and cause a star field to collapse. This was an unparalleled aura that caused even the heavens to rumble under its pressure. The long river of time was reversed. There was a type of great Tao scripture that sounded, rumbling deafeningly. An ancient Buddha was preaching the Tao, passing down the laws under the heavens, passing down the Tao from past to present. Was this the obsession of the great emperor, or was he really not dead? At this moment, even Yifan and Princess Divine Silkworm were uncertain, let alone others. Such an unforeseen event was completely unpredictable. Emperor weapons, formation patterns, and power of faith had all been considered, but who would have thought that there was still a great emperor? How inauspicious. I heard a group of crows cawing in the morning, but I didn't expect to hear a damned monk. Longma muttered to himself. Even now, he was still stubborn. Yifan and the others were silent and didn't move. There really weren't many choices to retreat or defend. If he was an emperor, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. In the distance, the saints were horrified and terrified. They didn't know what to do, and many people knelt down. Everyone was devout and kowtowed to the ground, wishing that they could remain kneeling forever. This scene was very strange. There was auspicious Buddhist power circulating, and resplendent light bloomed. Mount Meru seemed to have turned into a god, as if it was going to ascend to the celestial world. Rays of auspicious light shot out one after another. However, after waiting for a long time, the Buddha didn't move. He still stood there, releasing a vast ocean-like fluctuation of life and saving the world with benevolence. Something's wrong. He's like a statue, not reacting at all. The old undying, divine silkworm princess, and the others of the 13 great bandits all focused and released their source of energy, as if they had sensed something. Yifan opened his heavenly eye and was also observing. Meanwhile, divine silkworm Taoist poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth and narrowed his eyes, staring at the Buddha on Mount Meru. The golden body Dharma, the phantom imprinted on Mount Meru in an instant, isn't the true body. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. This wasn't the true Buddha great emperor. He had passed away in meditation for more than 300,000 years, so it was impossible for him to appear in this era. When they understood everything, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were really stunned just now. That didn't make sense, no one could live for so long. Even if the Buddhist great emperor grasped all kinds of longevity techniques and used other methods to fight against time, it was impossible for him to appear like this. The source of everything was naturally that Saraira. It was resplendent and sparkling, a holy object left behind by the Buddha after he passed away in meditation. It was the most precious immortal treasure of the Buddhist sect. In the end, the great Buddha finally disappeared, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky and scattering down. It entered Mount Meru and returned to that enormous Saraira. It was brilliant and sparkling like a heart carved from an immortal diamond. There was an indistinct Buddha body inside, mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were sure that it was a phantom, they all agreed that this Saraira was formidable. In front of the great Thunderclap Monastery, multicolored light flowed and the aura of life pervaded the air. The great Peacock King's head was shining, and waves of Tao sounds accompanied the growth of her bones. Her flesh was also moving rhythmically as she reconstructed her true body. If it was anyone else, forget about the great sage, even Quasi-Emperor would undoubtedly die after being swept by the Emperor weapon. It was impossible for him to survive, yet she didn't suffer any damage with the help of the Saraira. At this time, her vital energy wasn't injured, and her source wasn't reduced. She was directly reborn, and her blood energy was abundant. Her Dharma body was exceptionally powerful, and there was a type of unrivaled power that stood at the peak. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Those who were kneeling down just now also stood up. A weak trembling voice sounded. Another primordial spirit flew out from the Saraira, its luster dim. It was the old monk Moku. Even he actually survived. Everyone recalled that at the final moment, he used this Saraira to protect the space between his brows, transferring his soul, thus escaping disaster. Buddhas undergo nirvana, and the Saraira represents the hope of life. It possesses the power of nirvana, and that was why they all avoided the Emperor weapon's calamity. The old blind bandit sighed. "Are we still going to attack?" Lama asked. Even though he was stubborn just now, that was because he was forced. Either way, things were already like this, so there was nothing he could do. However, he still felt waves of fear inside. Even now, there was still a bit of lingering fear. "Surround them," Yi Fan said. The important figures here split up, arranging themselves up. They all held Emperor weapons in their hands, aiming at Mount Meru. 4 or 5 ancient great Emperor weapons appeared at the same time, releasing a world-shaking pressure here. However, Yi Fan didn't allow anyone to attack, because right now, both sides were extremely fearful of each other. "I'll ask one more time, are you going to let my disciple return?" His voice rumbled, resounding through the clouds, causing many nearby saints to sway. They couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. The golden blood energy of the saint body surged, his aura piercing through the heavens. The light in his eyes was as cold as the edge of a blade, causing people to tremble. "He is a fruit of my Buddha realm, we can't let him wander outside." Great Mahamayuri's will was firm, not wavering in the slightest. Amiba. The old monk Moku's primordial spirit was still injured, and without recuperating for tens or hundreds of years, it would be hard for him to recover to his peak. He also expressed his attitude. "That isn't the Tao of Amiba. Didn't you guys chase that great demon down the mountain back then? Why are you guys capturing this kind of inheritor now?" GZUS spoke. "This flower blooms in the past, in the present, and in the future. This is a fruit of the Buddha realm, it has nothing to do with you guys," Moku said. The bandits were all emotional people. Someone shouted, "I only know that he is Yi Fan's disciple, but now, he is being forcefully suppressed in Mount Meru, becoming a slave. What logic is this? Taking 10,000 steps back, you guys have already obtained those inheritances, so why aren't you letting him down the mountain?" "We can't let him down the mountain, he can only walk in front of the ancient temple for the rest of his life." The old monk didn't back down. "You really won't let him go?" Yi Fan's voice turned cold, and his expression was cold. Convert to the Buddha realm, get rid of his evil roots, and transcend the mortal world. From now on, he will transcend the world, and this is a great merit. Benefactor, please return, don't go against the heavens. Buddha is merciful, and only those who are fated will be saved. Moku had just experienced a calamity, but his expression had calmed down. These words infuriated many people. Kill. Yifan only had one word. The Buddha spoke of mercy, and he spoke of slaughter. He chose to attack decisively in front of Mount Meru. Even though he knew that the Buddha realm was deep, he was fearless. If he didn't fight until the heavens and earth split, then no conditions could be discussed. Yifan waved the killing sword, slashing towards Mount Meru, and used the power of the extreme Tao to suppress it. At the same time, the Void Emperor mirror shone, and the sparkling and translucent mirror shone with unparalleled divine light. It swept through Mount Meru, causing the mist to collapse and the power of faith to boil. On the other side, Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, and the others also activated the 9-colored immortal clothes and the heaven-devouring devil jar, launching a fierce attack, attacking Mount Meru. However, Mount Meru wasn't simple. The ancient emperor's formation had awakened, shocking the ages. The entire mountain was densely packed, and the patterns were dazzling as it completely sealed the mountain. Moreover, the power of faith was condensing, turning into a giant ancient Buddha. It stood there majestically, looking down on all living things. The two stacked together, and their defensive power was shockingly great. It was as if an ancient emperor had awakened and was protecting this place. Is this the Amitabha Buddha's seat of faith? The divine silkworm Taoist opened his intoxicated eyes, shooting out a sharp light. He threw down the wine gourd and stared at it without blinking. The appearance of this great Buddha was very strange. It was exceptionally powerful, as if an emperor's shadow had condensed together with the great formation. It was terrifying to the extreme. GZUS sighed softly. They had seen the power of the combination of the numinous treasure celestial beings formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Now, it actually achieved the same result through different means. The demon subduing pestle rose and fell, joining in and condensing together. It was terrifying beyond compare. And at this time, the entire Great Thunderclap Temple shone. That Sarira scattered out a rain of light, actually showing signs of merging into the formation. It was difficult to take down Mount Meru in a short period of time. This place was impregnable, and there was a Buddha's imprint circulating. Not long after, everyone stopped attacking. Activating the Emperor weapon consumed a lot of energy, and they couldn't do it without limit. They decided to surround Mount Meru and seal it off from the outside world. Great Mahamayuri and Moku couldn't attack. They could defend the mountain, but they couldn't attack. They had already learned their lesson in blood. I'll do it. The Divine Knight stepped forward and directly ascended Mount Meru. His entire body instantly shone with boundless light, erupting with a terrifying aura. The Divine Knight stood in the air. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck down from the sky, followed by a vast ocean. This was the world-shocking Great Sage Tribulation. Everyone was stupefied. Who was this? Everyone's attention was focused on him. Many people didn't recognize him and had never seen him before. He's actually this powerful. Is he going to cross the legendary Great Sage Tribulation? Everyone was astonished. How powerful was he to have such a terrifying sea of lightning? The heavens were about to crash down. In just a split second, the sea of lightning was boundless. Primal chaos surged and tore apart heaven and earth. Blazing light poured down endlessly. This was an aura that made people's hair and bones tremble. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they could still feel the heavenly might, to choose this time to cross the tribulation and send down tens of thousands of streaks of lightning in front of Mount Meru. Everyone was shaken. This person was extremely daring. The most shocking thing was that the power of this tribulation was too vast and boundless. At first, the lightning was as thick as mountains, but now, it was as if the universe was overturned and the eternal universe was smashing down. This was a world of great heavenly lightning. There was lightning everywhere, and heavenly punishment was everywhere. It formed mountains and seas, vast and immeasurable. The Great Sage Tribulation was rare and not many people had seen it. Normally, those who crossed the tribulation would choose an uninhabited area and fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to guard against any disturbances. The divine knight was still so calm in the face of such a powerful tribulation. It was impossible not to be shocked. Only Yi Fan knew that the divine knight was extraordinary in the past. He had been suppressed too ruthlessly. If he hadn't cultivated on earth, his accomplishments would have long since shocked the world. If he can pass through such a powerful tribulation, there will be another terrifying great sage in this world. At this moment, the saints in the outer realms all changed their expressions. The 10,000 ancient races were also frightened. The divine knight's tribulation was too extraordinary. There were actually 9 suns in the sky accompanying it. In the end, the 10th great sun appeared. It made his entire body shine resplendently as if he was cast from gold. His golden hair fluttered in the wind as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He held the dragon spear in his hand and pointed it towards the southern heavens. He resisted the heavenly might with his body without the slightest bit of fear. Boom! It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The sea of lightning was boundless, and the chaotic aura was surging violently. The divine knight in the center was the most powerful and the most saintly. He looked down at Tianfa with a pair of sharp and intimidating eyes. 10 heavenly suns covered the sky, appearing side by side. They were so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. This was a type of great scene. All those who underwent tribulation that produced abnormal scenes would have their names shake the past and present, powerful beyond compare. This person is too terrifying. He can actually suppress his cultivation base and choose the time and place of his own will. He can control the rhythm of the heavenly tribulation and only release it now. The boundless sea of lightning crashed down on Mount Meru. Everyone knew that the divine knight wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to strike the Buddhist gate. If the monarch weapon of the Buddhist gate was triggered to undergo the tribulation together, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, the divine silkworm princess, the old undying man, and the others had long received a voice transmission from the divine knight. They retreated with their arch weapons and did not dare to come into contact with it. The sea of lightning that filled the sky struck down, shaking Mount Meru so much that it rumbled, but it still stood tall and did not move an inch. When everyone saw this, they were indescribably shocked. Although they knew that the pure land of the Buddhist gate would not be breached, they were still scared after witnessing such a heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. This was the tribulation of the great sage. The lightning was so boundless, but it could not destroy a single blade of grass or tree on Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. Mount Meru had something similar to the heaven-deceiving array pattern. Otherwise, it would be more than this. Boom! At this moment, the power of faith from Mount Meru suddenly went against the heavens and engulfed the heavens. It actually almost burned the sea of lightning clean. Everyone was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe all of this. Mount Meru was too powerful. What kind of runes were rushing out? They could actually devour the heavenly tribulation. The ocean-like power of faith swept across the heavenly tribulation and went against the flow. An even more terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, striking at the divine knight and smashing towards Mount Meru. There was no end to it. It was like one galaxy after another, becoming more and more powerful. This great tribulation lasted for a whole 4 hours. The divine knight successfully broke through and became the great sage. Moreover, he immediately reached the second heaven of the great sage, directly crossing the first heaven. Unfortunately, no matter how endless the heavenly tribulation was, it could not damage Mount Meru at all. It was as if nothing had happened on the sky-reaching mountain. Everyone sighed. The divine knight was amazing, but he couldn't really destroy Mount Meru by transcending the heavenly tribulation. Even Yi Fan with his humanoid lightning emperor tribulation might not be able to do it. Mount Meru was impenetrable, and for a moment, it was actually helpless. The divine knight healed his injured body and replenished his divine energy. In the end, his blood energy soared into the sky, and his aura was at its peak. After all of this was done, he didn't retreat. Instead, he asked Yi Fan and the others to protect him with the support of the emperor weapons. The divine knight was solemn and dignified. He sat cross-legged in the void, chanting an incantation while facing Mount Meru. What is he doing? Does he want to rely on his own strength to shake the Buddhist gate? Many people didn't think so. Although the sages in the outer realm all admitted that he was powerful enough, destroying Mount Meru was like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, something inexplicable and unbelievable happened. On Mount Meru, strands of Buddhist energy turned into a rain of light and shot out in all directions. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The rain of light fell like a spring breeze, and people felt a kind of auspicious power. Reverse nurture. Soon, people understood what the Divine Knight was doing. He could actually reverse the power of faith and break it down into a rain of light that scattered in all directions, benefiting all living beings. This was a reverse process. Mount Meru gathered the power of faith, but the Divine Knight was doing the exact opposite. He dissolved it and illuminated all directions. Boom, inside Mount Meru, the old monk Emoka couldn't sit still anymore. He directly punched out a great sage fist toward the Divine Knight to stop this strange law. Swish, Yi Fan's sword slashed out. He was standing at the side, protecting the Divine Knight. How could he let the great sage of the Buddhist gate succeed? He slashed apart that giant fist of light. This is destroying the foundation of Mount Meru and disintegrating this place. Everyone saw through the profoundness and were all shocked. Who was this? Why did he have this kind of method? Many people were astonished and felt that it was inconceivable. This was definitely a taboo method of the Buddhist gate. It was difficult for outsiders to see through it. This golden-haired man was too extraordinary. Yi Fan naturally knew what was going on. Where did the Divine Knight come from? Vatican City was also a divine land that gathered the power of faith, so it wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of secret. The Divine Knight didn't rely on the power of faith to cultivate, but living in that kind of environment, how could he not understand this kind of taboo secret? At this moment, there was naturally a reverse hand. The divine silkworm princess, the old undying, Xianxia, and the others all stood by his side, protecting him. Moreover, they supported him with their emperor weapons. Mysterious and powerful multicolored light overflowed and surrounded him. Not only could emperor weapons attack, but they could also emit gentle power. If used, they could also benefit others. When mentioning the strength of the ancient emperors, people would always think of their world-shocking battle prowess. For example, they could destroy galaxies and reopen the sky. They thought that they could make a large number of stars fall with just a slight move. It was obvious that they were looking at the problem too extreme. If that was the case, how would the ancient emperors get along with their family and friends? Their magic power would naturally be reflected in nourishing all living things. Some people once thought that the ancient emperors were too strong and that it was difficult for them to marry and have children. This was naturally looking at the problem too one-sidedly. They could regenerate withered trees, make fallen flowers bloom again, and restore the old to their youth. Their power was not only reflected in extreme strength and killing, but it could also nourish things silently, gently, and peacefully. The divine silkworm princess and Xianxia were both supported by the emperor weapons. Dense light mist flowed out and supported the divine knight's body, helping him circulate his magic power and dissolve Mount Meru's psyche power. Yi Fan retreated. His killing sword was really difficult to control. Compared to other emperor weapons, it was too special. Its killing intent was too strong. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to nourish the divine knight and might even be cut into dust. Rumble. With the help of the emperor weapon, the divine knight's laws were like a vast ocean, rushing towards Mount Meru quickly. The moment it came into contact with the psyche power, a boundless rain of light evaporated and scattered in all directions. What happened? On this day, everywhere in the western desert, the mortals, men, women, old, and young were all shocked. The rain of light fell on them, all their illnesses were alleviated, and they were full of energy. This was the psyche power that they had contributed to devoutly worshipping Buddha. Now that it was being returned, they naturally had a different feeling. In front of Mount Meru, many cultivators were shocked. Many of them were also drenched by the rain of light and felt extremely comfortable. Mount Meru was giving, changing its previous taking stance. Only those who were there personally could understand how terrifying this reversal was and what it meant. Everyone was in awe of the divine knight's methods. He could actually pry open the psyche power of Mount Meru. Ba. The old monk Emoku chanted. Mahamayuri's expression was cold as he stared over. Boundless rain of light fell. On this day, it was the same everywhere in the western desert. Many mortals' illnesses were cured and their bodies became much stronger. This was an act of blessing all living beings. Mount Meru's halo was immediately shaved off a layer. Many golden arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all shocked and worried. Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were naturally overjoyed. This was truly a heaven-defying method. They didn't expect the divine night to be so amazing and attract everyone's attention. However, it was truly a pity. After this situation continued for a period of time, the divine night could no longer dissolve Mount Meru. The pure psyche power accumulated there was even heavier than the sun, moon, and stars. What's wrong? You can't do it anymore? Yi Fan asked. The divine night sighed and said, Amiba is a truly compassionate person. This method is useless against him. Everyone was puzzled and listened to his detailed explanation. Mount Meru was vast and had been incomparably prosperous since ancient times. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. Naturally, there were also those who believed in bodhisattvas and other ancient Buddhas. Some Buddhist saints only knew how to take, and it was easy for them to dissolve this psyche power and give it back to all living beings. However, since ancient times, the laws and seeds of Amiba's psyche power had been operating on their own. There was giving and taking. All living beings believed in him and gave him psyche power, and he would also nourish them. This was a balance. Now, the divine night could break through the psyche power of others, but it was difficult for him to move the slightest bit of Amiba's psyche power. This is the great emperor's method and great spirit. Yi Fan sighed. There was no solution. There was giving and taking, and this psyche power came in an upright manner. Even though the divine night knew the mysteries of the psyche power, he couldn't move the slightest bit of the great compassion power. What do we do? At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. They couldn't attack, nor could they dissolve the psyche power. Mount Meru was impregnable. It seems like there's only one way left, Yi Fan said. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the western desert. What should we do? Dongfang Yi asked. His hair was messy and his bronze-colored body was as strong as a flood dragon. He held a large stick and gestured at Mount Meru. Yin and Yang coexist, Yi Fan replied. The western desert was vast and boundless. From its name, one could tell what kind of place it was. The most common was the Golden Desert, with many oases like pearls decorating it. Yi Fan soared into the air, his Yuan-Tian eyes shooting out a sharp light as he took in the entire mountain and river. The so-called oases were very large, easily spanning thousands of li. It was not strange for the slightly larger ones to be tens of thousands of li in circumference. They could not be measured with the perspective of the other side of the starry sky. In fact, if all the oases were added together, the area would be an astronomical figure. It could be called a boundless land of Buddhism. Yi Fan stepped in the void and imprinted many runes. These were the Xing rune arts, emitting bolts of lightning as he circled around Mount Meru. Finally, he returned to his original position. Many people looked at him in confusion. The Outer Realm saints were also astonished. Yi Fan had been very powerful today, leading everyone to besiege Mount Meru and using so many emperor weapons. It was truly shocking. Even at this stage, he still could not break through. What other tricks could he rely on? What does he want to do? Is there anything more powerful than the weapons of the ancient emperors? Many people shook their heads, not believing that he could defy the heavens. At this point, everyone agreed that it would be difficult to change the outcome. Yi Tong's eyes lit up. They had already guessed what Yi Fan wanted to do after seeing him walk around Mount Meru. Next, Yi Fan silently calculated, incessantly carving in the void as if he was calculating something. Endless symbols appeared. They were like phoenix feathers, dazzling and terrifying. Genesis technique. Yi Fan was using Genesis technique to carry out complex calculations. He wanted to densely cover the surroundings of Mount Meru and seal it. Even emperor weapons can't do it, can Genesis technique? Qi Luo was puzzled. The old assassin was really helpless against Mount Meru and felt that there was no other way. We'll know once we try, and this is only the first step, Yi Fan replied. In the surroundings, everyone gradually understood what he wanted to do. They acknowledged his strength, witnessed his terrifying aspects, but they did not believe that he could seal Mount Meru. Even the people on his side, the divine silkworm princess, the old man, and the others suspected that this would probably not work. However, Yi Fan was unmoved and pondered seriously. Let me try. After an indeterminable amount of time passed, he raised his head and looked off toward the western desert. He stared at Mount Meru, preparing to begin the magic. Roar, Yi Fan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy surged from the top of his head and rushed into the sky. He began to move. His hands moved about, drawing upon the draconic chi under Mount Meru. This was a big dragon, and it was an unparalleled ancestral dragon. Apart from ancient veins like Kunlun, there were few that could compare. At this moment, the subterranean divine marrow, dragon chi, and Genesis chi all began to seethe and resonate with him. With a flip of his hand, Yi Fan sent a series of patterns into the ground to inscribe laws. This was a huge project. Yi Fan had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into this formation for a full 8 days and 8 nights. His hair was dyed white. To him, these 8 days and 8 nights were equivalent to 80 years or even 100 years. He was completely immersed in it, forgetting everything else. Apart from the formation, there was nothing else. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Mount Meru was surrounded by densely packed ruins. The entire mountainous region had become a forbidden land. Jiziyue came forward and handed over a bottle of the ancient celestial being's life spring liquid. He took it and drank a mouthful. After resting for a while, his fatigue was swept away and he recovered. Even the vigorous Saint Physique was in such a state. One could imagine how shocking the consumption was. Normally, it would take years to lay down this formation. Is it done? Qi Luo asked. The old assassin had a worried expression. During these days, not a single one of the Outer Realm saints left. Instead, there were more and more people. After such a shocking change, who wouldn't want to see the result with their own eyes? No one believed that Yi Fan had any heaven-defying methods. Although he wouldn't say it out loud, they were sneering in their hearts. Wanting to break Mount Meru with a formation was just wishful thinking. This is just the beginning, Yi Fan replied. He soared into the sky and looked up at the sun, moon, and stars. He inscribed even more complicated runes one after another in the void. There were even some that were directly carved into the starry sky. And during this process, Yi Fan didn't care about the price. He took out many divine materials. After so many years of fighting on the ancient starry sky path, he had indeed accumulated a vast amount of materials. There were saint corpses, Daluo silver essence, various magical tools, starry river divine sand. These were all treasures. They were originally left for the heavenly village, but today, he couldn't care so much. These had all become the materials for laying down the formation. He wanted to lay down a peerless formation to trap and refine the Buddhist sect. Everyone was stupefied. That was the winged serpent skeleton? There were even the fragments of the stone man Holy Spirit, as well as the great sage's Dao bone, and even phoenix blood scarlet gold. The things Yi Fan used were too shocking, leaving many people stupefied. This was just too extravagant. It was just a single person, yet his collection was comparable to a great treasury. Forget about those holy bones and holy artifacts, just those most primitive divine materials were enough to make one's eyes go red. There was actually immortal gold inside, moreover more than one type, even though they were all small pieces, not that large. This was still world-shocking, making everyone's mouths and tongues go dry, stupefied, all of them a bit stupefied. Divine treasury. Someone said with a sigh. There were actually so many things. Yi Fan was simply a big fat sheep, making one want to rob him. However, after seeing his recent performance, all of these thoughts disappeared. If they dared go up, they would definitely be courting death. In the sky, the holy bones were the stones, the Dao soldiers were the flags, and the divine gold was the pattern. It was dazzling. Yi Fan carved formation patterns, drawing upon the power of the heavens, mightily descending. No one could see what exactly happened on the ground because they were all in the ancestral dragon vein. However, they could see everything clearly in the sky. The boundless starlight was like a sea of smoke, pouring down in torrents. Drawing upon the heavens, this kind of method seized the fortune of the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter what, after today's battle, Yi Fan's name was destined to shake the world. Who dared to oppose him? A single person being able to mobilize so many emperor weapons, anyone would feel their scalp go numb. And now, he displayed this kind of Genesis technique attainment, making people even more fearful, labeling him as a malignant star. In many people's eyes, he was a great demon sovereign that needed to be avoided. Master's Genesis technique has finally reached great success. Zhang Wuya would be deeply gratified in the afterlife if he knew, Yi Tong said. Time waited for no man. Zhang Wuya had already passed away many years ago. He was not a cultivator and only knew some superficial cultivation methods. His Genesis technique had not reached a higher level, so his lifespan was limited. Is this the most powerful Genesis technique? Once it reaches a certain level, it can change the world. He really did it, many people in the heavenly village whispered. Yi Fan had now surpassed the Yuan Taoist master's realm. After so many years of enlightenment, he was comparable to several ancestors, and he also had his own unique understanding, so he could seal the sky with a formation. For example, the Forbidden Genesis. Technique patterns deduced like the 6 seals for immortals were only a component of this peerless formation. This formation had entrusted his many years of Genesis essence. This formation contained the laws and formation patterns of the superstar field divine map seen in the 50th city of the human race. It was also the condensation of the Yuan Taoist master's blood, sweat, and tears of several generations. This was the crystallization of various Genesis techniques. In the past, changing the world was just a saying for Yi Fan. He often changed his appearance, but now he had really done it. Moreover, in this formation, this was only a small technique, a manifestation of a part of the divine ability. When this vast Genesis formation was completed, Yi Fan was exhausted. Even his body and primordial spirit had dimmed a little. It took him a long time to recover. You can seal Mount Meru just like that? All the saints were doubtful. Many people sneered in their hearts. Benefactor, your obsession is too deep. You need to repent and leave. On Mount Meru, the old monk Mo had a compassionate expression on his face as he chanted Amitabha. The golden arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas were all fearless. They all looked solemn, but in their hearts, they did not care. It was just a formation. How could it compare to Mount Meru? Open the formation! Yi Fan shouted, activating this vast Genesis technique formation. Runes flickered in the sky, stirring the earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the universe lost its color. In the cosmos, endless starlight fell down. The underground draconic chi and Genesis chi also boiled. Yin and Yang intersected, sealing this place to refine Mount Meru. Rumble, even something as powerful as Mount Meru trembled. This was the light of the stars in the sky. It pressed down, shaking people's hearts. However, it only trembled for a moment. It quickly calmed down and became as still as a boulder, returning to its original state. Everyone shook their heads. The saints and ancient race experts sneered, feeling that Yi Fan was too conceited. Did he really want to compete with an ancient emperor? Even if that person was already dead. Benefactor, why do you have to do this? Your mortal heart is too heavy. You can't bear to part with it and you can't let it go. In the end, you will only hurt yourself and bring trouble upon yourself. Mo pressed his palms together. You damned baldy, if you continue to blabber, I will roast you in the future. Longma was furious and extremely indignant. The people of the heavenly village were helpless and felt that it was a pity. This great formation was indeed extraordinary and could reverse the fortune of the universe, but it was still not enough to seal Mount Meru. Let me borrow the emperor weapon. Yi Fan spoke to Princess Divine Silkworm, the Old Undying, Jizua, and the others. He took the lead and placed the green copper cauldron and the killing sword into the Origin Heaven Forbidden Divine Formation. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They widened their eyes and observed Yi Fan's formation. They discovered that he had deliberately left a few places for inserting formation flags. The green copper cauldron and the killing sword immediately filled 2 places. Then, the void mirror filled another place. The heaven-swallowing jar and the divine silkworm ridge's 9-colored battle armor also entered. The great formation shook, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. In just an instant, Mount Meru was shaken. What did the origin heaven formation pay attention to? Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, transforming the dragon chi of the earth veins, the sun, moon, and stars to produce power. What it drew upon was the source of heaven and earth. In front of them, the formation laid by Yi Fan directly drew upon the source of the emperor weapon. How could it not be earth-shattering? As for the essence energy needed by the emperor weapon, it directly drew upon the immortal splendor of the universe's galaxy. Boundless mist shrouded the entire Mount Meru in an instant. The killing intent was endless. This place was covered by chaotic chi and truly sealed. Not to mention whether it could be refined or not, it was definitely isolated at this moment. The power was earth-shattering. Everyone's hair went cold and their expressions changed. They were still disdainful just now, but they never thought that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Maybe, we can really take down Mount Meru? Savage was very excited. He scratched his messy hair and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He held a large stick and sneered at the great thunderclap temple. Yin and yang coexist. This is only the first step. Toughness represents power and killing. It also needs gentle power to neutralize it. Everyone will have to work hard next. Yi Fan said. The great formation sealed the sky. The majestic Mount Meru and the majestic Great Thunderclap Temple all disappeared from everyone's eyes, only leaving behind primal chaos mist. This kind of method made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. Could it really resist the Buddhist sect? Was the human race's holy body heaven-defying? It was clear that the people on the mountain couldn't hold back anymore. They activated the power of faith, wanting to take the initiative to attack and break the formation. However, there was no suspense in the end. The Emperor weapon's killing intent was boundless, directly refining the willpower that surged out. I haven't moved yet you guys have already taken action. Yi Fan sneered, activating the runes one after another. The Emperor weapon displayed its might, starting to refine Mount Meru. Wanglong, the majestic giant mountain swayed, no longer as calm as before. It seemed like it was going to collapse, releasing endless Buddhist light. This place was filled with the aura of an ancient great emperor, causing even the great sage to frown. Everyone was shocked, immediately fleeing as far as they could out of fear of being affected. Since the ancient times, when had there ever been someone who surrounded Mount Meru? When it came to a true battle, the Buddhist sect had never been weaker than others, yet now, they were at a disadvantage. The mountain swayed, the earth shook, the ancient temple trembled, the purple gold tiles rattling as if they were flying, causing Mount Meru to be unable to calm down. Don't tell me it can really break the mountain gate? The protector heavenly kings, golden arhats, and the others on the mountain all frowned, unable to remain calm and aloof, all of them revealing a type of hidden worry. The Emperor weapon's fluctuations came one after another, merging together, forming an expanse of natural laws that descended towards Mount Meru, as if the heavenly realm's divine punishment was descending. The sky was being torn apart, the stars were trembling, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The heaven origin forbidden formation drew upon the source of all living things. Now, with the Emperor weapon as the source, this kind of power was simply unimaginable. Boundless fluctuations swept up the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 hells. Divine force surged, rising and falling, world-shaking and heaven overflowing. The peaceful Mount Meru became a battlefield, turning into vile earth, continuously shaking. There were even mountain rocks rolling down, as if it could collapse at any time. However, this situation persisted for 4 hours, and it was still the same. Mount Meru could not be broken, and the tumbling of the mountain rocks was more or less done, no longer as intense. Everyone was shocked. Was this a mountain gate or a celestial gate? It was already like this, but they still couldn't break in. The waters of Mount Meru were too deep. What kind of formation patterns did Amiba the Great Emperor carve? It was most likely more than one, Yi Fan sighed softly. It was already like this, yet they still couldn't take down Mount Meru. This really made him feel helpless. Based on the current situation, unless there was a great emperor killing formation to attack, or a quasi-emperor appeared, he would not be able to control everything here. Amiba. Excellent, excellent. The voice of the great sage Moku sounded again. Although his tone was compassionate, it was full of provocation in this situation. Even if he used a few emperor artifacts as his source to attack, it would not work. However, this kind of forbidden formation pattern still cut off Mount Meru's connection with the outside world, sealing this place like a cage. The Buddhists were powerless to break out. The Buddhist mountain gate was sealed, and the entire Mount Meru disappeared from the world, hidden in the chaotic mist. This result was extremely shocking, leaving everyone stupefied. After this battle, no matter what the result was, Yi Fan's name would shake Emperor Burial Planet and intimidate the experts of all races. He even dared to seal Mount Meru, so what else did he not dare to do? The situation forced us. Now that we've sealed Mount Meru, let's use gentleness to grind them down and break their foundation. Yi Fan said coldly. Since they had already fought to this point, if they stopped now, it would seem like they had started strong but ended weak. His next move was to purify the entire Western Desert. Let the roots of the Celestial Court take root in the Western Desert and sprout. This was something he had long since discussed with Qi Luo and the others. What did the Buddhists care about the most? Naturally, it was the power of faith. They would attack and break them down from this aspect. The star domain was vast. Great Emperor Amiba had once preached the Tao to 10,000 regions. He had more than one Tao field, but it was clear that the Amiba ancient star domain and the Big Dipper were the most important. This was especially true for the Western Desert. It was the final place he chose to establish his foundation. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple was established here, and the Emperor weapon was left behind. Yi Fan's actions were undoubtedly stabbing at the Buddhists' heart. It would make them feel a powerful sense of crisis. If we want to succeed, it will definitely be a long process. Truly returning to one in such a short period of time will be extremely difficult. We can't wait that long. Everyone has to display their divine abilities, descend to a place and display miracles to purify all living things. Purifying a pure land was different from purifying a single person. There was giving and taking, creating a paradise. This was the former. And old monk Moku's actions belonged to the latter, pure suppression and enslavement. Some of the ancient scriptures indicate that the Western Desert is too important to Amiba. He once measured the Western Desert, and viewed it as his country of eternal life. If the immortal domain opened up one day, the entire Western Desert would ascend. Mount Meru will definitely not sit by and watch us destroy everything here. Unfortunately, Mount Meru has been sealed. They can't interfere and can only watch helplessly. Break the foundation of the Buddhists. After Yi Fan and the others discussed, everyone split up. They were all experts here, and there were so many sages. Each one of them was enough to purify a region. Longma, Gu Jinping, and the others alone had 11 sage kings. This was a powerful force. Adding Yi Tong, Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi, and the others, there were too many. If it was just for spreading the Tao, it would be a waste to use experts of this level. But now, they had to do this. On this day, a great sect called the Celestial Court appeared in the Western Desert. This was not an ordinary spreading of the Tao. The true bodies of the sages manifested to spread the teachings. As long as there was a request, they would answer. Some places were dry and lacked rain. When people prayed to the Celestial Court, there would definitely be an answer. Sweet dew would fall from the heavens, and water would moisten the dry earth. In some places, there were huge mountains. Many mortals prayed to the heavens. Soon, there would be sages descending like deities. They would move the mountains and open up a path, building a smooth path. In some places, there would be chaos caused by war. The people would pray, and immediately, there would be heavenly soldiers descending to quell the chaos. They would return peace to that place, and it would become a pure land. Without a doubt, this was like a huge rock being thrown into a lake. It caused a huge uproar. There was no one in the Western Desert who didn't know that a real celestial court was giving a sermon. Because it was too effective. In places where there was a disaster, as long as people prayed to the celestial court, there would definitely be deities descending from the heavens to solve the problem. Immediately, the Western Desert was in an uproar. Is this true? The celestial court of legends has really appeared. It will purify all living beings and send down blessings. It's actually so effective. Whenever there is a disaster in the world, all we need to do is pray to the heavens. There will definitely be deities from the celestial court descending to solve our problems. Buddhism was deeply rooted. It was impossible to change it in an instant. However, the sages of the celestial court had appeared. The effects were absolutely astonishing. The mortals saw it with their own eyes, and they all rushed to discuss it. In front of Mount Meru, Yi Fan and the others used the Void Emperor mirror to project these scenes into Mount Meru. The Buddhist monks understood everything, and their expressions all changed. This is just the beginning, and there are already people who believe in the celestial court. If this continues, and miracles continue to appear, there is no need to think too much about what the result will be. You all understand what kind of trend this will be, shouted Yi Fan. The great sage Moka's expression changed. If Yi Fan and the others really planned on wasting time, the consequences would be unthinkable. They were sealed here and couldn't leave Mount Meru. They could only watch as the western desert became the Tao field of the celestial court. This was the long-life country of Amitabha the great emperor, and they couldn't afford to lose it. This was the legacy of their predecessors, and they couldn't tolerate it. Because if this continued, the celestial court would really take root and sprout. At that time, this place would change its course, and the banner of the celestial court would be planted everywhere. The Buddhist sect would then be destroyed. The western desert was the root of long life, the cornerstone of Amitabha. If it was occupied by the celestial court, all the arhats and bodhisattvas on Mount Meru would be sinners. You won't succeed. The old monk Moka said coldly. This was the first time he had this kind of expression, and it was no longer the constant bitterness. In just a few days, the news of the celestial court spread throughout the western desert. Regardless of whether they believed in it or not, everyone knew about it. This was because it was too effective. No matter what kind of natural or man-made disaster, as long as the number of people reached a certain level and they all prayed together, it was guaranteed that a deity would descend. Amitabha, who are you all to cause chaos in my western earth and disturb my Shimanqingning? Some people from the temples couldn't sit still anymore. Today, when they heard that Mount Meru was trapped, all of them were terrified. They didn't go to help because it was completely useless. If even the demon fall pestle and great emperor's formation patterns couldn't protect them, then they would only be throwing their lives away. However, when this group of cultivators appeared, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was ruining their foundation. When faced with doubt, the people of the celestial court did things their own way. They continued to preach as usual, answering all requests and appearing from time to time. Later on, there were finally some Buddhist sect experts who couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to cause trouble, but there was naturally no suspense. This was a group of saints, so how could they compare to them? Towards this, Longma, the Black Bear Saint, and the others weren't polite at all. They directly used the spiritual treasure celestial beings' expiation scripture to suppress them, imitating the Buddhist sect and taking them for their own use. In the end, when the common people saw the great monks of the past join the celestial court and prostrate themselves in worship, this undoubtedly caused great waves. Many people began to revere the celestial court. In just half a month, there were many disciples of the celestial court in the western desert. This speed was so fast that many onlookers were dumbfounded. They really were stepping on the corpses of the Buddhist sect to preach the Tao, advancing rapidly. However, this left people speechless. The celestial court was truly doing their best to dissolve the world's suffering and deliver salvation. The Buddhist sect couldn't stand it and wanted to denounce them, which was why they were suppressed and converted. Enough, stop. When the old monk Moka saw the scenes reflected by the Void Emperor mirror, he couldn't sit still anymore. The western desert was the most important pure land of the future. It couldn't be tainted by others, or else he would become a sinner of the Buddhist sect. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was doing this to put pressure on the Buddhist sect. Using softness to overcome hardness was enough. Just seeing this change was enough to make them feel like they couldn't bear it. However, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. If they wanted to purify the western desert, this speed was still too slow. Could it be that they really had to wait decades or even a century before they could purify the western desert? He could wait, But did he really have to waste his emperor weapons here? This was a headache. Benefactor Yi, you should understand that if this goes on, you won't have a chance. No matter what you do, you won't be able to break through Mount Meru, said the great sage Moku. Then let's wait and see how the celestial court will take root in the western desert and blossom with the most dazzling splendor in the world, said Yifan calmly. You. Moku's expression was ice cold. He didn't want the western desert to be lost, but he was still unyielding. He hinted that they could continue like this and see who could last longer. Since that's the case, I can only do my best. Everything will be resolved today, replied Yifan, his expression solemn. A stone coffin that was less than the size of a palm and only 4 fingers wide appeared in Yifan's hands. Its style was simple and natural, and there were indistinct carvings on it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and other things. They were all ancient objects that had existed since time immemorial. The 9-layered coffin of the legendary era, Yifan finally took out this inauspicious object. He was going to use it to attack Mount Meru and break through the Great Thunderclap Temple. Most people were puzzled after seeing it. They revealed looks of doubt and didn't recognize it at all. What use could a palm-sized coffin have? Could it be more powerful than an emperor weapon? Only a few people were moved after seeing it. They vaguely understood its origins amidst their bewilderment, and they immediately thought of many legends regarding this coffin. Is it really a divine coffin from the legendary era? Many people from the ancient races came. A few of the ancient imperial clan elders' voices were trembling. They were closer to the legendary era than the people of today, so they naturally understood more about this type of coffin. Is there something terrifying about it? Many people were puzzled and asked the people beside them. This immediately triggered a wave of discussion. Meanwhile, a few of the older generation experts from the outer realm also looked forward. After getting a bit closer to take a look, they all revealed expressions of shock and their hearts began to beat violently. It really is like that kind of thing. When a few senior experts spoke in a low voice about the coffin's origins and how terrifying it was, everyone felt as if they were doused in ice and snow. A layer of cold goosebumps appeared on their bodies. It was rumored that it was buried above the 9 heavens and would never sink into the yellow earth. Everyone's breathing became hurried and their hearts continuously beat. Where did Yifan get this from? He actually had this kind of trump card. It was truly frightening. This kind of thing couldn't be provoked. A single mistake would result in the destruction of their entire clan. The legend of the divine 9-layered coffin is too terrifying. We can't touch it. After seeing it, we should respectfully bury it beyond the heavens and release it into the depths of the cosmos. The Outer Realm saints and archaic imperial clan elders all had serious expressions on their faces. Even those on Yifan's side were incomparably solemn. They treated this matter with extreme caution and caution. Among them, there was one whose reaction was the most special, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His reaction was far more intense than the others, and with a soaring sound, he stood perfectly straight like a divine sword being unsheathed. He gave off an oppressive aura, completely sweeping away his previous dejection. At this moment, his eyes shone with resplendent divine light, the radiance reaching several li. His lips trembled again and again, his fists tightly clenched. The bystanders naturally noticed his abnormality and carefully inquired about it. However, he didn't pay them any attention. His eyes didn't blink for even a moment, as if he was an immortal statue staring straight ahead. Everyone knew that he had a strange temper, and even the divine silkworm princess was usually helpless against him. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, and the others naturally did not mind and did not disturb him. You want to fight against my Mount Meru? The old monk Moku's voice finally changed. His expression wasn't very good. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, using it might injure yourself first. You don't have to worry about it, Yifan said flatly. In the depths of the starry sky, in the battle on the other side of the gods, the indestructible god realm was destroyed. The ancient coffin of the Void Emperor played a great role, destroying all the power of faith. At this moment, Yifan took out the 9-layered coffin. Of course, he didn't want to completely replicate the result of the battle in the god realm. The god realm had been tampered with by the celestial being, so the emperor's baleful aura could destroy the power of faith there. However, Mount Meru was different. It hadn't been cursed, so it was impossible for it to be ignited and turned into firecrackers. In the battle in the god realm, the heroes had only used the baleful aura emitted by the emperor's corpse to destroy an immortal divine sect. Now, what Yi Fan wanted to use was the true corpse of the god inside, not as simple as the baleful aura. He wanted to place the entire emperor's corpse inside into Mount Meru. If he succeeded, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. The expressions of the ancient races were all solemn because they clearly remembered an old matter. In the ancient times, a supreme race had once obtained a 9-layered coffin, but it ultimately led to the extinction of their race. All of this was because they had touched the taboo item in the deepest part of the coffin. Back then, when Yi Fan and the others obtained this coffin in the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty, the sacred prince had also solemnly mentioned the tragedy of the ancient times and warned them. But now, even after using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't do anything to Mount Meru. Yi Fan decided to use this trump card. How many people had seen the entire emperor's corpse? It had almost never appeared in the world before. It immediately caused a huge uproar. Ba, excellent, excellent. The old monk chanting Buddha was angry. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. The light in his eyes was astonishing as he stared at Lin Jiufeng's palm. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he sent the small coffin into the forbidden array formation. There was an empty array flag position at the front of Mount Meru. Clearly, it was left for this coffin. The baleful emperor couldn't win the battle in one go, but if he used the true emperor's corpse to suppress Mount Meru that hadn't been cursed, it would definitely be effective. He should be able to tear the mountain gate apart. In this world, there was nothing that could harm the great emperor. Even if they died, the bodies they left behind couldn't be damaged. Runes flickered in the heaven source array. Hazy chaotic mist flowed, drawing upon all the source aura of heaven and earth. The pattern spread to the array flag at the front. Yi Fan slit his wrist. Streak after streak of golden blood sprinkled down. He circulated the army formula and sent it into the formation, dripping onto the small coffin. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared. The first layer was opened. Nothing could be seen on this layer. The small coffin inside was a size smaller, but it was still simple and simple. All kinds of blurry patterns were engraved on it. The god spirit coffin didn't enter the mortal world or the yellow soil. It was forever buried above the 9 heavens. Its origin and care were astonishing. Everyone held their breaths. They were all very nervous. Today, they might witness a grand event that not many people had seen since ancient times. It was destined to be terrifying and would be recorded in the annals of history. The gods are flawless. The mortal world isn't enough to bury them. Even if they die, they won't be tainted. Only the 9 heavens is their final resting place. In the end, they can rest in peace in a place that the mortal world can't reach. Now, the god spirit coffin was placed in the formation. Once it was opened, a world-shaking event would definitely erupt. 1 layer, 2 layers. The small coffin continuously opened. A lot of blood flowed out from Yi Fan's wrist. Golden multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Powerful. Fluctuations surged violently. It was as if a golden flame was burning as it flew into the formation. The god spirit coffin was wrapped in this golden blood. It seemed as if it was burning fiercely. Not long after, 6 layers had already been opened. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone's hearts were exceptionally stifled. The saints all retreated, hiding as far away as they could. They didn't want to be affected. This place was most likely going to become a land of disaster soon. Stop. The old monk Moka couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes at any time. The golden crown on his head flickered, and a Buddha Tao diagram appeared. A misty expanse appeared, making her entire being seem divine and intimidating. What do you think? Are you going to let Huahua leave the mountain? Yi Fan asked coldly. He is a fruit on my Mount Meru, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan directly interrupted him. The golden blood on his wrist flowed even more rapidly as he directly opened the 7th layer of the stone coffin. When it came to the 8th layer, the blood on his wrist was no longer effective. He pointed at his heart and cut open a wound, refining the heart blood essence. Gotcha, the 8th layer of the coffin opened, revealing the last small coffin. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was holding their breaths. Even the arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt their heartbeats quicken. However, their expressions were still cold and indifferent. They didn't say a single word as they stared silently. The last layer of the ultimate coffin appeared. It was only the size of a thumb and looked simple and ordinary. However, it made everyone feel exceptionally terrified. It was as if they were facing a primordial deity. An invisible pressure surged over. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They were extremely nervous as they waited for the final ancient coffin to open. They wanted to see just what kind of great secret was inside. The last layer was sturdy and immortal. It was extremely difficult to open. Yifan had used up a lot of the heart blood essence. His face was pale, but it still didn't move. Gotcha, in the end, he once again refined his heart blood. His body swayed because the consumption was too great. He sprinkled the saint blood essence on the stone coffin. It let out a trembling sound and then left a tiny crack. The smallest crack appeared on the last coffin layer, but boundless emperor fiendish energy rushed out. It covered the heaven and earth like a vast sea. It was boundless and boundless as it rushed straight towards Mount Meru. Everyone's expressions changed. The great emperor's origin hadn't even been released yet, but the endless fiendish energy had already surged out and drowned out everything in front of him. This kind of emperor fiendish energy was the most terrifying. It was a disaster for saints, but for the pure and holy power of faith, it was like fire and water in a different furnace. One was the fiendish energy of the dead, while the other was the will of the living. They were extremely opposing. Under the guidance of the Heaven Origin Great Formation, the formation flags fluttered. The 9 layers of coffin from the legendary era trembled. The Emperor fiendish energy flowed endlessly from the crack, filling up the heaven and earth as it rushed towards Mount Meru. Without a doubt, this was a great disaster. This wasn't the divine realm. It wasn't cursed, so the power of faith couldn't be ignited. However, the attributes of the two powers were different. There was a feeling of light and darkness merging together. An intense collision. The last layer of the coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the emperor fiendish energy it emitted was so terrifying. It was as if a starry river was falling down, boundless and boundless. Clearly, this was like a mustard seed containing Mount Meru. There was another universe inside, as vast as a world. Yifan activated it and lifted the last layer of the coffin lid. The emperor corpse would appear and suppress Mount Meru, breaking through this place. However, at this moment, he felt an inauspicious aura. The Heaven Origin Great Formation's patterns shone, covering the heaven and earth. It made him, who was outside the formation, even more resplendent. Even though it looked divine, Yifan still frowned. His body was in intense pain, as if blades were cutting into it. His pores became thicker, steel needle-like red hair piercing out one after another, growing out. At this crucial moment when the emperor corpse was about to appear, this kind of thing actually happened. The Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness was greater than the eruption in his later years. And now, it happened to him here. Without the emperor weapon, Yifan coldly snorted. Golden blood energy ignited all over his body, burning away all the red hair on his body in an instant. He cut off that strange power. Clearly, things weren't over yet. Woo-woo, evil winds howled angrily. Demonic shadows flickered about. The distant great earth was dusky. A whirlwind of red hair swept up, actually covering the sky and earth. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It looked exceptionally terrifying as it rushed over. Woo! It was as if a ferocious ghost was crying or the wailing of the dead. The world was dark and shrouded by dark clouds. This was a terrifying scene. When had something like this ever happened in front of West Earth's Mount Meru? It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and hundreds of millions of heroic spirits were slaughtering their way out. A red whirlwind engulfed the area. Demons and monsters were everywhere and ghosts wept and gods howled. This place was simply uninhabitable. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and Xianxia rushed into the heavens. The ghostly wind split the sky and was especially terrifying. The whistling sound rang out nonstop and some of the short mountains in the distance were uprooted. It looked extremely terrifying. Gotcha, in the dusky mist, blood-colored lightning suddenly struck out. It was especially eye-catching and beautiful as if blood was blooming. It was horrifying. This unforeseen event was too shocking and left everyone at a loss for a moment. It's raining. Why is it so fishy? Raindrops scattered down from the sky. There was a pungent smell of blood that made everyone's hair stand on end. Looking up, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Between heaven and earth, there was actually a torrential rain of blood that quickly came crashing down. This scene was bloody and spectacular. It was as if small rivers were pouring down. The scarlet color was glaring and smashed onto the ground in the blink of an eye. This was a Buddhist Pure Land. Today, there were so many cultivators here, yet such an unforeseen event happened. It made everyone dumbstruck. It's coming for Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi said. He stared at the gloomy mist and his eyes were filled with wildness. He swung his club and was about to smash it over. The Yuan Taoist master's later years. Jiziyue was shocked and worry appeared on her face. Don't act rashly. Don't provoke this kind of thing. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. The ominous premonition from before was right. On the surface of his body, a layer of red hair grew tenaciously and drilled out again. It looked extremely terrifying. The people in the distance also understood what had happened. All of them felt a chill down their spines. Someone as powerful as Yi Fan was actually shrouded by an ominous aura and such a strange unforeseen event happened. Every single Yuan Taoist master will die a miserable death in the end. None of them had a good ending. It seems like his curse has flared up prematurely. As saints, who would believe in ghosts and gods? This is the fatal weakness of a powerful inheritance. It seems strange, but it is actually inevitable. The saints naturally saw the demonic shadows. Some of them even wanted to make a move and catch one to see what was going on. However, they held back in the end. This was because the later years of the Yuan Taoist master were very strange and frightening. In the past, there was a divine body of a saint ruler who lived in seclusion with the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. As a result, blood dyed the great wilderness red. This is fate, heh? Someone said inwardly while taking joy in others' misfortune. Now that Yi Fan was so domineering, no one dared to show it in front of him. Many people stared unblinkingly. Only some old patriarchs of the far ancient imperial family furrowed their brows. The great sage from the outer realms was also deep in thought. I haven't even reached my old age, and you dare to detain me? Yi Fan let out a cold snort, but he was still fearless. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and a layer of his red hair was shaved off. In the end, it was completely uprooted and could no longer grow back. In the past, he needed the green copper cauldron, but now, he only needed to use his own strength. Woo-woo. Demonic shadows flickered, and chilly winds howled angrily. Accompanied by a torrential rain of blood and a whirlwind of red hair, a group of ghost-like humanoid creatures approached. As they approached, one could clearly see that their bodies were covered in corpse hair that was more than half a foot long. Some of them were jet black, and some were scarlet like blood. They were sinister and terrifying. Walala. The sound of iron chains was particularly frightening in the bloody rain and hazy mist. It was as if the spirits of the underworld had come to detain a soul. Humph, I want to see how you can make me feel ominous. Yi Fan was fearless and actually took large strides forward to meet them. Ayo, a mournful howl rang out. It was deafening and intimidating. It was as if a group of malicious spirits had come out of the cage, making many people shiver from head to toe. This kind of momentum was definitely not simple. This was the Holy Ghost King. Do you think I'm as easy to bully as the ancestors? A cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed forward, taking the initiative to attack. Bang! He struck out with his palm and sent a red-haired monster flying on the spot. This was not the ancestors of the past, but a group of powerful Yin spirits. He had no qualms about attacking. Pfft. The one in the middle was directly smashed into pieces. His corpse turned into meat paste, and drops of blood splashed out. They were like humans but not humans, like ghosts but not ghosts. This was a strange life form. Each and every one of them was very frightening, making people feel apprehensive. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He waved the celestial large fist and swept in all directions. The golden fists blossomed with resplendent light like two great furnaces burning fiercely, shaking the sky. Almost in an instant, he dealt with the group of Yin spirits, leaving only one. He grabbed it in his hand and forcefully probed its sea of consciousness to see what was going on. Unfortunately, this kind of inauspicious creature was only a kind of instinct. It did not have many thoughts, and the clues in its mind were simple and sparse. This was a kind of creature that had just gained intelligence, but it was still in chaos. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This human sacred physique was too fierce. He did not have the slightest worry when facing the inauspicious creatures. He simply and directly killed a group of demonic shadows, and finally grabbed one in his hand. What a peerless great omen! A heaven-defying fierce person. This was what many people thought, and they could not help but sigh. It was clearly an inauspicious scene, but in the end, it was beaten up by Yi Fan and killed all the red-haired monsters. It was completely different from what the Yuan Taoist master had experienced in the past. In the end, Yi Fan was strong enough. Now that he had the combat power of the great sage, this kind of inauspicious creature could not shake him, and those who came would only be killed instead. After Yi Fan finished searching the muddled sea of consciousness, he smashed the red-haired monster's head with one slap, causing it to fall to the ground and turn into a pool of blood. Then, it was burned to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human sacred physique was so powerful. Who was the one causing trouble for whom? No matter how they looked at it, it looked like he was dealing with a group of country bumpkins, and he killed them all. Underworld. Yi Fan only spat out these two words. After searching through the muddled thoughts, he finally understood. These were the troops of the underworld, and they were here to detain him. Of course, it was not because they were under orders, but because the Genesis technique formation he had set up was too astonishing, and it triggered the instincts of these creatures. Moreover, because of the grandeur of the Emperor Fiend, it also awakened them. The Heaven Source formation and the evil corpse chi were both things that could alarm them, and these muddled creatures were attracted here. The person in charge was not here, and there was no one to restrain them, which led to this result. Sending troops to the western desert, the underworld is plotting something big. Yi Fan sneered. Unfortunately, he had caught up with them today, and they had come to detain him. This made him feel quite regretful, and he could not help but shake his head. After killing this group of creatures, all kinds of abnormal scenes disappeared. The old leader of the far ancient imperial family and the great sage from the outer realms frowned, and they also thought of this inheritance, the underworld. Many people muttered to themselves, could it be that they have come? If so, the Big Dipper will not be peaceful in the future. Chasing corpses and chasing spirits, this was the underworld. After so many years, could it be that they were really going to move the Emperor Burial Star? If they succeeded, it would be a sumptuous feast for them. Although it was unexpectedly interrupted, the battle still had to continue. Moreover, the divine spirit coffin was constantly releasing evil corpse chi, and it was eroding the mind power of Mount Meru. Even if he could not ignite it, he could still swallow it. Because the two opposed each other, they would inevitably clash and consume a vast amount of mind power. Yi Fan was very decisive. He drank a jug of the life spring liquid of celestial being to replenish his essence energy, and then he cut open a wound on his chest to refine the essence of his heart blood. He made up his mind to open the lid of the 9th layer of the coffin, and let the Emperor corpse come out to suppress Mount Meru and open a path. The heart blood was like golden liquid, and it was dazzling. Drop by drop, it sprinkled on the divine spirit coffin, causing it to shake violently. The crack became even larger, and the Emperor Fiend surged out, as if it would not stop until it submerged Mount Meru. Yi Fan activated the Genesis technique formation, and the ancient coffin was almost pressed right in front of Mount Meru. Rumble, Mount Meru trembled, feeling a type of threat. The emperor-level corpse was about to come out, and the pressure was so great that even ancient Buddha Mountain could not remain calm. It fought back tit for tat. "Benefactor Yi, are you really going to go all the way?" The old monk Imoku was anxious. Yi Fan ignored him. At this point, large amounts of essence blood flowed out of his body, and it was extremely precious. How could he give up like this? Kacha, a terrifying sound rang out. The final layer of the divine spirit coffin buried in the 9 heavens was opened. The coffin lid flipped to the side, and immediately, a gale swept about. The sun and moon trembled, and the rivers of stars trembled. In that instant, the entire western desert felt like it was being crushed by 100,000 mountains. Everyone felt suffocated, and even the great sage felt fear in his heart. The small coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the primal chaos surged within. It was like a brand new world was currently evolving, and the heavens and earth were being created. The stone coffin looked small and could be held in one's palm, but there was another world inside. With a single glance, one's soul would be swallowed, and it felt as if it was as vast as a sea. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't trembling. Including the great sage, many saints couldn't help but kneel down. Their souls were trembling, and their divine senses were about to collapse. From the thumb-sized coffin, the Emperor Fiend and Primal Chaos rushed out, pressing down on Mount Meru together to intimidate. Yi Fan withstood the tremendous pressure, and in the end, he pushed the coffin towards Mount Meru. But with this movement, many of the heavenly origin patterns directly shattered, turning into dust. One has to understand that there were many saint bones, divine materials, and Saint King magical artifacts. But even so, they still couldn't resist the mysterious fluctuations from the Emperor coffin. Great Emperor. Corpse. Everyone's legs trembled, and they spat out these words with great difficulty. It really came into being. Only an emperor's corpse could be like this. Finally, the primal chaos erupted, and the Emperor Fiend filled the sky. It completely erupted, and the aura and fluctuations of a true emperor surged out from the coffin, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The saints were intimidated, trembling with fear. They couldn't even speak. All of this was too shocking. Only one person cried out, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, and then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Father, it really is you." The people nearby heard this. Qi Luo, Yi Tong, the old undying, and the others all felt their scalps go numb. This was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was too inconceivable. The divine Silkworm princess was also shocked, and said to herself, "Ancient emperor, how is this possible? Didn't they say that his coffin had 9 colors that rushed into the heavens, condensing heaven and earth, black and yellow? It was incomparably huge, and it traversed the river of stars. Why is it like this now?" The people on Yi Fan's side were all stupefied. This was divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was earth-shattering. Who would have thought that a single stone would stir up 1,000 ripples? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor was definitely a special existence. The 9 transformations were unmatched in the heavens and earth. The 10 transformations could look down on the past, present, and future. His time as an emperor could only be described as glorious and resplendent. He had been an emperor for a very long time, making all supreme beings feel despair, unable to catch up to him. He was known as a divine emperor, and this title, who dared to use it? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor used this title, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. The light in Taoist divine Silkworm's eyes was astonishing. He clenched his fists, about to rush forward. Meanwhile, Princess Divine Silkworm was also full of shock. Her words had already been heard by the distant great sage. Even though they were far away, the saints all felt their bodies go cold, their hair standing on end. This was the divine emperor's coffin, yet it was opened in front of Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. The 10 transformations overlooking past and present divine emperor? I never expected it to be him. After a brief moment of silence, there were low murmurs. Everyone was intimidated by that emperor wave, their bodies trembling. Now that they knew of its origins, they felt even more terrified. On Mount Meru, the group of arhats, bodhisattvas, protectors, ancient Buddhas, and others were all stupefied, deeply shocked. The old monk Imoku felt a headache. What should he do? It was too late to say anything now. The coffin had already been opened, irreversible. Who could go up and stop it? Great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle, her expression uncertain. Even someone as powerful as her felt restraining fear, feeling that Mount Meru would most likely face a calamity. Father! Taoist Divine Silkworm shouted, taking large steps forward. He really wanted to enter the depths of the Genesis technique formation, approach the opened coffin, and see the true appearance of the archaic Supreme Being. Yifan was also a bit stunned. He never expected it to be Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. This was clearly a bit troublesome. Princess Divine Silkworm came to help, and the ancient emperor's son was also here, so it wasn't good to touch his corpse. However, the coffin had already been opened, unable to be reversed. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to, he was a step too late. Kacha, the very front of the heaven's origin formation had been shattered, unable to withstand that kind of pressure at all. After the stone coffin was opened, the chaotic chi and emperor aura surged out, shattering everything here. There were no fluctuations more terrifying than this in this world. Everyone retreated, feeling a chill run down their spine. Yifan could only back up. At this point, there was no way he could turn around. He couldn't close the coffin lid. Great Emperor-level characters were unimaginably powerful. No one in this world was a match for them. Even if they died, the corporeal bodies they left behind were undefeatable. A single corpse was enough to suppress an immortal inheritance. Normally, it could only be sealed in a coffin, because the Emperor's corpse represented death and destruction. Once it fell into the mortal world, it would definitely be a terrifying disaster. From a certain perspective, the Emperor's coffin was more terrifying than anything else. It was uncontrollable, equivalent to a magic box. Opening it was equivalent to opening the source of blood and chaos. Yifan tried to activate the numinous treasure celestial being's killing sword and control the green copper cauldron, hoping to pull the corpse back. After all, this was the Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancestral emperor, so using it as a weapon was a bit inappropriate, needing the approval of this bloodline's people. However, right now, it was completely useless, actually unable to move it at all. The body inside the emperor's coffin was too terrifying. Endless fluctuations spread out like ripples. They looked gentle, but even the slightest ripple was enough to make one's entire body's bones break. Normally, it was even more terrifying than emperor weapons. It was because the emperor weapon could be controlled. Without reaching a certain cultivation realm, it was difficult to activate. It would always remain asleep, harmless to others. Moreover, even if one could activate the emperor weapon, if one's own cultivation didn't reach the peak, it was impossible to completely revive it. It was because this was a weapon exclusive to great emperors, possessing extraordinary power. No one could truly grasp it. Meanwhile, the great emperor's corpse continuously fluctuated, representing the aura of death and destruction. Only by using a coffin to isolate it from the world could it be used, or else it would be a great disaster. Hong Long Long, the open little coffin slowly moved, approaching Mount Meru, crushing down until even the endless blue skies were collapsing. Unmatched ripples were released, destroying everything in its path. Taoist Divine Silkworm stopped. This meant that not even his father could move forward. He was his father when he was alive, but after death, his consciousness was extinguished. If he went up, his flesh and bones would similarly shatter. The little coffin pressed towards Mount Meru, almost about to crush it. Correct, it could be described as crushing. Even though it was small, no one would look down on it. In everyone's hearts, it was even heavier than the 9 great heavens, able to destroy everything. This was an archaic emperor. Emperor ripples were spreading, so who could resist them? It was clear that the Buddhist power of Mount Meru represented holiness, while the ancient coffin represented death. The Buddhist light and the aura of the dead collided, the two opposing each other. Within the world-shocking waves, Mount Meru swayed, as if it was about to collapse. The ancient coffin also trembled, the mist within boiling. After receiving this stimulation, both of them shone, no longer calm. The Buddhist light of Mount Meru illuminated all directions, illuminating the entire western desert. The little coffin also flickered with brilliant symbols, and a humanoid figure appeared within. The emperor coffin was immeasurably deep, like an abyss. There was a world within, and that figure was boundless, as if it was about to break through the void and come out. Honglong, Buddhist light shone on Mount Meru. Buddhist figures rose one after another, each one tall and imposing, towering into the heavens. This was the great emperor's formation. It was fully activated, preventing the emperor coffin from approaching. The formation patterns were completely activated, releasing an astonishing might. If the great sage were to enter, he would instantly be smashed into pieces. At this time, the emperor coffin was still moving about, not damaged. Its speed did not change, and it advanced in a manner that was neither too fast nor too slow, about to crush down. The ripples from Mount Meru became even more intense. The entire mountain was covered in patterns, as if horned dragons were crawling about. The patterns were complex and profound. This was the great emperor's formation, truly activated. It could kill deities and intimidate immortals. It was powerful to the extreme. The little coffin was obstructed in the end, shaking violently. Everyone held their breaths, feeling indescribably shaken. They nervously watched all of this. An emperor-level conflict was about to unfold. Everyone felt uneasy, but also a bit hopeful. The little coffin trembled, as if it was about to flip over. The chaotic energy within the coffin surged like a sea, engulfing Mount Meru in all directions. In the end, a great hong sounded. A humanoid creature was shaken out from the coffin. As soon as it appeared, the 4 seas trembled, the 5 regions trembling. Heaven and earth wailed, the great Tao bowing beneath its feet. This was a shocking scene that everyone would never forget for the rest of their lives, forever engraved in their hearts. The emperor corpse appeared, wrapped within primal chaos, hazy and indistinct. Everyone knelt down on the ground, horrified to the extreme. Every inch of flesh was shaking, feeling reverence that came from their souls. A complete emperor corpse, who in this world had truly seen it before, this was, without a doubt, a majestic male. He towered there, incomparably imposing, crushing all sides until they split apart. Only he would exist eternally, surrounded by mist. I can't see clearly, what exactly does he look like? There was a great sage who said with a trembling voice. Is this the legendary matchless divine emperor? Everyone wanted to see him, but they couldn't. This primal chaos mist was extremely special, impossible to pass through. There was no way of seeing his true appearance at all. Out of everyone, the divine silkworm Taoist priest's expression was the most complicated. Excitement, sadness, joy, sorrow, all of these emotions interweaved together. He was already sure that this was his father. Meanwhile, right at this moment, Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted regions moved. Someone was roused awake, waking up from a deep slumber. A divine emperor with a complete and flawless body appeared in this world. It was different from emperor artifacts, not needing to exhaust cultivation to activate it. His body always released the most powerful fluctuations, shaking up the world. Is it him? He has returned. Divine Emperor, an expert that makes one revere him. A voice sounded in the peaceful and quiet origin ancient mind today, as if it was filled with endless emotions, as well as deep restraining fear. After being roused awake by the aura of a divine emperor, the speaker's mood became complicated. In this world, it was destined to be glorious. In this world, it was destined to be miserable. In this world, there would definitely be great changes. After endless years of waiting, all of it gathered towards this world. There had to be a result. The divine emperor appeared, his might suppressing the 9 heavens. He stood there, as if he still had life, wrapped within primal chaos mist. He approached Shumi Mountain, directly crushing the mountain until it was brilliant, ripples covering the heavens. Kacha, there were some emperor patterns that were limited in material, unable to endure this type of pressure at all. They broke apart when they approached, and then were erased. But it was precisely because of this that Mount Meru emitted an even more powerful fluctuation. This was stirred up. Buddhist power as vast as the sea surged up, and the entire Mount Meru turned into a giant life form. The imperial formation and magical artifact resisted the archaic emperor together. This was a type of ultimate confrontation. How many people in the present world had seen this before? True emperor-level fluctuations pervaded Shumi Mountain. If not for this place being special, the mountain region would have long turned to ashes. King Chang, right in the back, divine silkworm Ridge's battle clothes rang out, releasing blazing immortal light, vibrating intensely. the Divine Emperor appeared in this world. After death energy and Emperor aura surged, his foundational aura pervaded the air, waking up the Emperor artifact that had accompanied him for his entire life and was currently sleeping. It woke up from its hibernation, immediately dazzling past and present. It was as if a lost child saw its parents, continuously releasing light cries, shaking intensely. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The archaic Emperor's battle clothes disintegrated, turning into pieces of armor that rushed towards the Divine Emperor, continuously covering his body. Every time a piece landed, a portion of the primal chaos mist would scatter. The 9-colored immortal clothes trembled, releasing a clear sound. The metallic luster was dazzling, as if the heavenly sun was falling. The Divine Emperor wore the battle clothes. In the past, he was unrivaled at the 9 transformations, overlooking the past and present at the 10 transformations. This battle clothes accompanied him on his Emperor's path, sharpening it into an indestructible divine artifact. The Emperor artifact revived, fully equipped on his body, becoming even more terrifying. In an instant, a 10th type of light rushed out, tearing apart the great formation of Shumi Mountain. The Divine Emperor directly entered, as if he was entering an unstoppable realm. When things developed to this point, it already exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected the Divine Emperor to appear, and what was even more unexpected was that he put on the battle clothes from when he was alive and directly entered Shumi Mountain. Forget about the crowd, even the Divine Silkworm Princess and the other great sage, as well as the archaic Imperial clan's old clan leader and others, all of their fine hair stood on end. This was too strange and terrifying. The Divine Emperor actually had this type of display, as if he still had life. It was shocking, but they all felt inexplicable. Mount Meru was vast and mighty as if it was about to collapse. The formation patterns laid down by the Amiba Buddha Great Emperor couldn't stop the descent of the Divine Emperor. The mountain was about to split apart and tremble violently. Giant boulders rolled down to the foot of the mountain and the grand temple swayed. The great bell behind the temple rang on its own, resounding through heaven and earth and shaking the world of West Earth. This place was in complete chaos. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas couldn't withstand this kind of pressure and were forced to sit cross-legged on the ground. Their bodies were on the verge of splitting apart and bloody scars appeared one after another. With the descent of the Divine Emperor, not even the Great Emperor's formation patterns could protect this place. Just as Yifan expected, the mountain gate had been breached and they could slaughter their way in. The green copper cauldron floated above Yifan's head and the killing sword in his hand. He was prepared to enter and save his disciple. Of course, this was extremely risky. He never expected this to be the Divine Emperor wearing the 9-colored immortal clothes. It was even more powerful than the Emperor corpse he had planned. He didn't act rashly because the current situation was too strange. Even he felt that it was a bit unreal. The Divine Emperor seemed to truly have life and consciousness. Jiziyue held the void mirror in her hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yifan. The old Undying and the others held the heaven-devouring devil jar in their hands and carefully defended themselves, protecting everyone on this side. Mount Meru was completely silent. The old monk Moku's expression changed greatly. He led the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas to sit there and chant Amiba Buddha Great Emperor. This kind of unforeseen event exceeded his expectations and judgment. It was already too late to say anything now. The great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle and used the Emperor weapon's divine might to protect the mountain. She stood in front of Great Thunderclap Temple and blocked the spreading archaic Emperor fluctuations. However, upon closer inspection, her body was trembling. This was a world-shocking change that no one had expected. The boundless starry river hung down from the cosmos, creating a vast expanse of whiteness that drowned out the archaic Emperor on Mount Meru Mountain. He was bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The 9-colored battle clothes revived and flickered with brilliant luster. It had a cold metallic texture and waves of sonorous divine sounds, making the archaic Emperor even more majestic and imposing. Boundless starlight and chaotic energy fused together, scattering down onto his body and wrapping around him, causing his body to seem even more divine and divine. The ancient Emperor of Divine Silkworm Ridge had become the only existence in this world. When the Divine Emperor was alive, he was invincible. Even in death, the pressure he exerted caused the western desert to tremble. Everyone, including the great sage, was terrified. All of them were trembling, their faces as white as snow. What? He moved. In the next moment, a saint screamed, as if he was someone from the mortal world, which didn't match his identity at all. It was as if he was frightened, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Heavens, the divine emperor is not dead, he's still alive. Another person was horrified, feeling as if his heart was going to jump out of his throat. He widened his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing, staring at the figure on Mount Meru mountain. The god emperor was advancing, ascending Mount Meru step by step along the mountain path towards the majestic temples. Every step was so terrifying, causing the formation patterns on Mount Meru to dim, unable to stop him. Who could believe it? After endless years, the ancient emperor who had long since passed away revived, looking down on the world, walking within the pure land of Buddhism. The saints all felt their blood run cold as they watched. Powerful fluctuations spread outwards, making their legs and stomachs cramp, their bodies weak like sifting chaff. Even the great sage felt his scalp go numb, trembling inwardly. This didn't make sense. How could the god emperor come back to life? The god emperor's figure was imposing, his footsteps possessing a special rhythm, neither fast nor slow, consistent from start to finish, trampling the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. Mount Meru trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Amitabha. All of the arhats, bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas, and others chanted together, hiding in front of the great thunderclap temple, hiding behind the exorcism pestle. All of them were suffocated by the emperor's might. This is. Even the experts from divine Silkworm Ridge were shocked. The ancient emperor was really still alive? This made everyone go crazy, toppling their understanding of the world. Is the ancestral emperor going to ascend Mount Meru to fight and discuss the Tao with the Amitabha great emperor? What a pity that the other party died in meditation. The god emperor revived, climbing the mountain step by step like this. What was he doing? After being lonely for 10,000 years, he finally saw Mount Meru, feeling the fluctuations and traces of the great ancient emperor. He was excited to see his prey. At their realm, they were invincible and lonely all their lives. They longed for an opponent that was evenly matched, but finding one was harder than ascending to the heavens. After the god emperor ascended to the peak, Mahamayuri sat cross-legged on the ground, unable to endure the pressure. Only the exorcism pestle shone, becoming more and more resplendent as it resisted on its own. With a rumbling sound, great thunderclap temple shone with boundless light. The violet gold roof tiles and roof all released auspicious colors. Buddhist energy surged majestically, rushing into the clouds. A Buddhist voice rang through West Earth. A Buddha figure appeared out of nowhere, and no one saw how he appeared. He stood in front of great thunderclap temple, blocking the god emperor's path. This was a monk in grey robes, wrapped in primal chaos mist. His forehead was indistinct, but if one looked carefully, he looked very similar to the Amitabha Buddha statue in the temple. He stood beside the long withered Bodhi tree in front of the temple with a benevolent expression. When his aura rippled out, it was as vast as a mountain. Amitabha Buddha. All the monks on Mount Meru chanted Buddhist chants, revealing astonished expressions. Outside Mount Meru, all the heroes were shaken as well. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm, chanting the 4 words Amitabha Buddha. They simply didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. There couldn't be 2 emperors in one world, and the ancient emperors couldn't meet. This was the common understanding of the world, but today, it was continuously overturned. The god emperor had revived, and great emperor Amitabha had reappeared. Were the 2 going to fight? Many people suspected that they were in a dream. After personally experiencing all of this, they wondered if they had gone crazy. Were their senses still normal? The god emperor took a step forward, and the immortal clothes on his body made zing-zing sounds like the roars of dragons and tigers. The vibrations made people's ears hurt, and they felt as if their flesh was about to evaporate. Great Emperor Amitabha held the exorcism pestle in his hand and released boundless precious light to block the god emperor's path. The 2 seemed to be opposing each other with equal harshness. Boom, the god emperor's body expanded and soared into the clouds in front of great thunderclap temple. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of zhang tall he was. Great Emperor Amitabha wasn't willing to fall behind. He similarly soared into the clouds, and his enormous Buddha body towered between heaven and earth. This scene shocked everyone. A battle between emperors and emperors had occurred? After being separated for so long, there was actually a day when they would face each other and take action. Everyone found it hard to accept and believe it. Is that the Amitabha Buddha's imprint? But, how can we explain the God Emperor's resurrection? He should be a corpse, and in the end, he ascended Mount Meru step by step. How can it be said that he hasn't revived? The saints were bewildered, and their faces were all pale. Everything that happened today made one's hair stand on end. It was too shocking and inconceivable. If this was true, it might be the most important event in the lives of the great emperors and great ancient emperors. They had been lonely all their lives, and in the end they had found an opponent. The great emperors didn't meet each other, and today, common sense was broken. Perhaps every great emperor longed to be born in a different era and fight with the past emperors. They wanted to find a true opponent. Unfortunately, everyone passed away in loneliness. Their wishes couldn't come true, and it was difficult for them to meet others of the same kind. Mount Meru trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars swayed. It was as if they were going to fall down. The two of them wanted to test themselves against the heavens. Natural laws pervaded the air, and the two seemed to be confronting each other. Their bodies continuously increased in size, directly reaching beyond this region. They were so large that they exceeded common sense, shocking the entire northern Dipper star domain until all creatures trembled. Their divine might was matchless. Did the divine emperor really revive? The voices of some of the divine Silkworm Ridge experts were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. After the shock, only excitement remained. This isn't my father's doing. The divine Silkworm Taoist shook his head, his voice carrying sadness and regret. The surrounding people's expressions became sluggish. This was the great ancient emperor's son. Even he said this, so it most likely couldn't be true. However, just now, they clearly saw the divine emperor ascend Mount Meru. Yifan released a light sigh. After watching for a long time, he also understood everything. The divine emperor's loneliness and the Amitabha great emperor's regret couldn't be compensated. In the end, they still couldn't meet. These two weren't them. If the true bodies of great emperors confronted each other, heaven and earth would definitely react, and an irregular scene that had never been seen since the ancient times would appear. The great emperors wouldn't meet each other, never having opponents in their entire lives. This curse was difficult to break. This is a confrontation between two weapons, not because the great emperor himself is still alive. The divine Silkworm Taoist pointed out the riddle. His father ascended Mount Meru. Even though he was moving, he didn't develop a consciousness. It was his immortal clothes that were in control, keeping his mighty body from falling, overlooking the endless ages. The Amitabha great emperor's appearance was actually more or less the same. The demon fall pestle revived under the tremendous emperor-level fluctuations, merging with the fist-sized Saraira, forming the Amitabha great emperor's void image. In reality, there were no true bodies, only two emperor weapons. Their respective masters' Daos confronted each other, as if they were searching for an opponent for the lonely emperor and great emperor, satisfying their final regrets. In outer space, the perfectly straight divine emperor and the benevolent Amitabha great emperor faced each other. Natural law swirled, releasing endless divine light. There wasn't a true confrontation, just a probing of Tao and magical techniques. The two didn't fight each other. The two emperor weapons revived, leading everything. They were extremely cautious and careful. Hong Long, in the end, their bodies shrunk, returning to their normal height. They reappeared at the peak of Mount Meru, in front of the great Thunderclap Temple. The Amitabha great emperor disappeared, leaving only the demon fall pestle floating in the air. As for the Saraira, it also fell to the ground, unmoving. On the other side, the immortal clothes rustled lightly, as if in grief. In the end, they couldn't keep the archaic emperor. Even seeing his corpse couldn't change anything. Everyone was shocked. How could they not understand what had happened now? Everything was because of the two emperor weapons' revival. Buddhism speaks of transcendence, great enlightenment, and only then can one achieve the Tao of Buddhism. At this time, the demon fall pestle transmitted its divine sense. This weapon actually spoke after reviving. Amitabha Buddha. The old monk Mo Ku and the others all chanted, listening respectfully. It was because they knew that the demon Fall Pestle was talking to them. Have you all transcended and gained enlightenment? Put that child down. The demon Fall Pestle continued. Let him go down the mountain? Regardless of whether it was Mo Ku or the great Mahamayuri, they didn't have the slightest bit of rebellious thoughts. This emperor weapon was personally forged by the Amiba Great Emperor to protect the Western Desert Buddhist land. As a supreme being, they had to be respectful. Put it down? Have you all put it down? The demon Fall Pestle calmly asked. The great sage Mo Ku immediately put his palms together, admitting his sins and chanting Buddhist names continuously. Not long after, a golden arhat and the others escorted Hua Hua out. They made him appear in front of the great Thunderclap Temple and prepared to put down Mount Meru. No one had expected this kind of ending. It actually ended like this. Chang, the archaic emperor's battle clothes trembled slightly. The armor disintegrated, turning into rays of immortal light that fell down. The emperor corpse was wrapped in primal chaos mist, standing at the peak of Mount Meru. The divine emperor stood tall and majestic. Strands of chaotic energy swirled around him, making him seem transcendent and mysterious. He was like a living supreme being that looked down on all life. He stood at the peak of Mount Meru. The deathly energy had lessened greatly. The pressure of the archaic emperor was released, but the two awakened emperor weapons could withstand it and block it, protecting the Great Seal Thunder Sound Temple. The world calmed down. A light sigh came from within the 9-colored immortal cloves, carrying endless sadness. It summoned the 9-layered coffin, burying the divine emperor once again. The silkworm emperor's body slowly fell, surrounded by primal chaos. He sank into the coffin, and the stone coffin closed one by one, sealing him within. How many heroes were buried under the passage of time? No matter how great their divine abilities were, it was difficult to reverse the situation. A lifetime of glory, but in the end, all that was left was sorrow. The divine emperor was exceptional, stunning the past and present, but he still couldn't resist the passage of time. In the end, the curtain had to fall. After a dazzling moment, it was followed by endless darkness. Hong Long, the 9-layered coffin was completely sealed, like an ordinary stone. It was simple and unadorned, and no one would notice it even if it was thrown into the yellow earth. This was the life of a great emperor. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Father! Taoist divine silkworm shouted loudly, hot tears gushing out. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. The divine silkworm race's battle clothes shot out a streak of immortal light, turning into a resplendent heavenly river that led outside the mountain. It was like a bridge to the heavens, turning this place into a passageway. It was guiding the people of the divine silkworm race. The ancient emperor's son, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others all stepped onto Mount Meru. Yifan had a copper cauldron with brilliant green multicolored light above his head. He held the 3-foot immortal sword in his hand as he followed, arriving at the peak of Mount Meru for the first time in his life. Taoist Divine Silkworm's tears rolled down his face. He stroked the stone coffin, his voice hoarse. No one could hear what he was saying. With a honglong sound, the stone coffin enlarged. 9 colors rushed into the heavens, and the 10th color burst forth. It immediately enlarged to 1,000 zhang in length, and it was still growing. Strands of multicolored light shot out, entering the space between Taoist Divine Silkworm's brows. There seemed to be waves of scripture sounds, and there was even a type of comprehension after the great Tao was shattered. Taoist Divine Silkworm retreated, and he was in a daze. He muttered to himself, I missed it in the end, I have to be on my way. Shua, another wave of celestial light burst forth. Out of everyone's expectations, it actually flew towards Princess Divine Silkworm's shoulder and aimed at the little monkey that was shining with golden light. The little monkey, who was not much taller than a palm, immediately bared its teeth and looked afraid. It nervously grabbed a lock of Princess Divine Silkworm's hair and retreated. Everyone was stunned. What was the background of this little divine silkworm that had undergone several metamorphoses and now looked like a sacred battle ape? To think that the god sovereign would pay attention to him and bestow him with celestial light, even the divine silkworm princess was shocked. She turned around to look at the little divine ape on her shoulder, who was blinking his big eyes and looking innocent. She seemed to be deep in thought, as if she had thought of something. A soul-shattering sound rang out. Before anyone could react, the huge stone coffin soared into the sky, drawing out resplendent immortal light. It tore apart the sky and directly entered the depths of the universe. It chose to walk the path of solitude, drifting endlessly in the universe. This was the final destination of the ancient emperor. In the end, it would be a lonely person who would chew on this kind of loneliness. The 9 coffins disappeared, and the entire Mount Meru quietened down. Be it the demon subduing pestle or the 9-colored divine robe, they gradually dimmed and slowly returned to silence. I saw the celestial domain open in my dream. Taoist divine silkworm looked into the starry sky. No one knew if he had dreamed of the celestial path, or if he wished for his father to sleep like this and see the celestial path after his death. Master! A loud cry rang out, shocking the group of people on Mount Meru back to their senses. Regardless of whether it was the divine silkworm lineage, the bodhisattvas, or the ancient Buddhas, they all turned to look. It was a young monk who looked very Buddha-like. He had a kind face, big ears that hung down to his shoulders, and a scar on his bald head. There was no doubt that this was Hua Hua. After many years had passed, he had long since grown up. He looked very simple, an honest young man with quite a bit of a Buddhist temperament. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he immediately destroyed his simple appearance and seemed somewhat out of place. Master, you're back. I missed your precious disciple so much. Although his big ears hung down to his shoulders and his Buddha-like appearance was simple, there was a sense of incongruity when he spoke. His temperament and appearance were worlds apart. Weren't you enlightened? Beside him, the 2 golden arhats who escorted him here were shocked and a little dumbfounded. Sigh, Master, you destroyed my plan for hegemony. If you had come a few decades later, all the female bodhisattvas on this mountain would have been abducted by me. Let the remaining monks cry. The group of people were tongue-tied. This turn of events was too fast. Just now, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Why did this little brat completely change the moment he came out? Yi Fan was also momentarily speechless. This brat's appearance was exactly the same as the ancient Buddhas from back then. If he stood to the side and maintained his silence, he would have the bearing of a senior Buddhist monk. However, everything was ruined once he spoke. Especially after he smiled, he looked like a lowly person no matter how one looked at it. What did you say? Yi Fan slapped the back of his head. Little Baldy, weren't you illuminated? Little K-er and the rest also followed the golden path up Mount Meru. At this step, no one from the Buddhist sect stopped them. Seeing that Yi Fan was also looking over, Hua Hua immediately put on a solemn expression and said with a serious expression, Amitabha, Tathagata, Hua Hua, Great Buddha. Master sits in my heart, and wine and meat pass through my intestines. How can I be illuminated by them? In the end, it caused him to suffer another slap on the back of his head. Everyone spent a lot of effort to save him, but in the end, he didn't even get a single hair on his head. They had been worried for nothing. At this moment, he had a sinister smile on his face. The arhats and bodhisattvas couldn't sit still anymore. They had personally witnessed Hua Hua being illuminated, so how could he be fine in the blink of an eye? Under Yi Fan's stern gaze, Hua Hua didn't dare to act rashly and told the truth in full detail. Light flashed on his forehead, and a Buddha crown fell down. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some cracks and holes on it. However, it gave off a kind of Buddhist Tao presence. Everyone in West Earth was shocked. This was definitely a divine weapon that wasn't left behind by a saint. It had the aura of an emperor hidden within it. Yi Fan naturally understood what was going on. This was the parietal bone of Shakyamuni, a piece of parietal bone that he had left behind in the mortal world when he was refining the Xianxia's golden body. Back then, it was this piece of Buddha bone that had given Hua Hua a belly full of scriptures. Quasi-Emperor's parietal bone was hidden in the immortal platform and had condensed into one with it. Outsiders couldn't find it, so they naturally couldn't illuminate him. Yi Fan had even prepared the salvation scripture. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but he didn't expect this to be the result. He directly gave the back of his head another slap. Looking at his despicable smile, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a scam. The faces of the Buddhists sank, and they hoped that they would quickly go down the mountain. There was really nothing they could say about this ending. However, Hua Hua wasn't willing. He was suppressed for no reason, and no matter what, there was a wave of resentment in his heart. Ba, this old monk's mortal heart was moved, and my obsession was too deep. I am here to apologize, Emoka said expressionlessly. Hua wore a smile, and directly grabbed the old monk's hand, not letting go. She said that she had to take action, and that she couldn't be suppressed for so many years in vain. You have already successfully reincarnated and reappeared in the world. This is a miracle of the Buddhists, and it has verified the Tao of Ba. Do you really not recognize me now? Have you forgotten the scene of us discussing the Tao by Lake Au 5,000 years ago? Emoka shouted. Monk, you are too unreasonable. At the side, Dongfang Yi and the others couldn't take it anymore. Only Yifan understood what was going on. He originally thought that the ancient Buddha was very low-key, and not everyone knew about him. He didn't expect that he was old friends with Emoku. This time, the Buddhists detained Hua, and it involved too much karma. In the eyes of Emoku and the others, Hua was a miracle of the Buddhists, and it confirmed the saying that Ba mainly cultivated the afterlife. This was a living example. What nonsense, don't say useless things. I only know that you have suppressed me for many years. Buddhism talks about karma, and you need to return me 100 years of freedom. How about this? I want to establish a big sect in the Buddhists, and let the celestial court grow branches and leaves. You can be my protector. A bald kid was pulling an old monk, and they were arguing endlessly, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Buddhists all lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They really didn't want to be entangled by this green-skinned monk. At this moment, a tall figure rushed out of a temple not far away, and his huge bald head was shining. He shouted, God, angels, I finally see a familiar person. Yi Fan, Brother Yi, do you still remember me? Bring me down the mountain too. Not only the Buddhists, protectors, and ancient Buddhas frowned, but even the outsiders were a little stunned. How could there be such a strange monk in the pure land of Buddhists? Yi Fan was startled. This was none other than Kaida, Li Xiaoman's classmate from America. After so many years, he had developed a set of profound Buddhist divine arts. As a protector Vajra, what have you become? Emoka scolded. Kaida ignored him as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He looked to Yi Fan for help and said, bring me away from this damned place. I'm a vegetarian every day, even the gods will go crazy. Weren't you punished to face the wall? Why did you come out? A bodhisattva asked. Kaida complained to Yi Fan, I haven't eaten meat for 150 years. A while ago, I managed to braise dog meat with great difficulty, but I was discovered the moment I took a bite. I was punished to face the wall for 500 years. God, after 500 years, when I come out, all my teeth have fallen out, and I can't even bite dog meat. Everyone was dumbfounded. Outside Mount Meru, the saints from the outer realms were also staring at each other. Everyone wanted to laugh, but the bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas, and protectors all had ashen expressions, each uglier than the last. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. He patted Kaida's shoulder, not knowing if it was to comfort him or if it was the etiquette of old friends reuniting. He cursed silently, this was also a fraud. He muttered to himself and spoke to the western desert monks, asking Kaida to go down the mountain and jump out of this hell in his eyes. As a Buddhist disciple, your 6 senses are impure. Banish him down the mountain. Mahamayuri's face was gloomy as he issued such a decree. He didn't want to see such a disciple for even a moment longer. On Mount Meru, the bodhisattvas and arhats sent them down the mountain as if they were the plague. Hua was like a chatterbox. He pulled the old monk Moku's hand and talked endlessly, spittle flying from his mouth. It was as if he hadn't opened his mouth in 10 lifetimes and had endless things to say. His saliva flew everywhere as he chatted with the old monk, asking him to go down the mountain and become a protector to compensate him for all the years of suppression and suffering. The great sage Moku could bear it at first, but later on, his snow-white eyebrows kept twitching. He wanted to slap Hua to death. He really couldn't stand it anymore. His mouth never stopped. Great Master, your beard has turned white. Great Master, your shoes are about to grow holes. Great Master, were you hacked when you were young? There's a big scar on your nose. Listening to these endless words and godlike logical thoughts, the old monk Mo wanted to strangle him to death. After walking out of Mount Meru, the chatterbox continued to hold the old monk Mo's hand affectionately. People who didn't know the details would think that they were good friends despite the difference in age. Mo couldn't bear it anymore, but he could only endure it in the end. In the end, Mo agreed to be the protector of the mountain gate for a few years. No one knew if it was because of the Vidra's order, or because he really felt guilty, or because he pitied Huahua's previous incarnation, or because he was moved by the chatterbox. This result left everyone dumbfounded. "Master, don't worry. I will heal that big scar on your nose in the future." *CK off. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas were dumbfounded and speechless. After a long time, they finally returned to Mount Meru. Dongfang Yi and the others were still wondering if they should beat this old monk up with a stick, but after seeing this result, they decided to let it go. They were afraid that the Vidra and other monarch weapons wouldn't agree to it. "Let's see how he does. If he dares to do anything, we will cut off his cultivation." The group of people left for real. Delicious. After leaving Mount Meru, they arrived at a city. In an old shop opened by a mortal, Cade was holding a big pig elbow in his left hand and a roast goose in his right. He looked like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost, eating until his cheeks were bulging and his mouth was full of oil. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the table was a mess, and even the bones were swallowed. The innkeeper served several tables of meat dishes before he burped and raised his head reluctantly. Cade expressed his sincere gratitude to Yifan first and then looked at the crowd. He had been paying attention to the holy night for a long time on Mount Meru and didn't ask about it. He said something that Dongfang Yi and the others thought was bird language, and he got a response from the holy knight. Then, he rushed over and gave this holy knight a big hug. "My immortal eyes are blinded. I have a needle in my eye. I didn't see anything." Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others were all cursing. It was too immoral for two men to hug each other. Of course, it was the monk who hugged the holy knight. In China's words, when people from the same hometown see each other, their eyes will be filled with tears. For so many years, I've seen aliens all the time. Finally, I've seen one of my own kind. Cade's tears and snot were all over the holy knight's body, and he didn't take this great sage seriously at all. It was fortunate that the holy knight hid his aura, or else he would have shattered Cade's body. This world is too dangerous. Minotaurs, Bigfoot monsters, ghoul corpses, devil cats, and everything else. They even call themselves the far ancient imperial race and eat people all day. Also, the monks in this world are fanatical religious people. I ran away a total of 38 times, but I was always caught by them. They almost burned me and asked me to go see Amitabha. I'm not even close to him. Cade was so excited that he was incoherent and deranged. He kept rambling on and on. "I came in a coffin. How did you get here? I feel like we've all been abandoned by God. I've always had a dream. I want to go back to Earth and rely on Satan to attack God." The holy knight was speechless when he heard his nonsense. In the end, he just patted his shoulder and said, "Mental trauma needs time to heal." "What do you mean?" "I'm not crazy, those monks are." Cade was unhappy. The group laughed. Princess Divine Silkworm had already found out where the victorious fighting Buddha was on Mount Meru, but she couldn't find any evidence of him being enlightened. She was unwilling to accept this and left with everyone. Old Undying, Old Blind, and Tu Tian also left with the heaven-swallowing jar. The people of Ji family, Yao Yuekong, and the Prince of Great Xia also set off. Yifan sent them off and expressed his sincere gratitude. The people of the Celestial Court didn't completely leave West Earth. They were really planning to take root here. Of course, this could only be considered a branch, and they had to be handed over to Huahua to manage. The Celestial Court Buddhist branch. This was the name Huahua had given them after smiling. One could imagine how gloomy Amoka's expression would be when he came. But all in all, his safety shouldn't be a problem. All the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas in West Desert were waiting for his subconscious to awaken. This proved that he had a past life and an afterlife. Cade joined the Celestial Court without hesitation. When he heard that he was still going to be a guardian Vedra and stay in West Desert, he almost fell to the ground. I won't be a monk even if you beat me to death. Wine and meat will pass through your intestines, there's no need to follow those rules. Huahua tried her best to make him a guardian Vedra. In the end, Kate abandoned God and Satan without any sense of loyalty and became a guardian Vedra of the celestial court. The holy knight left like a lone boat sailing towards the vast ocean. He decided to charge into the outer region and tread his own path. The heavenly village was in the outer region and couldn't be found. The people of the celestial court like Qi Luo and the two silver-blood emperors stayed in West Desert, allowing the celestial court to temporarily take root here. As for Yan Yishi, Li Tian, and a few others, they chose to travel the world. When this great era arrived, there were too many interesting things to see. Of course, everyone had already agreed that it wouldn't be too long before they crossed the star region and left Big Dipper. Because they knew that once the path to immortality opened, this place would definitely be in chaos. At that time, even a saint would easily perish. After getting drunk, everyone set off on their way. After this battle, the celestial court's fame spread far and wide. In the eyes of the Golden Crow race and the ancient race, Yi Fan had also killed his way to fame. He had used several the arch weapons at once, shocking the world and making it tremble. From a certain perspective, the clans that had used the arch weapons were all tied to the same chariot. In the future, if one of them was provoked, it could lead to several the arch weapons smashing down at the same time. Who could fight against them? The 5 regions were in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. For so many days, it was all about Yi Fan's battle at Mount Meru. It had become the focal point of the world's attention. Yi Fan walked alone through the western desert with an immortal sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. There was no longer a trace of killing intent, and his green clothes made him seem otherworldly. He arrived at the shore of Lake Au and stood there for a long time. Then, he walked through all the monasteries in the western desert and finally arrived at the Lantua temple. "Benefactor, you've come." It was an old monk with snow-white eyebrows. He seemed to have long since expected that Chu Feng would come here. The Lantua temple was a vast ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, the buildings were all dyed with a golden luster. The ancient temples were incomparably dignified and appeared even more divine. In the western desert, there were a few ancient temples that were the most famous. The Lantua temple, the Divine Cloud temple, and the Hollow temple all had immortal inheritances of Buddhism. Of course, the Great Thunderclap temple was the most famous. In the past, Yi Fan had fought a great battle here and fought against several divine monks, all for the sake of seeing in Miaoi and giving her freedom. Today, he returned to this place. The old monk in the temple naturally wouldn't forget him. He chanted Ba and invited him in. In that battle, the two sides didn't fight to the death, and the situation was resolved peacefully. Therefore, there was no enmity or hatred between them. It was just that the Battle of Mount Meru this time left the Buddhist sects with a grudge. Yi Fan traveled throughout the western desert and found out that Miaoi ultimately chose to cultivate here in seclusion. Therefore, he came to see her. Bodhisattva has been in seclusion for dozens of years and hasn't come out. Perhaps she will only reappear after 100 years, said a divine monk. The 9-storied pagoda was still there. And Miaoi sealed herself within, comprehending the supreme principles and cultivating her own Tao fruit. Did she say anything? Yi Fan asked. She did. The holy monk nodded and said a few words. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. When these words were spoken, Yi Fan's body trembled. He was in a daze and couldn't calm down for a long time. He stared at the sealed stone pagoda and wanted to barge in. This was a sacred pagoda left behind by the great sage of an unknown era. It could be used to imprison monks, seal oneself, and suppress oneself. If one were to forcefully open it, the stone pagoda would most likely be destroyed and the person inside would be injured. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. See you on the path of immortality. The old monk handed a letter to Yi Fan. Other than the first sentence, there was another sentence. Yi Fan stood there without moving. It was difficult for him to say a single word. He sighed softly. He walked around the pagoda and could clearly feel a kind of thought. With the letter in hand, various past events appeared in his mind. Why did she say that the fate of the mortal world had been severed? Was it because of Gzue? Or did she know that he had other ties? Or could it be that she couldn't see the future, and Miaoi was an extraordinary woman? Her thoughts, and decisions were all so unexpected. It made one feel disappointed and frustrated, and his heart felt bitter. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. Distance was beautiful and hazy. If they were to truly be together, perhaps only ordinary would be left, returning to dullness. Did Miaoi want him to remember forever? To leave behind the most beautiful side and the most profound imprint in his heart. A fiery meeting, the most beautiful moment, a moment of brilliance. Then they turned around and looked at each other in the mortal world. Yifan couldn't speak. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. It made his heart feel empty. Walking in the ancient temple, it was difficult for him to protect himself under such a state of mind. Benefactor, I think the most important thing is the last two sentences. A young novice monk of 16 or 17 years old spoke. Obviously, his identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the contents of the letter, and it was even more impossible for him to follow beside a holy monk. The old monk glared at him, not allowing him to speak carelessly. Buddhists teach liberation and do not lie. I am only speaking the truth, the young novice monk said. Yifan was startled. He saw that this young novice monk was born with wisdom and knew that he would not be an ordinary person in the future. He would be brilliant and would one day soar into the heavens. He nodded and slowly calmed down. How could he not know that the last sentence was the main point? He also understood its meaning. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. We will meet on the path of immortality, let him go on the path of the mortal world. Marry a wife, have children, raise children, repay kindness. We will only meet on the path of immortality. When that time comes, we will meet again, hand in hand, go to the same place, and never leave each other in life or death. Yifan walked silently, walking around the stone pagoda again and again. Then, he walked into the distance. Today, he roamed alone under the setting sun. He walked by Lake Au alone, walked on the highlands alone. Wherever the two of them had left their footprints, he walked alone. All sorts of things from the past appeared in his mind one by one. In the end, Yifan returned to Lantua Temple. He stood in front of the stone pagoda for a day and a night. He did not see Miaoi, so he slowly turned and left. Before he left, the old monk told him that Miaoi was comprehending Tao in her dreams. She turned her head and saw a flower from the past. She looked up and saw a flower blooming in the future. Flowers fluttered in the air. I am her Tao protector. In this life, there is only one flower that will not wither and bloom forever, sparkling and translucent. Yifan said. He was full of undefeatable confidence as he left in large strides. He was no longer disappointed, no longer feeling empty. There was only a belief left in his heart. If he was undefeatable in the present world, what was there to be afraid of? Everything would be crushed under his fist. Yifan took a step forward. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers moved in reverse. The western desert retreated at lightning speed. He entered the northern plains and continued north until he arrived at a vast icy plain. Tu Fei, I have come to save you. There was no end to the vast icy plains. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there were glaciers everywhere. The cold was bone-chilling, and the air one exhaled would immediately be frozen into ice shards. It was difficult to see creatures here. This place was the northernmost, and apart from the pure white snow and the undulating glaciers, there was nothing else to be seen. Yifan advanced on foot. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to be as careful as before. He could walk in a perfectly straight line without any worries. Along the way, he saw a few enormous ruins and ice palaces, but they weren't worth stopping at. He directly arrived at the center of the icy plains, the North Pole. This was a terrifying domain. Space was distorted, and all types of brightly colored mists pervaded the air. The brilliance was chaotic and brilliant. This special domain couldn't be considered small, and its radius was several hundred li. In the past, Yifan could only stop here. If he forcefully walked in, he would definitely be torn apart, and his golden body would shatter. Now, he was almost about to take that crucial step and become the great sage. This domain naturally couldn't stop him anymore, and he could calmly walk in. The mist spread out, forming a giant vortex that continuously rotated. The rocks that tumbled down from the distant snowy mountains would instantly turn into fine powder. Yifan was calm and composed. His long sleeves fluttered about, and with the immortal sword on his back, his body and mind were calm. He arrived at the forbidden region at the center of the North Pole, arriving at the most mysterious ancient land on this icy plains. Woo-woo, all types of strange whistling sounds rang out. Within this misty vortex, there were shattered bones, stone tablets, and broken weapons. They belonged to past experts, and they all moved along with the powerful domain. These things might be extremely troublesome for others. However, for Yifan, who had an innately powerful constitution, it wasn't much. The domain fired strand after strand of multicolored light hacked down on his body, releasing waves of resounding sounds. It was difficult for them to injure him. In the end, he arrived at his destination without any mishaps. There was a giant well here. It was thick and deep, and its end couldn't be seen. It was vast and majestic, and many chaotic lights revolved around it. This was the eye of the vortex. All types of ice fragments splashed about, and waves of terrifying mysterious fluctuations surged. They were several tens to 100 times more powerful than the outside world. Streaks of dazzling light erupted from the deep well, and dense mists rose. This was the ancient immortal land where the northern pole immortal light was born. Only once every 100,000 years would a strand of it soar into the heavens, so it was very difficult to catch. Yifan frowned. He didn't see Tu Fei or the old woman from the same generation as the crazy old man. The immortal light in the ancient well was more intense. The extreme true essence and magnetic light surged like a river or a sea. Ordinary warriors would be smashed into powder immediately if they got in there. There was an ancient tablet in the Forbidden Zone warning that only sages were allowed to enter. Since Yifan had already entered the well, there was no reason for him to retreat. He stepped into the well and fell down. Below the ice cave, there were brilliant colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Hundreds and thousands of corpses floated up and down, most of them already frozen and cracked into pieces, spinning along with the vortex. The clothes on these people were very ancient, and they were from different eras. Almost all of them were ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Many of them were saints, which made Yifan frown. He went straight down for 3,000 zhang, sinking into the depths of the giant well. All kinds of essence chi surged like the sea, and the waves were even more violent, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He didn't land on an empty ground until he was 10,000 zhang deep. The underground world wasn't dark, and it was brightly lit by all kinds of dancing lights. It looked like a kingdom of gods. There were many ruins underground. Among them, there was a giant stone door in the center. Now, there was a gap, and the extreme true essence and magnetic light rushed out from it. Even Yifan felt a certain amount of pressure. He stared at the waves that could tear a saint apart. He walked forward step by step and stared at the majestic stone door. Immortal Mansion. He saw a plaque on it, and when he saw these two words, he was startled. He looked at the underground ancient building area, and suddenly felt that the style was somewhat familiar. After walking around in a big circle, he didn't find anything. He once again arrived in front of the door and slowly pushed it open with a caca sound. Then, he walked in. The cold was bone-piercing, and the murderous aura attacked the body. It could freeze ordinary saints and destroy them here. Behind the giant door was this terrifying light interweaved, divine essence surged, and spiritual energy was like the sea. It was as if he had arrived in a violent immortal realm world. Yifan walked with difficulty, facing the great pressure. He walked for dozens of li before he walked out, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it was no longer cold, there was no extreme true essence, and there were no dancing lights. There was only a deathly stillness. It was as if he had arrived before the creation of the world. This was a dusky world. What entered his eyes were broken mountains, rift valleys, riverbeds. It was dusky, incomparably desolate, and there were no signs of life. It could be seen that in the past, this should have been a piece of divine land, but it had suffered a catastrophe that destroyed all living things, leaving only ruins. Boom, when Yi Fan stepped into a valley, blazing formation patterns flickered, sending him flying. His body cracked, and he was almost destroyed in body and spirit. What kind of place was this? He couldn't help but be shocked. Someone as powerful as him, who could suppress the initial stage great sage, almost died in this place. No one would believe it if news of this got out. This valley was extremely ordinary, a piece of ruined earth. An intense battle had happened in the past, and it had long been destroyed. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Fan almost died with a grievance. It was just a small piece of damaged formation patterns. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and carefully searched this place. The formation patterns that had almost split him apart just now were too strange. After looking carefully, he became more and more horrified. There was only a square meter of damaged pattern. That was about to be obliterated. It was dark and without luster, and after injuring him, it was half destroyed. It was difficult for it to exist in this world. Great Emperor formation patterns. Yi Fan said to himself, coming to this conclusion. This was a corner of a damaged formation pattern, and it was an extraordinary node in the Great Formation. It had been preserved until now, and even though it was so damaged, it was still able to injure the Great Sage. What kind of place was this exactly? It was actually densely covered in Great Emperor formation patterns, but in the end, it was scorched earth. Even such powerful divine patterns no longer existed. As far as the eye could see, the land was scarlet and boundless, scorched earth stretching for tens of thousands of li. Not a single blade of grass grew, mountain peaks were broken, and the great earth was split open. Even with the protection of Great Emperor formation patterns, it was still destroyed to this extent. Just how powerful was this power? Could it be that a Great Emperor battle happened here? This was just too shocking. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply. With a light wing sound, a cauldron flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. It released streaks of starry radiance, protecting him within just in case. He walked forward, investigating this world. In the end, he said softly, if it is full of vitality, if the plants are abundant, then isn't it quite similar to the central continent Immortal Manor world? In particular, the two words Immortal Manor on the great gate outside were even more similar to the central continent Pure Land. What was the connection between the two? Yi Fan's heart pounded fiercely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The two words Immortal Manor had a profound meaning. He quickly walked forward, wanting to seek confirmation. However, right in front of him an expanse of primal chaos surged. He had reached the end of this small world. The road ahead was cut off, clearly, some broken mountains, some great rifts were forcibly cut off here. The road ahead was blocked, and the original small world had been destroyed. What a pity, the Great Emperor-level battle destroyed all clues. However, I can go to the central continent Immortal Manor world to continue seeking confirmation. Yi Fan searched carefully, not wanting to miss a single place. Finally, in a dilapidated rift valley, he discovered a path that led straight into the depths of the primal chaos. He walked forward. This was a narrow, winding path that brought him into a small heavenly abode that was like a bubble of primal chaos. The circumference of this place wouldn't exceed several li. This place was densely covered with formation patterns, and the path was blocked. They were all great sage-level formations, and the slightest trigger would inevitably lead to the most violent attacks. Yi Fan held the immortal sword in his hand, but he didn't slash immediately. Instead, he gazed forward, feeling astonished. A most sacred and auspicious aura rushed over. There was a hazy ball of immortal light there, wrapping around a person. It floated up and down, merging with the great Tao. Scriptures rumbled, deafening and thought-provoking. That's the Northern Immortal Light. Yi Fan was shocked. Legend had it that a wisp would appear every 100,000 years, but today, it wasn't as simple as just one wisp. There were at least 10 wisps, and they were wrapping around a person. Every wisp was like a spirit dragon, several zhang long. They surged up and down, and immortal energy rose up and down, shocking the world. Tu Fei. Yi Fan called softly. The person being wrapped was Tu Fei. Many years had passed, but he was still the same. He was sealed in the mysterious ice, motionless, and was being nourished by the immortal light. Another wave of life caught Yi Fan's attention. This place could almost be called a bubble of primal chaos, created by someone. A vague figure was wrapped in mist. It was an old woman. She also had the northern immortal light on her body, but it seemed like she had completely refined it. Only a little light flowed on the surface of her body. Above her head, there was a golden pagoda flickering with light. It blended with her, bobbing up and down. It's her. Didn't she transform into the Tao? This was the old woman from the same generation as Crazy Zol. When he came here that year, he clearly saw that she was transforming into the Tao. How could she still be alive? Moreover, her vitality was as vigorous as the sea, hidden in her body. Young man, you're here again. A divine consciousness came. It was definitely the peak of the great sage level, and its fluctuations were like the sea. The old woman still had her eyes closed, not moving at all. It seemed like it was inconvenient for her to move, so she just transmitted her voice. Greetings, Senior. Yi Fan saluted. Your advancement surprised me. This world has finally changed again. The old woman sighed, as if she had endless emotions. The old woman didn't die, and the golden pagoda she obtained was a damaged immemorial ancestral artifact. This time, both the old woman and the artifact were nourished by the immortal light. The former's lifespan increased, and the latter also recovered, gradually becoming flawless. According to legend, a strand of immortal light could only fly out every 100,000 years. However, they had a great opportunity. When they opened up this severed mysterious land, they chiseled out this narrow space and obtained more than 20 strands of immortal light. What is this place? Yi Fan asked directly after a short conversation. This is a road. I only chiseled out a section, said the old woman. Road? What kind of road? Yi Fan was shaken. He felt that his guess was getting closer and closer. This is the immortal ascension road from millions of years ago. I'm trying to restore it and reopen it, answered the old woman. Path of immortality? Yi Fan was shaken. Even though he had some suspicions that this place might be related to immortals, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He actually saw such a path. The old woman wanted to reopen the old path, cut through the primal chaos and recreate the ancient land, restoring the appearance of this small world before it collapsed. Without a doubt, this was extremely difficult. The primal chaos destroyed everything here. Now, it was completely barren. This pure land had been completely cut off. The path of immortalization millions of years ago. Whether that was the beginning of the primordial age or the end of the mythological age was unknown. There was someone who wanted to invade immortal domain, breaking up this small world, creating this scene. Who are those people? One name after another appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Was it the ancient celestial being, or the emperor of the celestial court at the end of the mythological era, or the immortal heavenly emperor? There was no doubt that those who embarked on the path of immortalhood would be world-shaking. He just didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. Looking at the state of this place, the great emperor's formation patterns had all been ground to pieces, and the path to immortality had also collapsed. It must have been extremely intense at that time. It has finally become the past. Yi Fan sighed softly. If one wanted to enter the immortal domain, they needed the right time, the right place, and also heaven-defying strength. Not a single one could be lacking. No one could truly be sure where the path of immortality would open in this world. This place was just an undying ruin, a place that had witnessed the glory of those who came before, as well as the desolation of those who came after. The only thing the old woman could do was to open up the primal chaos and restore the pure land of the past to its original state. She wanted to find the traces left behind by the path of immortality millions of years ago. There was no way they could enter immortal domain from here. Time changed, so the location naturally changed as well. However, this place was undoubtedly a treasury, containing immortal light. Back then, that person was unrivaled and unmatched. He definitely broke through immortal domain, or else there wouldn't be immortal light descending into this world. The old woman said. There was naturally reason to suspect that the North Pole immortal light was the spiritual energy of the immortal domain. Back then, someone broke through the barrier that had been unbreakable for 10,000 years, causing the aura of that world to surge over. This immortal energy or auspicious multicolored light was sealed in primal chaos. After endless years passed, a strand would occasionally seep out, appearing in the outside world. This is a powerful person, able to see immortal domain. Yi Fan sighed softly. Shui Wuqing had also stepped onto the path of immortalhood and broken through the barrier. However, his body was frail and he was no longer as glorious as he was in his prime. In the end, he fell on the road and could not enter that world. What about this person? Would he also be like this, breaking through immortal domain, but in the end, he was covered in blood along the way? This was very likely, because this place had completely collapsed, and the Great Emperor's formation runes were almost completely obliterated. Yi Fan looked at Tu Fei and sighed. He knew that it wasn't the right time to come here. Tu Fei's fortune wasn't finished yet. He was still transforming. It wasn't suitable to take him away. A fierce wave of soul consciousness came. Tu Fei couldn't move or talk as he was sealed in the mysterious ice. However, his soul consciousness had been awakened for many years. At this moment, he was so excited. Little Yi, is it really you? It's me. I've come to see you, Yi Fan said softly. I'm a dead man now. I can't move. I really want to get out of here. Tu Fei's body was controlled by the immortal light, but it hadn't been refined yet. He couldn't move yet. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will be born, comforted Yi Fan. Where's that dog that should be chopped into pieces? I want to kill it. That bastard. That unreliable bastard. Tu Fei was full of resentment. He was a blabbermouth. At this moment, of course, he couldn't control himself anymore. He cursed Black Emperor. Which one is better? Rock meat or donkey meat? Tu Fei's thought process couldn't be judged by common sense. He had just cursed Black Emperor, and now he was talking about food. What's wrong? Asked Yi Fan. Hungry. Yi Fan was speechless. You've got some Saint Virgins. Don't kill them all. As your brother, if you don't agree, you should save some for me. Besides his big mouth, Tu Fei was also thick-skinned. He changed the topic quickly, which made Yi Fan speechless. After being trapped for so many years, this man couldn't change his nature. Little Yezi, you're not good enough. You can't even get Yaoshi. You haven't seen the Jade Lake Saint Virgins for more than 100 years. You're such a waste. You just woke up. Don't worry too much. Yi Fan got a headache. I want to drink the Path Understanding tea. Your grandpa. Can't you think normally? Don't jump around. Does Black Emperor still wear flowery underwear? Give him a dog skin one. Tu Fei's thoughts drifted again. After his thoughts raced endlessly, he finally quieted down. It was very quiet. After a long time, he sobbed, Lu Ko is dead. He cried loudly. This was his true feelings. Some bandits had sworn brotherhood. Lu Ko was his good brother, and he had gone through thick and thin with him. However, Tu Fei couldn't send him off. He felt so sad. Yi Fan understood that Tu Tian and the undying old man had come here to tell Tu Fei everything out there. Of course, Tu Fei was hurt. After crying for a long time, Tu Fei finally calmed down. He talked to Yi Fan and asked about many things. In the end, he sighed and wished he could leave immediately. The old woman had taken Tu Fei as her disciple and taught him the Nirvana immortal scripture. It was said that this was the orthodoxy of an ancient celestial being. It was a cultivation method that was copied from a divine steel dug out from the ground. Tu Fei's long hibernation was also related to this. This environment, this immortal light, and this cultivation method were really suitable for him. In the end, they talked about the path to immortality. The old woman pointed out that the celestial world in the central province was definitely the correct location in the past, and that there were even people who had truly entered the celestial realm from there. Because that world had not collapsed to this day, it also meant that the ancient path had not collapsed back then. I want to go there and see what the deepest part is like, said Yi Fan. That year, he couldn't go deep due to his limited strength. He was stopped outside. In that place, the undying heavenly king and the Tai Huang were buried. They had coffins but no corpses. They had entered that small world. Perhaps death wasn't the truth. Becoming an immortal was the truth. Yi Fan stayed here for 3 days. They talked about many things that happened in the past, which made Two-Fei's emotions fluctuate. He didn't participate in the killing of the Heavenly Prince or the human clan's ancient road. He hated that he couldn't leave immediately. However, his cultivation method was too special. After 3 days, he directly nirvana and fell into a deep sleep. He became a living dead person and began his special cultivation journey. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Yi Fan bid farewell to Two-Fei and the old woman. He left the ice field and headed south in the wind and snow. Eventually, he returned to the Eastern Barren Territory and entered the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. The Blue Flood Dragon King had passed away before the world changed. Now, the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon King were here, leading the monster clan. No one dared to provoke them. There was a lonely grave deep inside the pine forest on a quiet mountain peak. The mound wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Xianxia engraved on it. The cold wind blew, scattering the fallen leaves. Yi Fan felt very cold. He stood quietly in front of the grave and put down the flower in his hand. Instantly, white flower petals flew everywhere, creating a desolate scene. Yi Fan sat on the cold ground and stayed there for a long time. What could he say? Time had passed, and people had returned to the yellow earth. They would never come back. A cultivator's life wasn't limited to battles of life and death. They also had to face the parting of friends and family. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would have to face in the future. The pine trees whimpered. This place was desolate and lonely. It was sad to have only a lonely grave like this. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan stood up. The wind was strong, and the pine trees rustled. It sounded like they were sobbing and complaining. He hit in a gust of wind and dashed out of the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. He didn't go to see the Red Dragon Daoist or the Peacock King. He just wanted to leave this place and run with all his strength. Who was it that scattered these flowers? A woman appeared. It was precisely Jin Yan from the past. She was much more mature now. She looked at the disappearing wind and said, "Did that person come?" "Sister Qinyao, the person you couldn't forget has come to see you. I heard he's about to become unrivaled under the heavens. My older brother Jin Yu died, and big brother Ku Zhu also died from severing the Tao. Of the 3 of them, only big brother Bai Feng is left. If we had a choice, how different would our paths be?" Jin Yan left this mountain peak. Yi Fan was someone who could kill the initial stage great sage. His strength was extremely great, and he also cultivated the row-word art. He possessed the world's fastest speed. Even though the Great Earth was vast, with his current cultivation, it still couldn't be considered much. He didn't use a formation platform and directly strode forward. He squandered his body's exuberant blood energy and rushed towards Central Continent. After an unknown period of time, he finally slowed down. He had already entered Central Continent's territory, and he slowly calmed down. Large amounts of mountain ranges rose and fell like dragons in hibernation. Waves of purple chi rose up, as if it was a land of ascension to immortality. It was grand and beautiful. This was the immortal mountain where the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan directly walked through the mountain gate. Many things of the past occurred to him when he arrived here. One outstanding talent after another had used their strength to break through and enter the unique scholar manor. Only he had stood guard outside and never entered. He had eaten Qi Huanshui's mount, killed Yan Yunluan, and even faced off against Wang Teng. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Although the current unique scholar manor had sent some outstanding talents into the starry sky, it had not closed. There were still outstanding talents from the 5 regions gathered here. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he attracted a few people's attention. They all turned to look in his direction. "He's the Saint Fiziki Fan." Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the unique scholar manor. Many people appeared and looked in his direction. Now, Yi Fan's name was too great. Even Mount Meru had almost been flattened. There was no need to talk about other things. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. It really is him. I heard that he's about to become a great sage. He can even kill those who have just entered the great sage realm. He's invincible on the human race's ancient road and has returned to the Big Dipper. Within the unique scholar manor, there were people from Yi Fan's generation. After seeing him, they couldn't help but feel bitter. Compared to him, their cultivation levels were already a great deal lower. It was as if they were 2 generations apart. Senior Yi, what's on the human race's ancient road? A very spirited young girl ran over. She was only 12 or 13 years old and looked like a porcelain doll. She didn't fear his fame at all. Senior, tell us about the ancient road. Some other youngsters also came over. This was already the next generation. There were more than 100 years between them and Yi Fan's generation. They were just like them in the past, full of youthful energy. However, there was a 12 or 13-year-old child among them. It was still amazing. Presumably, her aptitude was extremely outstanding. Yi Fan carefully looked at her and found that this doll-like girl was similar to the little monk he saw in the western desert's Lan Tua temple. Her aptitude was excellent and her aptitude was extraordinary. It was rare in this world. Which family are you from? Yi Fan asked in a pleasant tone. The porcelain doll was very cute and naive. My mother and Senior Yi are old friends. The porcelain doll was innocent and unaffected. She didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because Yi Fan was an expert on par with the great sage. Her voice was sweet and naive, pure and natural. Yi Fan noticed the longevity lock hanging around her snow-white neck. He understood whose descendant she was, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. The longevity lock was polished from purple gold. Although its luster and extraordinariness had been deliberately concealed, and it wasn't that outstanding, its auspicious aura could still be sensed. This lock was extraordinary. It was the leftover material from the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. It was forged into a life-saving lock by the bodhisattvas of the western desert. It had been worn by central sovereign Xiang Yufei, and then it fell into Duanda's hands. In the end, Yi Fan, Princess Yudai, and Dong Fengyi launched a sneak attack in the immortal mansion world. They knocked out the heartless Daoist and robbed him clean, and the longevity lock fell into Yudai's hands. Is the princess well? Yi Fan asked. My mother is very well. She has mentioned uncle many times, telling me to learn from you and cultivate diligently, the porcelain doll said happily. There were 4 great empires in the central continent, and under them were 9 great dynasties and the 100 schools of thought. Princess Yudai was the successor of the peaceful peace country of the 9 great dynasties, and now, she had already become the empress. Yi Fan had saved Yudai in the past, and was bestowed an ancient scripture that explained the mysteries of the natural Tao. It was suspected to have been written by a human emperor in his later years, and Li Ruoyu of the humble peak had obtained it as a supreme treasure. Yi Fan himself had also been deeply enlightened. Yudai was one of the few beautiful girls in the central continent, and was ranked 3rd by busybodies. She had countless pursuers in this great land, and her popularity among her peers was very high. The stunning girl from back then had already become a mother. Yi Fan could only sigh. Time passed quickly. My mother said that if I can meet uncle, I must properly ask for his guidance, and also invite him to our home as a guest. The porcelain doll's large eyes were very bright, and her voice was childish. Yi Fan laughed and rubbed her head. This child was very cute. In fact, this little doll was not shy at all. She asked Yi Fan many questions, and even asked about the matters of the ancient starry sky path. The people on the side were very envious, and in the end, the younger generation cultivators all crowded over. They were full of curiosity about the legendary divine physique, and all of them asked about it as a senior. In the distance, a group of cultivators who had cultivated for close to 200 years were speechless. These people had experienced Yi Fan's era, witnessing how he rose up. When they looked back, it was as if they were in a dream. Now, everything was different. Naturally, they were all geniuses whose names shook a region. However, compared to the current Yi Fan, they were much dimmer. Killing a heavenly prince, stepping onto the ancient road of the human race, contending against a great sage, and wanting to flatten Mount Meru in a fit of rage. Which one of these wasn't shocking news? Time has truly changed too much. Some people silently sighed. Some of the experts weren't very old, but after witnessing the events of the past 100 years, they actually wanted to retire, no longer willing to struggle in this chaotic world. Yi Fan talked about some things on the road with these young people, and then he walked into the depths of the Odd Scholar Manor. He wanted to find the old manor master to ask about some things. Unfortunately, he couldn't do as he wished. The old manor master had disappeared for over 100 years, and he had long since left this place. "Uncle, I'll treat you to a drink." The porcelain doll ran over and pulled him towards a small wine shop. The mountains in the manor were beautiful, and peach blossoms were blooming along the road, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The little girl was very eager to learn, and she asked many questions about cultivation. Then, she gathered her courage and asked Yi Fan to teach her the one artifact breaking 10,000 techniques technique. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Forget it, I'll teach you a scroll of the Tao scripture." It wouldn't be good for him to teach other scriptures. After all, they belonged to the Jade Lake, Jiang clan, and so on. Carelessly teaching them would cause big problems, but the Tao scripture didn't have this kind of worry. The porcelain doll immediately cheered and clenched her small fists. Obviously, the little girl wanted to ask for guidance on the profound mysteries of this scripture. Yi Fan pointed at the space between her eyebrows, and then left her alone to ponder. He stood up and walked off into the distance. "Uncle, the immortal mansion world is so lively. All the saints from outside the realm have been coming and going for so many years, all searching. Aren't you going?" "I want to go in with some friends as well," the little girl called out from behind. "You guys go first, I'll be there soon," Yi Fan replied. He knew that the porcelain doll wanted to go in, but was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he hoped that he could protect her. Yi Fan's main goal in coming to the central continent was to enter the immortal mansion world, so he didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse to take care of the daughter of an old friend. He went to a different tavern, and saw some familiar people. He guessed that they were cultivators of the same generation as him, and after chatting with them, he didn't mind telling them about his experiences over the years. "Brother Ye's name has shaken the world, and you've killed so many saints from outside the realm that they don't dare to act rashly. But we haven't accomplished anything yet, and our cultivation isn't high enough. We've really wasted our time. What's the point of saying such useless things? Brother Yi still remembers us, then please drink more and drink to your heart's content." After the initial restraint, the crowd loosened up a little. Yi Fan learned many things from their mouths. He learned all about the turbulence that had happened in the Big Dipper star region over the years. Many years had passed, but the wild aura of the immortal mansion world hadn't changed. Wild beasts ran amok, strange birds roamed, and powerful saints had already been born in the depths. After so many years, this world had long since been open to the outside world. First, the ancients had stirred up trouble, because they had heard that the undying heavenly emperor was buried here, and that there was a divine will left behind. Then, the saints from outside the realm descended. They understood that this place might be related to the road of immortal ascension, and all of them hurried over to investigate. In the past few decades, they had come and gone, and many heroes had come and gone. They had discovered many secrets, but it was still difficult to enter the deepest parts. That was a forbidden area. "Will Senior Yi come?" This was a group of youths, 6 or 7 in total. They constantly turned their heads to look behind them. "Don't worry, Uncle Yi is coming," the porcelain doll guaranteed, because she had heard the secret voice transmission. Yi Fan had indeed come in. He promised to stand guard for them for 3 days, and then he would leave. Apes cried and tigers roared. Azure dragons soared through the sky, and giant rocks spread their wings. In these past years, the creatures here had become more and more powerful. The natural laws had changed, making this place even more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. On the first day, these youths encountered danger. They were chased by a centipede that was over 10,000 meters long. Poisonous gas gushed out like clouds, and it chased them for thousands of li. They were almost killed. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He calmly watched them flee, and he wouldn't show himself until the critical moment. Finally, these youthful faces understood how dangerous this place was. They no longer rushed in rashly and only trained in the outer regions. They didn't bite off more than they could chew. Time passed in a flash. 3 days passed. Yi Fan appeared and said, "If you are willing, I can bring you all into the depths for a walk. However, it can't be considered training, and will only allow you all to gain some experience." "Great!" The group of people cheered. Yi Fan walked towards the undying emperor's coffin. He had already heard that the will of the deity had disappeared. Some said that the evil will had been erased under the passage of time, and others said that he had escaped. Meanwhile, the human skin of the undying emperor was brought back from the hands of the humans after many negotiations by the great ancient imperial clans. It was enshrined in the highest divine temple. This place was now empty. The 10,000 zhang jade platform was boundless with primal chaos pouring down like a waterfall. However, the heavenly emperor's ancient coffin, human skin, and the will of the deity could no longer be found. This is fine as well. Otherwise, if the will of the deity runs amok, there will be great trouble. Yi Fan said to himself. If it really was the evil will, then that was that, but if it was finally bald, he would summon the past life and awaken the true undying emperor. Then, he would be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, sweeping through all life. The undying emperor is too terrifying, even life and death becoming a mystery. Yi Fan sighed softly. In the past, the undying emperor died and was buried in Purple Mountain. All clans knew about this. However, reality wasn't like that at all. After who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, his coffin appeared here again. How could a person be buried twice? He was first buried in Purple Mountain, and then the coffin was placed here. There was a gap in time, and at that time, the undying emperor most likely hadn't died. All signs pointed to the fact that he revived after being buried in Purple Mountain. His body underwent rebirth, reappearing in this world. Then, he came here and established the immortal path, wishing to fight his way into immortal domain. Yi Fan left this place, heading towards the depths of the immortal manor world. This space was extremely large, easily spanning tens of thousands of li. The territory was vast and boundless. Kill, shouts of war shook the skies. In the depths of this pure land, a boundless battlefield appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Demonic clouds surged, and baleful energy overflowed into the heavens. It was unknown just how many people were stopped in this place. Almost all saints couldn't pass through, stopped by the most powerful killing intent. Black mists roiled, killing intent shocking through endless time. In the past, there was definitely a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. There were ruined marks of great emperors left behind, and there wasn't the slightest bit of life left on the scorched earth. Many figures could be seen fighting a great battle in the mists. These were the afterimages left behind from the archaic times, and even after endless time had passed, they hadn't been erased. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that battle was. A magnificent army turned into ashes, leaving behind unerased resentment and killing intent, engraving itself into this shattered mountain and river. Undying Emperor! Someone roared angrily, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Even after endless time had passed, it still made everyone's ears ring with wing sounds. One could imagine just how astonishing that roar was back then, how majestic and magnificent it was. Yi Fan was stunned. Meanwhile, the faces of the porcelain doll and the others were all pale. They were all horrified. Even though they were young, they had naturally heard of archaic emperors. When they heard this type of explosive roar, their minds all trembled. Did he really open up the path of immortality here? Yi Fan said to himself. He became more and more certain. He had the children stay here and not rush about randomly. Then, he himself turned into a void figure, circling around this boundless battlefield, starting to measure it and carefully observe it. This was definitely a tremendous calamity. Even the great emperor's formation patterns were shattered. Was this the result of forcefully entering the path of immortality, or was it the result of a great battle between two archaic emperors? Even Yi Fan couldn't be sure. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even though most of the laws and resentment had been erased, there were still some that didn't scatter, creating this type of disturbance. It was also precisely because of this that the saints were stopped here. 90% of them couldn't pass through. In just a short period of time, Yi Fan discovered that there were no less than 18 saints pacing back and forth. There were ancient races, as well as sages from the outer realms. All of them were very powerful, and they were here to investigate. Why did a few little things that still smell of their mother's milk come in? Aren't you afraid of dying without a burial? A saint from the other side walked over. When he saw the porcelain doll and the others, his eyes were demonic and sparkling. The incomer naturally released a powerful aura that rushed over, pressing down on the porcelain doll and the others until their bones were about to break. They almost immediately knelt down. Do you have a problem? Yifan arrived soundlessly and stared at him coldly. You have the human race's divine physique? The voice of this foreign expert trembled. He staggered backwards and hurriedly bowed. Then, without saying a word, he hurriedly left into the distance. The saints nearby all knew that Yifan had arrived, and it immediately caused a wave of unease. Everyone nodded in his direction, but they all kept a respectful distance and quickly retreated, making way for this place. Yifan didn't tarry. His body shone with golden light, and he propped up a golden divine domain. He led the young people into the battlefield and actually passed through. Many saints were dumbfounded by the scene. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, your style is peerless. As soon as Yifan came out, he saw a familiar person. Hunchuo, the great sage, the king of mediation, greeted him with a smile and a kind expression. When he looked again, there were a few figures on this side of the battlefield. None of them were weak. They were all great sage, and they were all staring at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. What is that? Could it be an immortal who has suffered a tribulation? Someone asked, his voice trembling. Clearly, he was also a latecomer and didn't understand the situation here. An expanse of demonic light rested on the scorched earth. To be more precise, it was more like a flame, dark red with black light. It looked extremely sinister, terrifying to the extreme, making even the void distort. Within the flames, there were humanoid figures one after another, releasing blazing radiance. They were struggling, twisting, resisting furiously. What kind of creature was this? Not destroyed after experiencing 10,000 tribulations, existing since ancient times, living until now? It truly made one's mind tremble. Without a doubt, this expanse of demonic light had existed since ancient times, never extinguishing. How many tens of thousands of years had passed, yet these humanoid creatures were still bound here, struggling and roaring. One couldn't help but be shocked. Even Yifan was stupefied. What kind of creature could live for so long? Now, there seemed to be only one answer: immortals. It was no wonder that the great sage who had just arrived couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Suspecting that these were immortals who had suffered a tribulation. Immortals, do they really exist in this world? Have they been bound by someone? Just what kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? The porcelain doll and several youngsters' voices trembled. If it wasn't for them standing within Yifan's golden sacred domain, they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure at all. Their bodies would definitely explode a long time ago. Even ordinary saints would be torn apart before the demonic light. Only the great sage could appear here. Dao friend, what do you think? Great sage Hunchuo spoke, asking Yifan. He was just like in the past, the passage of time not leaving many scars on his face. He looked extremely ordinary, his clothes even more casual, not much different from an old human farmer. There was a simple and honest aura about him. Naturally not immortals, said Yifan. On this side of the battlefield, there were a total of 8 or 9 great sages. There were ancient race elders, as well as a few from beyond this region. They were currently existences at the peak of Big Dipper, able to overlook all life. Towards Yifan's arrival, they didn't have any hostility, nor did they have any good intentions. They were all indifferent, each standing on one side. Someone with this kind of status naturally didn't need to lower himself, everything could be done according to his heart. Moreover, they also had this kind of strength. They knew that Yifan had an emperor weapon and couldn't be angered. It was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. After hearing Yifan's conclusion, almost everyone nodded. Apart from those who had just arrived and didn't understand the situation, those who had carefully observed for a long time naturally wouldn't believe that these were immortals. If the great emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse, all life would be destroyed. Let alone immortals, if there really were a few who were tied up here, struggling furiously like this, it might not only be this scorched earth that would explode, even this small world and central continent would split apart. Just what exactly was this? Everyone had their own answers. Some people believed that it was some sort of divine will, some sort of undying will that had manifested here. Some people of emperors had of gods, but of mortals. Sure. Of gods, of divine intent. Without a doubt, the latter conjecture was crazy. Normally, only existences at the level of archaic emperors or great emperors could give birth to such evil spirits. It was too shocking to see several of them together. Yi Fan searched carefully and observed carefully. He didn't find the divine will of the undying heavenly emperor. He believed the former guess more. Roars came from the dark red flames, shaking the great sage so much that his chi and blood surged and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly thickened his gold sacred domain to protect the few young people. Just how powerful is his will? After countless years, he has already been worn down to his weakest state, yet he can still be like this. This is truly shocking. Everyone sighed. These humanoid creatures were terrifying. Even if they were so weak that they weren't even 1,000th of what they were in the past, if they escaped, it would still be enough for the great sage to go to war. This must have been left behind by an ancient emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone else to have such a strong will imprint. A great sage from the outer realms said. He had 12 pairs of golden wings, and it was unknown what kind of bird race he belonged to. Everyone nodded. Even the remnant fluctuations were this powerful. It could only be an ancient supreme being. Fellow Taoist, what do you think this dark red demonic light is? Great Sage Hunchuo asked Yi Fan as if they were of the same generation. He was very serious and sincere. Thinking back to the past, such a character was high up above, so powerful that even sage kings had to retreat, let alone Yi Fan, who hadn't become a saint yet. But now, everything was different. The little cultivator of the past had grown to a level that even the great sage feared. Everyone needed to treat him with caution and seriousness. It looks like blood is burning, Yi Fan said. That's right. Fellow Taoists, and I also think so. This time, we specially came to seek confirmation. Great Sage Hunchuo nodded. The porcelain doll and the other juniors all held their breaths. They stood behind Yi Fan and listened attentively, not daring to disturb the conversation of this group of experts. These people weren't from the same world as them. How could they see them normally? Today, Yi Fan brought the porcelain doll and the others to broaden their horizons. It was completely a kind of spoiling. Hunchuo took out a paper bag. After opening it, it was actually black soil that emitted a hair-raising aura. The outer realm great sage was amazed and couldn't help but take a step back. According to legend, this was formed when the blood of an ancient sovereign sprinkled on the soil. After the essence energy scattered, it became what it is today. Great Sage Hunchuo said. With a light shout, a stream of light shot out, dragging the soil into the demonic light ahead. Boom! The entire world trembled. It was as if the world was collapsing. The dark red flames burned even more fiercely. However, near the black soil, there was a shocking change. It suffered a great rejection, and the dark red flames actually liquefied, turning into wisps of bloody mist. The killing intent was astonishing. This was a confrontation between the remnant blood of a great emperor-level expert and the ancient sovereign's blood. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They realized that their speculation was correct. It really was the blood of a great emperor-level expert that was burning. In that case, these humanoid creatures are the inextinguishable imprints contained in the blood? Correct, but this is the case. Everyone sighed. The ancient supreme beings were too powerful. The fluctuations of the imprints left behind by their remnant blood were already so terrifying. If their true bodies appeared, how terrifying would they be? Does anyone want to go inside and see what's going on? Great Sage Hunchuo asked. Everyone immediately became silent. In so many years, no one had been able to enter. This demonic light was blocking the way, and it was truly frightening. Who dared to take the risk? They could only watch and deduce from the outside. This time, I borrowed an emperor weapon. This old one wishes to go inside and see what's going on. Is there anyone willing to go with me? Hanchuo asked. As soon as he said this, 5 or 6 great sage immediately retreated far enough away from him. It was as if they were avoiding a plague god, not wanting to get involved. After so many years, the Outer Realm great sage and the others had long understood this world. They had even analyzed some powerful characters. In their eyes, Hanchuo was a star of misfortune. He could even persuade several great sages to death when they were fighting. If this type of person didn't do it on purpose, then he was naturally a god of misfortune. In reality, combining with past cases, everyone believed that he was the latter. He had an innately miserable and unlucky appearance. If one provoked him too much, there would be great problems. There were people who searched through ancient texts, saying that this was a special type of fate. He was innately gloomy and unlucky, but in the end, it would always land on others to lessen his own sins. The great sage naturally didn't believe these things. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they believed in themselves. How could they believe this type of nonsense? However, they couldn't stop tragic things from happening one after another, so they naturally viewed him like a black crow. Now, he had an emperor weapon, so it was even more dangerous. It seems like only little friend and I are kindred spirits, Hanchuo said, looking toward Jifan. It was because he was the only one who didn't move. The others all moved 800 zhang away. Even the ancient race elders ultimately maintained a respectful distance. Yifan was speechless. The porcelain doll was about to cry. He pouted and pulled at the corner of Yifan's clothes, telling him not to agree no matter what. After so many years, even these children had heard of Hanchuo's glorious past. It was like thunder piercing through their ears. Yifan laughed and said, "All right, I'm willing to make a trip." When they heard this, the porcelain doll and the others' little faces all became snow white. They really didn't want to walk too close to this god of misfortune. Even the great sage was cursed to death, so their little lives were even more delicate. Alright, the demonic light over there has almost been extinguished. We'll leave from there, said Hanchuo. Yifan walked behind him, maintaining a set distance from him. After all, this was an ancient race senior expert. His strength was extremely great, and he had an emperor weapon in hand, so he had to be on guard. Of course, he wasn't that scared either. He himself also had an emperor weapon. At worst, he could just run away, so there was no need to be scared. On this side, the demonic light was indeed about to be extinguished. Only a weak flame was jumping about, but it blocked the path ahead. After burning for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, this type of blood still hadn't dried up. This in itself was enough to prove how terrifying it was. No one would be careless. The god of misfortune Hanchuo brought out the emperor weapon. This was a dark blue gourd, as if it was born from a real plant and not refined. The mouth of the gourd spat out chaotic energy. This was the ancestral weapon of the primitive lake, the primitive emperor's famous extreme Dao weapon. Hanchuo held it, and it emitted a gentle light. He walked through the void, walking towards the depths of the forbidden land, avoiding those flames and human-shaped imprints. When Yifan saw this, he brought out the damaged green copper cauldron. It floated above his head, and with the immortal sword in hand, he followed inside. The porcelain doll and the others were nervous and expectant. Yifan used a technique, and all of them disappeared, being held in his palm. Behind him, all of the great sage's eyes were shining with divine light as they stared at the green copper cauldron. This was a legendary immortal weapon, something left behind by an emperor. Everyone coveted it. However, no one dared to act rashly, because this was a killing star. Even Mount Meru was almost flattened, so if they didn't have any confidence, who would dare make a move? The dark red flames were extremely terrifying, possessing world-shocking destructive power. The green copper cauldron was forced to shine. After all, that was emperor blood burning, even though its essence energy had pretty much scattered. Hanchuo and Yifan walked in front and behind. It was daunting, but not dangerous. They passed through this area of demonic light, about to break away from the dark red flames and avoid all of the human-shaped imprints. During this time, the porcelain doll reminded him in a low voice, saying, "Uncle Yi, he can even stop people from fighting, so won't it be even more miserable if we go in with him? Everyone says he's the reincarnation of a god of misfortune." Even though she was using her divine will to transmit sound, what kind of person was Hunchuo? He could completely hear it. He turned around and revealed a benevolent smile. Little doll, you're quite cute. You look like you're carved from jade, just like my granddaughter in the past. In the future, I'll protect you in Big Dipper. When the porcelain doll heard this, her little face immediately turned snow white. She covered her mouth and was about to cry. I didn't hear anything, I didn't hear anything. Please don't talk to me. Hee hee. Yifan laughed again and again. They safely passed through this area and arrived at the depths of the Forbidden Land. They immediately felt an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, the green copper cauldron shone brightly, several times more resplendent than before. This is... Even Hunchuo was shocked, his eyes widening. Is this the end? The golden blood in Yifan's body boiled as he looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the innermost depths of the forbidden ground, this was a piece of scorched earth. In the outer regions, the mountains had collapsed and the rivers had dried up. The land was deathly still, without the slightest bit of life. And inside, it was a scarlet expanse, dripping with fresh blood. Broken bones and flesh were scattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This kind of blood was bright red and had an undying divine luster. Although most of the essence energy had dissipated, it was still shocking. There was a kind of pressure spreading outwards. Emperor blood. In just an instant, these three words appeared in the hearts of Hunchuo and Yifan. The center of the entire forbidden ground was bleak, emitting a sparkling red light. There were many puddles, all of them were this kind of emperor blood. There were even some blood-stained white bones and minced meat, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. An aura that could slay the primordial spirit and seize the soul permeated the air. This wasn't a true powerful force, but rather a formless pressure from a spiritual domain. The stronger one was, the deeper they would feel it. Yifan and Hunchuo's blood was boiling. Their foreheads shone with a sparkling light, as if there were hundreds of stars on their backs. The immortal platforms at the center of their brows were about to explode. Calm their hearts, focus, self-control. The two of them quickly stabilized their state of mind, allowing themselves to be like mortals. They didn't use their primordial spirits or physical strength to resist. The pain of their bones being torn apart slowly disappeared. The two of them finally stabilized. The demonic and heaven-defying pressure ahead no longer targeted the two of them. Instead, it was conflicting with the Emperor weapons. Regardless of whether it was the blue gourd or the green copper cauldron on Yifan's head, their radiance didn't diminish at all. The porcelain doll and the other children didn't sense the danger earlier. But when they saw Yifan and great sage Hunchuo like this, they instantly understood that this place was filled with danger. A great emperor died here, even his body exploded. The path to immortalization is so terrifying, even an ancient supreme being died. Yifan sighed. Great sage Hunchuo had a heavy expression. This kind of ending was truly moving. A supreme being who had been invincible throughout the ages actually had a day where he died, dying miserably on the path to immortal realms. This truly made one's heart tremble. There was no head, no face, and no one could see his true appearance. The ancient emperor had completely exploded. His body was smashed into smithereens, and fresh blood drenched the place. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Amongst these pieces of corpses, the only one that was completely preserved was a right palm. It was warm like jade, and it possessed a terrifying energy of divinity. If it were to strike someone, then even the quasi-emperor would perish on the spot. Sadly, right now, he could only lie there quietly. Everything was over. The ancient emperor failed in the path of immortality and died. This was the ending of the path to immortality, the tragic end of an ancient supreme being. Yifan had heard many legends, but what he was seeing now was the most tragic scene on the road to immortality. A great emperor-level figure was blown to pieces. How tragic was that? Further forward, it was chaotic and hazy, the entire small world cut off. This meant that the path of immortality stopped here, shattered. This person failed to pass the trial and died dejectedly. Who is this person? Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? Yifan muttered to himself. Great sage Hunchuo's heart immediately jumped. This title was supreme to the 10,000 ancient races. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still the supreme deity in the hearts of many ancient races. And within many great races, there had always been a legend that the undying heavenly emperor might not have died and had ascended to immortality. In reality, there was no need to verify this at all. Perhaps it was the respect people had for the supreme deity in their hearts, and as a result, the legend and glory were derived. As for the truth, no one knew. It can't be the undying heavenly emperor. He is unrivaled in this world. Even if he stepped onto the path of immortality, he wouldn't be defeated. He is known as undying. This trial cannot allow him to die. Xianxia shook his head and didn't accept this explanation. He came here before and buried the coffin, leaving behind a piece of human skin. His flesh and bones are nowhere to be seen. Could it not be him? When Yifan opened and closed his eyes, light shot out in all directions. In reality, he didn't really believe it was the undying heavenly emperor, because he had previously heard the roar of another person in the battlefield outside. The one who seemed to have the upper hand seemed to be that undying heavenly emperor. In this world, is there an era where two emperors coexisted? Yifan asked. Xianxia shook his head. From what he knew, there didn't seem to be such an era. However, when he thought of the venerable emperor era, he became a bit hesitant. That was a great and complicated world. It was rumored that there might have been experts of the same level coexisting, but there was no proof. The two of them circled around these shattered mountains and rivers, looking at the ghastly blood and white bones. The emperor's body had already been shattered, so the essence of his body had pretty much flowed out. However, it was still terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was the spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the greater the effect, making one's heart tremble. To fight to this extent on the path of immortality, this person seems to be about to enter. Unfortunately, he still failed at the last moment and died miserably here. The time of this person's era was wrong. He wanted to forcefully barge in with his world-shaking cultivation, so he was destined to fail. The two of them discussed. They wanted to bring out a piece of emperor bone, because even though the essence energy was about to scatter, that was still a rare immortal material. However, they couldn't do anything about it, because there were great emperor patterns interweaving about the shining blood and bone that still hadn't been erased. Woo-woo, suddenly, a sobbing sound entered their ears, sounding sorrowful and miserable, incomparably mournful. Someone was crying. From the sound of it, the age shouldn't be too young, extremely sorrowful. It was right up ahead. There were emperor patterns flickering about here. Even though they didn't extend outwards, they could still distort space and other things, which was why they could powerfully interfere with one's sight and hearing. At first, Yifan and Xianxia thought that it was an imprint that hadn't been erased since the ancient times, not taking it seriously. However, when they continued walking for several dozen li, they sensed a wave of emperor might, and only then were they shocked. In a mountain call, there was an indistinct figure who was currently crying in grief, kneeling towards the flesh at the center. Meanwhile, above its head was a dragon sword that released brilliance in all directions, dazzling and resplendent. It continuously released mournful cries. Tai Emperor Sword, this was Central Continent Great Xia Emperor Clan's supreme treasure, left behind by its founder. One didn't need to think too much to know that this person definitely came from the Everlasting Dynasty. Yifan's heart shook, and Xianxia also instantly understood. Now, the truth had come to light. The one who died at the center of the battlefield was the Tai Emperor, the founder of the Grand Xia dynasty. The Tai Emperor stepped onto the path of immortalhood, but he failed forcefully and his body exploded here. This was a great sage, his body emitting an aura of decay. He didn't have much lifespan left, and needless to say, this was the foundation of the Grand Xia imperial clan. Now, he had appeared. This person should be the Tai Emperor's descendant, otherwise, why would he be so sorrowful? He trembled as he stood up, crying a few times, allowing the Tai Emperor sword to continue its mournful cries before finally leaving. He didn't bid farewell to Yifan or Xianxia, he just left on his own. It wasn't one of the supreme sovereigns of the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was actually the Tai Emperor. When the truth came out, Yifan sighed softly. Great Sage Xianxia was also startled and didn't say anything for a long time. As for the porcelain doll and the others, they all kept their mouths shut, their little faces filled with solemnity. All of them held their breaths in concentration, listening quietly. Yi Fan knew that the Tai Emperor had come here before, because during the battle back then, he and the others had ascended the tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform and found the Tao diagram left behind by the Undying Emperor within the coffin. So this was the result. It wasn't the Primordial Emperor, nor was it the Undying Emperor, but the Tai Emperor died. The Primordial Emperor died here, filled with unwillingness. Not far away, his emperor blood was still burning, and even now, it hadn't been extinguished. This was the resentment of his unwillingness. Since ancient times, countless heroes had hoped to become immortals, but there was no record of a certain person becoming an immortal. Now, it seemed that everything was a tragedy. Even the Primordial Emperor failed, leaving behind great hatred as he fell in a pool of blood on the path of immortalhood. What's with that roar from the battlefield? Yi Fan muttered to himself as he looked at Hunchuo. Now that he thought about it, that roar was too terrifying. It seemed to be extremely angry at the Undying Emperor, and was loudly berating him, filled with hatred. Hunchuo was also deep in thought. This was really strange. What exactly happened in the past? Why would there be such unwillingness to die? Why would such a voice be branded in the void, not dissipating even now? That voice was so terrifying, and it was still there. It was very likely that it was the roar of a great emperor-level character. Could it be left behind by the Tai Emperor? No matter who it was, when they thought about it, they couldn't help but make some connections. How did the Tai Emperor die? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Great Sage Hunchuo was silent. There were clues that pointed to one direction. It was very likely that the Undying Emperor had secretly attacked the Tai Emperor. However, how was this possible? The Undying Emperor was a character from the beginning of the Primordial Era, at the end of the Legendary Era. It was at least several million years ago, and the Tai Emperor was someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could the two of them meet? This didn't make sense. That old ghost, the Undying Emperor, could he have lived for so long? How is that possible? If that's the case, he wouldn't need to become an immortal, and he would already be immortal. When Hunchuo heard Yi Fan's disrespect, he didn't object. He only frowned and thought about it seriously for a long time. Even he felt a wave of horror and strangeness. Could it be that the Tai Emperor forcefully broke through and opened the path to immortality, but the Undying Emperor ambushed him and stole his immortal throne? The porcelain doll said in a low voice. The other youngsters were all overwhelmed with shock. This matter was too far away from them. The great sage was someone they couldn't even look up to, let alone a great emperor. However, they had heard such a secret at this moment. This was a bewildering murder case that involved ancient emperors. After the porcelain doll finished speaking, he shook his head. This kind of deduction had a fatal flaw. Who could live for millions of years? Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he said, could it be that the Undying Heavenly Emperor also walked that path in the end? Don't tell me that the Origin Ancient Mine was created by him, and that was why he was able to live for endless years? Hunchuo was shaken. He said to himself, doing that would indeed allow one to live for so long. However, it is too cruel. It would be difficult for one to advance even an inch in this life. The things he spoke of, at this point, there was already no longer a need to doubt what kind of existences there were in Origin Ancient Mine, that they survived precisely through such methods. The Undying Emperor definitely wouldn't do that. He was a prideful person, and from the moment he was born, he wanted to make all deities of the 10,000 worlds kneel beneath his feet. He would rather die than submit. He claimed to be number one throughout the ages, so how could he lower his head? Great Sage Hunchuo said. Regardless, this place didn't have the Undying Emperor's corpse. He had come here before, so he definitely had some plans and obtained something. The number of great emperors and emperors from the ancient times can be counted. Let's go to that battlefield again and carefully observe those engravings. We need to see who exactly left them behind to determine the truth behind this bloody case. Yi Fan said. He took the lead and walked out, wishing to get to the bottom of this. The great emperor fell, dying in battle on the immortal path. It was actually this bitter, truly shocking everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the people of this world, the two words Great Emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai. There was nothing they couldn't do, no opponents they couldn't defeat. They were the synonym for unmatched. However, it was precisely these types of people who died, their bodies smashed and their bones crushed. It was truly shocking. Yi Fan gave the sparkling emperor blood, as well as the white bones and crushed flesh one last look. He left this place, heading towards the battlefield outside to see what was going on. In front of the dark red flames, those 8 or 9 great sage still hadn't scattered, still standing there and watching seriously. Yi Fan and Hunchuo came out one after another, making them reveal strange expressions. They wanted to ask about the results, but they didn't have much of a relationship. Moreover, they all felt restraining fear. After all, these two had emperor weapons in their hands. Only an old clan elder walked up and asked Hunchuo. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Finally, they arrived at that ancient battlefield. The indistinct figures were all engravings of ancient heroic spirits. A magnificent army charged forward, exceptionally intimidating. Even though they could move through this place, they still had to consciously avoid the most powerful engravings. Otherwise, there would likely be great trouble. There was even less of a need to talk about searching for the most terrifying roar. This engraving was definitely world-shocking, definitely left behind by a great emperor-level figure. It was carved here, impossible to erase. There was scorched earth everywhere, mountains and rivers shattered. The damaged formation pattern's luster grew dim. No matter how one looked at it, it was a land of destruction, blasted into a ruined world. Yi Fan, Hunchuo, and the other great sage arrived here. After carefully looking around, they were all horrified. They saw quite a few star stones. Normal saints couldn't move them. These are true stars. Someone casually grabbed them and refined them, turning them into magical treasures. Hunchuo said with a light sigh. There were many star stones on the ground, but they were only the size of a fist. They floated within some formation patterns, flickering with dim luster. It was truly shocking. If the magical seal was removed, these might immediately turn into great stars. It really was as if the heavenly dome was blasted apart, all of them falling here. Undying Emperor, an angry roar finally appeared. Emperor weapons hovered above Yi Fan and Hunchuo's heads, protecting themselves. They walked forward against the great pressure, wanting to find out the truth. It was a majestic figure. Although it was very blurry, it was suffocating. Although it was an incomplete brand, it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down, causing the navy gourd and green copper cauldron to shake. What, this person is, Yi Fan was stunned. Even though he only saw a back view, it didn't seem like a human. It was this domineering, this matchless, aura that pierced through the 9 heavens. Emperor of Fighting. Great Sage Hunchuo cried out in alarm. He was someone from the end of the archaic era and had an audience with the unmatched Sacred Emperor. He had even been suppressed by the Sacred Emperor and given pointers, so how could he not recognize him? The majestic figure could pluck down the stars in the sky, but it disappeared in a flash. After all, this was only a remnant will, and not an illusory body or incarnation. Things were getting more and more complicated. The Emperor of Fighting had actually come. The roar from before wasn't made by the Grand Emperor, but by the Emperor of Fighting who had discovered something. He was furious and berated the Undying Emperor. What had happened in the Immortal Mansion world in the past? The fog was heavy, and if one looked closely, they could only think that it was related to the path of immortality. This was once the correct place. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't the Grand Emperor's roar, but the monkey's father. It was hard to speculate now, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. The Grand Emperor's death shouldn't have anything to do with the Undying Emperor. Great Sage Hunchuo spoke and let out a long breath. He also had some suspicions just now, but he didn't want the supreme deity in his heart to have such a stain. Now, it seemed that the Grand Emperor had died. He most likely fell before the path of immortality, and his blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't enter the immortal domain, and his body was crushed. However, Yi Fan frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. In the early years, the monkey's father also respected the Undying Emperor like the ancient race people, but in the end, he overturned his Dao field and completely broke off relations. As for what the reason was, outsiders had no way of knowing. Only today, when Yi Fan saw this incomplete imprint, did he understand. Perhaps it had something to do with the path of immortality, the undying emperor had plotted in this place, and most likely the emperor of fighting had discovered something. Therefore, when he returned, he overturned his Dao field and smashed his divine statue. Moreover, it must have been something big. Otherwise, with the status of the emperor of fighting, he wouldn't have used such intense methods. 1,000,000 years later, the Grand Emperor also came here, and he still wanted to become an immortal. But how could the same place be the correct place so many times? If it wasn't that someone had set up a trap for the Grand Emperor, then this place was really too special. If it really has something to do with the undying emperor, then he's the most terrifying person. He hasn't died for millions of years, and he can plot against two great emperors. It's really terrifying, the porcelain doll said with a bit of fear, blinking its large eyes. Xianxia frowned. Behind him, the old patriarch of the ancient race didn't like what he heard and glared at him. However, when he saw Yifan's cold eyes, he had no choice but to turn his face away. The immortal mansion world was complicated and confusing. It was already impossible to find out what the truth was. After all, it was too long ago, and the great emperors had changed many times. Yifan returned to the place where the emperor's body had shattered. He stared at the flesh and blood, and looked at the only palm that hadn't been destroyed. He couldn't help but frown. That palm was sparkling and translucent like jade, and it was the center of the palm. If one looked closely, there were a few wrinkles on the back of the hand, and it wasn't completely maintained in its youthful state. Obviously, the Grand Emperor had been very old at that time. In his later years, it was reasonable to say that he had fallen on the path of immortality due to his old age and weak body. In the end, Yifan relaxed his brows. There was no need to worry about it. There was no need. In reality, it was enough to sum up a few useful pieces of information. The first was that the undying heavenly emperor hadn't died in the Purple Mountain and had come here. The second monkey's father had also come. He had seen through something and rebelled against the undying heavenly emperor. The third was that the Grand Emperor had tried to break through here and fallen in a pool of blood, dying on the path of immortality. No matter what, this place was useless in this world. The primal chaos had cut off the path ahead, and the path of immortality had collapsed. There was nothing left to investigate in this immortal mansion world. For Yifan, the curtains could be drawn. He had finally explored this world clearly. What a pity. The great emperor of a generation actually ended up like this. In order to become an immortal, he died without a complete corpse. Yifan let out a long sigh. Whether or not immortals existed in this world was a serious matter. Since ancient times, there hadn't been a single example of true success. The most powerful celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had almost all failed. There hadn't been a single example with conclusive evidence. Immortals were too indistinct, too far away. Even great emperors were left with regrets and grief. Taoist friend, will you be participating in the upcoming distinguished meeting? Great sage Xianxia asked as they left this forbidden land. What distinguished meeting? Yifan was astonished. He had just returned and hadn't paid attention to it, so he hadn't heard of any distinguished meeting. The distinguished meeting of the myriad races. Great sage Xianxia replied. Yifan was momentarily stunned. He still remembered the distinguished meeting of the myriad races at the Jade Pool. That was truly a turbulent time. The human race and the ancient race had engaged in a soul-stirring contest. Great sage Xianxia said, in this world, the true path of immortality is about to appear, and the Big Dipper is becoming more and more chaotic. There are endless battles, and the saints are fighting to the death. They are about to set a rule. There were rumors in the world that this world would be different from the past. The ancient emperor and the great emperor of the human race both speculated that the heaven and earth might split open an immortal gate and connect the immortal domain. However, time was limited, so there would definitely be bloodshed and corpses. Forming a sea. The Big Dipper was destined to become the center of the storm in the entire universe. Battles were unavoidable, but they couldn't continue to be chaotic because of this. The various races had to discuss and set some rules. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. Yifan nodded and bid farewell to the god of misfortune. When they returned to the Great Scholar Manor, the porcelain doll and the few youths were incomparably excited. They bowed to Yifan to express their gratitude. Everything they had experienced today was too mysterious to them. They walked side by side with the great sage and saw the corpse of the great emperor of ancient times. They didn't even dare to think about this in the past, but now they were exploring it. In the northern part of the central region, in the City of Darkness, a place that made the unparalleled experts frown and feel apprehensive. The Empress of the West had come and gone before. Great Sage Physique had come here before. The Void Emperor had overseen it before. Great Emperor Wuxia had descended before. They represented supreme beings of the extreme Tao one after another. This city was too special. It would inevitably become the center of the storm every time there was a dark upheaval. That was because this place wasn't that far from the Undying Mountain, and it wasn't that far from the Sacred Cliff either. It was an ancient city that had to face the forbidden regions of life during the Age of Turmoil. Among them, there was a great sage physique who fought a bloody battle at the Undying Mountain. He spent his entire life on conquest, and in the end, he died at the Sacred Cliff in his later years. During his prime, he had once guarded the City of Darkness, and it was unknown how many upheavals he had quelled. The Void Emperor had fought bloody battles in the various forbidden regions, and the final battle at the Undying Mountain was the most cruel. Great Emperor Wuxia had also taken action here, killing the supreme beings of the Dark Age and even suppressing a rarely seen giant throughout the ages. Now, the God-sealed decree he had refined was still pressing down on the Sacred Cliff. The City of Darkness was, without a doubt, the #1 city in the central region. It had an immortal legend, and its name shook the world. Its origins were great. Recently, the City of Darkness wasn't calm at all. It was because a distinguished meeting was going to be held here. At that time, the Big Dipper race, the various great races of the Archaic era, as well as the saints of the Outer Realms, would all appear. This was a distinguished meeting of all races in name and in reality. It didn't just belong to the Big Dipper race, but rather all the powerful races that appeared on this ancient planet. In the past few days, there would be experts rushing over from time to time, stirring up a storm and becoming the focal point of the entire world. Almost all experts would come. Wu, that's the old clan leader of the Fire Qilin Cave. I heard that their ancient prince disappeared and hasn't returned even now. Many old seniors of the ancient races with extremely high statuses had come. One could well imagine how much importance they attached to this distinguished meeting. That's the Jiang clan's Saint Lord Jiang Yifei. He also came. There are rumors in the outside world that he might be the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor and that his previous identity was fake. Impossible, that's just a rumor. On the street, a youngster in clothes whiter than snow sat on the back of a golden swan and I. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, giving off a type of transcendent feeling. Many knights followed around him. The Central Region's Wind Clan's clan leader, Feng Huang, has come. This woman has truly been stunning in recent years. She solved the riddle of her clan's ancient monument. Oh, it's really her. I heard that she had some grievances with the human race's saint physique in the past. A woman wearing a multicolored mask and surrounded by multicolored clouds flew across the sky and quickly went far away. No one dared to approach her. Behind him, there was a group of experts following. What did I just see? A huge black tortoise being carried in a palanquin. He also came to participate in the distinguished meeting. What's his background? Shu, that's the protector of the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. The people carrying the palanquin are all ancient beasts that admire him. This tortoise became a saint before the heaven and earth changed. Now, his strength is unfathomable. In the past few days, more and more experts had come to the Dark City. People from the Huasong Ancient Star, Gaochen Ancient Star, Tongtian Ancient Star, and other ancient star lands had all come. It had been more than 100 years, and many powerful races had already arrived at the Big Dipper race. The walls of the City of Darkness were dark red. Due to the many battles since ancient times, the walls had been dyed this color by blood. It was known as the #1 city, but when one got closer, it didn't seem all that grand. The 12 zhang tall walls weren't much more majestic than an ordinary city. Time had left mottled marks on the walls. The formation patterns hidden under the blade marks and arrow holes flowed with a dim luster. This was the city's defense. It was known as the #1 city of the central region not because of its size, but because this place was too important. In the past, this place had always been the main battlefield during the chaos of the darkness. Too many things had happened here. When people talked about the central region and the chaos of the Undying Mountain, this city was inevitably mentioned. That was why it was called the #1 city. Candied haws, the handiwork of the time-honored Xian family. They are big, round, and sweet. Divination, 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 divination. The Lini divine image realm's watchman has descended, granting the fate of 3 lives and 3 worlds, seeking the heavens. After many years of recuperation, the city of darkness was now very prosperous. The chaos of tens of thousands of years ago had long since disappeared. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other, and the atmosphere of the mortal world rushed to the heavens. After entering the city, what Yi Fan saw was a scene of hundreds of businesses flourishing and people living in peace. He also saw many cultivators hiding among the mortals. In reality, cultivators made up half of the city. After all, it had experienced the most terrifying chaos in human history, so there was no lack of cultivators. He entered a restaurant that was close to the main street of the City of Darkness. Looking out from the window, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. There were even divine lights flying through the sky from time to time. There were too many people going in and out. There was no need to make inquiries. He only needed to find a place with a lot of people to sit down and hear the latest news. Many cultivators had come today, and they were all discussing the recent situation. People believed that the path to immortality was about to open because there were too many people coming from all over the heavens. Saints crossed over like a tide and descended on the Big Dipper. Moreover, the major life-restricted areas were no longer peaceful. Some people saw a beautiful woman playing a flute in the absolute beginning forbidden area. She flew across the sky, transcending the world and shaking the northern region. There were also people who heard the sound of iron chains shaking in the forbidden area of the southern domain. The 9 sacred mountains trembled every day, and endless mist spewed out from the abyss. There were others who saw that a few ancient monuments in the immortal tomb were shining, as if they were going to break through the heavens, releasing waves of terrifying aura. The recent unforeseen events made everyone feel uneasy, but also filled them with anticipation. If the path of immortality appeared, it would be the greatest change since ancient times. Only heaven knew what would happen. It said that in this era, the immortal realm might be connected to the human realm. Is this true or false? Why did such a secret spread from the mouths of the saints outside the realm? There should be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives and cross the galaxy from the other side of the universe? That's true. If it wasn't like that, only great emperors would be able to fight their way into the immortal domain. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone in the world will become immortals, and we will also bask in your glory. What a magnificent scene that will be. Yi Fan poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He hid his true appearance because he didn't want to be recognized and cause a commotion. He quietly sat on the side, listening to everyone's discussions. Now, there really weren't many people who could injure him in this world. Unless the quasi-emperor appeared, he could already rule over this world. All clans had to respect and revere him. At the very least, it would be like this on the surface. Who is that? Could it be the ancient Empress Huoliner? She actually returned from outer space. Someone cried out in alarm. A graceful figure flew past, her height reaching the same height as the restaurant's window. She soared through the air above the street, the people below her feet moving to and fro. She was like a fairy walking on waves. A head of water blue long hair scattered down, flowing with sapphire-like luster. Her clothes fluttered about, her skin snow white. Her eyes carried spirituality, as well as a type of dignity. She flew into the city just like that, disappearing in front of a grand ancient watchtower. I heard that she returned to her clan's ancestral land. Who would have thought that she would appear again after more than 100 years? This woman's current strength will most likely make even the great sage feel restraining fear. Everyone moved from her to the Fire Qilin cave, naturally mentioning the fire unicorn. Don't look at how the Fire Qilin cave suffered a great loss in the Eternal War. However, no one dares provoke them, to the extent where they might even make others feel restraining fear. Why do you say that? Do you all still remember that as soon as the fire unicorn appeared, he would often wander around Origin Ancient Mine? Quite a few people had seen him before. What does this mean? Just this type of hidden relationship is enough to allow this clan leader to flourish for a long time. As the number of cultivators increased, all sorts of secrets were revealed and the City of Darkness fell into an uproar. Who is that woman? She has a Buddha Dao crown on her head, giving off the aura of a monarch looking down on the world. How astonishing. Have you never heard of her? That is the great Mahamayuri king from ancient Umaba Star Domain. Not long ago, the great battle of Mount Meru ended. She might be the present world Buddhist path's #1 expert. That might not necessarily be the case. The victorious fighting Buddha should be stronger than her, just that he left. The great Mahamayuri king wore a golden crown on her head and 8 bracelets on her arm. She sat on a golden peacock and entered the city. This type of grandeur immediately shocked all directions, drawing the attention of the people of the world. Not long after, draconic energy surged in the direction of the central province, the scene shocking the heavens. A dragon soared directly tore through the void, and an elder entered the city from the central province with a single step. The grand sovereign sword was like an ancestral dragon, shaking its head and tail, releasing a horrifying aura that shook the world. It possessed an unmatched killing intent that suppressed the 9 heavens. This is a great sage. Why is he so high profile, coming on an emperor weapon, as if he wants to hack this place apart? The people of the Great Xia imperial clan have arrived. You absolutely cannot provoke them. Rumor has it that several days ago, news leaked out of the immortal manor world that the clan's ancestor, the Grand Sovereign, died inside. What? The Emperor of a generation died, correct? He fell on the path of immortality, suspected to be related to the undying Heavenly Emperor. For this great sage to come like this, he most likely wants to find trouble with the ancient race. A storm was brewing in the City of Darkness. Powerful figures arrived one after another, stirring up everyone's endless anticipation. This time, there was most likely going to be a huge storm. Silently, another person appeared on the street. There was a type of decaying aura, but it caused all the saints to tremble, because the supreme saint of the Great Xia imperial clan walked over and nodded towards him. Who is this? Everyone shivered. The Great Xia saint definitely had a foundation from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and had survived until this era. He actually recognized this person. Without a doubt, this was someone from the same generation. This was because there was similarly a type of decaying aura, as if he could melt into the yellow earth at any time. It's the Ji clan's great sage. He once appeared during the Battle of Mount Meru. Everyone was shocked. The various great undying inheritances finally no longer kept a low profile, no longer hiding anything. Even the great sage had appeared. When they thought about it carefully, it made sense. They were all holy lands, but those that had produced great emperors were definitely different. Only ancient supreme beings could refine divine origin liquid and seal saints. Thus, they definitely had this type of foundation. In the past, it wasn't obvious because it wasn't the right time yet. If they truly fought, how could a clan that had produced a great emperor compare? They could definitely pierce through the heavens. A gust of wind blew over, and the 2 great sages disappeared. A commotion broke out in the City of Darkness. Someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago had appeared, and this definitely indicated that the path of immortality wasn't far away. At the same time, the news of the Grand Emperor's death seemed to have grown wings. It spread in all directions, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Was it the undying Heavenly Emperor who caused the Grand Emperor's death, or was it the Grand Emperor who died in battle due to his old age, his blood energy drying up? This became the focal point of everyone's debate. Who is that woman? She really is too beautiful, as if she walked out from a painting. What kind of identity does she have? Heavens, who is accompanying her and walking together with her? Is it a Holy Spirit? Cries of alarm sounded in the City of Darkness. A beautiful couple walked over. The woman was the most beautiful under the heavens, and her beauty was exceptional. The man was handsome, confident, and extraordinary. It was impossible not to notice these 2 people as they stood there. Their temperaments were outstanding, like cranes among chickens. Even if they stood in a sea of people, they would still be recognized with a single glance. That's the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's Princess Xiuling. She's known as the second beauty of the Central Plains by busybodies. Finally, someone recognized the peerless beauty. She wore a phoenix crown on her head, and she was dressed in robes that flickered with multicolored light. It was as if she was dancing in the morning clouds. This woman's skin was smooth, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were intelligent. Her nose was high. She was a rare beauty, and it was difficult to find any flaws. Yi Fan's expression changed as he recognized this woman. He had seen her in the Qinling Mountains to the west of the Central Plains. At that time, Yi Fan, Gai Jiuyou, and Princess Xiuling had all joined the Qin sect. Even Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were no exception. They had all joined for the army formula. In the end, Yi Fan and the sickly old man both obtained something. So many years had passed, and looking back, it was like a dream. Yi Fan guessed that this Princess Xiuling might have also obtained the army formula. Time did not leave any traces on Princess Xiuling's white face. Her pupils were like black gemstones, and she was still as beautiful as before. Her appearance could cause the downfall of cities and countries, and she truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty of the Central Plains. Beside her, there was a man with an oppressive heroic spirit. A pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, giving him a heroic appearance. His eyes were as sharp as cold lightning, and when they swept over, no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if sword light was cleaving over. The most unique thing was that he had a pair of stone arms that were no different from a divine spirit. However, the rest of his body was made of flesh and blood. Powerful energy fluctuations faintly seeped out, shocking everyone. Everyone was shocked. There was no need to mention Princess Xiuling's exceptional beauty, but this man was terrifying. Could it be that he was an almost flawless divine spirit? He wore silver armor that shone brilliantly. His appearance was imposing, and he appeared heroic. His footsteps were powerful, and he was tall and imposing. His black hair danced in the wind, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an outstanding individual. There's no doubt that this is a divine spirit. I can feel that special aura, a sage from the outer realm said with a solemn expression. According to legend, a true consummate divine spirit's body would transform into flesh and blood. However, this person only had a pair of stone arms, and the rest of his body was already made of flesh and blood. It was shocking. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor realm could one transform the stone body into flesh and blood. How powerful was this person? This made everyone's heart tremble. It's not quasi-emperor. If I'm not wrong, it's because he has the divine spirit bloodline's incredible royal blood flowing in his body, an elder from Skirage Star said. Such a beautiful couple walked over. The man's divine appearance was shocking, and the woman was peerless. Naturally, they attracted attention. The street was quiet until they passed by. Only then did it become noisy, triggering heated discussions. This time's convention of the myriad races actually attracted all kinds of characters. So many extraordinary characters were dispatched, and it was destined to cause a terrifying confrontation during the discussion, or even a bloody battle. The powerful lineup was naturally for the sake of fighting for the interests of their own races and intimidating them. The City of Darkness was in an uproar. Meanwhile, another terrifying place was also experiencing unusual movements today. The Undying Mountain was shrouded in a terrifying fog. One after another, black mountains surrounded the central area, forming a transcendent and terrifying terrain. Since ancient times, even if the supreme beings from the outside world entered the Undying Mountain, they would have to stop here. The fog was hazy, and the black mountains became even more majestic. However, at this moment, an ancient chariot slowly drove out. A voice came from the chariot, saying, "After so many years, the City of Darkness still exists. The convention of the myriad races is about to start. Very well, I'll also go take a look." On the left and right sides of the chariot, there were a few servants following behind without saying a word. The war chariot wasn't all that gorgeous and didn't have the slightest bit of luster. Time was like a blade, hacking down on it again and again, leaving behind too many scars. The shaft was about to break, but if others knew that it came from Undying Mountain, who would dare look down on it? Go pick a few Tao Comprehension Immortal tea leaves. A voice sounded from within the carriage. A servant walked forward, paying his respects to an old tree that was full of brilliant branches, sparkling and swaying back and forth. He chanted an incantation, and with a light walala sound, quite a few leaves fell, every single one of them swirling with immortal multicolored light. The war chariot slowly moved forward, following a special path, avoiding many flickering formation patterns and leaving undying mountain. After many tens of thousands of years, the existence within the mountain finally entered the central region again. Within Darkness City, overlords from all sides gathered. From time to time, saints from outside this region would turn into a streak of flowing light as they tore through the sky, descending upon this city. During these past few days, this place was as bustling as a mortal's temple fair. Cultivators from all sides appeared, coming from all types of races. Pai Xiao, three-footed black phoenix, god-swallowing rat, heaven-splitting ant, races that only appeared in legends all appeared. The date of the distinguished meeting arrived. Clouds and mists surged above Darkness City, great waves surging. It was as if a gate between heaven and earth was opened, releasing thunderous sounds. The distinguished meeting of cultivators naturally wouldn't be held in a place where mortals resided. Above this ancient city was a vast divine scenery. Above the white clouds, mountains were majestic and heavenly palaces were grand. This was a floating continent that flew out from the void. An ancient aura surged over, making one feel the aura of a prehistoric beast. It was as if they arrived at the absolute beginning, truly towering above the ancient sea of clouds. This was the location of the distinguished meeting. Great cultivators worked together to open the void seal, summoning this ancient continent that had been hibernating. All disputes were going to be carried out here. Formation patterns interweaved like lightning, flickering with radiance in the sea of clouds to protect this ancient continent. This was a powerful defensive structure. Dang, a great golden bell hung from a heavenly watchtower, ringing out in all directions, clearly ringing through the ancient city below. The divine bell sounded again. The mortals discussed, all of them looking towards the sky. They saw many streams of light rushing into the sky. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the air, and multicolored light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire world in a dazzling scene. The people in the city didn't panic, because they had experienced too much. They saw cultivators every day, so they had long grown accustomed to this. This grand meeting had officially begun. Experts from different parts of the universe arrived on this ancient continent as if they had arrived at the territory of the celestial court. Yi Fan arrived as well. He was like a passerby, calmly watching everything unfold. He had no desire to participate, and only wanted to silently bear witness. The path of immortal ascension was about to open, and everything that was happening here was just the beginning. Blazing golden light filled the sky. Three-footed golden crows descended, several people lined up side by side with a great sage in the lead. That race appeared again, killing intent pressing down. They swept their eyes over the crowd. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. For now, he did not want to fight. Of course, if someone wanted to cause trouble for him, he did not mind killing them. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split apart. An enormous centipede more than 10 li in length swooped down from outer space. Gray mist surged powerfully, able to wipe out all life. This was a great sage-level poisonous bug. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader appeared. Scarlet multicolored light flickered between his brows, and then a weapon that was bright red like Blood Phoenix wing golden centipede appeared, making even the endless clear skies rumble. The sun, moon, and stars all lost their brilliance under this weapon. Phoenix energy rushed into the 9 heavens, making many falling stars in outer space tremble, as if they were going to fall. This clearly displayed a type of attitude. It arrived powerfully, as if it was going to take action if there was a single disagreement. Fortunately, this Emperor artifact disappeared with a flash, not releasing too much immortal force. In the end, Ji family, Fire Qilin Cave, Jade Pool, Primitive Lake, and other great powers all appeared. Together with the races outside this region, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were 10,000 races. Today, all of them came to seize the greatest benefits for their own race. They were going to establish a preliminary rule, a rule that all clans had to abide by. In the blink of an eye, countless figures appeared, entering the heavens. White clouds surged beneath their feet, palaces connected one after another, as if they arrived before the southern heavenly gate. More and more powerful races appeared, so there were naturally many arrogant and untamed individuals who believed themselves to be formidable, sneering continuously. There are too many people, I suggest we clear this place. What qualifications do a few weak races have to come here? They will only add to the chaos. Someone said like this. Well said, then we'll start with you. A large snake with 8 heads nodded. Suddenly, a head reached out, swallowing the person from just now. Blood splashed out, the scene extremely horrifying. Its entire body was spotlessly white like jade, every single scale several meters in length, coiling into a snake mountain. Its 8 heads were all incomparably large. Everyone's hearts jumped. This distinguished meeting really depended on strength. A saint was devoured as soon as they arrived, moreover asking for it. Dao friend is too domineering. Even if you don't agree, there is no need to act like this. Your methods are too extreme, this place cannot tolerate your presence. A bird-headed human wearing Taoist robes stepped out. In his hands was a peachwood sword. With a light shout, he hacked towards the 8-headed snake. Pooh! One of the 8-headed snake's heads fell. It did everything it could to resist, but in the end, it was completely killed, not even its corpse remaining. It was all collected by the demonic Tao, stored in a bloody gourd. How improper, is this distinguished meeting for you all to stir up trouble? Back off. An ancient race great sage shouted. The distinguished meeting was originally a discussion between all clans. Just now, their opinions were different, so it is normal for them to decide a winner and a loser. A great sage from outside this region said coldly. Now, there really were too many people who came from the endless heavens and tens of thousands of regions. As long as it was a powerful race, there would be people who came, all for the sake of trying their luck, waiting for the immortal path to open. Among these people, there were naturally a few powerful great cultivators who didn't wish for so many people to compete for the immortal path. They wanted to use this as a pretext to make most people back off. The distinguished meeting began. Everyone discussed spiritedly, discussing the various things that would happen when the immortal path was about to open, what rules and standards should be established. Everyone, don't you feel that the Big Dipper is too crowded? All the clans added together can't even make up a fraction of the human race. If there really is a world of flying immortals, then wouldn't the human race be supreme in the future? Someone in the dark said in a low voice, and it was difficult to determine where he came from. That's right, the Big Dipper is full of humans. In this ancient land of ascension, this kind of power arrangement is unreasonable. I suggest that all the clans join forces to invite them out. Leaving a portion of them is enough. Someone agreed. Is that so? Move all the clans of your clans here. Do you dare? The Xiao imperial family's old great sage with a rotten aura said with a gloomy expression. Boom, the next moment, a dragon sword appeared in his hand. It was exceptionally sharp, and the imperial draconic chi, which was known to be comparable to the battle saint technique, rushed out. Pooh! In just a moment, there was a bloody light in front of him. Broken limbs all flew up, and then they all exploded in midair. That place was immediately devoid of life, and only blood splashed everywhere, creating a scarlet scene. This kind of method made people's hair stand on end. With a single word, he directly killed everyone. No one thought that this great sage's ruthlessness was so heavy. He was much more ferocious than those people just now. Before, killing 1 or 2 people was completely a small matter. This was the true ruthlessness. In a single breath, he directly killed over 100 experts, and there was no lack of ferocious people at the Saint King realm. I heard that the Grand Emperor died a violent death in the immortal mansion world. This revered great sage most likely came with grief, anger, and killing intent. If we provoke him now, we are purely looking for trouble. Everyone was trembling with fear, and no longer dared to discuss that topic. The human race's great sage was too crazy. He directly used an emperor weapon. Who dared to speak carelessly? In the central heavenly palace, several great sages walked in, and this was only a portion. Only the strongest experts could appear there. When the great Mahamayuri, the Ji clan's great sage, and the others appeared, many people felt reverence. They didn't know if they had the demon subduing pestle and void mirror. Even some of the supreme experts from the outer realms shivered inwardly. Yifan didn't approach. He only sat down in a pavilion and quietly watched people come and go, listening to their intense arguments. Clouds roiled, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was very mysterious. Many orchids grew here, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There was an argument in the central heavenly palace. A great sage flipped over a table. With a rumble, two figures rushed high into the sky, coldly confronting each other. It seemed like a battle between the great sage was about to break out. Many people knew that today would inevitably be a day of turmoil, but they didn't think that there would be such peerless figures confronting each other as soon as they arrived. But in the end, both of them descended again. The meeting continued, and the various giants divided into many camps to carry out negotiations. Yifan believed that with two or more great sages from the human race, and both of them had emperor weapons, unless the various clans joined hands, there wouldn't be anyone stupid enough to provoke them. In the heavenly palace, there was a sea of people. Many experts expressed their opinions. That place was drowned out. Powerful holy fluctuations spread, making everyone's hearts tremble. Suddenly, the heavenly dome collapsed. Two figures rushed into the 9 heavens, entering the heavens and entering outer space. The most world-shaking battle erupted. Enormous fluctuations spread outwards. The entire ancient continent flickered with streak after streak of blazing light. The ancestral formation blocked the boundless ripples from outer space. If not for these mysterious natural laws interweaving, the ancient continent would have directly sunk. This is the power of the extreme Tao. There are emperor weapons clashing. No one thought that it would be this intense. There were actually emperor weapons clashing. Flames overflowed into the heavens. A male dressed in snow-white clothes appeared. His complexion was like jade, possessing exceptional style. He was refined and elegant, as if he was carved out of divine jade. He was extraordinary and refined. In his left palm was a bright red and sparkling cauldron that looked like it was dripping blood. There were all kinds of symbols circulating on it, and a powerful emperor might covered the sky and earth. It was the current master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei. He held the eternal universe cauldron and stood in the air like a deity. Opposite him, a large black seal floated up and down. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, protecting a white-haired old man with a third vertical eye below. It was obvious that this was a great sage. The black seal above his head was an emperor weapon. However, this treasure seal was clearly flawed. It was missing a corner, and there was a crack that reached all the way to the center. The emperor's seal. It's actually the emperor's seal left behind by the ancient Yin emperor. How did it fall into the hands of the foreign races? Some of the older generation recalled the records and descriptions in the ancient books and couldn't help but change their expressions. This was definitely the weapon of the emperor. The crowd was in an uproar, causing a huge uproar. Many things of the past were recalled, and many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In the past, there was a divine war that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The black gourd that was known to be able to slay immortals was destroyed, and the emperor's seal that reigned over the 9 heavens and 10 earths was lost in the universe. More than 1 or 2 emperor weapons were damaged in that battle. Everyone thought that the emperor's seal had shattered. They never thought that it would appear again, but it was just a different race. Jiang family's young clan lord truly is stunning. He hasn't even entered that domain, yet he can already contend against an exceptional great sage. Someone said with a light sigh. Could it be that he really is an emperor's child? Otherwise, how could he overlook the world? In the skies, the two of them confronted each other. 2 weapons were also clashing, faintly discernible. Emperor energy engulfed outer space, making the saints below all tremble. In the end, many great sage rose into the air. There were other emperor weapon fluctuations that extended outwards, advising these two not to make a big fuss. These are all old grudges. Endless years have passed, so let's not talk about these things today. We will only talk about the path of immortality. There was an old great sage who tried to mediate. Great sage Hunchuo also walked up. With a compassionate expression on his face, he said, "Dao friend, please quell your anger. Everything should be peaceful." Everyone cried out in disgust. Without him, there wouldn't be a tragedy, but with him, there would be a problem. Regardless, the name of the god of misfortune was still extremely great, making everyone feel restraining fear. Back then, Hengyu killed my clan's twin quasi-emperor. One clan, two emperors. They all died, yet he showed no mercy. This blood feud has never been forgotten even to this day. The elder said through clenched teeth, eyes blood red. There are many corpses on the path of emperor ascension. If Hengyu great emperor showed mercy, the one who died would be him. He killed 12 quasi-emperors in total, experiencing a bloody tribulation. He had no choice. Someone said with a sigh. Before Hengyu great emperor confirmed his Tao, he had stood in the starry skies, facing challenges from all directions. A total of 12 quasi-emperors came to fight, but they were all killed one after another. That battle directly made the heavens' 10,000 regions desolate, the universe's great wastelands collapsing. It was engraved in the annals of history, making one tremble when they thought about it even now. No one expected the descendant of the past quasi-emperor to find this place, let alone obtain the human emperor's imprint. This truly was a bit heaven-defying. Which clan did he come from? Many people were alarmed, unable to help but say this quietly. One clan with 2 quasi-emperors, this was simply like a legend. Just how powerful of a clan was this? It was simply horrifying, perhaps the only one since ancient times. The Kunlun lost clan. Someone said softly. To some of the younger generation, this was nothing. However, in the ears of some of the older great sage, it was like a clap of thunder. What? The Kunlun lost clan? The descendants of a group of near immortals? At this moment, whether it was the great sage of the human race, the ancient royal family's old master, or the great sage of the outer realm, they were all shocked. This place immediately became noisy. Something that could make so many ancient great sages' expressions change, how could they not be shocked? It was definitely not a small matter. Many of the younger generation spoke up, asking the older generation for guidance, asking what exactly was going on. It can't be said that they represent the Kunlun lost clan. They are only a branch of the lost clan. You should know that the so-called lost clan does not refer to a clan, but a group, Xianxia said in a calm voice. Even in the face of so many great sage, he was still calm and composed. He was elegant and handsome, with divine bones and jade skin. He was elegant and extraordinary, letting people know at a glance that he was the kind of person who surpassed all living things. The Kunlun lost clan, as the name implies, used to live on the celestial mountain of Kunlun. They are a group, but it is unknown which clan they are. They hope to approach immortals, and all of them are excessively powerful. They possess boundless magical abilities, and only venerable sovereigns can defeat them. Otherwise, who would dare to fight them? An ancient great sage sighed softly. Everyone was even more shocked. It actually involved venerable sovereigns, the most powerful ruler of the myriad realms since ancient times. It instantly made people think of many things, and waves of shock came over them. At this time, Yi Fan's ears moved slightly. Even though he didn't step forward, he used his heavenly ear to listen carefully. This was something he didn't know about in the past. In this world, there are a few mountains that are extremely famous. They can be said to be world-shaking, and they are not limited to a single region. There are legends in many places in the cosmos, and they are extremely famous. Kunlun, Shumi, and Undying Mountain were famous throughout the ages. There was no need to talk about Undying Mountain. It wasn't that far from here, and it was a life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. It became famous relatively late, but there were people who had researched it. Its former self was actually quite terrifying, but it had been forgotten. In fact, it came from the depths of the cosmos to the Big Dipper, and it had a great history. Shumi Mountain didn't belong to the Big Dipper either, and was moved here by the Amiba Buddha Great Emperor. It had existed for an especially long time, and when the Buddhist Great Emperor took it away, it truly took a great deal of effort to cut it off from the original immortal land. This was different from the cognition of mortals, and it was also inconsistent with the cognition of many cultivators. It could be considered a secret. Everyone listened to the great sage without interrupting. And Kunlun was even more extraordinary. There used to be a few heaven-defying tribes that lived close to immortals, and they were very arrogant and didn't mix with the mortal world. That place was too special, and it was precisely because of this that it attracted a great disaster. The Lord of Ancient Heaven personally attacked, and who in the world could resist? In one battle, Kunlun was defeated, and the tribes were exiled. And it was precisely because of this that Dizun's celestial cauldron appeared. In a sense, the green copper cauldron was born because Dizun attacked Kunlun. Yi Fan was stunned. Kunlun was now on the other side of the starry sky, in his hometown. These tribes were exiled by Dizun, and so they called themselves Kunlun Lost Tribes. Kunlun was really special. Dizun saw the hope of becoming an immortal in it, or else he wouldn't have personally taken action. His chi swallowed the heaven and earth, and swept through all directions. After Kunlun, the celestial court detained ancestral dragon veins one after another, and visited ancient lands one after another. Even Mars was destroyed in this way, Yi Fan thought to himself. He suddenly thought of many things, as if he had grasped something, but it was very vague. The Kunlun Lost Tribes are close to immortals, and they have many secrets. Dizun found a lot of valuable information from them, someone said. No wonder they were so powerful, and no wonder this old man's tribe had once had 2 quasi-emperors. It was a grand event that was rarely seen since ancient times. It had a lot to do with his ancestral blood. Once this matter is over, we must go to the Jiang family and demand an explanation. We must take revenge, the old man roared. I'll wait for you to come, and then we'll fight, Jiang Yifei said calmly. He didn't want to explain anything. His temperament was outstanding, like a graceful immortal, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Where did you get this ancient seal? The Ji family's great sage asked. The emperor's seal reappeared in the world, and it was no small matter. What made people most nervous was that it had fallen into the hands of Kunlun Lost Tribes, and it seemed that they had approved of it. When the War of Deities broke out, the effects were widespread. It is not surprising that the war reached there. This was picked up by my tribe in the Kunlun Lost Lands, the old man said. Everyone was startled. The so-called Kunlun Lost Lands was naturally the most ancient land left behind by Dizun. Could it be that the tribe still lived there? It is said that several imperial weapons were destroyed. Could it be that there is a mistake? In fact, it is not like this, and they are still in the world, someone asked doubtfully. However, this had nothing to do with them. Even if someone knew, they wouldn't leak it. Yi Fan sat calmly in the pavilion and listened to the discussions of the people in front of the celestial palace. He had a better understanding of the several divine wars, and one of them was because of Kunlun. It was rumored that the battle was world-shaking. The supreme beings under the starry sky fought fiercely, and almost all of them killed their way to the land of immortality. They got close to Kunlun, but for some unknown reason, they retreated. It was rumored that those divine wars might have even sent people to participate in them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so bitter. They killed their way to the last foundation of ancient heaven, but the celestial bell fell from the sky. Some strange things happened on a strange ancient star, and in the end, all the supreme beings retreated and sealed that place, leaving only a demonic CI. When Yi Fan heard this, he was shocked. He immediately thought of Mars. He had once seen a few images, and it was suspected that the ancient sacred emperors were fighting. He was immediately horrified. Could it be that a great battle between emperors really happened? He definitely didn't remember wrongly. At that time, he really saw it. Later on, the demonic human and the divine crocodile also mentioned the northern CI. The crocodile stayed there and refused to leave because it wanted to enter the demonic CI and obtain immortal treasures. Yi Fan suddenly felt that many things were connected, but it was too vast. Kunlun, Mars, and Big Dipper were all connected. What is that celestial bell? Someone asked. Naturally, it's an immortal artifact, a great sage replied. Today, the experts of the 10,000 worlds and the great sages from different ancient star fields were gathered together. It was also because of this that many fragmented ancient secrets were pieced together, gradually making things clear. Otherwise, at the very least, the cultivators of the Big Dipper star field would never have heard of an ancient artifact like the celestial bell. Ancient desolate tower, celestial bell, and venerable emperor's cauldron. These 3 ancient artifacts are known as the closest to immortality. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He thought of the immortal treasure map he had. The front side had the 10,000 worlds, but he still hadn't figured it out. The back side had 3 pictures. One of them was the place where Kunlun became immortals. 10,000 dragons spat out immortal springs, turning into a placenta-like immortal pond that nurtured the incomplete green copper cauldron. Now that he understood the existence of 3 immortal artifacts, he naturally thought of the true meaning of the other 2 pictures. Could it be pointing to the other 2 immortal artifacts? It had to be said that when the experts of the 10,000 worlds gathered together to discuss some ancient secrets, they could quickly decipher part of the truth. Everyone understood a little bit, and as long as they worked together, it would produce a shocking effect. When and how the ancient wasteland tower was created can't be verified. It's too long ago. There are even rumors that it was left behind when the real immortals established the immortal court. Rumor had it that this ancient artifact had killed a great success sage body. It was even believed to be able to kill a great emperor. The immortal bell was born in Kunlun. It was the first artifact nurtured by the immortal mountain. It contained the 10,000 secrets of the heavens and was exceptionally terrifying. When the venerable emperor attacked the mountain, the immortal bell broke through the sky and left. He didn't get it, which was why the green cauldron was born. When these words were spoken, it was subversive and dumbfounding. This was the secret that the great sage of the various star fields pieced together from many fragments. According to legend, the sound of the bell can restore one's youth, and the sound of the bell can make one die of old age in an instant. This was one of the incomparable abilities of the immortal bell. It was unimaginable. Kunlun nurtured the immortal bell and suffered a great loss. Therefore, the venerable emperor had to visit the 10,000 worlds to find ancestral veins to replenish Kunlun's immortal essence. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He understood many secrets. At this point, he could connect many things together. The war between deities broke out, the war between ancient emperors. So, the immortal bell might be sealed in Yinghua. Is it the so-called immortal treasure? What kind of strange things did it do back then that even emperor realm masters worked together to seal it? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The venerable emperor left behind an immortal map. It is said that everything about the green cauldron is recorded on its back. It also contains some of the secrets of the ancient wasteland tower and the immortal bell, a great sage said. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. This map was once in the hands of the venerable emperor, the undying heavenly emperor, the emperor of fighting, and ruthless. In the end, he took it out from the chaotic dragon lair and now it was in his hands. The ancient wasteland tower, just how long had it existed? Tracing back to the endless years, where was its source? This ancient artifact was truly too mysterious. The celestial bell was equally bizarre. It was actually born in Kunlun, containing all the mysteries of the heavens and unpredictable. The venerable emperor's green cauldron was also born in Kunlun, imprinted with immortal fragments. White clouds flowed, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was in a clamor. People were shocked at the various things of the past. The era of legends was too long ago, leaving behind many unsolved mysteries. The hostile atmosphere in the heavenly palace eased. The Kunlun remnant clan put away the black seal of the human emperor, no longer attacking. Many great sages sat down again, discussing how to deal with the various rules and order of the road of immortality. If the entire world becomes immortal, there is nothing to say. But if there is a time limit, only a portion of people can enter the immortal domain, then we can only decide the result with a battle. I suggest that the inheritors with the emperor weapon can occupy a few more spots, ensuring that their path is smooth. Why? Someone immediately objected. Not every great sage present had an extreme ancient weapon. In reality, even if one looked across the heavens and tens of thousands of realms, only a few people had one, and the number of great emperors could be counted. Of course it is based on strength. Otherwise, you and I can each take an ancient weapon and go to the outer realms. Let's see how people end up, the old chief of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. The old patriarch of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. Naturally, he held the ancient sovereign weapon, while that person held the sacred weapon. Would there be any suspense in this kind of confrontation? Without a doubt, it would be one-sided, and there would be no miracle. in the central heavenly palace, everything was so bare, involving the hope of becoming immortal. The great sage sat down to discuss, and everyone was against each other, thinking for their own race. In the face of cruel reality, everything had to be calculated. At this time, if one was of noble character and unquestionable integrity, then one would only be regarded as an idiot. Fighting for the greatest benefits for their own race was the key. What's so great about having an emperor weapon? When the time comes, as long as our race has a quasi-emperor, everything will be different. The emperor weapon might even have to change owners. A god-swallowing rat said coldly. This great sage was very special. He didn't transform into a human. He had sharp fangs, and his eyes were green. He was a silver divine rat, and his entire body seemed to be burning with silver flames. He was as large as a giant elephant. Is that so? Up until now, I've only seen the human race produce a single quasi-emperor. I'm looking forward to your race's great emperor's arrival. Someone coldly replied, not caring in the slightest. This old one also believes that dividing the number of people on the path of immortality based on whether or not they have emperor artifacts isn't appropriate. It should be divided according to the races. A Paisho spoke. It took in and sent out clouds and mists, evolving into the ancestral dragon form. It looked extremely terrifying. Everyone, let's not argue about these things for now. We are establishing the rules, not dividing the spoils. Let's first talk about the grim situation before us. Someone else spoke. Correct. Currently, the Big Dipper storm isn't peaceful. I think this land will sink even before the path of immortality opens. We need to come up with a plan. We need to eliminate a few restless elements, for example, the human race's divine body, the Golden Crow race, and the destruction of Mount Meru. These dangerous elements always stir up disputes. Shouldn't we suppress them? What does everyone think? I think this is very necessary. An old woman called Granny Feng spoke. Her face was full of wrinkles, and the wrinkles on her face could hold a grain of rice. Her words were sinister, and one could tell with a single glance that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the great Mahamayuri, and then at the Golden Crow race's great sage. It was clear that they wanted to form a united front. The human heart was difficult to fathom. Sometimes, it was very dangerous, and it was easy to be swayed. With so many great sages present, if they could really convince a few of them, especially great races that possessed ancient emperor artifacts, then they might really be able to eliminate the human race's divine body. Unfortunately, the great Mahamayuri's face was expressionless. He didn't say a single word and didn't say anything. In reality, she wanted to send Yifan to the afterlife. However, after that battle, she understood that it was easier said than done to shake several emperor artifacts. That was a powerful alliance. Moreover, the old monk Mo-ku had been dragged away by that flowery monk to become his protector. Mo-ku had been cleaning up after him from time to time, thinking that this was a reincarnation miracle of the Buddhist path. The Golden Crow race's great sage's expression was cold. He naturally had to express his stance. He said sinisterly, the human race's divine body is arrogant, and everyone can see that. This person is domineering, and his methods are swift and ruthless. He killed my Golden Crow race and even attacked Umaba the great emperor's orthodoxy. What's the point of keeping such a madman alive? We'll deal with him together. Let's just kill him. Your race has provoked us again and again. Do you really want to exterminate your race? At this moment, Gu Jinping appeared. With a rumble, he flapped his wings and entered the two stone coffins. He landed in front of Granny Feng and the Golden Crow race's great sage. Longma also appeared with a killing sword on his back. Although it wasn't unsheathed, it was surging with baleful energy as if it could kill immortals. Yifan was astonished. They had disappeared for a long time. Could it be that they had gone to refine sword fiends? It was as if there really was a great ominous weapon within the sword scabbard, intimidating everyone present. Then how about we take a stroll outside? A young male from the Golden Crow race stood up. He hadn't said a word just now, but now, he was calm and composed. This person's bearing was extraordinary. He wore golden feathered clothes, and he was as strong as a dragon. His body was tall and straight, and he had a head of long golden hair. His eyes flickered with brilliance. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was fearless even in the face of Emperor artifacts. What did he have to rely on? It seemed like his identity was no small matter. "This is our race's crown Prince Huizhen of this generation," the old sage introduced. "We are just discussing, so let's all express our own opinions. It's best if we don't use force today and sit down to talk." There was a great sage who tried to smooth things over, advising both sides. "It is nothing more than a damaged emperor artifact. When our race's great emperor arrives, all external objects will be useless." The Golden Crow race's elder's face was as gloomy as water as he spoke coldly. The Golden Crow race had a quasi-emperor, there had always been this legend. Now that he expressed his stance like this, it shouldn't be fake. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Once one reached the realm of the quasi-emperor, then it would be completely different. They would be completely unrivaled, with the word emperor on them. The difference between them and the great sage was like heaven and earth. This was a heavenly moat that couldn't be crossed. It was impossible to go against the flow and kill an emperor. If this type of person became ruthless, even if you had an emperor artifact in your hands, it wouldn't be enough. After all, you couldn't always use it. If he wanted to kill you, there would be plenty of opportunities. One had to know that back then, when Gai Joyo's vitality was exhausted and his body was frail, he could still fight against the ancient race's peak great sage who wielded the golden rapier without relying on an emperor artifact. How shocking was this? Therefore, as soon as the Golden Crow race's elder finished speaking, everyone was alarmed. If they offended the Golden Crow race today, there would definitely be a great disaster in the future. However, Gu Jinping, Longma, and the others were still fearless. They found a table and transformed into their human forms to sit down. All the great sage were extremely fearful of the killing swords they carried on their backs. Not long after, the peculiar atmosphere disappeared, and the celestial palace began to debate endlessly again. The various races' cultivators were all acting out of their own interests and customizing the laws. In the central celestial imperial court, everyone was a leader of a race or a great sage. The worst among them was still a saint king. Ordinary saints could only listen and express their opinions outside the hall because there were too many people from all over the heavens. Not long after, Jiang Yifei walked out and handed over the matter of setting the laws and order to an old saint of the Jiang clan, leaving that person here to negotiate. He was as handsome as jade and outstanding. Especially since he had just confronted the Kunlun lost clan with the Renhuang seal, his might was terrifying. His appearance at this time naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many young women revealed extraordinary splendor in their eyes as they whispered to each other. Their evaluation of Jiang Yifei was extremely high. Even if he really wasn't a prince, he probably wouldn't be any weaker. Afterward, the Wind Phoenix also walked out. Many great sage were confronting each other in the hall, and their words were tit for tat. That kind of atmosphere was too oppressive, so she also temporarily retreated. She wore a 5-colored mask that was coiled with strands of divine light, causing her to seem like a celestial maiden that was covered in a layer of mysterious veil. Her figure was slender, graceful, and elegant. She stood amidst the clouds, and she was incomparably beautiful, causing others to turn their heads. On this ancient continent, smoke and mist pervaded the air. The palaces and pavilions looked very faintly discernible as if they were covered by a thin layer of gauze. The relatively younger cultivators were all outside and didn't go to the main hall. "Brother Jiang, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Meeting you is even better." Not far away, a man in silver armor stood up. His battle clothes were shiny and pulsating like flames. He had a heroic spirit. Beside him, there was a woman. Her skin was like autumn water, and her bones were made of divine jade. She wore a robe of red clouds and looked ethereal like a fairy. When the two stood together, they looked like a perfect couple. It was the Holy Spirit with flesh and blood and Princess Moon Spirit of the Jolie dynasty. They were sitting by a stone table in front of a pavilion. At this time, they both stood up and went to greet him. "Brother, you praise me too much." Jiang Yifei smiled and at the same time, greeted Princess Moon Spirit, one of the most beautiful women in the world. "Brother Jiang's elegance is comparable to that of the young great emperor. I was fortunate enough to see an ancient painting. It was the portrait of Supreme Hengyu. After seeing Brother Jiang, I really thought that the great emperor had come back to life. The Holy Spirit with flesh and blood invited Jiang Yifei to the stone table and ordered someone to bring him a cup of divine wine. He then introduced himself and said that he was a Holy Spirit from the outer realms. His name was Shizhongshuan. Jiang Yifei, Shizhongshuan, and Princess Moon Spirit sat together. It was impossible not to attract attention. Moreover, there was a sea of people outside the heavenly palace, so they were naturally the center of attention. The princess of the Wind clan has also come. I've heard of her name for a long time. At the age of 13, she was able to create a remarkable secret technique. Not long ago, she even solved the mystery of the immortal scripture on the stone tablet of her clan. She is truly an extraordinary woman. Not far away, someone said in a low voice. Princess Moon Spirit stood up and invited the Wind Phoenix over. She also sat by the stone table and discussed the past with them. In a short while, there were more than 10 people sitting here. All of them were outstanding and were the top figures of their clans. Most of them came from the outer realms and were from different clans. Why don't we invite a few more young comrades? Shizhongshuan smiled. Even though the divine blood in his body was suppressed, the people around him still felt a great pressure and didn't dare to come close. Oh, His Highness Huizun of the Golden Crow clan has also come. Why don't we invite him over as well? This His Highness from the Golden Crow clan had a calm expression. When he saw that there were people waving their hands and inviting him over, he naturally shivered when he used his heavenly eye to take a look. It was because none of them were mediocre. He walked over with large strides. The Golden Crow clan has inherited the great fate of heaven and earth. They have flourished and never declined since the ancient times. They are known as divine birds and reside in the heavenly sun. They are the sons of the celestial emperor. Their legends are endless and people yearn for them. Someone said with a sigh. It was rumored that the Golden Crow clan was the descendant of the celestial emperor. Unmatched precious blood flowed within their bodies. This was the reason why their clan was so powerful. Many people looked over, hoping that Crown Prince Huizun could explain the truth. Although there were many rumors in the outside world, they were just rumors. There was no proof in the world. As time passed, there was no way to verify it. Brother Huizun, the people in the outside world do not know, but as the prince with the noblest bloodline of the Golden Crow, you should know the truth. Are you the descendants of Dizun? The moment he said this, not only did the 10 odd people here look over, but even the experts in the distance were shocked. They all looked over, and the place quieted down. Crown Prince Huizun shook his head. His golden feather clothes flickered with a bright luster, as if they were made of metal. Of course, he would not admit it. No one knows what race Dizun is, but he is definitely not of the same race as the Golden Crow bloodline, he denied directly. There were many rumors in the world that said Dizun was born with the will of the world. He absorbed a small part of the essence of the world, and he was extremely strong when he was born. In reality, in the various legends, the proportion that believed Dizun was human was even higher. This was because he had been in human form before he achieved the Tao. Moreover, their behavior had a lot to do with the human race. However, he was naturally strong. This was something that people suspected. Hence, there were all sorts of secrets. Crown Prince Huizun denied that he was Dizun's descendant, which is naturally correct. However, the legends about the Golden Crows being the descendants of the Celestial Emperor might not be false. Shizhongshuan was tall and handsome. He looked very valiant. Coupled with his stone arms, he had a special aura. Why? Someone asked. It is true that Dizun is the Celestial Emperor. When people talk about the Celestial Emperor, they will think of him. However, everyone knows that Ruthless was once called the Celestial Emperor. There was only one reason for this, and that was that they were just too powerful. They were unrivaled throughout the ages. In reality, did Celestial Emperors really start with Dizun? I don't think so. Shizhongshuan shook his head. Ancient history was shrouded in a layer of fog. The Age of Legends was very long ago. During that period, there was the Supreme Celestial Being, the invincible primal chaos body, and the strongest ancestral bloodlines. Someone once made a ridiculous hypothesis. They said that before that, there was an ancient dynasty that used the ancient desolate tower as its source. This theory was not accepted by the mainstream of the world. However, many ancient races believed that it was true. Why did Dizun choose this name? He had taken the keywords of the titles of the Celestial Emperor and the 9 celestial being and combined them together to show his supremacy. I wonder if I'm right. Xianxia asked. This kind of legend is even more difficult to accept. It's too long ago, and no one in the world can confirm whether it's true or not. Moreover, even if it did exist, it has nothing to do with the Golden Crow clan. Prince Huizun shook his head. He frankly said that the Golden Crows were not the descendants of the Celestial Emperor at all. All the legends were wrong and had nothing to do with them. Does the Golden Crow clan really have a quasi-emperor? Xianxia asked. His smile was gentle, and it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became extremely silent. Everyone stopped talking, because this matter was too important. No one had expected that the Jiang clan's clan leader, who transcended the Lingchen clan, would be so direct. Whether it was the Wind Phoenix, Princess Moon Spirit, or Shrouding, they all looked at Crown Prince Huizun of the Golden Crow race. In the distance, everyone's hearts trembled, and there was absolute silence. Whether it was those who were discussing or those who were drinking tea, everyone seemed to have frozen as they stared in this direction. Crown Prince Huizun's eyes turned cold as his pupils constricted. He stared at Xianxia and said, "Everyone is so interested in my clan. From the beginning until now, do you want to know everything? Brother Huizun, please don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We are just curious and want to know more." Someone immediately tried to smooth things over, not wanting the atmosphere to become too tense. "I just yearn for the quasi-emperor." "I have no other intentions," Xianxia said calmly as he poured himself a cup of tea. Princess Moon Spirit was so beautiful that even the sun lost its luster. There was an apologetic expression on her face as she said, "If Your Highness Huizun doesn't want to say, then it's fine. We are just curious. After all, the quasi-emperor is a rare sight." Crown Prince Huizun nodded. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he directly stated that there was indeed an emperor in their clan and that it was not a lie. He even revealed their origins. What? It's not that His Highness Tianzhou became the quasi-emperor, but that the old quasi-emperor didn't pass away? Someone in the distance cried out in shock. Who is Tianzhou, and what is the matter with the old quasi-emperor? The entire region was in an uproar. Many people were puzzled. These races came from the myriad realms, and some of them bordered the ancient region of the Huasong Star. Even if he doesn't say it, we all know. If he says it honestly, it will only give others a feeling of loyalty. Someone sneered. "Dao friend, please speak clearly." Many people hurriedly asked. In front of the balcony, Xianxia, Phoenix, Shrouding, and Princess Moon Spirit were sitting around the stone table. They stared unblinkingly at Crown Prince Huizun, asking him to speak in detail. In the past, the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. Huasong Star was glorious to the extreme. 10 princes emerged from this race, and even the weakest one reached the Saint Realm. In the distance, someone who knew the details spoke in a low voice, explaining the truth. Moreover, it was rumored that those 10 princes were still rising. 10 children from a sect, and not all of them reached the peak, but the weakest one was a saint. Just how powerful are they? Everyone cried out in alarm. The entire Huasong Star is made up of golden crows, and there are very few other races. It is understandable that there are more saints, but a sect with 10 children is still rarely seen. However, this also makes sense, because their father was a quasi-emperor. In the distance, Yifan had always been calm, but after hearing these words, his heart jumped. He thought of a bloody case on the other side of the starry sky. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 10 children of the Golden Crow went on an expedition to an ancient star region. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless there. Almost all of them died, and in the end, only one prince came back alive. His name was Tianzhou. Yifan sighed in his heart. As expected, it was that bloody case. The 10 children of the Golden Crow wreaked havoc in ancient China, and were killed by Dai one by one. Only one escaped, and his name was Tianzhou. Later on, the race's quasi-emperor was enraged and personally came to ancient China. It was a pity that the great hero of his generation, Dai, had an exceedingly high cultivation base and was at the peak of the great saint realm. Even though he was about to take that breakthrough step, he still died with a grudge and his blood dyed the vast earth. Unfortunately, during that era, although there were other quasi-emperors in ancient China, they all left. No one could stand up for Dai and protect his life, even though he passed away at a young age. The people here didn't know about this bloody case, and the Golden Crow race naturally wouldn't speak of it in detail. Almost no one here knew of Dai's fame. Crown Prince Huaizun spoke calmly, "Tianzhou is my grandfather, and he hasn't taken that step yet. As for the great emperor that the world talks about, he is my great-grandfather." The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew about it, but most had never heard of it. Now that he personally confirmed it, everyone's expression changed, and their hearts shuddered. Many people thought that Tianzhou had broken through to that realm, but they didn't think that the so-called quasi-emperor was still that old emperor. Just how old was he? The fact that he was still alive in this world was truly shocking. Only Yi Fan sneered. Tianzhou wanted to become the quasi-emperor? Wouldn't that be a joke? He was once chased by Dai, and he was scared out of his wits. If it weren't for his 9 brothers who fought with all their might, he wouldn't have had the chance to leave. When will the Golden Crow race's emperor arrive? Xianxia asked. There was actually a quasi-emperor, and he was also an unrivaled character from the older generation. My great-grandfather encountered some problems, and he won't be here for a while. Tianzhou replied, but this was enough. He had already said so much today. Even if the quasi-emperor didn't appear, no one would dare to touch the Golden Crow race. Provoking them would only be courting death, and they would definitely be dealt with in the future. Everyone couldn't help but think of the human race's saint physique. After killing so many Golden Crow race experts, would he be able to escape this calamity? Even if he had an emperor weapon, he wouldn't be able to defend at all times. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm in the future. Miss Phoenix is peerless and a genius. You were able to create a suitable technique for yourself when you were young, and now, you have solved the ancestral monuments riddle. Could you help us clear up some of our doubts? Someone asked. They were very curious about the Feng race's monument, and they all wanted to know what was recorded inside. It's just a scripture. Everyone here comes from 10,000 heavens, and which one of you doesn't have a technique that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth? Feng Huang calmly said. Everyone knew that the ancient scripture was a great secret, and every race would never show it to others. It was impossible to ask about it even if they wanted to. However, Feng Huang revealed a few things. She said that it was a dragon monument with a human head and a snake body engraved on it, and it was left behind by an ancient celestial being. In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. Human head and snake body characters, dragon monument. He thought of the Fuxi of ancient China. Could it be that he was like Laozi, forming the reincarnation seal and reappearing in the world? Was the prophecy of the numinous treasure celestial being going to come true? Princess Feng is indeed a heavenly genius. The riddle that none of the previous generations could solve was solved by you. You were able to see the birth of an immortal scripture. This is truly a great fortune, Shi Zhongshuan said. The Feng race's princess is an extraordinary woman of the present age. Naturally, few can compare to you. Many people complimented. Everyone discussed the past and present, talking about their inheritances. Not long after, a gentle and graceful woman walked over from the distance. Her style was unmatched, and her head of long water-blue hair danced about. Her bright eyes were kind like a fairy, but there was also a type of exceptional pressure within her otherworldly appearance. This is the Fire Qilin Cave's fairy who returned from outer space. Her cultivation is now immeasurable. The true ancient emperor's daughter has appeared in this great world, and there are endless hopes placed on her. She is naturally well known among her siblings. Everyone discussed, all of them full of reverence. Our generation's heroes have gathered, and almost all of them have arrived. This is truly a joyous occasion. Shi Zhongshuan stood up and said to Huoliner with a smile. These words are incorrect. There are a few formidable individuals who have left and are no longer in Big Dipper. Huoliner smiled. Her eyes swirled about, and the world lost color. Her appearance was unmatched and definitely not inferior to Princess Yu Ling. Zhongshuan slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. I've heard that Big Dipper has produced heavenly geniuses and is truly worthy of the name Emperor Burial Star. In the past, there were Alcade, Middle Emperor, and even heroes like Sacred Prince and Huang Shudao. Unfortunately, I can't see them today. Huoliner smiled and said, there is one more formidable one. You forgot, but he has already returned to the Eastern Wasteland. It is very likely that he is also here. After hearing these words, everyone revealed strange expressions and immediately thought of who it was. When discussing the younger generation, how could that person be avoided? His status was enough to make the heavens collapse. That's true, he is indeed very strong. Zhongshuan said indifferently. His expression was completely different from before. Why didn't the human race's holy Fiziki fan come? In the distance, the experts of various races all began to discuss. When Crown Prince Huizun heard this name, his expression changed greatly. However, in the end, he calmed down and sat there quietly. Princess Yu Ling's heart was also moved, and her eyes flashed. Back then in the Qinling Mountains, her race had used the Jiuli divine diagram to attack and almost kill Ji Fan. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix also revealed a strange expression. Many things had happened in the past, and when she looked back, it was like a dream. The words she said in the past were too excessive, and now, it was so difficult to even think of a quasi-emperor. This place was in a clamor. When Yi Fan was mentioned, it naturally aroused many discussions. His fame was just too great. At this time, an ancient war chariot slowly drove over. It was extremely shabby and engraved with the marks of time. It was clearly an ancient object. The chariot was old. The shaft of the chariot was almost broken. It was made of an unknown material. It was dark and had a faint metallic luster. The wheels were made of polished stones. They were grayish-brown and didn't look smooth. They were a little rough. However, it wasn't a big deal. The only frightening thing was that the beast pulling the chariot was a stone tiger. Although it didn't have one ear and its three-legged leg was broken in half, its power was still frightening. It was a holy spirit that was used to pull the chariot. How could people not be shocked? As soon as this old chariot entered the ancient continent in the sky, it stirred up a big commotion. Many people gazed at it. Who is that? He uses a holy spirit to pull the chariot. What's his background? This stone tiger is at least at the Saint Realm. Moreover, he's at the peak. He's willing to be a servant. The man in the chariot is really admirable. The broken chariot slowly moved forward. It wasn't fast. The man in the chariot was enjoying the scenery along the way. Looking at the land under the clouds, he sighed. Along the way, the mountains and rivers are so magnificent. It's been so many years since I've seen this kind of scenery. Next to the chariot were 3 attendants. All of them were covered in black armor. Even their heads and faces were covered. No one could see their faces. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of. Even the heaven I couldn't see through them. The old chariot drove out of the ancient continent from time to time to enjoy the scenery on the ground. Compared to the ancient continent, the mountains and rivers on the ground were more attractive to them. The City of Darkness has existed for such a long time. It is an old place where people can taste the joys and sorrows of life. In this world, its mission is about to come to an end, the person in the carriage said softly. Brother, please get off the chariot. Can we have a chat? Zhongshuan stood up and talked to the chariot not far from him. He gazed at the stone tiger, light flickering in his eyes. A servant lifted the curtain and a foot stepped out of the chariot. There was no intimidating aura or energy fluctuation. It was a young man with deep eyes. He was very handsome. However, his face was strangely pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He had a sickly beauty. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was especially handsome. At first glance, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, but upon closer inspection, that wasn't the case. This was his aura, it was just like that. Greetings, everyone. He cupped his fists, and the cadence of his syllables was somewhat special. At this time even Xianxia stood up. He could clearly feel that this person was extraordinary. He had a special temperament. Even if his performance was ordinary, he couldn't be ignored. Princess Moon Spirit, Crown Prince Huizun, and the Wind Phoenix all revealed strange expressions. This person was definitely a top-notch expert, and it was completely based on their instincts. "May I know your name and where are you from?" Zhongxuan asked. "My name is Enpu, and I live in the central region," the young man said. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a powerful figure before, so why did he suddenly appear today? Was there such a person in the central region? In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. This person was definitely not simple. Even he felt his heart skip a beat. However, he had never seen him before. Was he really a Big Dipper powerhouse? Tigers and leopards are hidden deep in the mountains, and cheelants are buried in the fields. I originally thought that the heroes of Big Dipper were all here, but I never thought that there would be such an unworldly figure like brother, Zhongxuan said. On the side, many people agreed. They all felt that this person was extraordinary. He was most likely a hidden expert that made others feel reverence. "Where does brother live?" Xianxia asked. "Not far from the City of Darkness," Enpu said. He gave Xianxia a deep look. Everyone was bewildered. They sighed inwardly that this City of Darkness was extraordinary after all. There was actually such an exceptional figure hidden nearby, yet they had never heard of him before. Everyone could only console themselves. This world was too big, and there were bound to be some experts that were unknown to the world. Even when they died, they wouldn't be discovered by the world. "Fellow great sage, are you all discussing the matters after the road of immortalization opens? Why don't you all go and listen?" "I want to take a look," Enpu said. He cupped his hands towards everyone and walked forward. Many people gazed at his back and revealed pensive expressions. This person appeared too suddenly. They didn't know where he came from, so it made them feel that he was a bit special. In front of the main hall, there was a sea of people. There were powerful cultivators everywhere. After Enpu arrived here, he quietly listened for a long time. Only when the Ji family's great sage walked out did his expression tremble. At the same time, the ancient void mirror inside the Ji family's old saint's body moved slightly and released a ringing sound. The old saint suddenly turned around and suddenly looked in this direction. His gaze was incomparably brilliant. He saw this young man that seemed a bit sick, and he stared at him for a long time. "There's their aura." He gave this person a deep look and muttered to himself. He didn't make a move and left on his own. The reaction towards the elders is still there. "The divine mirror is too serious," Enpu said softly. He stood here for a while, and then he returned along the path he came from. When he passed by a group of heroes, he was invited by someone and sat down. For an outstanding talent like brother to not be well known before, it really is surprising. Someone beat around the bush, wanting to inquire about his true origins. "In the past, the elders were strict, so there was no way for me to come out. Recently, I finally have the chance to properly take a look around this great land," Enpu said calmly. He was always calm, as if nothing could cause his emotions to fluctuate. Everyone sat down and talked about some ancient matters. It was quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Enpu was also quite knowledgeable and knew quite a few ancient secrets. When he talked about it, the cultivators in all directions all listened attentively. The path of immortality is about to open. The existences of the 7 great restricted regions will most likely make a big move, right? Someone brought up this topic. Undying Mountain is very close. I wonder what kind of attitude the supreme beings there will have after they come into being. Someone revealed a worried expression. Speaking of which, the Tao Comprehension Immortal Tea in Undying Mountain is about to ripen again. It's a pity that this year, most likely no one dares to guard outside the mountain. In the past, they would always be able to obtain some leaves. Someone said with deep regret. Enpu laughed and said, "This little brother was fortunate enough to obtain a few leaves. Today, we had a good chat. Please enjoy the tea." After speaking, with a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared on the stone table. Sparkling and translucent light flickered about. Several leaves flew out, entering the pot. These tea leaves were all miraculous and extraordinary, every single one of them different. One of them was shaped like a small cauldron, 3 legs and 2 handles. It flowed with radiance, and Tao patterns interweaved. Another expanse of scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if a furnace was rising and falling. It released waves of flames, divine patterns strand after strand, constructing the shape of this leaf. This was a masterpiece of the heavens. The Tao comprehension divine tea leaves were natural Tao diagrams, every single one of them possessing a different type of natural law, representing a certain type of unchanging truth between heaven and earth. Among them, there was a rather special one that was humanoid in shape, as if a small person was sitting there. It was sparkling and translucent, wisps of mist curling about it, as if an immortal descended into the lower realm. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What kind of person was this? Just because they had a good chat, he brought out Tao comprehension tea leaves to entertain them? In the past, regardless of who it was that obtained it, they would carefully store it away. Only when the most esteemed guests came would they bring it out to entertain them. This person was too extravagant. Everyone immediately developed a good impression of him. This was especially true for the cultivators from outside this region. The Tao comprehension tea leaves were unreachable for them, something that only existed in legends. They never expected to see it with their own eyes. They never thought that they could taste this immortal tea today. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and then they were overjoyed. The clear spring water was like sweet dew, possessing a faint fragrance to begin with. It left everyone astonished. After it was boiled, it slowly entered the pot. A wave of fragrance immediately wafted out, leaving the nearby people shocked. This tea fragrance was too special. Just a whiff of it made one's mind clear. How extraordinary was this? The black-armored servant offered the tea. The dozen or so youngsters sitting at the stone table all raised their teacups in a treasured manner. They first took a whiff, and then they all sighed in admiration. Huolin gave them a glance, and then she lowered her head to drink her tea. She didn't say anything, appearing to be deep in thought. In reality, she had long noticed Enpu. She had been frowning this entire time. After everyone tasted the tea, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel refreshed. They all felt as if they were going to comprehend the Tao. They all silently comprehended for a long time, remaining silent. Only after a long time did they slowly come back to their senses. They all expressed their gratitude towards Enpu. Even though this sickly youngster looked cold, he was also very humble. He shook his head and didn't mind at all. They chatted about the past and present. Naturally, they couldn't avoid mentioning Undying Mountain, the Void Emperor, and the Great Completion Divine Physique. It was because these two people had attacked before. Right at this time, a purple-clothed young lady appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, and there were shallow dimples on her fair and charming face. Her eyes were bright and kind, appearing quick-witted and mischievous. This is the pearl of the Eastern Wastelands G family, a heaven's proud daughter with astonishing talent. She successfully slaughtered her way back from the ancient starry sky path, someone said. Rumor has it that she isn't all that diligent in cultivation, but she is exceptionally powerful. She is a heaven-warping genius. Someone stood up and greeted. That was the descendant of the Void Emperor. Moreover, she was so stunning, so she was naturally worthy of being invited. However, Enpu instead sighed softly and said, in that case, she and I are mortal enemies. Even though it is a grudge between the elders, I still have no choice but to take action. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this calm man to actually say such words. He was going to take action against Ziyue. Brother, this isn't very good. Jiang Yifei shook his head and said. I heard that he is very close to the human race's divine physique, Shi Zhongshuan reminded. Is that so? Enpu smiled softly. It was actually very bright. Then, he returned to his sickly appearance and said, we are all mortal enemies. Beside him, the 3 black-armored servants walked straight forward and rushed towards Ziyue. Everyone's expression froze. They didn't expect him to really take action just like that. Ziyue was already near and heard their words. However, her expression didn't change. She only stopped when the 3 servants approached. Whoosh, suddenly, a Milky Way-like light rushed over and directly cut off the path of the three servants. It was dazzling and dazzling. Yi Fan poured out the wine in his cup. It was actually like a Milky Way, dazzling and boundless. It was clearly just a cup of wine, but it had such a shocking effect. The three black-armored servants instantly stopped in their tracks, and the group of heroes was even more shocked. In this Milky Way, they felt a boundless and majestic will of invincibility. Yi Fan waved at Jizue and invited her over. Pu Ti sighed softly and said, "There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this place. There is an expert right in front of us, yet not many can detect him. Such a person deserves a cup of enlightenment tea." Subhoodie waved his hand and a servant walked back. He used a jade plate to hold up a cup of immortal tea. Waves of fragrance wafted out as he walked towards Yi Fan. Jizue and Yi Fan sat in the pavilion. Their big eyes curved into crescent moons as they smiled brightly. She naturally knew who this was. Yi Fan stood up and looked at Anpu. "Thank you for your kind intentions. If you send 2 cups, we will accept it." Not far away, Anpu shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the feud cannot be resolved. If I don't make a move, I won't be able to answer to the elders. I can only offer the immortal tea. In that case, I can only thank you. What if we are enemies? Won't you regret it?" Yi Fan said. "No matter, I will gift you this cup of tea." Anpu said calmly. However, there was a kind of dominance on his pale face. It was very different from before. This made people feel a wave of horror. They felt a kind of aura that could swallow 10,000 miles, and he was the most supreme. It swept away the morbid state and made people's legs tremble and their backs turn cold. This was an incredible character. There was no fluctuation of power at all and one couldn't see the depth of his cultivation. Just the natural aura alone made the hearts of the people tremble. Is there a need to force tea? Yi Fan shook his head. Ordinary people can't even drink such immortal tea even if they wanted to. It can be called a kind of immortal fate. What are you hesitating for? The servant said coldly. Yi Fan ignored him and only spoke to Anpu. Before this, you gave me tea and I am grateful. If you force it like this, then you will be an enemy. Although it was a cup of divine tea, giving it in such a domineering manner had a sense of coercion. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been anyone who could pressure him like this. Anpu's expression was cold and he didn't say anything. However, the servant holding the teacup was even more domineering. Where did they come from? The true forbidden zone of life. All the power and inheritances in this world were a joke to them, since ancient times, which power could truly compare to their elders? Unless a true emperor appeared, everything else was just fleeting clouds and dust. Yi Fan ignored him and directly sat down. He was just a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter what, he would only lose face. Everything in this world is under our feet. My master controls the ups and downs of the world. For tens of thousands of years, no one has ever dared to reject our kindness like this, the servant said in a serious tone. Yi Fan looked directly at Anpu and said, "It seems that you are not very satisfied with this servant. Do you want to borrow my hand to kill him for you?" His voice wasn't loud, but his oppressive aura shot straight into the 9 heavens, shaking everyone's ears to the point of buzzing. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they knew exactly how powerful this person was. His voice shook the heavens, containing an invincible martial will within it. Everyone could clearly feel that this kind of character was definitely a supreme existence, and it would be hard for him to find a match among those of the same generation. Pa, and Pu clapped his hands and said, "In all these years, you are the first person to be so domineering towards me. I remember that ever since I was born, not many people have dared to go against me." He asked the servant to step back and bring back the tea of enlightenment. "Master." The servant wasn't willing. He stared coldly at Yi Fan. He truly couldn't stand this kind of attitude, because from start to finish, Yi Fan hadn't even glanced at him. Even when he spoke, he was directly talking to Anpu. Even though this could be considered self-respect and not bickering with a servant, but where did he come from? He came from the Undying Mountain. Even if he was just a servant, he was still all-powerful in the outside world back then. Who dared to look down on him? This kind of attitude from Yi Fan made him seethe with anger. He didn't turn back. He took a step forward and looked down at Yi Fan from above. A powerful aura gushed out and swept towards Yi Fan, wanting to suppress and kill him. Pooh! A cold light flickered, followed by a splatter of blood. Everything ended just like that. Yi Fan didn't even blink. He sat there cross-legged, still calm and composed, directly killing this person without saying a word. Everyone was astonished, monstrous waves surging in their hearts. Just how strong was that servant just now? Even they couldn't say for sure. They were like raging waves, yet they didn't expect to be instantly slashed by someone, directly exploding and turning into a pool of blood. They didn't even see clearly what kind of weapon that was. How did that person do it? It was too fast, killing him cleanly with one strike. And Pooh's expression turned cold in an instant, like a demon god. His entire person exploded with a heaven-piercing aura, directly shattering the sky. I respect you as a person, but your servant doesn't know when to back off. If you and I were in your shoes, what would you do? Could it be that you wouldn't kill him? Yi Fan asked calmly. Thud, thud, thud. Rhythmic footsteps rang out, and the great sage of the Ji family appeared. A mirror hung above his head, and he stood in the distance, looking over in this direction, staring at Pooh. Everyone's expression froze. Just what was this person's background? He was actually worthy of a great sage wielding a monarch weapon to observe. This was truly shocking. And Pooh's expression was incomparably cold, and only after a long time did he slowly calm down. He said, "Fine, he brought disaster upon himself. He didn't obey my orders, and thus deserves this calamity." No one would have thought that such a fierce stance of his would actually calm down in the end, becoming so calm. Who is this person? Everyone was bewildered as they stared in Yi Fan's direction. However, a portion of people already understood, clearly knowing who this was, and even knew how that servant died. Yi Fan's sword flashed with cold light, killing the armored servant of the Undying Mountain. It was impossible to hide it from Huolin Jiang Yifei, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others. The human race's holy physique, Yi Fan, it's been a long time. Shi Zhongshuan spoke. Yi Fan smiled and raised his cup. Mist curled up on his face, and in an instant, his true appearance was restored. Since he was recognized, there was no need to hide anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. As expected, when Yi Fan's true body appeared here, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people cried out in surprise, and quite a few people rushed forward, discussing spiritedly. "Brother Yi, I heard that you charged into the starry sky ancient path, and killed so many enemies that they were all terrified. Is this true?" someone asked fervently. "Senior Yi, what are the obstructions on the ancient path? What do I need to pay attention to? Do you think I can set foot on that path?" a newly risen junior asked with hope. Yi Fan was helpless. He knew it would be like this, but he had no choice. He answered them one by one, and only after a long time did the crowd disperse. He was truly exhausted from dealing with them. This was even after he secretly hinted that there might be a battle here, and it would most likely result in a bloodbath. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to shake off everyone. Now that his name had shaken the Northern Dipper, this would definitely be the result once he appeared. Of course, there was no lack of enemies. They stood in the shadows and watched coldly. Only, how many people could kill the current Yi Fan? Who dared to face him head-on? He was no longer the small cultivator of the past, his might shaking the world. Huolin smiled and walked forward. She said softly, "You also saw through it and know where that person came from?" Yi Fan nodded and said, "The Dao comprehension tea was freshly plucked and definitely not blown out by the wind like in the past. Presumably, only the people of that place came into being. Since you knew, why did you still kill their servants? That place is much more terrifying than our Emperor clan. There are true Emperor-level experts overseeing it." Huolin said. This was reality. Now, who could be undying in this world? Who was the true ruler? Naturally, they were the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions. Ji Ziyue giggled and pulled Huolin to sit down with her. She personally poured a cup of tea for her. "Little sister, Are you trying to harm me by pulling me to sit down like this? What if the Undying Mountain also holds a score on me? Huoliner said. Sister, as a member of the imperial clan and the daughter of the ancient Qilin emperor, why are you afraid of them? Gzua said indifferently. You evil fellow, you clearly want to pull me onto the same chariot, and you still say these things. They have true emperor-level experts, and we are the same as your family. The most glorious era has already ended, Huoliner complained. She said that there was Tao comprehension tea there, but she came here to make enemies for no reason. It's just a normal exchange of favors. I don't think that guy is a petty person. It's fine, Gzua said with a smile. Jiang Yifei also walked over and greeted Yifan. The two of them had known each other a long time ago. At that time, Yifan was still a small cultivator and had just learned the cultivation method. How fragrant! Longma, Gu Jinping, and the other 11 saints came out of the central heavenly palace and smelled the Tao comprehension tea. Then, they saw Yifan and were immediately overjoyed. Quickly make a vat and drink to our heart's content. Yifan's forehead was full of black lines. In the past, all of these people carried large vats to drink, and all of them were big eaters. He took out some Tao comprehension tea and boiled the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. Then, he began to make tea, which shocked the group of people in the distance. Since when did Tao comprehension tea become so cheap? Why could anyone make a pot of it and treat people so casually, especially when they saw that the number of tea leaves Yifan put in was really not small? They reckoned that if they were spread out, they could really make a vat. Everyone was envious. This kind of peerless immortal tea could only be found by chance, and it could actually be drunk like this. It made them speechless. Many people knew what was going on. Back then, Yifan fought against the Heavenly Prince. After a bitter battle, he killed him and shocked the world. Then, he raided the Heavenly Prince's nest and obtained 1,800 Tao comprehension tea leaves. Who left those things behind? The Undying Heavenly Emperor. The Tao comprehension tea only produced 108 leaves every year, and only in special years could it produce 1,000. The Undying Heavenly Emperor caught up and cut off the entire plant. The main body was used as a coffin, and the branches were left for his descendants. As for the pitiful old tea tree, it could only regrow. It's not a loss, I can drink a few more cups of good tea here. Sigh, it really makes one's thoughts run wild. Back then, when my father was still alive, he drank this tea every day and picked fresh leaves every day. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Huoliner sighed. When everyone heard this, they all had the urge to vomit blood. What they had seen and heard today was truly unbearable. Each person's background was more and more astonishing than the last. Yifan. Crown Prince Huaizun of the Golden Crow race stood up and shouted sternly. What's the matter? Yifan looked at him calmly. At the side, Shi Zhongshuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I've long heard of the great name of the human race's divine physique. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Your mysterious arts are matchless. He glanced at Anpu out of the corner of his eye, but found that he was very calm and had no reaction at all. The current leader of the Feng race, Feng Huang, was peerless in her beauty. Her eyes flickered with radiance as she also looked over. Her heart was not calm. Princess Moon Spirit, on the other hand, frowned slightly. She knew that if this continued, there would be no small amount of trouble. Crown Prince Huaizun's eyes were as sharp as swords. The golden robe on his body fluttered as murderous intent filled his heart. Jin Yu, Great Sage Jin Yu, and the other powerhouses, all of them died in your hands. You are unforgivable and unforgivable. Yifan glanced at him but didn't care. He let the prince roar as if he was an outsider. As the saint physique of the human race, do you really think no one in the world can subdue you? You must know that there is always someone better than you. Crown Prince Huaizun's voice became even colder. Yifan nodded, I agree. The universe is vast and there is always someone better than you. Longma nodded in agreement, that's right. I once saw an old woodcutter in space. I don't know his name, but his cultivation level is close to that of a great emperor. It was obvious that they had ignored the first half of the story and twisted it. This made Crown Prince Huaizun feel like he had punched into cotton. Especially when he heard everyone talking about how there was always someone better than him, as if they had forgotten that he was talking about the Golden Crow tribe's blood feud. The veins on his forehead bulged. You killed the heroes of the Golden Crow tribe and countless souls have died. There is no way to resolve this. Crown Prince Huaizun's murderous intent was endless. Too many people had died and he wanted nothing more than to kill the person in front of him. Who wants to resolve this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Huaizun's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He was vehement and full of grief and indignation. He was berating here, but the other party was so calm and indifferent. Let's settle this. Huaizun couldn't stand this contempt and roared. The place became noisy as many people rushed over. The same physique of the human race had appeared and the Golden Crow tribe wanted revenge. It was impossible for such explosive news to not cause a commotion. Yi Fan was surprised. Aren't you waiting for your quasi-emperor to appear? You dare to fight me? What kind of expression was this? In addition to this kind of tone, Crown Prince Huaizun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was going too far. This person was looking down on him too much. At this time, Yi Fan had already stood up and was walking quickly towards him. He was like a bear that had seen honey, or a leopard that had smelled fish. He looked completely excited and determined to eat him up. How arrogant of you! Crown Prince Huaizun was infuriated. The other party was definitely putting on a show for him. Every word and action was frivolous, purposefully mocking and humiliating him. Isn't this your suggestion? Are you afraid and don't dare to fight? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. The surroundings were extremely noisy. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes were watching, but there were even more people who gathered, clamoring together, wanting them to fight a decisive battle. The people of the world wished for the world to be in chaos, hoping that things would blow up so that they could watch from the sidelines and watch a fierce battle. After all, one of them had the sacred physique of the human clan, while the other had the support of the quasi-emperor. Fine, I will fight you today. I will set up a great formation. Do you dare to break it? Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. At this point, he directly jumped off the cloud and descended towards the central region. He was going to set up a killing formation and fight with Yi Fan to determine who was stronger. Accept the challenge. A group of people clamored for Yi Fan to accept. Many people directly followed, wanting to see this turbulent situation. Brother Yi is a dragon among men and is almost invincible. He will naturally not refuse a challenge from someone of the same generation. I am willing to go and see and broaden my horizons, Shi Zhongshuan said. Heavyweights like him all left their seats and followed after them. The sudden commotion in this place had attracted many experts. Even some of the great sage were alarmed, including the important figures in the central palace. Everyone either rode on divine rainbows or stepped on auspicious clouds as they descended to the ground. This was a wilderness filled with thistles and thorns. The terrain was uneven and far from magnificent, but at this time it was filled with people. Huaizun's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, one flag after another appeared in his hands. Some were apricot yellow, some were greenish purple, and some were as red as blood. Flames surged and soared to a height of 300,000 zhang. Everyone was shocked. These formation flags were definitely extraordinary. They couldn't see their depths for a moment, so they must be extraordinary items. Combined like this, they emitted a terrifying pressure. It is comparable to a great sage, right? This formation is indeed not simple. It is most likely the most powerful great sage's killing formation. If the sacred physique of the human clan doesn't use an emperor weapon, it won't be easy to go in. Everyone discussed secretly. They all felt that this formation was extraordinary. It should be a killing formation that the great sage of the Golden Crow clan had painstakingly researched. After refining the formation flags, he gave it to Crown Prince Huaizun. This formation is mysterious and unfathomable. It seems to contain a shocking killing intent, Gzus said in a low voice. She had a special physique and was most sensitive to the various origins of the world. She suddenly had an ominous premonition. Yi Fan nodded. He tried to activate the green copper cauldron. The cauldron actually trembled slightly. One had to know that he hadn't even entered the formation. On the surface, it looks like the Great Sage's killing formation, but this is just a cover. The center of the formation is most likely the Quasi-Emperor's killing formation. After all, their race has a living Golden Crow Emperor. Yi Fan stared at the formation again and again. The other party wanted to numb him and kill him directly after he entered. Boom, suddenly, a great battle broke out in the sky. Some of the Great Sage's disagreements finally came to blows. They were all from the outer realm. In the central heavenly palace, for the benefit of the various races, no one would give in to each other. Those who had old grudges would easily go against each other, and conflict was inevitable. However, the intensity of the battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Pfft. Not long after, there was a rain of blood. Everyone was shocked and fled. That was the blood of the Great Sage. Ordinary sages couldn't bear it. If they were really drenched, it would be very tragic. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to do this? Everything should be peaceful. Someone came forward to mediate. Everyone was shocked and looked up. It was the Great Sage Xianxia. He rushed into the vast great void to mediate. Unfortunately, the two sides couldn't separate. Moreover, the victor was decided at this moment. The battle was abnormally bitter. Large amounts of blood rained down, and a scream came from the sky. A great sage was blown up. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but the person behind him wasn't willing to let it go. He held a green gourd in his hand and pulled out the stopper. A wave of green gas flew out and wrapped around the primordial spirit, turning it into powder. Sigh. The great sage Xianxia sighed and shook his head. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from him. A battle of the great sage broke out first and then quickly ended. Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? Crown Prince Huizun finished setting up the formation flags. Astral winds whistled and mist surged. All kinds of gods, devils, and ghosts appeared. Moreover, from time to time, beams of flames would rush up. Anyone who saw this killing formation could tell that it was extraordinary and could injure the great sage. Many people looked over at Yi Fan. They all wanted to see a fight between a dragon and a tiger. In this era, there weren't many who dared to fight against Yi Fan alone. Who would dare to face him head-on, killing the heavenly prince, conquering Mount Meru? Which one of these matters wasn't vast and mighty? Not to mention the news that people on the starry sky ancient path still couldn't confirm. Are you sure you want to be enemies with me? Yi Fan asked coldly. Of course. The blood feud is always in my heart. The Golden Crow race and you can't exist together. You must die. Crown Prince Huizun shouted. Very well. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. Both of you are geniuses. There's no need to be like this. Peace is the most important thing. Great Sage Xianxia descended. He had a compassionate expression on his face, wanting to calm things down. The great sage of the Golden Crow race sneered. If Yi Fan entered the formation, even with an emperor weapon in hand, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, it wasn't him who could completely awaken the killing sword, but the hidden formation was different. It could automatically revive and kill gods and Buddhas. He naturally wouldn't let Xianxia ruin things. Dao friend, you worry too much. This is just a matter of ending things. There's no need for others to interfere. Peace is the most important thing. Xianxia advised seriously. Yi Fan, what are you waiting for? You don't dare? Hurry up and enter the formation. Crown Prince Huizun shouted. He turned around and was about to enter the formation, forcing Yi Fan to fight him inside. Suddenly, with a clang, a cold light flashed. The world lost color in that instant. The sun, moon, and stars lost their light. The mountains and rivers trembled, and a mountain directly exploded. In front of the formation, a bloody light flew. Crown Prince Huizun was directly cut by Yi Fan. He exploded, blood and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Did Yi Fan break the formation? No, he didn't even enter the formation. He directly killed Crown Prince Huizun outside. Ai! Great Sage Xianxia sighed. With a boom, the entire place boiled. Was it going to end just like that? It hadn't even begun. He didn't even break the formation. Yi Fan directly killed Crown Prince Huizun, the great sage of the Golden Crow race roared. His opponent was too careless, directly attacking just like that. He angrily scolded, "Human race Saint Physique, you are despicable." Shi Zhongshuan said in an indifferent tone, "Brother Yi, how can you do this? You are a dignified human race Saint Physique, but you don't dare to accept the challenge and kill your opponent. You really make us ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, what are you waiting for? This person is ruthless and doesn't follow the rules. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Hurry up and kill him." Someone shouted at the old patriarchs of the several great royal families, telling them to use their weapons to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He had already used his Genesis technique. Even if the people he shouted secretly hid their auras, they couldn't escape his perception. He had already discovered that it was Granny Feng, who had previously persuaded the great sage of the various races to kill him. What's going on? Did the human race Saint Physique directly kill outside the formation? Everyone was discussing, and the place was in an uproar. Yi Fan coldly snorted and said, "When did I agree to enter the formation? He set up a quasi-emperor killing formation to trick me into entering and kill me. What a wishful thinking." Everyone was in an uproar. It was actually the quasi-emperor killing formation. If this kind of formation was complete, it would be extremely terrifying. That was because, unlike emperor weapons, even if they were activated, they would not be able to completely revive. However, the formation was different. It could revive on its own. It was equivalent to a true quasi-emperor being reborn. Back when the human demon attacked the nest of 10,000 dragons, even with the green copper cauldron, he was blocked by the quasi-emperor killing formation and couldn't complete his attack. Even so, there is no need for you to kill him. It's too vicious. Can't you just refuse to enter the formation? Granny Feng shouted in the dark. She laughed coldly and loudly berated, questioning Yi Fan. She called on all the races to join forces and kill him. At this point, Yi Fan became even colder. He said unhurriedly, "He said that he and I cannot live under the same sky and won't rest until one of us is dead. Since he used such unscrupulous methods to deceive me, is there a need to discuss killing him?" His meaning was clear. Since they were enemies, he should just kill them. Yi Fan didn't want to argue. At the same time, he warned Granny Feng not to be enemies with him. Ah! The great sage of the Golden Crow race roared endlessly. He was so angry that his heart, liver, and lungs were about to explode. The quasi-emperor formation wasn't put to use and was even ridiculed like this. How could he endure it? He shouted again and again, "You are so unrestrained and immoral, starting a massacre here without any regard for the rules. The heavens will not tolerate this." Yi Fan sneered and said, "It was clearly you guys who had dirty thoughts. In the end, I saw through you and killed you directly. Yet, you still speak so indignantly. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you still want face? What's wrong with Crown Prince Huizun setting up a killing formation? You don't dare to enter and instead do such despicable things. What kind of ability is that?" Granny Feng berated in the dark. "Fine, act according to your logic. I will also set up an emperor weapon formation here and invite you to break it. Do you dare?" With a clang, Yi Fan pulled out the spirit treasure celestial being's immortal sword. Cold light flickered and formation patterns appeared. An immortal slaughtering diagram appeared in the air. He looked around and invited the great sage of the Golden Crow race and those who were secretly berating him to enter the formation and fight. "You!" The great sage of the Golden Crow race flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at Yi Fan and said, "Fellow Taoists, you all saw it. He has gone too far. Leaving this child alive will only bring disaster. Sooner or later." He instigated the crowd, hoping that everyone would attack together and kill Yi Fan. In particular, the few ancient royal families were the ones he sought help from. "Everyone, please make your move. Our race's great emperor will definitely not forget your kindness when he descends upon this planet in the future." At this moment, the Golden Crow race's great sage even spoke these words, leaving everyone shocked. He promised the future, vowing to kill Yi Fan. What? Are you angry now? Yi Fan was calm and collected. He sneered and said, "Today, I have placed an emperor weapon and am waiting for you to enter the array. Isn't that the same thing? Why are you refusing? Why are you saying that I am going too far? If you don't dare to come in, then don't complain about Crown Prince Huizun's injustice. Everyone, if we don't get rid of him today, will definitely regret it in the future. This kid has a ruthless nature, and he'll definitely become a great enemy of all the races in the future. We must get rid of him." Granny Feng shouted in secret. "That's right. This kid is too despicable. It was supposed to be a fair duel, but it ended up like this. I hope everyone can uphold justice," the Golden Crow race's great sage said sternly. Yi Fan rebuked, "Crown Prince Huizun has a filthy heart. He set up the quasi-emperor array to trick me into entering and kill me. In the end, he was packaged and whitewashed by you guys. Do you still have any shame? You might as well just throw your face on the ground. Since you want me to kill you, you've already become my enemy. Why don't you just come here openly? The facts are right in front of you. Talking nonsense like this is no better than setting up a memorial arch in a brothel. Isn't this laughable?" Everyone burst into laughter, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Longma and the others naturally started to make a ruckus, shouting nonstop. The Golden Crow race's great sage's face turned ashen. In the dark, Granny Feng continued to make a ruckus, hoping that the far ancient imperial family would make a move and kill Yi Fan on the spot. Shi Zhongshuan's face carried a faint coldness as he said, "Brother Ye's way of doing things is too much. Even if His Highness Huizun harbors evil intentions, you don't have to be so extreme. It's hard to display Brother Huizun's boldness and grandeur, and it makes us feel ashamed to be on the same level as you." Beside him, there were naturally some people who could be considered his companions. Upon hearing this, they looked at Yi Fan and all of them shook their heads. Yi Fan swept a glance at them and said directly, "Who do you think you are to be on the same level as me? I'm just a lowly person. Even the ruffians I've killed are stronger than you." "You." Shi Zhongshuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his entire face turned red. He was so angry that his eyes suddenly became fierce and cold. What kind of person was he? He came from the sacred spirit bloodline and had imperial blood flowing in his body. He had always been respected by others, yet today, he was completely disregarded by others. He was reprimanded as unworthy of being on the same level as him and humiliated in front of everyone. This made him so embarrassed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fan swept a glance at him and then no longer looked at him, treating him like a blade of grass. At this time, the Golden Crow race's great sage was moving. He wanted to rush towards the quasi-emperor killing formation and enter because he already had a bad premonition. However, Yi Fan had already locked onto him and was staring at him. He moved across the sky and directly blocked his path. The killing sword in his hand blossomed with terrifying radiance, and his aura penetrated through everything. The Golden Crow race's great sage nodded and left decisively. The other party didn't give him any chance at all. As long as he entered the formation, he would be able to protect himself. At the very least, he could avoid disaster and even deal with Yi Fan. However, his path forward was now blocked. "Human race's holy physique, your way of doing things is too tyrannical. Do you want to wantonly slaughter here in front of the One Heaven Tao? You want to kill a great sage? Do you think there's no one else in this world?" Granny Feng secretly shouted. "Can you represent the entire world by yourself? You cowardly scoundrel. I'll settle things with you in a bit." Yi Fan coldly replied. He intercepted the old Golden Crow and walked forward step by step. This heaven and earth trembled because of him. The killing sword in his hand was filled with murderous intent and surged into the sky. No one could stop it. The Golden Crow race's great sage felt a chill. The situation was so intense that it actually developed to this extent. He couldn't take a step back even if he wanted to. His expression was ugly as he loudly shouted, "What do you want? Do you want to show off your ferocious might in front of everyone? You were the one who said that you wanted to kill me. Are you afraid now? Also, don't always put your will above the heads of everyone in this world. Who do you think you are? You can't represent all of us." Yi Fan raised his sword and slashed forward. He wanted to kill the Golden Crow race's great sage. The clamor immediately quieted down. Everyone was terrified. This was the reality, and it was useless to say anything. Yi Fan wanted to kill a great sage with an emperor weapon. Naturally, everyone else was scared. Swish, the Golden Crow race's great sage was so shocked that his face turned pale. He turned into a beam of golden light and shot into the outer realm like a divine arrow, fleeing for his life. Yi Fan took a step forward. The heaven and earth changed, and the mountains and rivers changed. He directly rushed into outer space and disappeared from his original spot. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there be an end to it? Dao friends, there is too much killing in this world. This old man will still say the same thing. Everything should be peaceful. The great sage Xianxia shouted from behind and transmitted his voice. Many people staggered. They silently looked towards the heavens and observed a moment of silence for the Golden Crow race's great sage. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan arrived above the heavens and instantly cut off the Golden Crow race's great sage's path. His face turned deathly pale. Do you know that my race's great emperor is about to descend into this world? If you act like this, there will be no place for you in this world in the future. The Golden Crow race's great sage appeared fierce. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yi Fan's sword slashed forward. The Golden Crow race's great sage's scalp went numb and his heart trembled. He couldn't evade with all of his strength. Yi Fan's speed was even faster than his. At this time, it was useless even if he begged for mercy. He was deeply aware of Yi Fan's vicious reputation. Pfft, a streak of sword light flashed past. The Golden Crow race's great sage only had time to let out a mournful scream before a rain of blood swirled about. Yi Fan's sword hacked off his head, and then his body collapsed inch by inch. A large expanse of blood scattered down. Everyone on the ground cried out in alarm and fled in disarray. They didn't dare to touch him. Sigh. Hun Tua sighed softly and shook his head. This result made this place fall into absolute silence. Only after a period of time did it become noisy again. Another great sage had died. Was there still any safety left in this world? The path of immortality hadn't even opened yet, and important figures had already fallen one after another. Yi Fan descended with the long sword in his hand. The last drop of blood dripped down from the sharp blade, making him look majestic and awe-inspiring. Wherever his gaze passed, not many people dared to look him in the eye. This was a reputation he had gained through slaughter. Everyone in the northern Dipper continent knew about it, and now, the people from the outer realms also truly understood it. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't afraid. Even the saints from the outer realms finally understood Yi Fan's temper. He wouldn't let anyone off if he had to kill. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he raised his killing sword and walked straight ahead. He closed in on an old woman, his killing intent unconcealed. In front of him was Granny Feng. What are you doing, fellow Taoist? The surrounding people were all scared. Seeing him charge in this direction, they were really afraid that he would slash down with his sword and kill them all. I'm trying to reason with her. Yi Fan pointed the long sword in his hand at Granny Feng. Why are you doing this? What enmity do I have with you? Granny Feng's heart was pounding. She was very powerful, but when faced with the true killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being, she similarly didn't have the slightest bit of temper. I'll say it again. The deed has already been done, so don't erect a memorial arch in a brothel. Yi Fan sneered coldly, revealing that she was the one who had secretly urged everyone to attack. Junior, you're too arrogant. Sooner or later, even if humans don't take you in, the heavens will. Granny Feng cursed. Who are you to have such a huge grudge against me? Don't tell me you're an old acquaintance of Qi Tian and the others from the human race's ancient road? Yi Fan sneered. However, I'm not interested in finding out anymore. I'll send you on your way. This time, he used the back of his sword to slap at Granny Feng. A mighty gale swept out and sent Granny Feng flying. Boom! Yi Fan followed up. He swung the killing sword in his hand and forced Granny Feng into the formation laid down by Crown Prince Huizhen of the Golden Crow race. In an instant, the great flags fluttered in the wind, and the entire place was overflowing with killing intent. Ah, Granny Feng screamed miserably. She was almost disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Every single formation flag slashed out with a ray of killing light, cutting her into 1,000 pieces. Even someone as powerful as the great sage couldn't withstand it. Even if the fellow cultivators from the ancient road can't avenge me, the heavens will still take you in. Granny Feng cursed. After saying these last words, her body and soul were directly destroyed. Everyone was terrified. This formation was indeed terrifying. It was actually equivalent to an attack from a quasi-emperor. Even the great sage died in an instant after entering. There was no suspense at all, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They felt a chill from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads. All of them were shocked. The heavenly Tao is emotionless, but humans have emotions. All living beings are sufferers, and they're just struggling to survive in this world of mortals. In this world of all things, why is it that the word harmony is so precious and powerful, yet all living beings can't comprehend it? Great Sage Xianxia sighed with emotion. When everyone heard this, it was as if they were avoiding a ghost. The area he was in was completely cleared out. Yi Fan turned around and looked at Shrouding, coldly staring at him. What do you want? Do you want to rely on an emperor weapon to fight against my clan's young master? A middle-aged man stood out with an incomparably solemn expression. Fight? He's not worthy. I'm only suppressing and killing him. On the ancient road of stars, I've killed at least 8, if not 10, divine spirits. He's nothing, Yi Fan said coldly. When everyone heard this, they were all horrified. Even Xianxia, Princess Moon Spirit, Wind Phoenix, and the others were shocked. Although some of Yi Fan's achievements on the human's ancient road had been transmitted back by some foreign experts, no one could confirm it. Today, it was Yi Fan himself who spoke of it. It immediately caused a huge wave. Just a few words were enough to shake the world. What were the holy spirits? They were protected by the heavens and were unrivaled among those at the same level. They could not be killed, or else an ominous event would happen sooner or later. Almost no one dared to provoke them. But now, he said that he had killed at least 8 if not 10. This was simply too shocking. Heavens, is this true? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone was shocked. All the races had heard some rumors, and now, they were just confirming it. The human race's holy physique is too terrifying. If this continues, who will be able to stop him in the future? The experts of all races were worried and felt a headache coming on. Princess Moon Sprite frowned slightly. She had a bad feeling about this. She had just established a relationship with the Outerium divine spirit lineage, and now she had provoked Yi Fan, who was in the limelight. He even dared to attack Mount Meru, so what else would he not do? At this moment, all the experts were sighing. They had personally witnessed Yi Fan killing the great sage as if he was chopping firewood. Anyone would be terrified by such power. If one were to say who was uncomfortable, it would naturally be Xianxia. Yi Fan did not think highly of him at all and looked down on him as if he was nothing. Imperial blood flowed in Xianxia's body, and his status was noble. No matter where he went, people had to respect him. But now, he was being spoken of in such a manner. What face did he have left? The human race's holy physique. Xianxia's face was ashen as he shouted through gritted teeth. His thick hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the sky. He walked over step by step, causing the entire earth to tremble. His sword-like eyebrows were full of murderous intent. Abandon the emperor weapon. Do you dare to fight against me? His voice was cold and calm as if it came from a 10,000-year-old icehouse. It made everyone feel as if their blood had been frozen, and they expressed their shock at his strength. Yi Fan carried the celestial sword on his back, coldly glanced at him and said, I will never use it in a battle of the same rank, even if the great sage is at the initial rank. Killing you is really not difficult. Xianxia had always been conceited. He was an arrogant person, so how could he endure such words? He shouted, you say that I'm not worthy, and I'm even more ashamed to stand side by side with someone like you. Today, we will decide who is the hero in life and death. At this point, there was nothing more to say. If he ran away in fear today, how could he establish himself in this world in the future? He would be ridiculed wherever he went. For a conceited person, there was no other choice but to fight. They could only use facts to prove who was the strongest. Don't flatter yourself. You really don't deserve to be on the same level as us, shouted Lama from behind. Kill. Zhongshuan's anger rose to the extreme. His blood surged, making his own fighting prowess also reach the peak. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes flickered with lightning. He directly slaughtered his way over. At this moment, the terrifying aspect of this race was undoubtedly displayed. 9 divine rings appeared around his body, wrapping around him layer after layer. It was as if there were 9 immortal gates overlapping each other, with him at the center. The essence energy of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers poured over like a great waterfall, condensing into one with his body. The vast expanse turned into his power. With every step he took, heaven and earth would tremble intensely. He was clearly less than 3 zhang tall, but it was as if a giant that towered into the heavens was passing through, about to make the great earth cave in. Moreover, auspicious light descended from the heavens strand after strand, all of it connected to his body, releasing the most resplendent radiance. Zhongshuan's body erupted with a powerful aura. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were all about to be crushed. With a raise of his hand, he could pluck down stars from outer space. His divine might was matchless. This was his Tao, as well as the Tao of a Holy Spirit. It was incomparably powerful, condensing into one with the power of heaven and earth. He displayed the true art of being one with the heavens, using the power of the 10,000 Daos to attack Yi Fan. The power of Holy Spirits was something everyone knew. There were too many legends about them. First of all, their physiques were naturally extraordinary, difficult to find in the world. However, those at the peak far surpassed those of the same level. And at this moment, Zhongshuan relied on his physical body to attack. His palms and fingers were like swords that could split the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers were like paper, turning into ashes under the powerful fluctuations. Zhongshuan had heard of Yi Fan's legend in Big Dipper, so he naturally knew how powerful his physical body was. However, he still wanted to use this to fight, proving that the Holy Spirits were the ones who were unparalleled under the heavens. His aura surged, and the fluctuations were so shocking that the meteors floating in outer space were about to fall. The power of his palms and fingers was world-shocking, reaching the limit of what he could display. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he walked over with large strides. He was extremely domineering, looking down from above to suppress his opponent. Along the way, he adjusted his body to its peak state. With a rumble, he directly brandished his right fist, using strength to meet strength with strength. He faced Zhongshuan head-on. The celestial emperor fist was displayed in front of the people of Big Dipper, suppressing the 9 heavens and shaking the 9 underworlds. Boundless golden light surged, engulfing in all directions, its aura devouring mountains and rivers. Everyone was indescribably shaken. Human race's holy physique, go die. How can you compete with my Holy Spirit bloodline for number 1? Zhongshuan roared to increase his confidence. His entire body's essence energy surged, and he seemed to have turned into an expanse of Tao laws as he charged over. Boom, this strike shook the heavens and the earth. The fist and the palm collided, and huge beams of light tore through the heavens and the earth, spreading in all directions. Everyone dodged far enough, but they still felt pain in their bodies. The blazing light almost blinded their eyes. Huge cracks crisscrossed, as if they were splitting into outer space. It was incomparably terrifying. This strike split apart this place. If it weren't for the many great sages taking action to protect this place, this great wasteland would have inevitably sunk, and nothing would exist. Ah, an unwilling cry sounded. Zhongshuan flew out horizontally, falling out from the dazzling sphere of light. Both of his hands were dripping with blood. One was broken, and the other turned into powder. He retreated step by step in the void. Huge cracks appeared beneath his feet, extending for over 100 li in the void. The final shockwaves were still like this, so one could well imagine what kind of heavy blow he had just received. Kacha, Zhongshuan's pair of stone arms continued to release cracking sounds. Starting from his hands, they exploded inch by inch. Blood mixed with the stone skin, flying in all directions. Pooh. In the end, Zhongshuan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely broken, and only fresh blood flowed out. The emperor blood emitted sparkling beams of light, flickering with an intimidating light. Even someone as powerful as a divine spirit couldn't compare to Yi Fan in terms of physical strength. Shi Zhongshuan didn't believe in the supernatural and wanted to use reality to prove it. In the end, he paid a disastrous price. For him, this was an unbearable weight. He had already spoken those words, but in the end, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was so shaken that he almost fell onto the ground. The pain of his body couldn't compare to the feeling of defeat in his heart. He was this arrogant and conceited. He had always been shrouded in a divine halo, and no matter where he went, he was always respected. Yet today, he suffered a crushing defeat in front of all the heroes of the heavens. What face did he have left? He raised his head towards the sky and released a sorrowful roar. His entire body was trembling. When the light scattered, Yi Fan stood in his original position. Not even a corner of his clothes was damaged. He was otherworldly, but no one would forget his tyrannical fist just now. It was only a single fist, yet it shattered the heaven and earth and destroyed the enemy's most powerful attack. Just how terrifying of a secret technique was this? Only now did undying mountains and Pu narrow his eyes. This was the first time he revealed a strange expression. He seemed to be reminiscing about Yi Fan's fist just now. As for the others, they had long been shocked. A single fist shattered the arms of a divine spirit. It was just too shocking. If this kind of powerful fighting strength continued to develop, it would truly be difficult for anyone to restrict Yi Fan in the future. The Wind Phoenix revealed a shocked expression. It was just a single fist, yet she couldn't help but let out a light sigh. From the looks of it, there was simply no way to surpass it. The others were like this as well. This was a battle accomplishment that made everyone feel despair. I refuse to accept this. Shi Zhongshuan's black hair stood on end. His hair danced about like ghostly hands. His expression was one of grief and indignation. His bloodline was special. It was the product of his clan's imperial bloodline and another clan's great sage. For the sake of freeing himself from the shackles of being unable to become a complete human, his birth had extraordinary significance. However, he was completely defeated like this, making him feel as if his heart was being chewed on by 100 bugs. His entire body shone. All of the blood in his body burned, and the bones where his arm was broken released gabbing sounds. They regrew, and this time it was an arm formed from flesh. It was sturdy and powerful, flowing with precious light. Chong, at the same time, a heaven-art halberd appeared in his hands. The enormous halberd blade flickered with ice-cold radiance. Cold light shot out in all directions, and cold energy filled the air. It made the leaves of the endless great trees in the distant mountains dance about, as if it was late autumn. With a schwa sound, he hacked over. A streak of lightning tore through the horizon, and this was the halberd blade's radiance. It was world-shocking, and even if all of the saints attacked together, they would be hacked to pieces. The divine spirit itself was powerful enough, and the strength of his flesh was extremely high. The weapon he held in his hands was naturally not an ordinary item, but a rare holy artifact. Yi Fan didn't want to waste any time either, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. He directly rushed forward, still using his bare hands to face the attack. This time everyone saw everything clearly. A pair of golden fists carried tens of thousands of strands of Tao light as they suppressed downwards. Kacha, a large piece of the halberd blade was smashed into pieces. With a chong sound, the great halberd changed owners, seized by Yi Fan. This rare weapon had changed owners. You. Shi Zhongshuan was incomparably humiliated and resentful. The first time was fine, but the second time was the same. He instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, unable to resist. A streak of snow-white radiance flashed past. Yi Fan brandished the heaven-art halberd and hacked downwards. Shi Zhongshuan's expression changed greatly as he quickly evaded. However, this was futile. He had evaded this attack, but he couldn't evade Yi Fan's storm-like attacks. In a confrontation like this, natural laws and divine chains of order danced about. The slightest fluctuation was enough to tear apart heaven and earth, let alone an all-out attack. Pooh. In the end, Shi Zhongshuan was chopped in half at the waist by Yi Fan. He cried out miserably as the lower half of his body exploded. He roared angrily, and the upper half of his body wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. Yifan brandished the great halberd again. Blood splashed everywhere as his head was chopped off, resting on the halberd blade. "Show mercy!" Princess Moon's spirit called out. Meanwhile, the eyes of Xianxia's servants were all blood-red. They rushed over to save their master. Yifan coldly glanced at the crowd. The great halberd in his hand trembled, and with a soft pu sound, Xianxia's head exploded. His flesh and blood were badly mutilated, and his primordial spirit was extinguished. Suddenly, a dangerous aura erupted. This divine tool wanted to devour Yifan. He coldly waved his arm, and with a rumble, the deity within the halberd was blasted apart. After that, he tossed the great halberd to the golden-winged rock king. Pooh, pooh. At the same time, Yifan brandished the celestial arch-fist, and the few servants from the Holy Spirit race who had rushed over were all smashed into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. This scene shocked everyone. It was just this simple. Yifan, who had returned from the ancient starry sky path, was almost invincible. It was difficult for those of the same generation to contend against him. On the ancient path, there are at least 800 people like you, if not 1,000. His calm voice shook the souls of many people. Xianxia was dead, killed just like that in the great wilderness. A powerful divine spirit did not last long in front of the saintly physique of the human race. This scene, made people shudder. This battle was like a thunderstorm, fierce and swift. It ended too quickly. Even great sage Hunchuo could only open his mouth and sigh. Alas! How many people could stand out and say that they could achieve such a feat? It could be said to be frightening to the soul, silencing all the experts. After a long time, when the main characters had all left, this place was filled with discussion and clamor. Now, there was a difficult problem in front of everyone. In the future, how many people could defeat Yifan? This was no longer a problem limited to the Big Dipper. It was a problem that gave all the races in the outer realms a headache. It seems that the legends are true. He really killed until he was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race. In the future, he will have a place in the highest temple of the universe. The strongest of the human race has never fallen out of the top 15 in the myriad realms. Based on this, he will definitely be one of the top dozen in the future. Many people were discussing. Some were happy, while others were worried. They wanted to stop Yifan. This was no longer a problem of one or two races. But who could do it now? Unless a true quasi-emperor descended, it would be difficult to stop him. In the end, Princess Moon's spirit did not stop Yifan. Even though she had the Jolie painting with her, she did not make a move. She sighed softly. In the past, they had fought at the Qinling Celestial Pond. If they became enemies again today, it would be even more difficult to resolve in the future. And now, the potential that Yifan had displayed made even the immortal inheritances wary. It was the same for everyone to deal with Yifan. Unless they could kill him in one strike, if they let him go, there would be a catastrophe in the future. I wonder if we can successfully resolve our old grudges in the future, she muttered to herself. The gathering continued. The ancient continent above the City of Darkness became lively again. Although this battle was shocking, it was only an interlude. The discussion of the opening of the path of immortalization still needed to be carried out. Congratulations, it seems that you have gained a lot on the ancient road of the human race. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have frightened all the realms. In a pavilion surrounded by clouds, Huolin drank Dao comprehension tea as she spoke to Yifan. She had a charming smile on her face. I'm sure you also took a trip on the ancient path and returned to your ancestral land. Naturally, you entered a vast starry sky and your harvest was not small. Yifan smiled. It seems that I have to go to the starry sky too, Jiang Yifei said with a soft sigh. It seems that I have to go to the starry sky too. A long time ago, I easily defeated your race's divine body. There have always been rumors in the outside world that you're the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor. I wonder if it's true or not. Ji Ziyue revealed a dimple on her face and her eyes sparkled as she asked. Xianxia was handsome and handsome. He shook his head and sighed. A few of my race's princes appeared one after another in the most terrifying dark upheaval. Almost all of them died in battle. Xianxia was handsome and handsome. Hearing this, he shook his head, sighed softly, and said, a few of our crown princes appeared one after another in the most terrifying dark turmoil, and almost all of them died in battle. Xianxia was handsome and handsome. He shook his head and sighed. A few of my race's princes appeared in the most terrifying dark upheaval. Almost all of them died in battle. Everyone was in awe. They thought of the legends. The Jiang family's princes had shed their last blood for the human race, quelling the dark upheaval and bringing peace to the human race. Jiziyue blinked. She heard some clues. Jiang Yifei said that almost all the princes of his family had died in battle. Many heroes had died. Jiziyue blinked. She heard some clues. Jiang Yifei said that almost all the princes of his family had died in battle. It was obvious that someone else had survived. Only one person left alone. However, he was certain to die. He said that he was going to search for karma and disappeared from this world, Jiang Yifei said calmly. Longma and the others cursed. The instigator of the dark upheaval was too cruel, harming others and himself. Not far away, and Pu drank by himself. He raised his head and drank a cup of good wine. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed it. His pale face revealed a hint of reminiscence. He glanced over and said, if that is the dark upheaval, then this era is the dark apocalypse. As soon as he said this, the nearby cultivators all felt a chill. Those who had come into contact with him were already suspicious of his identity, and had more or less guessed his background. Survival of the fittest. Even the Supremes have no choice. And Pu drank 3 cups of wine in a row. He then stood up and left without any hesitation. These mindless words made everyone's hearts go cold. They were even more worried about the future. Those who knew his identity in particular felt their hearts sink. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He sighed softly. This was a golden age that had been waiting for endless ages. All the supreme experts of the heavens and 10,000 realms would rush over. All the great life forms would enter and break the seal. The accumulation from ancient times until now would blossom brilliantly in this era. How exactly would it end? Perhaps it would be extremely cruel, surpassing everyone's imagination. Not long after, someone from the Central Imperial Court came to invite Yi Fan over to discuss the opening of the Path of Immortality. Everyone was shocked. Even the great sage regarded him with such importance and couldn't avoid him. He had to participate. This could be said to be a great honor. The Wind Phoenix was shocked. This was the first time these older generation figures took the initiative to invite someone from the younger generation. Thinking about it, he indeed had the qualifications. Not to mention his combat strength, just the organization of the Celestial Court was enough. To dare to destroy Mount Meru, how astonishing was this? It was enough to rank as one of the greatest powers in the present age, and he was the sect master. Not long after, Hualin Jiang Yifei, Princess Moon Spirit, the Wind Phoenix, and the other inheritors of the great undying sects were also invited to enter the Central Imperial Court. The representatives of the various clans all spoke. They wanted to set some rules that were beneficial to their clans, but it was too difficult to reach an agreement. The disputes were endless, and during this period, the great sage even had a falling out and went out to fight, resulting in a disaster. As for the battles between saints, there were even more. Bloody cases occurred from time to time near the ancient Sun continent, causing chaos. This distinguished meeting lasted for half a month, far exceeding everyone's expectations. In the end, it ended on a bad note. Apart from a limited number of matters that were agreed upon, the others were all rejected. It could be said that this meeting was extremely unsuccessful. It didn't achieve the desired results. The clans weren't satisfied and decided to set a time to discuss again. Without a doubt, the more powerful the inheritance, the more powerful they would be. They wouldn't shrink back. At the same time, the heroes of Big Dipper also had a bad premonition. The saints from outside this region were only the vanguard, the pathfinders. The sect masters of the various regions hadn't even moved yet. The great emperor of the Golden Crow race isn't the only quasi-emperor. there will definitely be a few more. This was the consensus of everyone. As for the half-step quasi-emperor and the ancestral artifacts of the various clans, they were also destined to appear. The future was bound to be extremely cruel. On the last day of the meeting, the void mirror shone on its own and descended on the outskirts of Undying Mountain. It released endless immortal radiance and floated up and down. Then, it disappeared with a swoosh as it broke into the southern region. The meeting ended. In the end, it didn't go according to everyone's wishes. Jiziyue was forcibly taken away by the great sage of Ji clan because the people of Undying Mountain had come into being. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen to her. Yi Fan made an agreement with her to visit Ji clan after a period of time. Then, he would head north and prepare to take a look at the Jade Pool. That 9-aperture divine stone had always worried him. Along the way north, he naturally passed by Mount Purple. Facing this ancient Emperor Mountain, his heart was filled with endless emotions. There were too many mysteries buried here. No one could say for sure what had happened to Great Emperor Wuxi. Did he fight his way into the immortal domain, or did he truly die in meditation? Here, he thought of many people. He silently lit some incense and offered sacrifices to the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master Zhonglin. He still remembered the scene of Patriarch Zhonglin turning into ashes under the brilliant morning glow after the victory of that battle and the destruction of the Valley of Divinity. He bid farewell to Saintess Xianxia with a smile and the unique aura of a hero. He left the world in a carefree manner, turning into a rain of light, leaving behind a period of glory and sorrow. That was one of the most unforgettable memories of Yi Fan's life. Even thinking about it made his heart ache. Patriarch Zhonglin and Celestial King Jiang Taishu were the two people he respected the most. Patriarch Zhonglin was a true hero. His style was peerless, enough to make the world pale in comparison. Although his fate was full of misfortunes, his brilliance was enough to illuminate all the haze. Yi Fan stopped for a long time, then came to an abandoned stone stronghold on the other side of Mount Purple. There were some tombstones here. 5th Master Zhang was finally buried in the homeland where he had once lived. He silently worshipped here for a long time before getting up and leaving. When will the Wuxi scripture in Mount Purple appear again? And that Wuxi bell seemed to be in a state of half-resurrection, resisting and disintegrating all the pressure from the outside world. It was full of unsolved mysteries, as if a great emperor was controlling it. The path of immortality is about to open. Everything will be revealed. Yi Fan continued north and entered the Divine City. He came to the place where he had truly risen to prominence. The stone gambling war, the breakthrough of the 4 extremes, the sacrifice of the white-robed Divine King, all these scenes played out before his eyes. The Divine City was magnificent. The city walls were like mountain ridges, stretching endlessly and majestically. It was as if the ancient city where the celestial emperor lived had descended into the mortal world. Yi Fan entered the city and wandered around the stone shops. He discovered a phenomenon that left him speechless. There were many portraits of him. All gamblers would worship his portrait before cutting their stones, praying for good luck. Since when did I become a fraud? Why am I being worshipped like this? Yi Fan was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. Of course, most of the people worshipping his portrait were ordinary people, and most of them were gamblers. He shook his head again. No matter what, his reputation in the Divine City was too great. He was revered as the 6th Heaven Source Patriarch. To many people who gambled on stones, he was like a god, and so they often worshipped him. Hey, who is that person? Why does he look like the person in the portrait? Oh my god, is it the Patriarch spirit? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, it's not right. It's a living person. I fell down and immediately cut the stone. Good luck. The original spirit is swaying in front of me. Holy sh*t, why did I see it too? You're not the only one with good luck. Is this real? Some ordinary people saw Yi Fan. They were all dumbstruck. Then, like an uproar, they surrounded him. In just a blink of an eye, the noise reached the sky. The original spirit is here. It's really here. Patriarch, please bestow us with some original spirit. We have been worshipping him every day. 3 jaw sticks a day have never been less. A group of people shouted, causing a commotion. Yi Fan had a headache. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been wondering about the special power of faith in the myriad Qi cauldron these years. It turned out that the source was here. He couldn't help but rub his chin. Yi Fan walked directly towards a majestic stone square. Today, he came here for no other reason than the Stone King of the past. He wanted to find out the truth. The Ji clan stone square occupied a vast area. It could be called a city within a city. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and giant vines crawled about. Origin stones piled up like small mountains were everywhere. Yi Fan passed through a dozen or so courtyards and roughly looked around. Then, he directly entered the Heaven Divine Garden and arrived at the centermost area. This place was filled with wondrous trees. The trees were covered in sparkling and translucent flowers. As the wind blew, the fallen petals flew about, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. At this moment, a rain of flowers danced about. Every single petal was translucent, and there was a kind of otherworldly beauty to it. 100 or so years had passed, and the stone square's former protectors had long changed. He didn't recognize any of them. The Yuan Taoist master is here. Everyone, hurry and move aside. Let the ancestor guide us and bestow us with good fortune, someone shouted. Normally, this divine garden in the depths was very peaceful. Even if people came, they would quietly choose their stones. Today, however, there was a sea of people. More than half of the city's people heard about this place and hurried over. The outside was already so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The Ji clan stone square's gate was about to collapse. Even with people guarding it, it was still difficult to stop the flood of people. Fellow Daoist Ji, you are? An elder from the Ji clan asked with a doubtful expression. Now, Yi Fan's relationship with the Ji clan wasn't shallow. He shouldn't have come to find trouble with them, but why did he come here? It seemed like he really did want to cut the stones. This wasn't the past anymore. Even divine origin wasn't very useful to Yi Fan unless it was divine origin liquid. So why did he come here today? Mortals didn't understand, and cultivators were also very confused. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, unless a legendary immortal origin appeared in the world, there wouldn't be anything in the stone square that was worth his attention. I just came to take a look and cut a stone, Yi Fan answered. When he said this, it immediately caused an uproar. And now, what kind of identity did he have? The things that could catch his eye were definitely not small. Could it be that an immortal medicine appeared here? Many people's hearts jumped, and then their blood immediately boiled. A few cultivators thought themselves clever and directly picked up a few seemingly extraordinary stones. What if they guessed correctly? They believed that as long as it was a place where Yi Fan appeared, there would definitely be something good. On this day, the business of the Ji family's stone workshop was very good. Since someone had started, there were naturally others who followed suit. They frantically fought over the stones, and there were even a lot of stones being auctioned. Yi Fan shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect him to have such an effect. He wasn't worried at all that the king of the stone nation would be taken away by someone else. The Ji family's stone workshop was in a hubbub. People were scrambling to choose their stones. In a moment, the turnover was almost equivalent to the total turnover of the past year. Unfortunately, those who harbored such thoughts ended up empty-handed. Almost no one managed to cut out anything decent. All of them grimaced in pain, feeling that they had been tricked. Yi Fan walked around the Heaven Series stone square and frowned slightly. He actually did not sense anything. He did not see any decent stones. There was no Stone King here. He stepped out and walked towards the slightly inferior gardens one after another. He almost walked around half of the stone square, but he still did not sense anything special. In recent years, have there been any supernatural incidents in the Divine City? Or any special items? Yi Fan asked the people of the Ji family. No. The old man shook his head. It's just that 100 years ago, someone cut out dozens of divine worms and said that they could be used as primers for medicine. A pair of divine worms could prolong one's life for 1 or 2 years. It caused a sensation at that time, another old man added. It was definitely not the king of the Stone Nation. It was nothing. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He opened his third eye and carefully observed the surroundings. Seeing this, the discussion became even louder. They believed that there must be something extraordinary in the Ji family's stone square. Yi Fan's expression was enough to explain everything. There were quite a few people who made a move. Yi Fan looked over, and they bought the stones from that place. In the end, they were left empty-handed, and they still didn't have any gains. Is this a two-man show? Are they trying to trick us? Someone muttered. However, they didn't think it was necessary. With Yi Fan's current status, how could he stoop so low as to do such a thing? People of the Ji family knew that the god and the pearl of their family had a close relationship with Yi Fan. He would never trick them. If they needed help, he would do his best to help them. That was why they didn't mind. They stayed next to him and answered all his questions. Recently, have you used the stones here on a large scale? Yi Fan asked. Yes, we built a garden behind it. We moved some waste materials there and used them as the foundation, answered an elder. Take me there, said Yi Fan. It was a newly built garden. Of course, it was more than 10 years old, but compared to the old garden, there were a lot of stones scattered here. People couldn't hold back anymore. Although they were afraid of offending Yi Fan, they didn't dare to show their faces. However, they still bought some stones in secret. Some waste materials were used as the foundation. They were built underneath, said an elder. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. If the King of Stones was really used as the foundation, it would be a big problem. He walked around the magnificent building while his third eye shone brightly. I can feel it. Yi Fan murmured. He was shocked. He had used his original technique and sensed a strange qi, but it had retreated in an instant. Yi Fan had a feeling that it was the King of Stones. Things were going better than he had expected. After so many years, the King of Stones was still here. It was good news. Many people widened their eyes and stared at the buildings. If they had great magic power, they would definitely rob them, because the divine item might be under the ground. Unfortunately, facing the current holy physique of the human clan, they did not dare to do so even if they had several times the courage. Out of everyone's expectations, Yi Fan stood there silently for a very long time. He did not walk towards the buildings. Ripples spread out from his feet in all directions. Many patterns could be seen clearly on the ground. They were dazzling and interweaved like lightning, but they didn't hurt anyone. This was the extension of Yi Fan's divine sense. It reached every nook and cranny, searching for traces of the Stone King. He was about to find it. Oh, these stones are glowing. Oh my God, they are treasures. Everyone cried out in surprise. Hundreds and thousands of stones in the stone garden were glowing and flying into the sky, trying to escape. Some experts hurriedly took action to snatch these stones. They didn't care about the price. This place was in chaos. It was a strange scene. All kinds of glowing stones were flying in the air. Many people were excited to the extreme. This seemed to be a treasure with a spirit, and it had been alarmed by Yi Fan. It's not just one piece of divine material, but a pile of them. Everyone's eyes turned green. Unfortunately, when someone couldn't wait to cut the stone and open the stone, they found that it was empty inside. There was nothing inside. This was all an illusion. Even though all the flying stones were glowing, they were ordinary stones after they were caught. There was nothing special about them. Yi Fan's feet shook. Genesis runes densely covered the void. The light on all kinds of stones dimmed and fell to the ground. He was very surprised. This King of Stones was extraordinary. It must be a living creature. Otherwise, how could it have such means? It seemed to be very powerful, so he had to be careful. Everyone was in a daze. They had rejoiced for nothing. Even now, they could only smile bitterly. Trying to play tricks in front of the Yuan Taoist master was like shooting oneself in the foot. Yi Fan silently observed for a moment. He locked onto the direction and walked forward. He went straight to a lake in the courtyard. The grass and trees here were fresh, and the lake water was clear. It was like a gem embedded here. Yi Fan raised his hand and grabbed at the lake. His golden fingers covered the sky and the earth, covering the entire lake. Boom! Waves rushed into the sky. No one had thought that the originally calm lake would boil at this moment. Many waste stones flew up and violently collided. There was actually the pressure of a saint. Heavens, what is that? Could it be that a saint is hiding here? It can't be an ancient that has yet to come into being, right? So the saint physique came for him. I really thought there was an immortal celestial medicine. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a mysterious existence in the stone square. It had been hibernating all this time. What on earth was it? Walala, a sound came from the lake. A group of giant stones emerged from the water and were placed on the ground by Yifan. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he really couldn't deal with the King of Stones because it was comparable to a saint. These stones were all blossoming with auspicious colors and divine splendor. They were all trembling as if they were about to soar into the sky. Yifan chuckled and said, "You're still using smokescreen at this point. It's useless against me." He used a shifting divine ability to move all the other stones away. Only a meter-tall broken stone was left. He had set his sights on this target. This stone was an earthy gray color and was not eye-catching at all. There were many cracks on its surface, and it looked like it was about to break into pieces. There was even a hole in the front and back. Anyone would think that it was a useless stone that could not contain immortal treasures. Otherwise, the Ji family wouldn't have placed it in the lake and treated it as a river stone. "All of you, step back a bit," Yifan said. Everyone took a step back after hearing this. This King of Stones was definitely not simple and not easy to deal with. One has to know that when the sacred prince was cut out, he was only a powerful existence. As for the sacred prince, he was just an egg that was taken away by the ancient race. And now, they could see that this was at least a saint. The primal chaos was hazy, and the stone was no longer moving. However, it revealed a type of origin energy. Strands of primal chaos pervaded the air, making this place seem mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone was shocked. From the past until now, they had never heard of anyone encountering primal chaos energy when cutting a stone. Could this be something from before the creation of the world? Everyone revealed a strange expression. This 1-meter square gray stone suddenly became extraordinary. It made them feel as if they had returned to the beginning of all living things. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable feeling came to him, making him feel that something was out of the ordinary. His heavenly eye had long been opened, but he could not see through it. This was something that had never happened before. He was the Yuan Taoist master, and now that he had mastered the heavenly eye, he was the absolute authority in the field of origin techniques. This kind of heavenly eye should be able to see through all kinds of stones. However, this time it defied common sense. There seemed to be a ball of immortal energy within the stone, and it was wrapping around something. No matter how bright his eyes were, he could not see through it. "There's no other way. I'll have to cut it open and see what's inside." Yifan stepped forward and prepared to cut the stone. As soon as Yifan was about to take action, Stone King trembled and retreated several steps. There was even more chaotic energy around it. Shwa, divine chains of order appeared between Yifan's golden palm and fingers. They descended like divine phoenix feathers, locking it in place and preventing it from budging an inch. Hong, primal chaos surged and suddenly exploded. It was as if a world had been split apart, shaking the entire stone square. Everyone was horrified. Stone King was even more powerful than they had imagined. What was this thing? There was too much chaotic energy. Normally, this kind of thing would only appear in newly opened small worlds or at the edge of the cosmos. How could it be so strong? Yifan used his finger as a blade to carve on the stone material. He didn't want to injure the things inside and wanted to peel them off layer by layer. Kacha, a layer of earthen gray stone skin fell off. This place immediately erupted with 9-colored divine multicolored light. It was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. It truly was an astonishing scene. Everyone backed up in alarm. They watched from the distance, feeling incredibly bewildered. They had never seen this kind of scene before. First, there was primal chaos, and then there was this kind of resplendent immortal multicolored light. Yifan took action again. Stone fragments rustled down. A large piece of the stone skin fell off, making the stone tremble endlessly. Winglong, waves of clear energy surged, turning into strand after strand of dazzling light. It was as if an immortal was ascending. Many miraculous scenes appeared in this garden. It was as if great emperors were shouting one after another. It was also as if the great gates of an immortal domain had been opened, revealing a vast and dazzling world. Stone flying immortal, this scene appeared again. Normally, this type of scene would only appear when rare treasures were born. Different immortal materials were accompanied by different scenes. This time, the flying immortal in the stone was clearly too shocking. Everyone could clearly feel that there were great emperors roaring and struggling one after another. What is that? Everyone felt a wave of trembling. This was clearly a type of irregular scene and not a real person, but it made everyone tremble. When had something like this ever happened when cutting stones? It was as if there really were great emperors standing side by side, overlooking the endless past and facing the common people. They released an aura of supremacy, making everyone feel like they were about to kneel down in defeat. There were no energy fluctuations at all, not even the slightest bit of pressure. However, it was just this intimidating. An incomparable supreme being aura made everyone feel reverence. What was inside the stone? This left everyone shaken, and they began to mutter inwardly. Stone flying immortal, the irregular scene this time was different from the legends, and it left everyone stunned. The illusory immortal domain slowly faded away in the light. The shadows of these great emperors all disappeared, slowly dissipating into the world. Crack, Yi Fan continued to cut open the stone, bringing everyone's thoughts back to reality. The various visions of the flying immortal in the stone also disappeared, ending the illusion. However, everyone still couldn't let it go. It was as if they really experienced a scene of emperors appearing in this world. They felt a boundless atmosphere, unable to say anything for a long time. Following the continuous cracking sounds, a lot of the broken stone skin was shaved off, and it began to struggle again very fiercely. Even though Yi Fan was born with divine strength, he was still surprised. The strength of this rock was not small, it was much stronger than ordinary saints. If not for him holding it down, it would definitely have flown away. At the same time, a desolate aura suddenly erupted as a world smashed towards Yi Fan. That's right, this was a vast world, incomparably vast. Towering mountains, boundless waterfalls, and ancient trees towered up into the sky. It was like a divine land of desolation, where the myriad of races coexisted. A world suddenly appeared in the air, pressing down on Yi Fan. No matter who it was, they would be shocked. This world was formed from a powerful will, wanting to ram into his sea of consciousness and suppress his immortal foundation. The powerful Yi Fan naturally wouldn't allow the Stone King to succeed. The tiny golden figure in the center of his brows sat cross-legged, directly blocking all of this. However, he didn't shatter it because it looked somewhat familiar, causing him to be dazed. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that this was a vast land of mountains and rivers. Many scenes seemed familiar. The other shore of the starry sky, Earth. He finally recognized that this was the land of his hometown. Naturally, it wasn't the same as what he was seeing now, but the vast world that only cultivators could come into contact with. He had once returned to Earth, and after careful observation, he found that the real world was incomparably vast, many times larger than what he knew. However, it was all enveloped by a great formation and sealed. The current mortal world was only a small part of it. He had been to Kunlun, Mount Longhu, Mount Mao, and other places. He had also been to Changbai Ancestral Mountain, but all of them were sealed by great formations. Only a small part of it was exposed. This is the ancient land of Earth that wasn't sealed. Yi Fan was truly astonished. The first time he returned to Earth, he saw all sorts of mountains towering into the sky. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters tall they were, but they were almost identical to what he had just seen. What was going on? How could this Stone King reflect the ancient world on the other side of the starry sky? Could it be that the creature in the stone came from Earth? This was too shocking, and it truly challenged one's state of mind. Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, the Xianxia clan, Laozi, the Buddha, and other powerful figures had never been seen after entering the cosmos. Who would have thought that he would meet one here today? Yi Fan's heart was heavy and his expression was extremely solemn. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he began to cut the stone again in order to peel the creature out. The vast world disappeared, but those scenes were imprinted in Yifan's heart, making him feel the aura of his homeland. It was like it was calling him, asking him to return. He had many questions. This creature was sealed in the stone and felt that it was at least a creature from the primordial era. This was a predecessor that was many times older than the Yan Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Xianxia clan. If it wasn't Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, and other beings that were both human and divine, then who could it be? Where was the ancient era? The era of the 99 Dragon Mountains? That's very ancient. That calamity swept through the heavens and 10,000 realms before finally landing on Earth. Yifan's fingers didn't stop as he slowly cut the stone. He felt that the creature that could suppress the stone was definitely not one of the great predecessors listed above. It was just that this person was sufficiently ancient. At this point, Yifan felt that Earth was more and more mysterious. Apart from the final Kunlun landing there seemed to be many unknown secrets. Kacha, with a light sound, the stone was cut open and emitted boundless light like a small sun. Many people immediately closed their eyes, unable to look straight at it. What kind of immortal material was this? Some of the most powerful cultivators endured the pain in their eyes and stared here, wanting to see clearly. Yifan's mind trembled. His heavenly eye shot out an astonishing light. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. This was a type of source, something that theoretically existed in the Heavenly Origin book. According to speculation, it should exist in this world, but none of the previous Yuan Taoist masters had ever seen it. In the past, Yifan had only heard about this kind of thing when he was at the sacred cliff. The undying Taoist's primordial spirit was sealed in the immortal source, so it should be this kind of material. According to the information he grasped, if one wanted to remain undying, even this kind of source couldn't seal the great emperor. It was simply impossible unless they paid an unimaginably huge price. For a supreme being, this material was only a bit stronger than a divine source. There was a creature sealed in the divine source that possessed a vigorous life aura. It was emitting a kind of vitality that gave people a feeling of the birth of all living things. As the remaining stone skin fell off, a large part of this rarely seen immortal source was gradually revealed. There was actually a little fellow inside that was currently looking at Yifan. Oh meow la, bet, a mumbling sound transmitted from the immortal source. This creature was talking to Yifan, as if it was expressing some apprehension and dissatisfaction. What are you saying? Yifan fixed this immortal source in place and released his golden battle chi to deal with it. Ali Maya Lagu. This little creature continued to speak, and its words were clearly transmitted to Yifan's ears. Primal chaos pervaded the air, a mysterious mist lingered around the immortal source, blocking other people's line of sight. It was as unfathomable as a mortal mist. And at this time, Yifan was very close, he could clearly see what was inside. Inside the immortal source was actually a child, this made him feel that it was inconceivable. He clearly felt the power of a saint, but when he cut it open, it was actually a child. Moreover, he was chubby, and charmingly naive. This was a child that looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, completely naked. It was a child, his pupils were like black gemstones, and his entire body was white and clean. He didn't look dangerous at all, and even looked very cute. Yifan was a bit stunned. Previously, he thought for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be such a chubby child. He was white and chubby, and seemed harmless to both man and beast. What the F***ck, Dan Fu Fen, this child saw that he didn't make a move, so he became more courageous. He put away his fearful and alarmed expression, and began to talk loudly with him. The immortal source's shape was extremely special, like a small coffin, but also like a crystal bed. The child laid inside, and it was extremely comfortable. Only, now that it was raised by Yifan and fixed in place, the nervousness in his heart didn't completely disappear. He carefully confronted Yifan. Meanwhile, the primal chaos around the immortal source never scattered, making him look more and more extraordinary. One has to understand that creatures that could naturally gather primal chaos were all extraordinary. Yifan's expression was extremely gloomy. He fixed the immortal source and carefully thought about it. This matter was too strange, and no matter how he looked at it, it was a bit strange. It was just a child, yet he had the power of a saint at such a young age. This wasn't just heaven-defying, it was simply unheard of. It didn't conform to common sense, and it was just too subversive. Unless he wasn't a child and only had this appearance, it really didn't make sense. His aptitude was more abnormal than anyone he knew of. He awakened more than 100 years ago and was sealed in the immortal source. If he cultivated during this period of time, the immortal source should have cracked like the sacred prince in the past. It was clear that this child didn't cultivate, and the immortal source didn't have any cracks. It was still in the sealed state, and this made Yi Fan feel a headache. He carefully inspected the child's body, and then his eyes stared at his immortal source, preparing to get to the bottom of it. This child's appearance was too strange. The most important thing is that he might have come from the other side of the starry skies, Earth. He is mysterious and unfathomable. I have to get to the bottom of this. Sajalat Dharmatri Golu. The divine child widened his eyes, panting with anger and fear. His black gem-like eyes were filled with nervousness as he stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at his immortal foundation, preparing to probe his sea of consciousness. The child's forehead was sparkling and sparkling, spotlessly white and translucent, as if it was carved out of jade. The divine child grew even more uneasy. He clawed his hands and legs, wanting to break free from the immortal foundation and flee. Sadly, the immortal foundation wasn't an ordinary object. It was extremely difficult to break it open. Let alone the fact that it was locked down by Yi Fan, it was basically impossible for a crack to appear. With a buzzing sound, Yi Fan's forehead shone with a brilliant light as a strand of his divine sense shot out. It was like a comet shooting through the air, shooting straight into the immortal foundation of the child. He had to get to the bottom of this. The origins of this child were too bizarre, causing him to feel uneasy. The vast sea of consciousness was like a vast ocean, boundlessly vast and resplendent. It was extremely tranquil. And in the center of this sea, there was a towering platform that towered into the sky, radiating boundless radiance. This was the immortal foundation of the divine child. It was resplendent and seemed to be made from divine jade. After arriving here, it caused people to feel as though they had arrived at the immortal realms. It was filled with a holy aura, causing people to be astonished. This was just a child, yet he had such a majestic immortal foundation, surpassing many experts who had cultivated their entire lives. This caused people to be shocked. Yi Fan's divine sense entered the immortal foundation and entered the origin of the light. With a thunderous boom, he entered a vast world that was exactly the same as the other side of the starry space. This was the scene of the ancient desolate lands on Earth. The mountain range was majestic, the terrain was vast and boundless. Ancient trees towered up into the sky, and all sorts of savage beasts ran about. This was the child's memories, and also the starting point of his sea of consciousness. Hence, this was the most important part of his spiritual sense. After that, endless sobbing sounds rang out in Yi Fan's ears. It sounded like the cries of millions of people, shaking the entire world. And this was only the beginning. The sobbing sounds grew louder and louder as the number of people increased. At the very end, it sounded like all the living beings in this vast world were crying. This was inconceivable and difficult to understand. Then, all types of strange sounds rang out, like the beating of a divine drum, like the wailing of a funeral bell, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meanwhile, on the other side of the starry sky, all the towering mountains on Earth were shaking at the same time as if they were about to collapse. The mountains emitted all kinds of brilliant ancient runes, and the mountains and valleys were resonating. As Yi Fan walked forward, he could only see the various scenes of the great desolate era. He could hear the cries of countless living beings, but he could not see the figures of those people. The heavenly drum, the death knell, the sorrowful sound of all living beings. All of these interweaved together, mysterious and strange, causing one's hair to stand on end. In the end, when he arrived at the very depths, he heard all types of sacrificial noises. It was as if an ancient holy emperor was being buried. There were all types of signs and abnormalities that made one feel that something was off. His heart felt oppressed and heavy. What happened? How could there be such memories in this child's sea of consciousness? Why can't I see any humanoid creatures? Instead, there are quite a few savage beasts and divine birds lying on the ground. Yi Fan passed through with endless questions, but in the end, he didn't see this child's origins. The divine child seemed to have been born with knowledge and only remembered the starting ground. Afterwards, there was a blank space, and no one taught him. Then, there were some trivial matters that happened in the stone square over the past 100 years. During this time, he was sleeping, and there were many faults in his sea of consciousness. His origins actually didn't exist, and even this child himself didn't know. To be able to have his current performance and have this kind of vigilant mentality, it was all a type of innate intelligence. He didn't possess anything else, and it was unknown who sealed him. Yi Fan was astonished. If this child's memories weren't erased, then something special had happened that left a defect in his sea of consciousness. There was also a possibility that he didn't lack anything. This was how it was from the start, and this was his everything. It was just that he was too young and didn't leave behind any past imprints. That sacrificial sound and burial sound are very terrifying. Also, the boundless mountains and rivers on the other side of the starry sky have always appeared. This is the most suspicious part of his identity, and it's not easy to come to a conclusion. Although Yi Fan had some shocking conjectures in his heart, he lacked evidence and couldn't confirm them. He searched carefully in the immortal platform and found some scattered memories. Many of them were blurry scenes of the barbaric era on Earth, but there was a lack of humanoid creatures. In the end, he saw the boundless heavenly palace, but they were all fragments. It was as if it had been destroyed and declined, disappearing in a flash. It was a very small scene. The death of an important character, the decline of a grand divine dynasty. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was the most important clue in the divine child's sea of consciousness. He thought of many things and stood silently in this place for a long time. His heart was heavy. This child's origins were too extraordinary, and it really wasn't easy to deal with him. After careful observation, Yi Fan confirmed that this child wasn't a holy spirit. As for what race he was, it was hard to say. He had a humanoid body, but he had the energy of a saint at such a young age. It was truly shocking, and it wasn't quite right to say that he was a human. He wasn't a true holy spirit of flesh and blood, and he wasn't a vicious creature either. This made Yi Fan sigh in relief, but he also felt somewhat apologetic towards this child. Now that the stone skin had been cut open, it was impossible to let him continue staying in the stone square. Yi Fan didn't plan to break open the immortal origin, and it was better to let him remain in a sealed state. Although there wasn't much evidence, all kinds of signs indicated that this child's origins were most likely heaven-defying. In the future, many unpredictable things might happen. Little fatty, stop struggling. I won't hurt you. Just sleep obediently, Yi Fan said. Of course, this time, he used his divine sense to transmit his message. Give Lori my *s. Godchild mumbled as he puffed his cheeks. Yi Fan really found it hard to guess what language this was. He had long since grasped the archaic divine language that was commonly used by all races, but this child's language had transcended this category, and it felt even more ancient. Thinking about it carefully, it truly made one's heart throb. Where did it originate from? Was it a language from an even more ancient era? Did he really come from Earth? Was there a period of time that was covered in dust and forgotten? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When he was still a mortal, he was already very interested in the ancient anecdotes and secrets. In the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine, there was a record: the ancient people, spring and autumn were all 100 years old, but their movements never faltered. That was a mysterious piece of ancient history that was shrouded in a layer of fog. The last time he returned to Earth, he also didn't dig out any special secrets. Perhaps I should go back, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't want to move rashly, fearing that he would bring the flames of war there. Today, none of his enemies were good people, and even the quasi-emperor was about to appear, so he couldn't help but have many misgivings. A child that was cut out is comparable to a saint. This is too heaven-defying. Whose descendant is this? It's simply inconceivable. Heavens, could it be that this is a divine fetus that was left in the human world and has now come into being? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? The people in the distance cried out in alarm. After so many years, Yi Fan returned to the stone square, and just like before, he caused a commotion. A living creature actually appeared when the stone was cut open. He was so young, yet he was so powerful. The divine child was chubby and chubby. He was fair and clean, and his large eyes were exceptionally spirited. He stared at Yi Fan, trying his best not to shrink back. He looked a bit stubborn and cute. Yi Fan pondered for a long time. How exactly should he deal with him? A few important figures from the Ji family surrounded him, and their faces were full of shock. Back then, when they dealt with this stone material, they were very careless. They never thought that a little ancestor would be buried here. This is a life form that was cut out from your Ji family. When I visit your clan's gates soon, treat it as a great gift. Yi Fan said after thinking for a moment. The child stared with his eyes wide open, and his mouth mumbled something. No one knew what he was saying. Who knows if you are a disaster or an innocent person? Since you've come into being, you are definitely a piece of meat that everyone wants to take a bite of. I'll send you to the Ji clan, and you will be protected. Have a good sleep. Yi Fan left with the little fatty he spoke of. Meanwhile, the entire divine city was in an uproar. This matter was not ordinary, and it immediately spread in all directions. The performance of the child that was born from the stone was too miraculous, and everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It triggered a huge commotion in the northern region, and then it quickly swept towards the central continent, Nanling Mountains, and other places. Even the saints from outside this region were shocked. They couldn't believe that there was such a heaven-defying divine child. Dao friend, please wait. When Yi Fan hurried towards the jade pool, someone shouted loudly from behind. When he turned around, he saw that it was the ancient race's great sage, Hunchuo, chasing after him. Do you need something? Yi Fan stopped and turned around to look behind him. The god of misfortune wiped away his sweat. It seemed like he had chased after him with all his might. After receiving the news, he was the first to rush over and find Yi Fan. Dao friend Yi, I'm here to reunite with you. Hunchuo had a serious expression. I'm not related to you, right? Do you think we look alike? Yi Fan had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. Dao friend, you misunderstood. I'm here to reunite with the child you cut out. That is the child that my family lost over 1,000,000 years ago. Today, I'm here to reunite with him. Hunchuo said anxiously. Yi Fan was so angry that he was amused. You really dare to say that? Is this your family's child? Why don't you ask him if he's willing to reunite with you? Also, look carefully. Isn't this celestial source even older than you? Within the celestial source, that child was currently staring with a pair of sparkling black eyes. He circulated his energy towards Hunchuo and muttered, extra hot gata pot. Look, he's calling me. This is the child that I left outside when I was muddle-headed when I was young. Meeting him today really makes my old heart feel good. I'm so moved that I'm crying. Great Sage Hunchuo's face didn't turn red at all as he spoke seriously. How could you have such a child? Yi Fan sneered. He wasn't afraid of him snatching. He beckoned him over, wanting to use him to further confirm the child's identity. Great Sage Hunchuo was a little hesitant. Although he was known as the god of misfortune, he was still afraid that Yi Fan, this killing god, would throw an emperor weapon at him. If that happened, he would be the one dying. He stood in the distance and listened to the child's dissatisfied muttering. Not long after, Hunchuo's expression changed. The more he listened to the child's muttering, the heavier his expression became. He said with a trembling voice, how can such a language still exist in this world? Impossible. Finally, he couldn't endure the torment in his heart. After obtaining Yi Fan's approval, he sent out a strand of divine sense to observe the resplendent celestial platform of the child. When those sacrificial chants rang out, Great Sage Hunchuo's body trembled violently. Then, like a startled old rabbit, he leaped up 100 zhang and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was as panicked as a stray dog, and that expression was definitely not fake. Hunchuo, isn't this your child? Hurry up and tell me the reason. Yi Fan carried the child and chased after him. It's none of my business. That child of mine has already ascended to heaven. How is this my descendant? He's clearly an ancestor. Hunchuo ran like an old rabbit. Once he used his crazy pie ability, he was like the wind and lightning, making it a little strenuous for Yi Fan to chase after him. "Tell me where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Fan approached and threatened him. "I advise you to hurry up and send this little ancestor away. Don't provoke him. There was once an ancient imperial family that went extinct because of this." Great sage Xianxia warned him solemnly. "Nonsense." Yi Fan lightly rebuked. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, actually directly arrived at the Jade Lake. This was also the original target of Yi Fan. Great sage Xianxia didn't wait for a report. With a swoosh, he rushed to the mountain gate and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Quickly prepare the Western Emperor Tower. A big one has come. Take out 2 or more Emperor weapons and send this child into the boundless cosmos. If not, a great calamity will befall us." After receiving the report, Yi Fan and Hun Tuo entered the Jade Lake one after another. Along the way, Great Sage Hun Tuo looked as if he had seen a ghost and didn't want to provoke that child. It is rumored that this is a taboo language. There are only a few records in the archaic historical records, but they have long been lost. Those who speak this language are all calamities that bring about the end of the world. In the past, there was once a great imperial family that provoked such a group of people. After fighting for half a day, blood flowed like a river, and they were completely wiped out. Great Sage Xianxia told the truth. Then, he mentioned the sacrificial voice, clearly telling Yi Fan that when the undying heavenly emperor passed away, there had been this kind of sacrificial voice, as well as the mournful cries of 10,000 races. However, it was not as grand as the burial sound recorded in the child's immortal platform. His divine sense was like a vast ocean striking the heavens, with the feeling of the entire world mourning together. It appeared through a child's sea of consciousness, and this in itself was enough to explain the problem. He looks like an ignorant child, but he might actually be the oldest living ancestor. He might have mutated, so it's best not to provoke him. Great Sage Xianxia usually had a calm and carefree appearance. Wherever he went, he would decline. But today, he looked like he was declining, and his face was like a bitter gourd. The safest method is to banish it and activate the emperor weapon. Then, just like the funerals of the ancient emperors, send it into the void. Xianxia suggested. Even someone like him had only seen some vague records in ancient texts, but he didn't know the specifics. He only knew that the sacrificial voice and the people who spoke that language couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster. When the undying Sky Emperor was buried, there was also a similar sacrificial chant, but this child's immortal platform is even more majestic. Yi Fan asked. "I know what you want to say, but in this world, there will always be people and things that you can't predict. Don't delve too deeply into this child. Hurry up and let him go." After Hunta said all this solemnly, he got up and bid farewell. Yi Fan didn't make things difficult for him. After all, he didn't have much of a conflict with this old man. The Jade Lake was still the same. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and there were trees and flowers everywhere. The fallen petals were in profusion, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. The illusory divine hall was suspended on the cliff, shrouded in hazy mist. The lakes were like pearls, and the towering ancient trees were swaying in the wind. It was a beautiful scene. Yi Fan saw the Jade Lake Holy Daughter again. Now, she had already become the master of this inheritance. She was still as elegant as ever, her beauty crowning the eastern wasteland. She was an exceptional beauty that was on par with Miaoi in the past. Her moon-white dress trailed behind her. She was graceful and elegant. She didn't put on any makeup, yet she could make all the beauties in the world pale in comparison. On her sparkling white face, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were clear. There was a type of quick-wittedness to her beauty. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on your invincible journey." She smiled warmly as she congratulated him. Yi Fan. Lu Yi also came. There was a smile on her face, as well as tears. She was even more moved. Her old friend from the other side of the starry sky was the closest person to her. They talked for 4 hours in a majestic palace, recounting some of their experiences over the years. They felt the boundless power of time, and many things had happened. Yi Fan directly stated his purpose of coming. He wanted to see the 9-aperture immortal stone. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. He said, I don't know what you guys are planning, but once she comes out, she will most likely be invincible. Apart from those in the Forbidden Region, no one will be able to keep her in check. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter shook her head and said, she is a child of our Jade Lake. We've been preaching scriptures to her since she was young, and we've poured a lot of effort into her. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved. Moreover, she is originally one with the Jade Lake, so you don't have to worry. She revealed an awkward expression and tactfully told Yifan not to worry. There was something difficult about this divine fetus, but she guaranteed that she wouldn't become a disaster. Beside the celestial pond, the immortality peach tree was still verdant. Its leaves were as green as agate, sparkling and translucent. All kinds of auspicious birds and beasts roamed around it. The 9 apertures on the divine stone were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, surging with vitality. Yifan stopped beside the pond and stared at the stone king under the ancient tree. His heaven's eye was wide open, and he carefully looked through the stone wall. Inside the stone, there was a woman with a divine appearance and peerless style. Her flesh had taken shape, and she was sparkling and translucent. She could wake up at any time and break out of the stone. Brother Yi, don't worry. The Jade Lake has a sense of propriety. No matter how careless we are, we won't bring disaster to the world. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter's voice was gentle as she looked at the divine stone. Yifan's sharp senses sensed that there seemed to be some hidden secrets. It was different from what the Jade Lake Saint Lord had said in the past. The Holy Land was hiding many secrets and deceiving everyone. In the sky, primal chaos filled the air. An ancient pagoda was faintly discernible, floating up and down. It was the West Emperor Pagoda, cast from Immortal Tear's green gold, guarding the entire Pure Land. Immortal Tear's green gold was an immortal material. There were rumors in the world that it represented sad songs and tears. It was indeed so. It was said that even the West Emperor had spent half his life in misery and regret. In the Jade Pool, every talented woman seemed to have all kinds of regrets, and each had their own sad past. In the sky, a woman appeared, her face filled with endless sadness. She nodded at Yifan and entered the area where the West Emperor Pagoda was located. Yifan bowed deeply. It was Yang Yi, the lover of the 5th generation's Heaven's Origin ancestor Zhonglin. It seemed that she had once again confirmed the ominous omen of the Immortal Tear's green gold pagoda, leaving behind regret and sadness. What is the relationship between Great Emperor Wuxia and the Jade Lake? Yifan suddenly asked. That black dog should know, the Jade Lake Holy Daughter said. It's gone missing. Yifan felt helpless. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said, it is as you have guessed, and it is not false. I only confirmed it in recent years. The ancient sage sealed in the celestial pond has already come out and told me about the past. Great Emperor Wuxia really came from the Jade Lake? Yifan suddenly turned around. He had only asked casually. He didn't expect the other party to reveal the truth. Yes, Great Emperor Wuxia is the son of the West Emperor. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said calmly. Her words shocked Yifan like a sudden clap of thunder. This was really shocking. One sect and 2 emperors couldn't be broken? No, someone had already broken through the obstacles and done it. The West Emperor's own son didn't stop at the peak because of the suppression of the Supreme Emperor's path. Instead, he defied the heavens and broke through, which was why there was the one and only Wuxia. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause earth-shattering waves and shake the world. Even the universe would be shaken. Who said that the Great Emperor's son couldn't prove the way? Who said that one sect had no 2 emperors? No one had been able to break the curse since ancient times. They didn't know that it had been broken by Wuxia long ago. This was a shocking event, an enormous wave that was sufficient to rewrite some common knowledge in the history of cultivation. It shook the heavens and the earth, shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. A legend has been broken, an unprecedented miracle. Yifan said with a sigh. It was said that the master of the Jade Lake couldn't marry, but it was unexpected that the West Emperor had left behind a son. If this news were to spread, it would naturally cause a huge uproar. Emperor Shi had a sad love story. He personally saw off his lover, and then he sealed his only son. He was alone for the rest of his life. In the end, he widely accepted disciples in the Jade Lake and established a sect, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. She didn't hide anything. I see. The powerful and beautiful West Emperor, as a great emperor, also had a sad story. It was not hard to imagine how sad it was for a great emperor to send his lover away with his own hands. Yi Fan didn't know what happened back then, but he could imagine the sorrow. The West Emperor must have had endless sorrow and regret. Wuxia was sealed when he was very young. He was born in a dark era. Everything couldn't be helped. He needed a prince to suppress the darkness, so he unsealed him. From then on, he became an undefeated legend that shook the world. How strong is Great Emperor Wuxia? Yi Fan respected this great emperor and wanted to know everything about him. So strong that it can't be measured. This was the evaluation of the Jade Lake. Yi Fan understood that a great emperor couldn't be looked up to and couldn't be measured. He could only estimate it from his battle strength before he became a great emperor. When he was born, auspicious energy rushed into the 9 heavens above his head and shook the 4 seas. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter said a shocking fact. Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately took out the white and clean baby and stared at the little guy in the divine source, making his hair stand on end. However, the little guy was quite courageous. After a moment of timidity, he stared at him and muttered nonstop. And wendeng ma senfei la gunu. Louis couldn't help but exclaim after asking how the little guy came to be. It was really shocking. What was the difference between Great Emperor Wuxia and this little fatty when he was young? Yi Fan asked. Why do you say he's fat? Children are like this when they are young. This is cute. Louis couldn't help but pick up the immortal source and rub its head from a distance. I don't know the specifics. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter shook her head. Great Emperor Wuxia lost his father when he was young and was sealed by his mother. He didn't grow up with his parents, so outsiders didn't know much about him. Without a doubt, his father was a saint physique. If there weren't any accidents, he had most likely achieved great success. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the West Emperor who had already achieved Tao? The blood of 2 great supreme beings flowed within his body. One didn't need to think to know that he was definitely heaven-defying. In reality, the innate saint physique Tao embryo's unrivaled might had long been proven. Under Louis's consolation, the divine child was very obedient. He obediently squinted his eyes and mumbled a few sentences. Little fatty, you can understand us, so don't say these ancient words, Yi Fan said. Scoundrel, 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 scoundrel. The divine child transmitted his divine sense and continuously shouted the word scoundrel 4 times. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Louis immediately laughed. Only Yi Fan threatened, little fatty, if you dare speak randomly again, I'll sell you into the Origin ancient mine and let the strange existence there study you thoroughly. You're the one who's fat. This time, he shouted in a childish voice. It was actually not the ancient language, but the present world's language. Yi Fan was startled. Then, he realized that this child had woken up in the Ji family's stone square for many years. He could sense everything outside, so he must have learned the human language a long time ago. When the time comes, I'll take you and Zhang Wenchang back to the other side of the galaxy to take a look, Yi Fan turned around and said. Really, really? Louis's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. Really? Yi Fan gave her a definite answer. I want to go too, that's where I was born, the divine child shouted. Yi Fan was startled. This little fatty suddenly spoke too much, and how could he be sure? Then, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated this child. He could sense other people's emotions and had captured Louis's divine sense ripples. He clearly knew what kind of place it was. Little fatty, you're not being honest. Yi Fan picked him up to prevent him from exploring the agitated and defenseless Louis's sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Fan asked a question that he had always wanted to know but never got an answer to. What's going on with the Jade Lake's old land? What happened in the past? Some inauspicious things happened. The Jade Lake Holy Lady's expression was gloomy. She didn't say too much, not willing to divulge anything. One could see that there were great secrets hidden within. In the end, Yi Fan said his goodbyes. He gave a piece of Tao source to Louis, and then left with the divine child. Little fatty, if you stare at me again, be careful or I'll stew you. Yi Fan threatened him. This child's cheeks puffed out, his face full of unwillingness, but he also looked a bit scared. He wanted to run, yet he couldn't, wanted to fight, yet he couldn't win, leaving him panting with rage. Why aren't you saying anything? Use your subconscious, who knows, you might be able to recall your true origins. Yi Fan said. The child gave him a look with his large eyes, and then ignored him, clearly inwardly angry. Yi Fan laughed, feeling that this little fellow was quite interesting. I hate you. This pink jade-carved child couldn't take it anymore. When he saw that Yi Fan was always teasing him, his arms and legs flailed about, wishing to struggle free. You better not move recklessly. If you accidentally break the immortal source, you can just wait to cry. There's no way to seal you inside anymore. Yi Fan said. The desolate northern region was uninhabited for hundreds of thousands to millions of li. If he continued like this, he might not encounter a single creature for the rest of his life. The scarlet earth was boundless, not a blade of grass growing. This was the northern region's current situation. Yi Fan headed in a certain direction. The closer he got, the more stifling he felt. There was a type of grand natural law fluctuation. This was the direction of the absolute beginning restricted region. When he was still 800 or so li from that place, he already sensed a type of formless order power that made one's heart tremble. Yi Fan flew into the heavens, gazing into that direction. The ancient mind was deep and serene, taking in and sending out the essence of the sun and moon. An aura that left even the supreme beings of endless time horrified surged, existing forever with the world. Now, the great restricted regions all showed signs of reviving. Not long ago, he heard that there was a flute-playing woman who moved through the sky in absolute beginning ancient mind, but no one dared approach. Yi Fan also stopped here, not wishing to get too close. He only wanted to come to the outer regions after so many years, see if there were any special changes. The majestic palace once again stood tall on the earth. Inside the absolute beginning forbidden area, there were some majestic palaces that were boundlessly huge. Apparently, some sacrificial temples had been unearthed. Origin ancient mind's abnormalities were not far from truly appearing in the world. Yi Fan did not stay for long. Anything could happen in this place. He quickly left and arrived at a desert 20 to 30,000 miles away. Moonlight scattered down, covering the entire earth in a hazy haze. The scarlet red earth and stone appeared extremely desolate, without the slightest bit of vitality. Suddenly, at the limits of the boundless great earth, strands of white light appeared, soaring into the sky, flying towards the horizon, about to enter the green darkness in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan instantly soared into the sky. Right now, he possessed the world's fastest speed, a single thought able to move the world, quickly arriving in the heavens above. However, he was still a step too late. He could only see a few white figures disappear. They were just too fast, extremely faintly discernible. They were as ethereal as immortals, disappearing into the darkness. Jade Lake Flying Immortal. Back then, he and the Black Emperor had used this to find a place. As for Jade Lake Flying Immortal, there had never been a precise explanation since ancient times. There would occasionally be flying immortal scenes under the night moon, but no one knew what was going on. It was hazy from the distance, indistinct from up close, disappearing in an instant. Legend had it that this was an ancient desolate afterimage, a reflection of endless years ago, a replay of the ancient past. The old land under the darkness of night was extremely peaceful, not a bit of sound to be heard. The moonlight was bright and pure, illuminating the scarlet red crushed rocks and other things. Yi Fan headed in a certain direction. He reached out with his powerful divine senses, finding a dried-up well under the sea of red sand. It released an aura of the desolate past. The well was made of jade, a large rock pressed down on top. When it was removed, the starlight and moonlight in the sky immediately poured down like water, scattering into the well. It was devouring the essence of heaven and earth, replenishing the divine might in Jade Lake's old land. Yi Fan disappeared with a flash, entering the well. It was unknown just how many zhang he descended, but when he reached the bottom, he walked diagonally forward, finally walking out from the bottom of a dried-up great lake. He knew that he had truly entered Jade Lake's old land. This was a pure land isolated from the rest of the world. The spiritual essence was thick to the point where it couldn't be dispersed, but the grass and ancient trees here were all dead. Their leaves were bare, and there was absolutely no life force. There were many withered trees that were terrifyingly thick, towering high into the sky. They were as grand as mountain peaks, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single leaf or strand of life force. The surroundings were quiet and lifeless. This was originally a world filled with the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds, but now, it had become a barren land. There was a strange aura about it. This place didn't lack water, and along the way, they also saw one or two spiritual springs, but there was no life force. The fish and plants were all pretty much dead. It was completely desolate. Palaces and pavilions appeared, but quite a few of them had collapsed onto the ground. The grand buildings had now become ruins, left for later generations to pay homage to. Finally, immortal energy became hazy up ahead, the great mountains faintly discernible. Large intact grand palaces appeared, towering in the clouds, resting on cliffs. This was simply like an immortal realm, making one yearn for it. Unfortunately, it was still lacking. There were no plants, and the silver waterfall had also dried up, becoming a land of death. We arrived here again, Yi Fan said softly. Back then, when he barged into this place with the Black Emperor, they were left in shock for a long time. Now, he seriously suspected that the dried-up well was actually a dog hole dug out by the Black Emperor in the past. In this world, it might be the only one who understood Jade Lake the best. After all, Wuxia came from this place. Yi Fan walked forward, arriving at the innermost depths of Jade Lake's important land. Life force suddenly appeared. Throughout the entire old land, only this place surged with auspicious energy, the most brilliant. From the distance, multicolored light shone in all directions, auspicious colors surging. It was like the beginning of life. There was an immortal pond here. The past Jade Lake's name was derived from it. In this place, the grass was abundant, the cliffs green. In addition, there was a silver waterfall that poured down, rumbling with noise. It was extremely magnificent. Together with the palaces and pavilions, it looked lively and auspicious, otherworldly, and natural. It was extremely magnificent. There is finally sound, no longer lifeless. However, after arriving at this place, Yi Fan's expression became even more serious, becoming serious and on guard. He wouldn't forget the true scene he saw in the past. At the very center of Jade Lake was an immortal lake. Auspicious light surged, mist hazy, flowing with brilliant colors. It was simply like a land of ascension to immortality. By the lakeside, there were all types of strange flowers and grasses, their fragrance assailing the nostrils, refreshing the mind, making one feel intoxicated. It was as if they arrived in a paradise, walking into an immortal domain. Yi Fan wouldn't forget everything he experienced when he jumped into the lake with the Black Emperor. The bottom of the lake was filled with female corpses, all of them beautiful faces, all of them Jade Lake's disciples. Now, he already had strength comparable to the great sage, even more so coming with an emperor weapon. That was why he wanted to get to the bottom of this, figure out what exactly happened here. Several black figures floated past, drawing out a few water lines in the water. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes and saw clearly that those were several corpses, all of them wearing pure white dresses, not rotting even after so many years. Yi Fan brought out the divine child again, letting him sense if there was any special aura here. He believed that this child's bloodline power was special, perhaps he could make some unusual discoveries. Little fatty, carefully sense it. You're the one who's fat. The divine child was extremely dissatisfied with this title. In reality, he really wasn't fat. Children his age were all chubby and chubby. This child of mysterious origins, born to be a saint, was panting with rage, glaring at him with large eyes, confronting him. However, when Yi Fan threw him into the lake, after seeing the female corpses, he immediately cried out in alarm, immediately becoming well-behaved. Yi Fan brought him into the water. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw this, his scalp still went numb. At the bottom of the lake, there were corpses one after another, densely packed. This was a burial pit. With just a rough look, he discovered that there were several hundred people. The heart of the lake was completely filled, piled up. It was extremely terrifying. Those lotus arms, those slender jade legs, were still flickering with luster, but their bodies were stiff, without the slightest sign of life. All of the women had disheveled hair, their complexions pale. They wore white hemp clothes with the Jade Lake's imprint, their hair like snakes, dancing in disarray. In the dim lake bottom, it made one's hair stand on end. And now, Yifan was comparable to the great sage, coming here to investigate, so he couldn't stop. He personally moved the corpses away, cleaning up the heart of the lake. There were no water plants, no fish, only ancient corpses. During this time, a few women suddenly opened their eyes, releasing a terrifying radiance. The divine child was so scared that he almost fainted. Yifan, on the other hand, carefully observed, but unfortunately, they had all turned into shady people, without their past memories. They were just corpses in the mouths of mortals. These kinds of existences were naturally nothing to him, so they were all disposed of. Yifan discovered the mouth of a spring at the bottom of the lake. The water of the celestial pond was surging out from there. His heart was immediately moved. It was rumored that the immortal tears made in gold was found in this lake, and in the end, it was forged into the West Emperor Tower. And before the Jade Lake moved, that Emperor weapon was also suppressed in this pond, causing this place to be shrouded in dense fog. Yifan used force, lifting up a few limestone slabs at the bottom of the lake, causing the mouth of the spring to immediately enlarge, turning into a deep black hole, large enough for a person to enter. "Can I not go in?" The divine child was afraid. "Little fatty, you are a natural saint, how can you be so timid? You must have been frightened." Yifan teased him. "I'll fight you to the death." The fair and clean little fatty, riding on the immortal source, forcefully rammed towards him. "You better behave." Yifan brought him directly into the mouth of the spring, deep into the ground. When they went deep, the water was even sweeter, essence energy flowed, full of divine splendor. This was an underground lake, not very big. What made one's heart jump was that there were similarly many corpses, their cultivation extraordinary when they were alive, their faces were all very beautiful. The divine child immediately became obedient, not making a sound, his little face showing some fear. Yifan's expression was grave. He pulled out the emperor's sword, held it in his hand, and carefully searched. In the end, there was still not much of a harvest, and he once again drilled into the underground spring. Just like this, Yifan went a full 7,000 zhan underground, and even saw 7 layers of lakes. There were many corpses on all of them. Especially the 7th layer, there were some saint corpses. Finally, after entering the 8th layer, his hair stood on end. 8 or 9 corpses seemed to be swimming, all of them saints, even the great sage, the divine source shattered on the ground. Is this a portion of Jade Pool's past resources? Because of some unknown reason, the divine source broke. They actually all died here. Yifan was shocked. In the past, the West Emperor Pagoda suppressed the immortal pond, naturally to protect this place, at the same time ensuring the safety of the resources. Who would have thought that even so, a portion of Jade Pool's resources still suffered a calamity? What happened? Yifan was incredibly bewildered. When he arrived at the mouth of the spring, it became even more serene and dark. Only he had the heaven's origin eye. He had long become a blind person here. The answer should be in the 9th layer. Yifan took out the green copper cauldron, hanging it above his head, his left hand carrying the unwilling little fatty, his right hand holding the emperor's sword, sinking into the spring. The water of the dark spring was clear, and multicolored light could no longer be seen dancing about. However, Yifan instinctively knew that the water quality was much higher. It's comparable to the divine spring of the ancient desolate forbidden land. No wonder the name of the Jade Pool shook the world. Many great sects came to ask for water. The water quality of this spring was rare, comparable to the divine spring of the various great life forms. This kind of water, regardless of whether it was used to refine medicine or drink, had divine effects. It could increase one's lifespan and was a supreme treasure. However, as soon as he entered the 9th layer, Yifan felt a majestic aura. His body felt like it was going to explode, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. This lake was extremely large, spanning several dozen li. The green copper cauldron shone with sparkling light. Even with its defense, it was still like this. One could imagine how dangerous this place was. Yifan propped up the golden sacred domain, protecting the child at his heart. The aura of a great emperor. In just an instant, Yifan realized why it was like this. This place had the power of an ancient great emperor, and there were things they left behind. That was why there was such a terrifying fluctuation. Only this level of divine might could make the green copper cauldron shine, make the imperial sword tremble, and defend on its own. The killing intent was bone-chilling, making one tremble. When the jade pool moved, most of the ancient divine stones carved with formation patterns were moved away. This place couldn't be an imperial formation. Ayo Bonnie, you spicy melon! The divine child cried out in a small voice. What are you saying? Yi Fan asked. The little fatty pouted and wiped away his tears. He was actually about to cry. In the end, he was still a child, and his temperament was very simple. Don't cry, I'll hide you. No, I want to see what's inside. The little fatty was extremely stubborn. He wiped away his tears while secretly looking forward. There were clearly many dangers, but Yi Fan still felt like laughing. He shook his head, collected his emotions, and walked forward. Next, every step he took gave him a feeling of heaven and earth collapsing. Even the imperial weapon was trembling, making it a bit difficult for him to endure. The pressure pervaded the air, killing gods and Buddhas. They finally arrived at the end of the immortal lake. There was a small pond that was separated from the immortal lake, the water sparkling and shining, supporting a barrier of light. A woman with disheveled hair sat within, covering her true appearance. The light barrier was next to a stone wall, forming a small celestial pond there. Perhaps it could be called the 10th layer celestial pond, but its circumference was only 1 zhang. Queen Mother of the West. Yi Fan turned pale with fright. This was a flawless woman with no injuries on her body. She wasn't like the Grand Emperor whose powerful spiritual essence scattered after being shattered, which was why she was incomparably oppressive. Even with the Emperor weapon in hand, he felt an incomparable pressure. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect that the upheaval of the Jade Pool was related to the West Empress Mother. Was she the one who founded the Jade Pool? Was it also because of her that the Jade Pool almost ended? In the small spring pond, that woman was vivid and lifelike. Divine laws flowed through her body. Even though there was still a few li between them, the pressure she gave off was suffocating. A wave of strange aura pervaded the air from the West Empress Mother's body. It made one's heart palpitate, making one wonder if she had truly died. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a wave of ice-cold killing intent. It was as if he saw a pair of eyes open amidst the woman's messy hair. It was extremely intimidating. Yi Fan simply didn't dare believe his own eyes. That woman opened her eyes? How was this possible? The West Empress had already died tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone in the Jade Pool knew that she had passed away in meditation, so how could she still be alive? In an instant, that terrifying gaze disappeared. It was extremely unreal. Was it an illusion, or did it really happen? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt a chill run down his spine. Ghost! The divine child shouted loudly, kicking his calves. Unfortunately, the space inside the immortal source was limited, so his face turned pale. Yi Fan's heart jumped, and he decisively pulled him back. He felt more and more that this place was strange and terrifying, making him feel waves of uneasiness. He didn't expect that even with the Emperor weapon in hand, it would still be so dangerous. In the darkness of the immortal lake, shadows could be seen everywhere, as though something was swimming across the water. It looked even more terrifying, and only that small pond was shining with light. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. I saw her smiling at me. The divine child's face turned pale as he spoke with a trembling voice. Nonsense, even my origin heavens, I didn't see her smiling, I only saw her opening her eyes. How did you see it? Yi Fan lightly berated. It's true, I saw her smiling. That face was very beautiful, but it was very pale, without any color at all. The divine child insisted. He also said that he didn't see the woman opening her eyes. After Yi Fan heard this, his spine turned cold. Why did the two of them see different scenes? Who was the one who saw wrongly? He didn't say anything and directly looked at the little fatty's immortal platform, reading his memories. As expected, he saw a blurry and pale face, as though it was right in front of him, standing right in front of him. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. He endured the urge to berate. He felt that this place was even colder than before. Was it really haunted? but to cultivators, this saying was too laughable. At their cultivation realm, how could they still be afraid of ghosts? What was that? It was merely a field energy formed from Xianxia. It was far from being comparable to a saint. That woman had emperor-level fluctuations and was at the bottom of the Jade Lake. She should be the West Emperor. What was going on? Why did such a strange thing happen? It gave off an ominous feeling. Also, why did different people see different scenes? Was everything an illusion? Or could it be that there was something strange about this emperor corpse that could affect one's primordial spirit? Yi Fan's expression flickered. He truly didn't know what had happened for such a strange thing to happen. He opened his heavenly eye, wanting to get to the bottom of this. The great emperor was too mysterious and terrifying. The West Emperor's face was covered in messy strands of hair. Her graceful figure was half covered by her messy hair, he actually couldn't see through her. At this moment, only that blurry and pale face could be used as a reference. He couldn't see anything else. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye wide. His eyes were about to explode, but he still couldn't see through it. Moreover, that corpse actually emitted waves of chaotic mist, making it even more terrifying. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt waves of coldness again. The green copper cauldron was blazing brilliantly. The killing sword trembled slightly, and the sword radiance flickered non-stop. The immortal slaughtering diagram on the body of the sword was dripping with blood, as if it had truly come to life. In a trance, a pair of cold eyes opened again, and there seemed to be a slight sigh. It was incomparably mournful, full of sorrow and grief. This was a contradictory scene. Those eyes were so cold, and the sorrow that echoed from the sigh was so sad. The two clashed, and it was very strange. "Help, she's throwing herself at me." The little fatty kicked his legs in a frenzy, his face full of fear. If he could escape, he would have already run behind Yi Fan's butt. It was really strange. Different people felt different things, and Yi Fan didn't even know which was real and which was fake. He fell back again, and then searched the divine child sea of consciousness. He discovered a pale and blurry face right in front of him, revealing a demonic smile. His hair was loose, and it was extremely frightening. Even he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the little fatty was scared, and didn't dare to be stubborn anymore, asking him to save him. Standing far enough away, Yi Fan and the little fatty gradually calmed down. However, this place became more and more gloomy, as if they had fallen into the underworld. "I'm scared, and I want to leave." The little fatty finally softened, and said with great embarrassment. "I'll put you away first," said Yi Fan. "Then I'll look a little longer," he said with his mouth puckered. Tears were about to flow out, and he wasn't willing to let Yi Fan put him away. Yi Fan was speechless. This little fatty was quite stubborn. He was clearly scared to death, but he still wanted to compete with him, and wanted to persevere. "Why is there another person over there?" The little fatty blinked his large eyes, and said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan looked over, and he truly felt his scalp go numb. There was an extra shadow there, and it released waves of mist, making the small pond appear many times more terrifying. "There's another ghost." "How did he come out?" the divine child said softly. "He wanted nothing more than to run away and never come back." The mist was quite special. It surrounded the emperor-level corpse, and even the heaven's origin I couldn't see through it. Only when it gradually dispersed did it slowly enter the depths of his eyes. There was a bloody arm that was suffused with a greenish-purple color. Some long golden hair grew out, and it was extremely dazzling. There was a wave of bone-chilling coldness that pressed into one's bones, and it truly was sinister and bone-chilling. Yi Fan was immediately stupefied. After looking carefully again, his expression changed greatly, and his pupils rapidly contracted. It was as if he had seen a malicious spirit. There was a wound on that arm, and bright red blood flowed out. It made his heart pound violently, and there was a type of Tao law that resonated with him, producing a type of connection. The blood of a great completion saint physique. Yi Fan immediately thought of this possibility because the more he looked at it, the more he could feel a type of resonance. It passed through the emperor's aura and the green copper cauldron's lustrous green light, making his blood boil. How did this arm come out? Yi Fan walked a few steps forward, and he couldn't help but be amazed. In the end, he discovered that the small pond was connected to a hidden cave, and the arm rushed out along with the waves. Great completion Saint Physique. This is Great Emperor Wusher's father, the West Emperor's partner? Yifan was tongue-tied, and he couldn't say anything else. What he saw today was too shocking. He saw the corpses of two supreme beings at the same time, and this might be the root cause of the Jade Pool's upheaval. He stared blankly for a long time, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses after the divine child's reminder. Yifan changed his direction, and he looked towards the small pond and the cave. He wanted to see the true appearance of Great Emperor Wusher's father. The cave was very hidden, and the angle changed again and again. There was actually an ancient coffin inside, but it had already been opened. A corpse was lying outside, and its arm was leaning on the West Emperor. Why is there some golden hair on its body? It was obvious that it had grown later, as if something inauspicious had happened, resulting in this kind of change. The entire corpse was wrapped in wisps of mist, and it couldn't be seen clearly. However, it could be seen that there was a crack on the forehead, and there was a fatal wound. It seemed that its primordial spirit had been scattered back then. What happened? Yifan was puzzled, and he stared at the two corpses in a daze. He was very far away, but he still felt as if his body had been smashed to pieces. Moreover, when the divine blood in his body faced the great completion Saint Physique, it involuntarily surged. Their similar physiques caused them to resonate. Suddenly, as his blood boiled, an inconceivable scene appeared in front of Yifan's eyes, as if it was really happening in front of him. That was a heroic man. His eyebrows were like swords reaching his temples, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He was robust and imposing, and just by standing there, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky all lost their splendor. It was as if he was the ruler of this entire world. He stood under the heavens, overlooking all directions. However, right now, he was extremely tired. From time to time, waves of green and purple energy would emerge from his body, especially around his forehead. Strand after strand of golden hair drilled out from the surface of his body. I can't accompany you as you grow old. Let me free myself and send me on my way. He turned around and spoke to an exceptional beauty who similarly made the sun, moon, and stars lose their splendor. There was an indescribable helplessness and reluctance. The white-clothed beauty's face was full of grief. Tears tumbled down, and she was incomparably resentful. She forcefully clenched his thick and wide palm. Even if our child cannot become an immortal, he can still establish a new celestial court and rule the rise and fall of heaven and earth. At the last moment, when this man mentioned his child, his face was full of pride and confidence. He was brilliant and dazzling. The water waves rushed over, and the scene was temporarily broken. Yifan's heart was full of shock. End of chapter 1530. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.